Volume 3, Chapter 301, Detoxification and Exorcism. Enough. My mind is made up, declared the tall and lean second brother resolutely. The young woman, in a state of urgency, turned back to cast a pleading glance towards the youth and the elderly man. After exchanging a silent look, the youth remained mute, while the elder sighed and remarked, "Fifth sister, let the second brother go. He is seeking atonement for his past actions. Only by doing this will he find some solace within himself." However, the second brother's determination left the young woman wishing to argue further. Yet, he had already approached Hanli, stating calmly, "Senior, let us commence. Use me for the experiment." His words bore an air of tragic resolution. Yet what transpired next left the four of them stunned, as if doused with cold water. "Have you all misjudged the situation? When did I ever agree to lift the blood curse for you?" Han Li's chilling words left the five friends of Mount Ming exchanging bewildered glances. If the senior does not intend to lift the curse, then why conduct research on it regarding my elder brother? Questioned the second brother of Mount Ming in a flustered tone after recovering from his initial shock. "Did I ever claim that my research was to lift the curse for you? I am merely driven by curiosity," Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Faced with Han Li's frigid demeanor and unfeeling remarks, the group stood in stunned silence. "But senior, do you not wish to know about those individuals? Without lifting the curse, how can we possibly answer your inquiries?" the youth asked, his face a tapestry of anxiety, clearly unwilling to abandon the glimmer of hope before him. Upon hearing this, Han Li cast him a sidelong glance, then sneered softly before tilting his head skyward. Such an obvious question did not warrant an answer from him. "Fourth brother, cease your inquiries. This senior believes that the information we possess is insufficient to warrant the exchange of our lives, hence his reluctance to act," remarked the elder, demonstrating wisdom far beyond that of the youth, succinctly identifying the crux of the matter. "What conditions must be met for the senior to take action? Please, speak plainly. If you can truly remove the blood curse, we, the five friends of Mount Ming, will have no objections," the elder continued with a calm demeanor. "Excellent. Had I known you would say this earlier, we could have avoided this roundabout discussion." Han Li suddenly clapped his hands and smiled warmly, his demeanor shifting to one of affability. Yet, to the four, this only deepened their apprehension, instilling a sense of reverence for Han Li's unpredictable nature. "The terms are simple. If I can eradicate your pressing affliction, you must disclose everything you know to me and, starting today, temporarily heed my commands to assist in repelling this group of assailants. I suspect they will not let me off easily, and I too wish to resolve this matter swiftly. However, do not be concerned about being outnumbered. I am a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley, merely handling some sect affairs in the capital. Once we endure this period, I will summon reinforcements. At that time, we shall no longer fear these vermin." Han Li and Yin Yu presented their conditions with an amiable demeanor, boldly raising the banner of their sect, for it was the only way to ensure unwavering loyalty. The senior is a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley. Although the elder had long speculated that Han Li's origins lay within the seven sects, hearing his acknowledgement brought a smile to his face. "Very well. We shall comply with the senior's wishes. After all, once the blood curse is lifted, we too will become targets of their pursuit. It is certainly safer to remain by the senior's side," the black-faced elder readily agreed. The youth and the woman, upon hearing the elder's words, also displayed expressions of delight, refraining from any objections, clearly in agreement with the elder's approach. To them, the seven sects were undoubtedly far more formidable than those who wielded the blood curse to control them, thus making their allegiance a sensible choice. However, the lanky second elder appeared troubled, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. "If the senior's method for lifting the blood curse is indeed effective, we have one more request, which we hope the senior can grant." After casting a solemn glance at the second elder, the black-faced elder suddenly posed a request to Han Li. Observing the situation, Han Li had an inkling of what was to come, but maintained a nonchalant demeanor, replying, "What is it? As long as it is not too unreasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate." At that moment, Han Li seemed remarkably agreeable. "My younger sister remains in a modest dwelling in Yuejing City. Now that we have been captured by the senior, I am uncertain of her current situation. I hope the senior can lend a hand to rescue her when the time comes," the elder stated earnestly. "Brother." The lanky second elder's face was filled with gratitude upon hearing this. "Very well, since you have temporarily aligned yourselves with me, I shall certainly endeavor to save your companion. However, for now, we must swiftly address the lethal poison coursing through your bodies." Otherwise, within a short span, you may meet your demise. And the matter of lifting the curse will be moot. Han Li readily agreed, but then his tone shifted, uttering words that sent a chill through the four of them. What lethal poison? We should only be afflicted by the blood curse. The youth's complexion changed, a mix of panic and skepticism evident in his voice. Seeing the youth's doubt, Han Li did not take offense but instead adopted a serious expression, stating, "When I examined the blood curse earlier, I discovered that aside from the blood curse, your elder brother harbors a potent poison within him. This toxin is not only extremely virulent, but also highly unstable, and it is likely to manifest soon. Fortunately, I possess some understanding of the art of detoxification. Alleviating it will be a mere trifling task, so there is no need for excessive concern. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, you may wait a short while and see if you truly succumb to the poison." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the four began to believe him to a considerable extent. So that is the case. I wondered why the person who instructed us to act suddenly insisted on sharing a drink before our departure. It turns out the wine was poisoned. We all thought that since we were already under the blood curse, they would not resort to further treachery, and none of us paid it any mind. Their methods are truly insidious. The lanky second elder remarked, his expression grim. The youth and the young woman exhibited expressions of sudden realization, while the elder wore a somber demeanor, indicating he had already anticipated this matter. Since Han Li had resolved to enlist the 5 friends of Meng Shan as his allies, he would not linger unnecessarily, allowing the toxicity to escalate. He promptly extended his hand, retrieving 2 porcelain vials, one white and one blue, from his storage pouch, and tossed them to the elder with the dark complexion. Consuming 1 pill from each vial would dispel most of the poison, and they could gradually expel any remaining toxins through their cultivation. Han Li's instructions were exceedingly straightforward. The elder immediately complied, distributing the pills to the other 3 without a hint of skepticism, and he himself was the first to consume the remedy. It was clear that the elder understood well that if Han Li intended to harm them, he wouldn't need to tamper with the antidote, thus he swallowed it without hesitation. Shortly after ingesting Han Li's pills, the group experienced intense abdominal pain. The young woman flushed momentarily, then suddenly stamped her foot, barely managing to ascend on her flying apparatus towards a nearby hill. However, due to the restrictions imposed by Han Li, her speed was considerably sluggish. The other 3 men, witnessing this, also sought out secluded spots to expel the toxins from their bodies. After a while, they returned to Han Li, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, the young woman returned, though her cheeks still bore a rosy hue. "Now, let us commence the dispelling of the blood curse. Who shall go first?" Han Li stated directly, without delay. Of course, it should be the second brother. As he stepped forward to volunteer, a skeletal hand grasped his arm firmly. "Second brother, you still have our third sister. As an old man unable to establish a foundation, my days are numbered, so allow me to proceed first. After all, the child in our sister's womb requires your care." The elder with the dark complexion said calmly, "Eldest brother, that is unacceptable. How can we allow the frail second brother to go first?" His agitation was evident as he shook his head vigorously, refusing to acquiesce. Meanwhile, the youth and the young woman also expressed their desire to take the risk first. "Enough of this bickering, let your eldest brother go ahead. After all, I have just examined his body, which provides a greater assurance." Although the camaraderie displayed by the 4 was deeply touching, Han Li, detached from their sentiments, was primarily eager to ascertain whether he could indeed lift the blood curse. Should he fail, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would need to devise an alternative plan. Upon Han Li's suggestion, the 4 ceased their contention, and the elder solemnly approached. The other 3 exchanged glances filled with concern, watching the elder's actions intently. With a series of sharp sounds, Han Li raised his hand, summoning several life-size soldier puppets from a burst of white light, each wielding a weapon and standing behind him. "While I attempt to dispel the blood curse, I cannot divide my attention to defend myself. These puppets serve as a precautionary measure. Any individual entering within a tenjong radius of my side will be attacked without hesitation. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance." Han Li's words candidly expressed his inability to trust them at present, compelling the 3 individuals to retreat somewhat reluctantly. In the evening, within the Qin residence's parlor, Qin Yin paced restlessly, his face marked by anxiety. Earlier that day, a servant sent to deliver a meal to Han Li reported that he was inexplicably absent from his quarters, seemingly having not returned throughout the night. This news did not evoke concern for Han Li's safety and Qin Yan, but rather a fear that their bodyguard might decide to leave without notice, leaving the Qin family vulnerable to the threats of the demonic faction. Qin Ping, go check if young Master Han has returned, and report back immediately with any news. Qin Yan instructed impatiently. Yes, my lord, Qin Ping replied with inward delight, bowing respectfully before swiftly exiting the hall. To him, Qin Yan's heightened concern for young Master Han only indicated that he had chosen the right ally, and it seemed that his rise within the Qin household was imminent. Why must you be so anxious, my lord? It is quite normal for young people to venture out occasionally. There is no need to fret so, spoke the third madam, Qin Yan's favored wife, her words ostensibly defending Han Li, yet laced with a palpable hint of jealousy. It was understandable, for since Han Li's arrival at the Qin estate, the master of the household had kept him close at all times, neglecting to promote the other young lords and ladies of the Qin family, including the offspring of the third madam herself, which had ignited her jealousy. What do women know? Qin Yan discerned the underlying tone in the third madam's remarks. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the survival of his family, rendering such trivial matters insignificant. After casting her a glare, he chose to ignore her. Qin Yan's demeanor only served to exacerbate the third madam's feelings of grievance, but knowing her husband's aversion to displays of emotional turmoil, she swallowed her discontent and lapsed into silence, her worry for Han Li only intensifying her irritation. After an indeterminate period, Qin Ping suddenly returned, his face alight with joy, and upon entering the room, exclaimed, "My lord, young Master Han has returned, and he has brought several guests with him. He requests that you arrange for their accommodation near his residence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's anxieties finally subsided. As long as the esteemed figure had not departed without a word, he would welcome not only a few friends, but even dozens without complaint. Since young Master Han has requested it, let them stay at the nearby Qingyin courtyard. We must not slight the guests of young Master Han, Qin Yan said without hesitation, which only deepened the discontent on the third madam's face. Yes, I will attend to it at once. Qin Ping hurriedly responded, his enthusiasm palpable as he dashed out again. My lord, is this truly wise? Our Qin residence is vast and prosperous. Allowing unfamiliar guests to suddenly take up residence seems rather reckless, the third madam ventured cautiously, unable to restrain her concern. Her words were not solely directed at Han Li, but stemmed from a genuine sense of unease. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan momentarily paused, but after a brief hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is of no consequence. Han Xian's friends will pose no issues." The affectionate tone Qin Yan used when speaking of Han Li left the third madam utterly speechless. At that moment, Han Li was seated in his dwelling, surrounded by 5 others, the renowned 5 friends of Mengshan. Among them, a young man was animatedly recounting an event, while the others occasionally chimed in with remarks, prompting Han Li to display a pensive expression. In the wilds outside the city of Jing, Han Li had relied on his formidable spiritual sense to successfully erase the blood curse that had afflicted the previous 4 individuals. Subsequently, he led them stealthily to the lone middle-aged woman who had remained behind. To his surprise, their extraction went remarkably smoothly, devoid of any difficulties. Although slightly taken aback, Han Li once again dispelled the blood curse from her before escorting them all back to the Qin residence. In truth, it would not have been impossible for these individuals to find another place to stay, but Han Li harbored concerns about their reliability. Without his vigilant oversight, he could not guarantee that the 5 friends of Mengshan would remain steadfast allies against formidable foes, even with the gratitude he had bestowed upon them. Human hearts are notoriously inscrutable. Today, they might express profound gratitude, willing to risk their lives for him. Yet tomorrow they could prioritize their own survival, committing acts of treachery. This notion did not surprise Han Li in the least. Moreover, they had no sworn bond with him. They were likely more inclined to value their own lives above all else. Of course, should he choose to impose restraints or utilize poison, he could forcibly control them. However, such actions would render him no different from those he despised in their eyes. Over time, he would undoubtedly face their backlash. While he did not mind leaving a negative impression, deep down, Han Li harbored other intentions. Should the 7 sects successfully thwart the demonic incursion and restore their previous cultivation practices, he planned to enlist a few individuals to assist him in gathering alchemical formulas and medicinal materials. This would spare him the arduous task of scouring the land. allowing him to devote all his time to rigorous cultivation, thereby significantly enhancing his progress. The 5 friends of Mengshan, with their moderate abilities, were precisely the ideal candidates for this endeavor. Thus, Hanli resolved against employing dubious methods to subjugate them. Nevertheless, he possessed self-awareness, without substantial benefits. Even the most lowly cultivators would be reluctant to serve as mere errand runners for others. Furthermore, he required more time to gauge their true dispositions before feeling entirely at ease. Everything would have to wait until this matter reached its conclusion before any decisions could be made. It is quite embarrassing. Up to this point, aside from recognizing a few fellow cultivators who were similarly kidnapped, we have yet to catch a glimpse of the true faces of those 2 who issue commands. The young man lamented with a wry smile. However, we have learned that our captors belong to a malevolent cult known as the Blackshaw sect, and that their primary motive for abduction is the pursuit of nefarious cultivation techniques. That alone is sufficient knowledge. After listening, Hanli smiled faintly. However, Senior Han, are we to remain concealed here, awaiting reinforcements before taking action? The newly rescued middle-aged woman inquired, her tone laced with trepidation. The other 4 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting concern as they awaited Han Li's response. Han Li smirked inwardly. It appeared that these individuals were eager to avoid further encounters with the Black Shajia. Yet, where were the reinforcements to come from? The 7 sects were currently stretched thin, struggling to combat the forces of the demonic path. And even if he reported the situation truthfully, he doubted anyone would come to their aid. Fortunately, during his return, he had contacted a liaison in Huangfeng Valley, sending a letter to Li Huayuan requesting assistance and providing a brief overview of their predicament. The sect might not inquire about the matter, but surely his master would not turn a blind eye to it. After all, it was for this task that he had incurred such great trouble, and he could not simply flee. If he could avoid confrontation, he would have taken his leave long ago. Yet, Hanli remained uncertain about what kind of reinforcements would arrive. Perhaps a few of his senior brothers would be dispatched. Contemplating this, he maintained a relaxed demeanor as he replied, "Of course not. At the very least, we should gather information about the enemy's strongholds and key figures before the reinforcements arrive. Only then can we strike decisively. Remaining idle in the Qin residence would render us too passive, allowing them ample time to track our whereabouts, which would be disadvantageous for us. We cannot afford to let them prepare at their leisure." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the 5 friends of Mengshan exchanged glances, while the elder with the dark complexion stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied gravely, "What you say is quite reasonable, Senior. However, with the meager clues we possess, we are unable to grasp their whereabouts. The stronghold we previously occupied has undoubtedly been abandoned by them. It seems we have no avenue of approach." The tall, thin second-in-command nodded silently in agreement. "Do not worry. From your descriptions of those 2 commanding figures from the Black Shajia, I already have a good idea of their identities. If we can capture them alive, we will unravel much of the mystery surrounding the Black Shajia," Hanli stated calmly, as if he had anticipated this. His words momentarily stunned the group, but soon their faces lit up with surprise, enhancing their perception of Han Li's enigmatic demeanor. "Excellent. Since Senior Han already has a plan, we shall heed your instructions," the elder with the dark complexion declared resolutely. Pleased, Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. "We will act tonight. The sooner we strike, the less prepared the enemy will be," he said, narrowing his eyes with a chilling resolve. Tonight, the 5 friends of Mengshan could not help but express their astonishment. Although they were taken aback by Han Li's decision, they found merit in his reasoning and refrained from opposing him. Yet, the middle-aged woman, seemingly curious, asked about the true identities of the 2 members of the Black Shajia. However, Han Li deftly deflected her inquiry with a serene smile, assuring her that they would learn more during their nighttime operation. This left the middle-aged woman at a loss for further inquiry, revealing an air of indifference. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ping conveyed Qin Yan's message, escorting the 5 friends of Mengshan to a nearby courtyard for their accommodation. As Han Li watched their receding figures, an odd expression flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly murmured something that no one could quite discern. After dinner that evening, the 5 friends of Mengshan gathered in the living room of Qinyin Courtyard, preparing to commence their actions at the late hour mentioned by Han Li. Strange. Why can't I recall? The young man in his 30s, the 4th brother, paced back and forth in the hall, a look of perplexity etched across his face. "4th brother, have you not remembered yet?" The youngest woman, lounging lazily in a chair, wore a half-smile that seemed to mock. "4th brother, You've often said that Senior Han looks familiar, claiming you've met him before. Yet, you cannot recall when or where, which leaves me rather skeptical. Could it be that you are simply eager to establish a connection with Senior Han, creating an illusion of familiarity? Clearly, the young woman's words dripped with jest. Indeed, that is quite plausible. After all, this Senior's appearance is rather unremarkable. It is entirely normal for fourth brother to feel a sense of familiarity. The lanky second brother chimed in, savoring his fragrant tea while teasing. However, his gaze remained fixated on the middle-aged woman beside him, repeatedly admiring her enduring elegance and seemingly normal abdomen, a look of bliss upon his face. Yet, the third-ranked middle-aged woman found his scrutiny irksome and shot him several annoyed glances, only to receive his foolish grin in return, his usual shrewdness nowhere to be found. Humph. Say what you will. I am certain I have met him before, but it seems it was not recently, as otherwise, I would not have forgotten so completely. The young man shot a disgruntled glare at the young woman and the lanky man, expressing his frustration. Some time ago, fourth brother. We have been diligently cultivating in Mengshan for the past few years without venturing out. How then did you encounter Senior Han? Were you perhaps acquainted with him when you were still in short trousers? The middle-aged woman jested playfully at the young man's expense. Third sister. You've rendered the young man crimson with embarrassment, his face betraying his discomfort. A few years ago, fourth brother was not solely immersed in cultivation on the mountain. Have you forgotten that before we met fifth sister, we participated in an ascension conference? That was a journey lasting 2 to 3 months, but regrettably, we all returned empty-handed. Fortunate that none sustained severe injuries. The stoic elder interjected mildly. What? Everyone participated in the ascension conference? Fifth sister blinked, her curiosity piqued, while the second brother and the middle-aged woman exchanged wry smiles. There is little to recount. It was our first encounter with the concept of viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. The middle-aged woman sighed, reflecting. What? Fourth brother. Do enlighten me about that time. The young woman, her curiosity piqued, turned to the young man, eager to hear about the Ascension Conference. However, what met her gaze was a countenance filled with astonishment. Fourth brother, what troubles you? Others began to notice the unease in the youth's expression, and they inquired with surprise. Second brother, do you recall the day we attended the Ascension Conference, when we parted ways with eldest brother and third sister? I, in a moment of temptation, clandestinely indulged in wine and delicacies at a tavern in Jiyuan City. The young man suddenly reminisced, ignoring the confusion of his companions. This unexpected turn of conversation left the lanky man somewhat bewildered. Of course, I remember. I managed to keep it from you at the time. But eldest brother eventually learned of your escapade and gave you a stern reprimand. The second brother replied, perplexed. Precisely. Upon my return, did I not mention encountering a young cultivator at the tavern, who appeared to have also attended the Ascension Conference? His cultivation was merely at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement, and we thought he was rather overestimating himself, the young man said with a wry smile. It's been so long. My memory is a bit hazy, but I believe that did occur. The second brother hesitated, uncertain as to why fourth brother had suddenly brought up this matter. The other companions listened intently, equally puzzled by the dialogue between the two. But that young cultivator from back then is none other than our esteemed Senior Han today, the young man declared, delivering a statement that rendered everyone present utterly speechless. What? Senior Han was that lowly cultivator? The lanky man sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. What is the story behind this? Please elaborate. The elder with the dark complexion furrowed his brow, inquiring after the initial shock had subsided. Indeed, eldest brother. The lanky man hastily recounted the events of that day, which left the others in disbelief. Fourth brother asserts that Senior Han was merely a chi refinement practitioner at the 7th or 8th layer back then. The young woman swallowed hard, suddenly aware of her ungraceful demeanor, her cheeks flushing. Yet, the others were too engrossed in their astonishment to notice her slight embarrassment. Surely, fourth brother cannot be mistaken. After all, that was over a decade ago, and Senior Han's appearance and age should have changed considerably. The dark-complexioned elder mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No, that person was undoubtedly Senior Han. He looks exactly the same, albeit slightly older. The young man, initially taken aback, reaffirmed his conviction. His resolute assertion caused the others to exchange glances, a mix of incredulity and awe. In just over a decade, a cultivator of such humble beginnings had ascended to the ranks of a foundation establishment practitioner, a notion that filled their hearts with a bittersweet pang. For a moment, no one felt inclined to speak further. Regardless of whether Senior Han is indeed that individual from years past, he is now a bona fide Foundation establishment practitioner. And we must not neglect our manners. Let us refrain from asking inappropriate questions, understood? The elder contemplated for a moment before speaking. I understand. The young man hesitated but ultimately agreed, his expression returning to a semblance of normalcy. Very well, let us all return to our quarters to recuperate and refine our chi. Prepare yourselves. Tonight's fierce battle remains uncertain, the elder remarked to the group. Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances and each retreated to their chambers, leaving the Qingyin courtyard enveloped in an eerie silence. Approximately half an hour later, darkness descended upon the sky. From one of the courtyard's rooms, an individual cautiously emerged, gently closing the door behind him while glancing around before stealthily exiting the small courtyard. Under the cloak of night, he made his way to a distant corner, where a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, soon replaced by determination. Nervously, he reached into his robe and retrieved a small box, poised to open it when a sudden sigh from behind startled him, causing him to nearly drop the box to the ground. The sound bore a striking resemblance to Han Li's voice. "Why must you do this?" came the voice of another, familiar yet tinged with sorrow. As the area brightened, several figures emerged, each holding moonstone, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "What is the meaning of this?" The elder with a dark complexion lamented. "What meaning?" "I merely wished to test the artifact," the individual replied, his pallor gradually fading as he feigned nonchalance. "Might I inquire about the object in your possession?" Han Li floated down gracefully from the darkness, maintaining an unfazed demeanor. "How peculiar. My artifact is not for public viewing." "Certainly not. Is it, fourth brother?" The clandestine figure turned out to be the young woman among the 5 friends of Mengshan. Though she endeavored to appear composed, her hands clutched the small box tightly, unwilling to release it. "Fifth sister, hand over what you possess to Senior Han," the dark-faced elder commanded, his voice laced with icy resolve. "Brother, do you not trust me either?" The fifth sister forced a smile. "It is precisely because we trust you that we offer you a chance to explain. If the box contains nothing shameful, opening it voluntarily will alleviate our concerns," the elder replied coldly. At his words, the fifth sister's face flickered with emotion, alternating between crimson and pale. As she glanced at the sorrowful expressions of the others, particularly the young man who had held her in high regard, she felt a chill in her heart, at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself and abruptly shoved the small box against her body, swiftly producing a blue orb, raising it above her head as she exclaimed, "Do not force my hand. You all recognize this thunder pearl. I only seek to leave this place." Her actions caused the remaining members of the 5 friends to turn pale, particularly the young man who had harbored fond feelings for her, his face reflecting deep dismay. "It seems we need not concern ourselves with the contents of that box any longer. Fifth sister, have you truly allied yourself with them?" The elder's face contorted with rage as he stepped forward, fists clenched tightly. "Do not approach, elder brother. Otherwise, I will truly unleash it." The fifth sister's eyes reflected panic as she cradled the blue orb before her, gesturing as if to invoke its power. Witnessing this scene, despite his disheveled appearance, the elder hesitated, fully aware of the formidable force contained within the heavenly thunder. "Fifth sister, do you truly intend to use that heavenly thunder against us? You must remember that this artifact was purchased for your protection with great effort, as we believed your cultivation was insufficient, particularly our fourth brother, who nearly exhausted his entire savings to acquire it for you. Is it not a bit excessive to wield it against us now?" The middle-aged woman expressed her disappointment with a heavy heart. The young man nearby, upon hearing her words, felt a whirlwind of emotions but remained silent, his lips trembling without uttering a sound. The fifth sister, after absorbing the middle-aged woman's words, displayed a flicker of shame across her features, which vanished almost immediately. Yet, she resolutely declared, "What purpose does discussing this serve now? I am not like you. I must succeed in my Foundation establishment. The members of the Black Shah sect have stated that if one's contributions are substantial enough, the sect leader can facilitate Foundation establishment without the need for a Foundation establishment pill and without any risk involved." The tall, lean man furrowed his brow repeatedly, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Fifth sister, it is not too late to turn back. Do you truly believe you can establish your Foundation without the pill? They are surely preying on your youth, attempting to deceive you." The second eldest of the Mengshan 5 spoke earnestly. "Humph, there is no need for you to lecture me. Second brother, I am well aware of what is true in my heart. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. In fact, I joined the Blackshaw sect 2 years ago during that outing. The young woman coldly huffed, revealing a shocking truth that left the others in disbelief. You joined the Blackshaw sect 2 years ago, then it was you who orchestrated the capture of our brothers this time? Han Li, who had been silent until now, interjected abruptly. This statement sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of the elder and the others, their gazes fixed incredulously upon the young woman. The fifth sister's expression fluctuated between light and dark. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly replied, "Indeed, I informed the Blackshaw sect of your whereabouts. However, my intentions were well-meaning. I simply wished for everyone to have a chance at Foundation establishment. Otherwise, according to the sect's customs, those captured are often sacrificed, with little hope of survival." The young woman felt that there was no point in further concealing the truth and decided to speak candidly. "So, by your reasoning, we should be grateful to the fifth sister?" The dark-faced elder said, his anger morphing into a bitter laugh. "Regardless of how you perceive it, I assure you I harbor no ill will towards anyone. Please, do not force my hand," the young woman said, her delicate features slightly contorted, as she lifted the heavenly thunder once more. At that moment, Han Li suddenly bestowed a faint smile upon the woman and remarked, "The heavenly thunder child is indeed a remarkable treasure." No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred and vanished from sight. The fifth sister, quick-witted as she was, immediately contemplated shaking her wrist upon witnessing this scene. However, a gentle breeze swept toward her, and she felt a sudden constriction around her wrist as Han Li, like a specter, materialized behind her and seized her jade wrist. "This item is far too perilous. I shall take it upon myself to safeguard it." Without hesitation, Han Li forcefully extracted the heavenly thunder child from her grasp and casually tossed it into his storage pouch. Seeing her greatest reliance so easily dismantled by Han Li, the fifth sister's complexion turned a ghastly shade of pale, momentarily forgetting to struggle, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. "She is your sworn sister. I leave her in your care. As long as she divulges what she knows about the Black Fiend sect, you may deal with her as you see fit. However, I trust you won't be foolish enough to let her return to alert them," Han Li remarked, casting a significant glance at the remaining members of the Mengshan Five Friends. His demeanor relaxed. Then, with a flash of white light from his hand, he swiftly sealed the woman's true essence, rendering her incapable of using her powers. Subsequently, without any reservations, Han Li retrieved the box from the young woman's embrace, lightly tossing her to the young man, who still appeared somewhat dazed. "Thank you, Senior Han." The dark-faced elder expressed his gratitude, fully aware that Han Li's actions had granted them an immense favor. Han Li merely waved his hand in silence, summoning several yellow talismans that he casually retracted, dismantling the soundproof barrier he had discreetly set up, before gradually disappearing into the darkness. "Brother, what shall we do now?" The second brother, his expression a mixture of complexity, quietly inquired of the dark-faced elder while observing Han Li's retreating figure. "First, we should take the fifth sister back inside and secure her. We can decide her fate after we conclude our actions tonight," the elder contemplated before responding. "That seems prudent. At the very least, it allows everyone time to gather their thoughts." The second brother nodded in agreement. Turning to the young man still cradling the young woman, he instructed, "Fourth brother, please take the fifth sister back to the house." The young man, still bewildered, nodded and turned to carry the woman towards Qingyin courtyard. Observing the young man's forlorn silhouette, the second brother sighed, a look of compassion crossing his face. At that moment, the middle-aged woman approached, asking, "Is the fourth brother all right? He has always been devoted to the fifth girl." However, the middle-aged woman shook her head repeatedly, her expression one of sympathy. "I had high hopes for them, but now it seems impossible." The elder suddenly displayed a fatigued demeanor. The recent series of upheavals had left this typically resolute man feeling utterly drained. The eldest members of the Mengshan Five Friends lamented for some time. "Wait, is the fourth brother the only one taking the fifth sister back?" The elder suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. "Indeed, brother. Is there something amiss?" "It is rare for you to think so." The second brother was initially taken aback by the inquiry, but soon his expression shifted to one of enlightened concern. Without uttering another word, the two hurriedly made their way to Qingyin courtyard, leaving behind a middle-aged woman who wore a perplexed expression. Within Qingyin courtyard, a young man sat alone on a chair in the living room, lost in thought. Before him stood a black-faced elder and a tall, slender man, both exchanging glances. The young woman had long since vanished. The second brother, the fifth sister, is still under the restrictions set by our senior. She cannot go far. You must pursue her at once. I will go and apologize to Senior Han and ask for his assistance. We cannot allow the fifth sister to return and inform the Black Shajia of our movements. If she refuses to cooperate, or if someone comes to her aid, we must take decisive action. The elder spoke in a grave tone. Understood, brother. The second brother was momentarily startled, but quickly recognized that this was not the time for compassion. He nodded solemnly and hurried out. Fourth brother, you cough. The elder turned to glance at the young man after the slender man had left, but upon seeing his absent-minded demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy and could only sigh before seeking out Hanli. It matters not. If she has fled, then so be it. If your second brother cannot catch her, there is no need to pursue further. To the elder's surprise, Hanli did not display any signs of panic upon hearing that the young woman had escaped from the Qin residence. Instead, he spoke in a nonchalant manner. Since Hanli had said so, the elder, despite his lingering doubts, had no choice but to return. Shortly thereafter, the second brother returned with a pale face, confirming that he had indeed failed to catch the fifth sister. Fortunately, Hanli's prior remarks alleviated their concerns regarding his anger. Meanwhile, in a particularly secluded alley of Yujing City, a slender figure stumbled southward, illuminated faintly by the moonlight. It was the young woman, the fifth sister, her expression fraught with anxiety. As she ran, she frequently glanced over her shoulder, fear etched across her face, as if expecting someone to appear at any moment. Although her powers had been largely sealed by Hanli, she was fortunate that her spiritual awareness remained intact. Realizing that no one was following her, she felt a measure of relief. This was all thanks to the concealment talisman he had given her when he allowed her to escape, enabling her to reach this point. Not long after her escape, she spotted the slender man soaring above, but fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to use the talisman just in time to evade detection. At this moment, her second brother was either pursuing her in another direction or had returned to the Qin residence, granting her the audacity to run recklessly through the alley. Her destination was a secret stronghold of the Black Shajia in the South District, where she hoped to relay Han Li's whereabouts and detailed information to her superiors, thus earning herself significant merit. In doing so, she would be one step closer to realizing her dream of foundation establishment. In those bygone days, she, along with several other commendable outer disciples of the Black Shaman sect, was utterly captivated after witnessing the enigmatic leader's miraculous ability to assist Qi refinement practitioners in establishing their foundation. Thus, they swiftly pledged their allegiance to the Black Shaman sect, harboring the hope that one day, through their accumulated merits, they might receive the leader's benevolence to aid them in reaching the foundational stage. From her perspective, most outer disciples willingly serving the Black Shaman sect shared this ambition, which led her to firmly believe that her choice was far from erroneous. After all, given her aptitude, she had essentially reached her limits in cultivation. To ascend further, even to the foundational stage, there were no alternative paths available. As for her sworn brothers and sisters, although they felt a twinge of regret, they acknowledged that having embarked on this path, they could only sever all ties of affection. Should they be captured, their fate, whether to be blood sacrificially offered or resubjugated, would depend on the whims of their superiors. She had no intention of pleading for them. Henceforth, her resolve was to live solely for herself. As she contemplated this fervently in her heart, indulging in dreams of establishing her foundation, her steps seemed to lighten considerably. In the distance, she spotted the street corner of the Southern District, and a surge of joy compelled her to quicken her pace. However, she suddenly felt a damp sensation beneath her nose. Curious, she reached up to wipe it away, only to be met with a jolt of horror as her face contorted in fright. 5 pristine fingers were smeared with a viscous, dark red liquid. What is this? In a state of panic, she hastily attempted to wipe away the black blood with her sleeve, but at that moment, the flow of blood from her nose surged forth as if a dam had burst. In an instant, black blood began to pour from her eyes and ears as well. The young woman felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, she was engulfed in an icy chill. Devoid of warmth in her heart, yearning to scream for help, yet her throat was parched, and no sound escaped her lips. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. Before long, she was irrevocably enveloped in darkness. The following morning, passers-by would curiously discover an inexplicable pool of blackened blood at the site, compelling them to circumvent the area, attracting a fair share of speculation. At the moment of the young woman's demise, Han Li was within his abode, meticulously inspecting all his magical artifacts and talismans, preparing for departure. Once he had organized everything, he gazed out at the crescent moon, a tinge of solitude gracing his features, and murmured softly to himself, "It should be about time. The poison must be taking effect." With a quiet sigh, Han Li exited his dwelling, heading towards the Qingyin courtyard. His suspicion regarding the fifth sister had already taken root when he was detoxifying the 5 friends from Mengshan. Although she too had been afflicted by the same poison, its potency was markedly milder than that of the other 3. In all likelihood, it would not prove fatal. Conversely, the blood curse she bore had proven exceedingly arduous for Han Li to eradicate. This indicated that the young woman had been under the blood curse for a considerable duration. Otherwise, it would not have left such profound traces in her consciousness. With a vigilant mindset, Han Li had deliberately placed a minor restriction while lifting the blood curse from the young woman, as a precautionary measure. The function of this restraint is quite straightforward. It temporarily concentrates the residual potency of the 2 antidotes ingested within a specific area of the user's body, capable of transforming into an exceedingly lethal poison at a moment's notice. These 2 elixirs are known as the impermanence pills, serving both as holy medicines for detoxification and, through particular techniques, as means of conversion into poison. They are among the spoils retained by Han Li. On this night, Han Li covertly summoned several members of the Mengshan 5 friends, allowing them to witness firsthand the truth of this woman acting as an informant before he subdued her, deftly employing his spiritual power to seal several points on her body. This sealing not only restrained the majority of her magical energy, but also triggered the latent restraint. Unless Han Li were to undo it shortly, the woman would meet a silent demise akin to the earlier scene, leaving no trace behind. Han Li harbored ambivalence regarding whether to take her life, weighed down by the feelings for the Mengshan 5 friends. However, he was resolute that she must not disclose any connection between the Qin residents and themselves. This was his bottom line. The activation of the restraint was merely a precautionary measure, and he had not anticipated it would prove so useful. Thus, when confronted with the report from the stern-faced elder, Han Li remained remarkably composed, betraying no signs of panic. Indeed, had this woman remained a captive within the Qin residence, Han Li would have suppressed the activation of the restraint on her behalf. However, now that she had escaped, regardless of whether the Mengshan 5 friends had aided her, the fact that she had vanished from this world ensured that she would divulge no information to the Blackshaw sect. Moreover, he had rendered the Mengshan 5 friends a significant favor, which would undoubtedly benefit him in subduing these individuals. Upon arriving at the Qingyin courtyard, the elder and his companions, though weary, were nonetheless prepared and awaited Han Li's arrival. "Let us depart," Han Li declared decisively upon entering the room. Under the cloak of night, the Exionwang residence loomed like an immense beast, intimidating any would-be thieves contemplating mischief. Tonight, however, Han Li and his companions employed cloaking spells to stealthily infiltrate the premises. Although the residents had been in an uproar all day due to the inexplicable disappearance of the esteemed Elder Wu by the late hour. Apart from a few guards and sentinels, most occupants had retired early to sleep, indulging in sweet dreams. Inside the estate, Han Li swiftly located a night watchman, employing a mind-controlling technique to extract the locations of the steward and the young prince's quarters before incapacitating him with a single strike. He then addressed the other 4, stating, "Among these 2, the young prince possesses the weakest cultivation. We shall commence with him and deal with the steward afterward." The Mengshan 4 friends were taken aback to discover that the individuals affiliated with the Blackshaw sect were indeed from the Exionwang residence. Naturally, they raised no objections to Han Li's plan, nodding in agreement. For these cultivators, although the young prince was of royal blood, his identity as a core disciple of the Blackshaw sect rendered him far more formidable. Thus, the group silently approached the young prince's residence, a modest 3-story building. Noticing several guards nearby, concerned that a scuffle might draw them into the fray, the Mengshan 4 friends preemptively subdued the guards before Han Li could make a move. Han Li observed their adept skills with a nod of approval, thinking that some of his subordinates were indeed quite impressive. Having learned from the guards that the young prince resided on the highest 3rd floor, Han Li instructed them not to ascend, but to take positions around the vicinity. Should the young prince prove elusive and slip from Han Li's grasp, they would be poised to intercept him, thus buying Hanli precious time. To avoid alarming the steward residing at the opposite end of the estate, Hanli conjured a vast soundproof barrier, enveloping an area of several dozen paces around the small building. Only then did Hanli gently ascend to the third floor, swiftly entering the attic. As the four friends of Mengshan anxiously gazed at the third level of the small building, their eyes unblinking, a figure rapidly darted out from within. Startled, they realized it was Hanli, and their hearts eased, though they were left perplexed. Had this esteemed Han achieved success so swiftly? Yet, where was the young prince? Hanli descended from the floor with a grim expression and, upon seeing the four gathered, furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is no one upstairs. Only a puppet transformed by illusion. It seems he must have left for some reason." This revelation left the others exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Perhaps the fifth sister informed him, prompting an early departure, or there may be a trap. The middle-aged woman expressed her concern. Impossible. If they had indeed set a trap, they would have sprung it as soon as we entered, when we were entirely unprepared, Hanli replied, shaking his head in denial. Hearing this, the others exhaled in relief but instinctively surveyed their surroundings, confirming that no unusual activity was afoot. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we retreat for now and act another day?" The second in command hesitated. "Let us first locate the steward. If he is also absent, we shall cancel today's operation and withdraw immediately," Hanli said coldly. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the four friends of Mengshan exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Hanli dispelled the barrier with a few deft gestures and stealthily made his way toward the other side of the prince's residence, closely followed by the others. Though the steward's quarters were not as grand as the young prince's attic, it was still a modest courtyard reserved for his sole use. As they approached, Hanli noticed a faint light emanating from one of the rooms, indicating that the steward had yet to retire for the night. Hanli raised an eyebrow, sensing that this time he would not return empty-handed. Signaling to his companions to remain concealed and vigilant, he immediately employed the newly learned technique of the nameless breath-concealing spell, causing his spiritual energy to dissipate entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. With a few subtle movements, Hanli suddenly appeared at the base of the wall in the brightly lit room, pressing his ear closely against it. Due to the peculiar impression left by Chief Steward Wang on Hanli, he refrained from carelessly extending his spiritual sense to eavesdrop on the happenings within the room, fearful of being detected. However, after merely a brief moment of listening, his expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly retreated, concealing himself behind a massive flowering tree. This scene astonished the four friends of Mengshan, who were observing closely, but soon they heard Han Li's voice cautioning them. "Be careful, that young prince is also inside. Let us act according to the situation." This immediately sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to hold their breaths in unison and cautiously gaze at the door, wary of making any sound. With a creaking sound, the door opened. A young man clad in a light green brocade robe emerged. It was indeed the young prince from the Xian Wangfu. He softly exchanged a few words with someone inside before stepping into the courtyard, after which the door closed automatically behind him. Soon, the light from the paper windows flickered a few times before extinguishing entirely, indicating that those within were settling down for rest. Hanli observed the young prince's every move with a stoic expression. To his puzzlement, there was still no discernible aura of magical power emanating from the prince. Nevertheless, the subtle sense of danger he felt was unmistakable, suggesting he was indeed a disciple of the Blackshaw sect, perhaps due to still being within his own residence. The young prince did not hasten to return, but instead languidly stretched like an ordinary person, gazing up at the bright moon, and suddenly sighed. He then began to pace back and forth in the small courtyard, wearing a troubled expression, as if grappling with some pressing dilemma. It seemed he would not be leaving any time soon, much to the dismay of the four friends of Mengshan. Now was certainly not the time to act. As Chief Steward Wang was nearby, any skirmish would surely awaken him, leading to significant trouble. The best course of action was to wait until the young prince returned to his quarters and then strike individually. Fortunately, being cultivators, they possessed enough patience to remain hidden without revealing any flaws. After what felt like the duration of a meal, the young prince finally ceased his pacing and exited the courtyard, bringing a sense of relief to the ambushers. However, the next scene unfolded in a manner that left them astonished and filled with rage. As the young prince stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly performed a trick akin to an illusion, swiftly producing a set of garments from seemingly nowhere and changing into them in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red figure shrouded in a mask, resembling the very person who had instructed them to assassinate Han Li. Though the elders were seething with fury, they understood the gravity of the situation and restrained themselves from acting impulsively. It was only now that they truly believed Han Li's words, realizing they had not misidentified their target. The newly garbed young prince exuded a faint aura of malevolence and displayed a notable fluctuation of magical power. Appearing to be at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage, he did not return to his residence, but instead cast a blood-red, elongated magical artifact into the air, then vanished in a flash, soaring into the sky on his flying instrument. Witnessing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Han Li's eyes. Immediately, he transmitted a message to the other four: follow him closely, regardless of where he goes, and capture him midway. The four companions of the Mengshan, upon hearing Han Li's command, eagerly took to their flying instruments to pursue. Meanwhile, Han Li, who remained behind to monitor Steward Wang, intentionally lingered for a while. Noticing that there was still no unusual activity within the house, he hesitated momentarily, but, feeling uneasy, he summoned his spirit wind boat and followed after them. The speed of Han Li's spirit wind boat was incomparable to that of the instruments wielded by the four companions, and within moments, he traced their lingering spiritual energy markers to the sky above a dilapidated temple outside the city of Yuejing. The four companions were hovering in midair, looking somewhat disheveled and anxiously circling, appearing indecisive. Upon seeing Han Li, they immediately approached him with expressions of delight. "What happened?" Han Li inquired. His brow furrowed at the sight. "We chased him here, and just as we were about to act, that wretched brat seemed to have sensed our presence and suddenly darted into this decrepit temple. It appears to be protected by some sort of formation. We attempted to break in but suffered a bit of a setback and quickly retreated, fearing there might be other ambushes inside," explained the elderly man with a dark complexion. Sensing Han Li's displeasure, "A formation?" Han Li felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. He was equally unskilled in the art of formations. However, before these individuals, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Let me take a look." With that, he activated his heavenly eye technique and peered down intently. Indeed, he discerned peculiar fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the dilapidated temple. Yet, upon closer inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. It was merely a very simple falling rock formation, one of the most basic earth element formations. Although it posed some challenge to loose cultivators and those in the Qi refinement stage, for Han Li, despite not knowing the exact method to dismantle it, he realized that this level of minor formation could be easily shattered with sheer brute force. With this thought in mind, Han Li silently reached into his storage bag, and with a simultaneous flourish of his hands, four towering beast-shaped puppets materialized before him. This sight instinctively caused the dark-faced elder and the others to take a few steps back, recalling their previous encounters with Han Li's puppetry. Disregarding their astonishment, Han Li maneuvered the puppets, instructing them to open their mouths wide as several massive beams of light, each as thick as a bowl, shot directly towards the temple. Just as the beams were about to strike, a thin, enormous light barrier materialized above the temple, semicircular in shape and radiating a faint yellow glow, completely enveloping the small structure. The beams collided with the barrier. Instantly, the yellow shield rippled like gentle waves, trembling as it resisted the onslaught. At that moment, Han Li raised his hand without hesitation, releasing a pair of black dragons that surged forth, expanding to a size of nearly 10 feet before crashing down onto the barrier. A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the barrier ultimately could not withstand the successive powerful attacks, completely collapsing. With the dissolution of the falling rock formation, the four companions of Mengshan gasped in astonishment. To shatter the formation solely through brute force signifies a profound understanding among them. It indicates that Han Li's offensive power must exceed several times that of the formation's protective shield. Otherwise, a typical attack would be effortlessly neutralized by the formation's ingenious restrictive principles. The four friends of Mount Ming had recently suffered a setback within this formation, prompting them to regard the falling stone array with newfound respect. "We must not allow this individual to escape," Han Li declared, his expression as frigid as frost. At that moment, the four companions of Mount Ming were thoroughly convinced by Han Li and promptly charged forward. However, just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind Han Li and his companions. "Are you looking for me?" This temple merely serves as a temporary stronghold for our sect, and now it is devoid of any presence. The voice startled the 4 friends of Mount Ming, nearly causing them to tumble from their magical apparatuses. They hurriedly turned around, only to find their faces drained of color. Hovering several dozen feet above them was the very prince they had been pursuing, accompanied by another similarly attired, gaunt individual. Surrounding them were more than a dozen masked figures cloaked in black, clearly the controlled outer disciples of the Blackshaw sect, akin to those encountered by the 4 friends before. Yet, the most striking figure was a robust, bald man with no eyebrows, emanating a menacing aura, his blood-red attire failing to conceal his fierce countenance. This man was also a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, akin to Hanli. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over the 4 friends of Mount Ming. Hanli heard the prince's voice, and his expression slightly shifted, paling momentarily. However, as he gradually turned around, his demeanor returned to normal, revealing no trace of panic. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips as he cast a glacial gaze upon the members of the Blackshaw sect and the bald Foundation establishment practitioner. Han Li's composure had a calming effect on the 4 friends, instilling a bit of reassurance within them. After exchanging glances, they instinctively propelled themselves toward Han Li's side, ready to confront the adversaries. "It's you. Aren't you from the Qin family? A Foundation establishment cultivator?" the prince exclaimed, astonished upon recognizing Han Li's visage. The gaunt figure beside him, though silent, shared a look of equal surprise. Only the bald man maintained a steadfast gaze on Han Li, his expression turning solemn as he spoke. "Be cautious. This person is a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing my own level. We may need to set the Black Wind Array in motion to capture him." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the prince displayed no signs of worry. Instead, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his features as he inquired, "Lord Blood's servant, if this person is offered as a blood sacrifice to the sect leader, the effects should be even more potent, correct?" The bald man chuckled in response. "Indeed. The previous Foundation establishment cultivators we captured were all at the initial stage. This individual's essence must surely be far superior." From the mouth of the bald giant came a confirmation, and the young prince greedily glanced back at Han Li, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Regardless of your motives and origins, do not expect to leave this place alive today. Unleash the Black Wind formation and take action." After his laughter subsided, the young prince's countenance turned icy as he barked the command. Instantly, the cloaked figures drew forth dark banners as black as ink, swiftly encircling Han Li and his companions, and began to wave the flags vigorously. "You need only focus on your defense. I will handle the rest." Han Li calmly instructed the 4 friends of Meng Shan. Then his figure became a blur and vanished from sight in an instant. "Be careful," the bald giant exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically upon witnessing Han Li's disappearance, but it was too late. Han Li reappeared behind one of the black-clad individuals, who was swinging his banner. The cultivator froze in place, and without warning, his head rolled away, blood erupting from the neck and splattering onto the ground. Meanwhile, the last syllable of the bald giant's shout had barely escaped his lips. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of the other flag-bearing cultivators, who were still pondering how to respond when Han Li materialized behind another, executing the same swift maneuver, resulting in yet another decapitation. At this moment, the remaining black-clad cultivators dared not hesitate any longer. They ceased their flag-waving and summoned colorful protective shields and various defensive artifacts. However, in the blink of an eye, 2 more black-clad figures who had not activated their protective measures fell victim to Han Li's ruthless strikes, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. "You little brat, seeking death," the bald giant roared, his eyes glowing with a sinister red hue as he unleashed a blood-colored radiance, charging towards Han Li with astonishing speed. Han Li regarded the oncoming giant, enveloped in the sanguine glow, and glanced at the black-clad figures who had activated their shields, their expressions filled with horror. Without hesitation, he vanished and reappeared several dozen feet away beside the 4 friends of Meng Shan. The giant, having missed his target, let out a beastly roar and, undeterred, turned to pounce again towards Han Li and his companions, seemingly without summoning any artifacts. Observing this, the second member of the 4 friends of Meng Shan sensed an opportunity. He raised his hand and silently launched a green-tinted trident directly at the giant's face. Seeing the artifact approach, the bald giant's face twisted into a sinister grin. He did not slow down, but instead charged straight ahead to meet it. The tall and slender second member rejoiced, exclaiming, "This fellow is in for a world of trouble. My artifact is among the finest of the upper tier. It will surely bring him down." Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. Gasping in disbelief, upon encountering the blood-red light emanating from the three-edged weapon, it seemed as if the crimson glow was alive, suddenly enveloping the artifact and trapping it within its grasp, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic attempts. "Ha ha! How dare you flaunt such a trifling object?" The burly man bellowed with laughter, extending a blood-red hand to seize the three-edged weapon with force. With a swift motion, he caused the artifact to lose all its verdant energy, as if it had been utterly rendered useless. At this moment, not only did the four friends from Mount Meng exhibit expressions of great fear, but even Han Li felt a jolt of trepidation in his heart. It was evident that the bald man was not practicing an ordinary form of cultivation. He was most likely wielding a high-level demonic technique akin to that of the young master from the Ghost Spirit sect. The bald man was not inclined to allow Han Li and the others time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, raising a massive blood-red fist to strike down upon the protective barrier conjured by the four friends. With a resounding crash, the combined shield of the four Qi refinement stage cultivators was deeply dented by this single blow, losing much of its luster. The countenance of the four friends shifted dramatically. Such a formidable strike would surely turn any ordinary defensive artifact into scrap metal. "Elder, what do you think?" The anxious old man with the dark complexion turned to Han Li, hoping for a way to thwart the oncoming assault. After all, with an attack of this magnitude, their unified barrier could not withstand many more hits. Without uttering a word, Han Li raised his hand, and a small shield radiating dazzling white light flew forth, expanding several-fold as it positioned itself steadfastly in front of the barrier, perfectly meeting the bald man's other blood-red fist. The sound of a piercing impact reverberated through the air, causing nearby cultivators, caught off guard, to stagger unsteadily as if about to fall. The four friends from Mount Meng also found themselves momentarily dazed, while the only two who remained unfazed were Han Li and the bald man. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized the white phosphorus shield. Although it had absorbed the force of the punch, its once smooth surface now bore a slight dent, leaving him internally alarmed. He was acutely aware of the shield's durability, and his wariness toward the hulking man intensified. Resolving to act, Han Li swiftly tapped his storage pouch. Instantly, 2 streaks of black light and 6 beams of golden light shot forth, unreservedly targeting the bald man. The overwhelming momentum generated by such a multitude of high-level artifacts caught the bald man off guard, momentarily revealing a hint of fear upon his face. With a ferocious yell, the crimson radiance surrounding him surged dramatically, enveloping his form entirely and transforming him into a colossal mass of bloodlight, hovering in the air, motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li's golden flea motherblade and the black dragon's claw struck mercilessly, leading to an occurrence that left Han Li feeling perplexed. Regardless of how fiercely his magical weapon struck at the luminous orb, there was not the slightest hint of disturbance within. Once the weapon pierced approximately half a foot into the orb, it could advance no further, as an impenetrable barrier thwarted all assaults. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Han Li suddenly recalled a crucial matter and swiftly scanned his surroundings. What he beheld ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Those cloaked figures, under the command of the young prince and the masked individual suspected to be the steward, had regrouped, continuing to encircle them while fervently waving their ominous black flags. These flags emitted a haunting wail, enveloped in a strange, swirling black mist. This scene reminded Han Li of the relentless Qingyang demon fire he had encountered at the Spirit Stone Mine, its summoning ritual eerily similar. Han Li would not allow them to succeed. With this thought, he pointed his hand, summoning the white phosphorus shield back to him, and without further ado, thrust it into the hands of the black-faced elder, coldly stating, "I shall borrow this for a moment. I will deal with the others first." With that, Han Li's figure flickered, and he appeared outside the protective barrier. The several magical weapons that had been chaotically stabbing at the blood-red orb whistled as they autonomously returned to Han Li's side, hovering around him while emitting a low hum. In the third volume, Chapter 308, A Display of Skill, Han Li glanced at the magical weapons beside him, suddenly reaching into his storage bag and retrieving 3 identical red flying forks. He gently tossed them outward, transforming them into 3 streaks of red light that raced toward a particular cloaked cultivator. This set of fiery flying forks was spoils of war that Han Li had scavenged from an unfortunate foe during the battle with the blood spider, possessing considerable power. Moreover, due to their set nature, they were easier to manipulate, prompting Han Li to keep them. He then pointed at the other magical weapons, and with a resonant cry, 2 dark lights and 6 golden lights shot forth in various directions. At that moment, the true terrifying aspect of Han Li's grand transformation technique was revealed, as he manipulated so many magical weapons with impeccable precision. The flag-bearing cultivator, witnessing the onslaught of elite magical weapons approaching him, displayed an expression of sheer terror. Abandoning any notion of confrontation, in haste, he hurled the black flag toward the 3 streaks of red light and attempted to maneuver away. But as the black flag twisted amidst the red lights, it erupted into a burst of black light, shattering into fragments. The 3 streaks of red light showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly reaching the cultivator and striking fiercely against his protective shield. Alas, a mere low-tier shield of a chi-refining cultivator could not withstand the combined force of 3 elite magical weapons. The shield barely held for a moment before emitting a crisp cracking sound and dissipating into nothingness. In the despairing gaze of the cultivator, the 3 streaks of red light encircled him, and with a soft whoosh, he transformed into a massive fireball, reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the 2 dark lights and 6 golden lights that followed swiftly targeted 2 other cultivators, effortlessly shattering their defensive artifacts and shields, severing them in twain. In this moment, the other cultivators were thrown into a state of panic, their prior plans for elaborate formations abandoned in favor of self-preservation. The majority immediately turned to flee into the skies, while a few audacious and somewhat dim-witted practitioners unleashed their prized magical artifacts, hoping to desperately fend off Han Li's onslaught. Alas, Han Li had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle. He advanced with unrelenting force. Dozens of golden, black, and crimson lights surged forward, overwhelming any magical artifacts they encountered, rendering them utterly powerless against such an assault, and shattering them into countless fragments that vanished from existence. Naturally, their wielders did not escape unscathed. Han Li effortlessly dispatched them as well. At this juncture, the only ones who remained, aside from the several hundred zhang distance fled by the black-clad cultivators, were the young prince, who wore an expression of disbelief, and the masked figure beside him. Presumably the royal steward. The so-called Black Wind formation had failed to exert any power, having been preemptively dismantled by Han Li's foresight. Han Li's gaze shifted toward the prince and his companion, prompting both to inwardly lament their predicament as they instinctively adopted defensive stances. A faint black light emanated from their forms, shrouding them and imbuing their presence with an aura of ominousness. Playing tricks, Han Li scoffed. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their technique, it was evidently akin to that of the burly man's demonic arts. However, he was puzzled as to why they radiated black light rather than the crimson hue of the man. Was it a consequence of their differing cultivation levels? Han Li pondered with some confusion. Unbeknownst to him, the young prince and his companion were inwardly lamenting their dire circumstances. Han Li's cultivation and the sharpness of his artifacts far surpassed their initial calculations. They had encountered Foundation establishment cultivators before. Yet Han Li's prowess was incomparable to that of the sect's other Foundation establishment leaders. It was unlikely that even 2 or 3 of those leaders could contend with him. The speed at which he moved, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as well as his uncanny ability to manipulate over a dozen artifacts simultaneously, were phenomena they had never witnessed. It now appeared that even the blood servant might not be his match, despite the latter seemingly employing some arcane technique. Though the 2 held a certain confidence in their superiority over other chi refinement practitioners, they were not so arrogant as to believe that their combined strength could stand against Han Li. Thus, even as they activated their secret techniques, they found themselves retreating cautiously rather than advancing. In stark contrast, the 4 friends from Mengshan were left stupefied by Han Li's display of might. While they were aware of his formidable strength, they had no frame of reference to gauge the extent of his power. However, witnessing him single-handedly eliminate 5 or 6 cultivators of similar cultivation levels in an instant, while the rest fled in terror, was a revelation. Such cultivation, such techniques. It left them thoroughly convinced. Han Li took a deep breath, intending to seize both the young prince and the steward in one decisive strike. Suddenly, A primal roar filled with ferocity erupted from a blood-red light nearby, resonating with an inexplicable madness. The young prince and his companion exchanged glances of surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn. Disregarding the two before him, he hastily rummaged through his storage bag, producing a delicate magical artifact. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the blood-red light. A small yellow bell, released from Han Li's hand, expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal copper bell towering 5 or 6 zhang high. This was the Zhitian bell, a trophy obtained from the cultivator Xianlu of the Hidden Moon sect, which had once ensnared the fearsome blood spider beneath its weight, showcasing its formidable power. With a resounding crash, the bell accurately captured the bizarrely morphing blood-red light, silencing any further roars. Witnessing this, the young prince and his companion, who had just shown signs of delight, fell into a stunned silence. Could the esteemed Blood Knight truly be captured so easily? Han Li turned to them, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, and then simultaneously raised both hands. In an instant, countless fireballs surged forth from his palms, filling the air like a torrential downpour, turning the sky crimson. This spectacle startled the young prince and his companion, prompting them to swiftly release defensive disc-shaped artifacts to shield themselves. A cacophony of deafening explosions ensued, leaving the young prince dizzy and disoriented. The sheer number of fireballs was overwhelming, with a few breaking through and striking the prince directly, scattering his protective dark energy. The young prince, now in a disheveled state, was filled with both fear and fury. He understood that such a tremendous display could only result from a multitude of talismans being unleashed simultaneously. As the barrage of fireballs finally ceased, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing him to jerk sideways in alarm. To his horror, he beheld the once lean, masked figure standing nearby, now devoid of its dark aura. Powerless in Han Li's grasp, blood streaming from its side, leaving only a single arm intact. This sight sent a chill through the young prince, instilling a true sense of dread at the thought of Han Li's overwhelming strength, and he inwardly cursed the ineptitude of the Blood Knight. Han Li's icy gaze met that of the young prince as he unceremoniously tore away the masked figure's veil, revealing the steward of the Exine Wang residence. The steward's previously gaunt features were now twisted in agony from the loss of his arm. "This is impossible. How could you capture him? Our protective dark energy is not so easily breached," the young prince exclaimed, exhaling sharply. Yet, in an instant he raised his hands, unleashing a flurry of dark projectiles that shot towards Han Li in a fleeting blink. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's otherwise stoic face. With a swift motion of his hand, a dark, shield-like object materialized before him. The relentless black beams struck against it, producing nothing more than a dull thud without any discernible effect. The young prince, startled, focused intently and discovered that the shield was, in fact, an enormous turtle shell, entirely black and devoid of luster, evidently forged through some arcane process. At this sight, the young prince's eyes glinted with cunning, enveloped in a surge of dark energy. He suddenly propelled himself backward like a bolt of lightning. He then turned, intending to flee as the other escaping cultivators had done. However, as one of his essential targets, Han Li would not allow him to escape so easily. With a mere flicker, Han Li appeared directly in front of the young prince, raising his hand to summon a massive azure sword that emerged from thin air, descending upon the young prince without mercy. Upon witnessing this, the young prince felt a surge of delight within. His protective, malevolent energy was known to corrupt various magical artifacts, and he had no concern that the massive sword could harm him. Rather, he saw this as an opportunity to cloak his escape. With this thought, the ascending young prince aimed to soar directly over Han Li's head. "Don't engage, evade!" The steward, enduring excruciating pain, shouted loudly, attempting to warn the young prince. Clearly, his warning came too late. Despite instinctively shifting to avoid the azure sword's edge, the blade unexpectedly altered its trajectory, gliding smoothly past his legs, severing his protective black energy as if it were nothing. Consequently, with his legs effortlessly sliced away, the young prince let out a scream and promptly fainted. Accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, the young prince, though cunning, had never endured such hardship and could not withstand the agony of losing his legs. This scene startled Han Li, who initially feared that the azure sword had inadvertently killed him after lying dormant for so long. However, upon discerning the situation, Han Li felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he hoisted the unconscious figure and flew towards the four friends of Mengshan. Elated by his victory, Han Li found himself perplexed. Given the dangerous aura exuded by the young prince and the steward from the outset, he had anticipated a far more formidable challenge. Yet, capturing them had proven surprisingly effortless. Could it be that his innate sense had misled him? Shaking his head in confusion, Han Li pondered the anomaly. Meanwhile, the remaining black-clad cultivators, witnessing the scene, recognized that lingering here was futile. Exchanging glances, they began to disperse, vanishing from sight in an instant. Han Li had no intention of pursuing them. They were merely peripheral figures, akin to the four friends of Mengshan, unworthy of his effort to chase down. As he mused, he returned to the four friends of Mengshan, casually tossing his two captives aside and stating coolly, "Tend to their wounds and extract information from them." The young man and the second elder of the four friends promptly stepped forward to catch the two, not daring to exhibit even a moment's hesitation. At this moment, the four friends of Mount Meng regarded Han Li with not merely superficial respect, but with profound awe that stemmed from the depths of their hearts. The display of Han Li's formidable prowess had left an indelible impression on them. "Senior, your mastery of the techniques is truly profound. We, the younger generation, are thoroughly enlightened," the dark-faced elder remarked with utmost reverence. "There's no need for such flattery. It's merely a trivial skill," Han Li replied, feeling a tinge of pride within as he noted their awe-stricken expressions. However, he maintained a facade of humility, which only deepened the mystery surrounding him in the eyes of these four companions. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds echoed through the air, causing Han Li's expression to shift slightly. The four friends of Mount Meng hurriedly turned their gaze, and the middle-aged woman among them, upon realizing the source, instantly displayed a look of panic and pointed towards Han Li, exclaiming, "Senior, look, your magical artifact." Han Li turned around and looked up to see the imposing bell that had ensnared the bald giant. It was resonating with tremendous noise while undergoing an astonishing transformation. With each resounding thud, the bell's walls bulged outward uncontrollably. After a dozen loud crashes, the bell was utterly unrecognizable, scarcely resembling its former self. Worse still, the yellow light emanating from the bronze bell dimmed, and it appeared as though the bald giant inside was on the verge of breaking free. A wave of dread washed over Han Li. Although he could not fathom the reason behind this inexplicable phenomenon, it was evident that the bell could no longer contain its captive. He would need to devise an alternative strategy. With this thought, Han Li withdrew the numerous magical artifacts that had been swirling above his head and unleashed 7 or 8 beast-shaped puppets, aligning them alongside the 4 previously released puppets to form a protective barrier in front of himself and the 4 friends of Mount Meng. Just as he completed this maneuver, an explosive sound erupted, and the magical bell shattered into fragments, from which a grotesque creature emerged with an alarming swiftness. "What is that?" the middle-aged woman gasped in disbelief, while the other 3 companions turned pale, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Han Li, too, could not conceal his shock. The bald giant that had emerged was now completely transformed into a demon. Towering at 2 zhang in height, he bore sharp fangs, with 2 dark, twisted horns protruding from his head, and a long, scaled tail dragging behind him. Even more horrifying were the crimson-black, demonic patterns that adorned his body, obscuring much of his naked form and exuding an aura of malevolence. Though traces of the giant's original features were discernible, his current visage was filled with a savage, bloodthirsty glint, devoid of any semblance of humanity. He cast a cold glance at Han Li and the others before suddenly crouching low and launching himself forward like an arrow. The 4 friends of Mount Meng were seized by panic, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly Han Li's voice rang in their ears, "Deploy the magical artifacts." At his command, the 10 or so beast puppets before him opened their maws wide, unleashing a flurry of beams of light that shot forth in an instant, striking the transformed giant and sending him crashing to the ground with unparalleled swiftness. The 4 friends of Mengshan, upon witnessing this scene, were filled with delight and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their magical artifacts to strike at the fallen brute, hoping to swiftly vanquish this terrifying creature. Unfortunately, their fleeting dream was abruptly shattered as a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the prostrate figure, which then sprang to its feet in a fit of rage, enduring the onslaught of their artifacts without sustaining a single injury. The The eyes of the four friends nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the transformed giant began to whirl its arms like windmills, effortlessly shredding the surrounding magical implements into mere fragments of mundane iron with its razor-sharp fingers. Before the four friends could fully absorb the shock of this display, the monstrous figure's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. It swayed momentarily before appearing, in an uncanny manner, before Han Li and the other's protective barrier, extending a claw to deliver a vicious strike. With a sharp sound, the black-faced elder reacted with remarkable speed, deploying Han Li's phosphorescent shield just in time to intercept the blow. However, the shield bore 5 deep claw marks, and the elder's complexion turned pallid, clearly indicating the depletion of his magical energy. Witnessing this, the giant grinned menacingly and, in a flash, aimed its other claw at the shield. Yet, its expression shifted suddenly. It retracted its claws and crossed its arms defensively in a crisscross formation just as the second beam of light struck, landing squarely upon it. This time, however, the forewarned creature did not topple, but was merely forced back several yards by the sheer force of the impact. The black-faced elder, who had only managed to withstand a single strike, finally caught his breath and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, anxiously advising the remaining 3. The opponent's assault is too fierce. A single person's magic cannot endure for long. We must unite our strength to channel this shield. Upon hearing their elder's words, the remaining members of the four friends wasted no time in placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, collectively channeling their inner spiritual energy into him. Instantly, color returned to the elder's face. The beastly entity, having failed in its previous attempts, grew increasingly agitated. As the beam from the beast puppet dissipated, it lunged forward once more, only to be met again by the phosphorescent shield, which repelled it back to its original position. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brows in concern. Given that this creature could shatter even the celestial bell and withstand the beam from the beast puppet, it was evident that ordinary top-tier magical artifacts were of no use against it. Only the use of talismans could prove effective. Resolving this in his mind, Han Li decisively instructed the four friends, "You must hold off the beast puppet for a while. I require some time to cast a spell." Without waiting for their response, he retrieved a pale green talisman from his storage bag, seated himself cross-legged with solemnity, and closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. Han Li refrained from directly mentioning the talisman, fully aware that, given their backgrounds as independent cultivators, they were likely unfamiliar with such artifacts. And this was neither the time nor place for explanations. His method was executed with such meticulous precision that it was evident to Han Li that he would not tolerate any dissent from the four friends of Mount Meng. This realization was not lost on them, and after exchanging glances, the elderly figure with the dark complexion reluctantly agreed to proceed. Subsequently, the monstrous, transformed brute launched a series of 7 or 8 relentless assaults, each time returning in a state of utter disarray. Although Han Li's white phosphorus shield bore numerous scars from the creature's grasp, it ultimately succeeded, under the guidance of the four friends, in fending off the beast's jade-shattered claws. The subsequent beams of light emitted by over a dozen beast puppets repelled the creature, granting the four friends a much-needed respite. In Volume 3, Chapter 311, The Royal Family, Han Li, drawing upon his mid-foundation cultivation, activated the talisman treasure with an efficiency that far surpassed his previous capabilities during the Qi refinement stage. Moments later, the azure talisman in his hand transformed into a delicate jade ruler, mere inches in size, aglow with a flowing luminescence. At this juncture, the magical prowess of the four friends had reached its limit. Under the relentless grasp of the transformed brute, the white phosphorus shield was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy blow, causing the companions to falter, their features paling to an ashen hue. "Senior, hurry!" the elderly figure with the dark visage exclaimed, having noticed the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from Han Li's talisman, urgency lacing his voice. Han Li, however, had no time to heed the elder's plea. Upon witnessing the brute being repelled by the beams of light, he immediately channeled his entire spiritual energy into the jade ruler. In an instant, the small ruler emitted a dazzling azure radiance, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8. Until in the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical rulers manifested, each reverberating with a resounding hum, swirling around Han Li in a frenetic dance. This astonishing spectacle left the four friends of Mount Meng speechless, as they struggled to believe their own eyes. suspecting they had fallen prey to an illusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li, his expression grave, pointed towards the transformed brute, and an overwhelming torrent of miniature rulers surged forth like a deluge unleashed. Despite the brute's apparent confusion, it seemed to sense the impending threat posed by Han Li's talismanic assault. Fear manifested on its face as it suddenly radiated a crimson light, propelling itself backward like a shooting star, its speed rivaling that of the swiftest vessels. Observing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback as he hesitated. The creature had already covered a distance of over 100 yards, leaving him with only the sight of its retreating figure. With a sigh, Han Li chose not to pursue. Instead, he gestured to summon the jade ruler back, which reformed into the azure talisman, gently descending into his palm. It was not that he wished to leave any threats unaddressed, but rather that the remaining power of the jade ruler was waning. Engaging in a prolonged chase was uncertain at best, and since he had already secured the opportunity to capture a living target, prudence seemed the wiser course. Seeing their formidable adversary retreat in fear, the four friends of Mount Ming felt a collective sense of relief and helped one another to stand. Observing their pallid expressions, Han Li reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a small vial, tossing it to them. "Each of you should take one. It will greatly aid in your recovery," Han Li remarked with a faint smile. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals had indeed rendered assistance during today's battle, and it was only natural for him to express his gratitude, thereby allowing them to perceive that he was not a man of meanness. As anticipated, the four friends of Mengshan exhibited expressions of appreciation. The elder with the dark complexion respectfully took a small vial, gently tipped it, and 4 pills the size of longan appeared in his hand, their fiery red hue and fragrant aroma invigorating the senses. With his vast experience, the elder immediately recognized the extraordinary value of the medicine, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Han Li before consuming it with the others. As soon as the pills entered their stomachs, they transformed into a warm current that dispersed throughout their bodies, alleviating their injuries and filling their hearts with immense joy. "Let us depart. This is no place to linger. If the Black Shaman sect has summoned reinforcements, it will become troublesome," Han Li stated solemnly, glancing at the captured young prince and the chief steward. The four friends of Mengshan had no objections. Thus they unceremoniously tossed the 2 captives into the divine wind boat, and Han Li led the others as they swiftly departed. The skies above the dilapidated temple once again fell into tranquility, with no sign remaining of the fierce battle that had transpired among the cultivators. Han Li and the others returned to the Qin residence without incident, descending directly from the skies to their dwelling. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Han Li made slight adjustments and began interrogating the young prince during the night. Han Li intended to question only the young prince, leaving the chief steward to the four friends of Mengshan, trusting that the seasoned elder would elicit a satisfactory response. Forcing a cultivator to speak the truth may pose a challenge for many, but for Han Li, who possessed a rudimentary understanding of mesmerizing techniques and was well-versed in pharmacology, it was hardly a concern, especially given the significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Although the young prince initially adopted a stance of stubborn silence, after Han Li casually posed his questions, he remained uncooperative, prompting Han Li to unceremoniously administer a vial of potion. The result rendered the prince dazed, his consciousness entrapped in a haze. Subsequently, Han Li employed a common mesmerizing technique, the color illusion, effortlessly seizing control of the young prince's mind. Thereafter, the prince obediently answered all inquiries as if he were a marionette. As Han Li listened to the young prince's account, his expression fluctuated, from initial solemnity and coldness to surprise and astonishment, ultimately settling into a visage of confusion and frustration. Upon confirming that all the secrets hidden within the young prince had been disclosed, Han Li pondered for a moment before retrieving a prepared black pill from his robe. Expressionless as he forced it into the young prince's mouth, then exited the room without a backward glance, heading toward the clear sound courtyard of the four friends of Mengshan. This soul-severing pill would ensure his silent demise. Although Han Li felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of poisoning an unresisting individual, the young prince's actions, practicing demonic arts and sacrificing a dozen cultivators, rendered his death not entirely unjust. Upon reaching the clear sound courtyard, Han Li found the four friends of Mengshan gathered with grave expressions, deliberating the details of the information they had uncovered. They rose to welcome him as he approached the main seat. After Han Li sat down without hesitation, he inquired, "So, What instructions does the esteemed manager Wang have for us? The four friends of Mengshan exchanged glances, and the elder with a dark complexion, being the leader, stood up to respond. Perhaps the senior is already aware that if our companion here is not deceiving us, the situation may be rather intricate. After uttering these words, the elder stole a glance at Han Li, but Han Li's expression remained unchanged, revealing no sign of emotion. The elder hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to continue. From Manager Wang, I have gathered a wealth of information related to the Blackshaw sect. However, only one matter stands out as critically significant and exceedingly perilous. The leader of the Blackshaw sect is, astonishingly, hiding within the imperial palace, and the current mortal emperor of the Yu Kingdom has been completely manipulated by him, reduced to a mere puppet. The palace has effectively become the stronghold of the Blackshaw sect, and the head steward, a eunuch named Li Poyan, is in fact the leader of the sect. It is said he is currently in seclusion, focusing on his cultivation. As the dark-faced elder spoke, his brow furrowed with worry, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, even though cultivators often looked down upon mortals, there remained a certain trepidation regarding the supreme ruler of the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Han Li displayed no change in countenance, but internally he sighed in resignation. His lack of fear towards the emperor stemmed from the understanding that the current royal family of Yu was, in fact, supported by the seven sects. However, this very fact had led to an unspoken rule. Disciples of the seven sects were strictly forbidden from stepping foot within the imperial city, to prevent any one sect from leveraging their power to dominate the royal family, which could adversely affect the others. Thus, for centuries, not a single disciple from the seven sects had been seen within the imperial city. As long as the emperor of Yu did not commit any grave offense against the seven sects, they allowed him complete autonomy. It was likely this very leniency that afforded the Blackshaw sect the opportunity to infiltrate. Han Li had pondered this matter repeatedly after learning the truth from the young prince, yet he remained uncertain about the best course of action. This regulation had persisted for such an extended period, and even if he were to expose the true identity of the Blackshaw sect's leader, who could say whether he would be able to redeem himself for intruding upon the imperial city? It was entirely possible that rather than earning merit, he would face severe repercussions. Such convoluted and frustrating dilemmas had not been uncommon throughout the long history of the seven sects. At times, the authority of certain rules outweighed the righteousness of actions, and transgressing even the slightest measure could invoke Han Li's profound apprehension. He was not keen on becoming a figure who labored yet received no gratitude. Nevertheless, it was quite unexpected for Han Li to have so easily uncovered the true identity of the leader of the Blackshaw sect. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. It was known that even the foundational disciples of the sect had never laid eyes on their leader, nor did they possess any knowledge of his background. The two of them were among the very few who were privy to the identity of the leader of the Blackshaw sect. And this was solely due to the extraordinary connections that both Manager Wang and the young prince had with him. One was the leader's cousin, who had once saved his life. Another individual is the only named disciple, deeply favored and trusted. Such an intimate relationship allows them to discern his true identity. Otherwise, in such a vast city like Jing, it would be improbable for two mere Qi refinement stage disciples to oversee the affairs of this place. In the third volume, Chapter 312, The Secret of Blood Sacrifice, as Han Li pondered, the old man with a black face continued to speak fervently. We cannot ascertain the true cultivation level of the Black Shaman sect's leader, as he is accompanied by formidable blood guardians akin to the four we encountered today. We are certainly no match for them. Thus I advise the senior not to provoke them further and to await reinforcements. Rest assured, this leader of the Black Shaman sect is at most in the late foundation establishment stage, certainly not a core formation cultivator, Han Li interjected with conviction, interrupting the old man's discourse. Upon hearing Han Li's assertion, the black-faced elder was momentarily stunned, then elated, while the others displayed visible relief. Although they were unclear as to why Han Li was so certain, it seemed that since the esteemed Han had said so, it was highly likely to be true. Just moments ago, they were deliberating on the dire consequences should their enemy turn out to be a core formation cultivator, in which case their only recourse would be to flee in disarray. Even if reinforcements from the seven sects arrived, they would scarcely be able to contend with the leader of the Black Shaman sect. Now, with Han Li's declaration, the four friends from Mengshan felt their hearts settle. Could the senior enlighten us further? Our interrogated steward Wang knows nothing of the Black Shaman sect's leader's cultivation. A young man, having recovered significantly from the earlier blow, inquired earnestly, "Fourth brother, what nonsense is this?" The black-faced elder admonished the youth sternly. "Since Senior Han has said so, he surely possesses ample confidence." Han, having listened to their conversation, smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing to keep secret. This information comes from the fact that this leader still requires Foundation establishment cultivators for blood sacrifices to gauge his strength." Han Li's voice was calm and unhurried as he elaborated. "Although our Huangfeng Valley does not delve deeply into demonic arts, we have a certain understanding of blood sacrifices, which are a form of malevolent practice. This method of absorbing the essence of other cultivators to enhance one's own power was once quite common among the demonic sections. It allows a cultivator to significantly increase their magical power in a remarkably short period, thus bypassing much of the arduous meditation. Consequently, there was a time in the cultivation world when even righteous cultivators secretly practiced such techniques." As Han Li spoke, a cold smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of derision, before he continued, "However, this reckless method of cultivation not only requires a ruthless disposition to slaughter numerous other cultivators, but also harbors fatal flaws. It is effective only for those below the Foundation establishment stage, and once a blood sacrifice is made, one is doomed to never attain core formation, remaining forever trapped within the Foundation establishment stage. In the past, many who secretly cultivated blood sacrifice techniques never succeeded in reaching core formation. Even worse, the act of devouring another's magical power through blood sacrifice often leads to backlash, and a misstep can result in the practitioner succumbing to madness and death. The primary reason for the disappearance of such a technique lies in its practice of devouring the essence and blood of others, a behavior that has instilled profound apprehension among other cultivators. Those who comprehended this malevolent art were gradually eradicated by both righteous and demonic sections. However, it was later rumored that the practitioners of the demonic path, unwilling to relinquish such a rapid means of enhancing their cultivation, devised another method, also termed blood sacrifice. This new approach, however, no longer involved the direct consumption of another's essence, but instead targeted the souls and primordial spirits of cultivators. It is said that although the elevation of cultivation through this method is not as swift as the original blood sacrifice, it similarly circumvents the dangers of forming a core and backlash, and thus is referred to as soul sacrifice. The scriptures of our sect mention little about soul sacrifice. It is known that once established, it remains solely in the hands of a select few high-ranking members of the demonic path, ensuring it did not proliferate widely, and thus avoiding the ire of the cultivation world. Moreover, it is rumored that there are numerous restrictions associated with it. Han Li's revelation of such secrets regarding blood sacrifice opened the eyes of the four friends from Mengshan, who were scattered cultivators, and clarified why Han Li was so certain that the leader of the Black Shajia sect was merely at the foundational level of cultivation. It was evident that the method of blood sacrifice employed by the Black Shajia sect was indeed the original technique. While we have gleaned a general understanding of the Black Shajia sect's situation, the escape of the bald man poses a risk. The members of the sect are likely aware of our circumstances and may consider abandoning their stronghold. This shift could turn the tables, rendering our position precarious. Suddenly, the second among them recalled something and voiced his concerns. "That will not happen. The current Black Shajia sect will not flee immediately. I learned from that young prince that the sect leader is presently in a critical period of closed-door cultivation, reliant on a hidden chamber within the royal palace to complete his breakthrough. It is said that he has prepared for this cultivation for several years and will not abandon it midway. They are likely gathering strength and intensifying their defenses against us," Han remarked, his tone laced with mockery towards the Black Shajia sect. Upon hearing this, the four friends from Mengshan felt a surge of spirit and displayed faint excitement. "Senior, what should we do next?" they asked, testing the waters once the cold-faced elder had calmed down. "There is nothing to be done below. We shall await reinforcements in silence. Although the enemy is aware of our appearance, they remain oblivious to our hiding place. Furthermore, the individuals managing affairs in Yuejing are the two captives we hold. Even if the Black Shajia sect were to seek us out, they would struggle to deploy effective personnel. Nevertheless, everyone must exercise caution and refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Let us remain within the estate and recuperate. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall deliberate further," Han Li said, rubbing his nose with one hand, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. The enigmatic expression on Han Li's face left the others in the room perplexed, enveloped in confusion. The royal city of the Yu Kingdom occupies a fifth of the entire Yuejing, with one-third of its area completely consumed by the resplendent imperial palace. The intricately carved palaces, countless elegantly designed corridors, and vividly adorned gardens filled with exotic flora often lead even the eunuchs and maidservants, who have resided in the palace for years, to amusingly lose their way. The grandeur of the Yu Kingdom's palace is indeed remarkable. It is now the dead of night, and what should typically be bustling with a variety of eunuchs and palace maids has transformed into a fortress-like stronghold, with guards stationed every 5 paces and sentinels every 10. Yet, amidst this vigilant atmosphere, a figure swathed from head to toe in a voluminous cloak strides confidently, brandishing a golden insignia as they navigate through the layers of palace sentinels, approaching a desolate hall deep within the palace. This individual possesses an imposing stature. Gazing at the foreboding entrance, the mysterious figure suddenly sheds the cloak, revealing a large, gleaming bald head. It is the burly man who had escaped from Han Li's grasp. At that moment, he no longer exudes a monstrous aura but has reverted to his original appearance, albeit with a pallid complexion that suggests he is severely drained of vitality. Who goes there? A chilling voice emanates from within the hall, piercing through the heavy doors. It is I, the Ice Demon, the bald man responds curtly, continuing his advance without hesitation until he stands before the grand entrance. Ah, it is the Iron Luo returning from a mission. Yet why do you appear so unsteady? Lacking in vigor? Have you truly suffered a setback despite your claims of being impervious to harm? The icy voice inquires with a hint of surprise, quickly morphing into a tone of schadenfreude. What do you know, you frigid fiend? The adversary I encountered this time was formidable, I dare say. Even together we would have found ourselves in dire straits. Had I not cleverly transformed into a demon, I might well have lost my life there. The bald man retorts with a cold smirk. You resorted to the demon transformation? No wonder you appear so depleted. It seems a fortnight of rigorous cultivation will be necessary before you can regain your former self. Yet, to have been pushed to such lengths. Your opponent must indeed be exceptional. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? The ice demon expresses curiosity. Let me first seek forgiveness from the sect master. I shall recount the tale in detail afterward. Even the sect master's named disciple has fallen into enemy hands. Who knows what punishment awaits me? The bald man replies impatiently. Old Iron, you know as well as I do that we are not like others. We are almost of one mind with the sect master. Surely he would not impose a harsh penalty upon us, at most a reprimand. The ice demon dismisses with a wave of indifference. As these words linger in the air, the previously sealed hall doors creak open, revealing an inky darkness akin to the gaping maw of a beast poised to devour. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald man steps inside. And where are Qingwen and Yi Shi? He inquires casually, directing his question toward a white figure lurking in the shadows. They have gone to the blood prison to cultivate. For now, I remain here, the white figure responds, their form elusive and shrouded in a faint, ethereal mist that obscures their features. That Qingwen fellow is already in the mid-stages of foundation establishment, and yet still cultivates so diligently. Does he not fear backlash from his own essence? As for that Yishi lad, when did he become so industrious? The bald man expresses his astonishment and queries further. Do not be envious. Yishi mentioned he seems to have sensed the signs of advancing to the mid-stages of foundation establishment, the white figure replies. Who can blame one for being naturally gifted, effortlessly matching our efforts? There is little that can be done. Though the ice demon advises the robust man against jealousy, her words are laced with a hint of bitterness. Thanks to a fellow reader's reminder, I too realized the chapter numbers were misplaced, erroneously marking chapter 310 as chapter 311. Unfortunately, the chapter titles cannot be amended, so we must simply accept this mistake. Thus, we find ourselves with 2 chapter 311s. Please bear with us. Volume 3, chapter 312. Calmness and Reinforcements, Ice Demon. Are you envious of others and trying to incite me to confront Yishi? The bald man exclaimed, glaring with irritation. How could that be? Aren't you eager to meet the master? It's the perfect time, for the master has just completed a blood sacrifice and has yet to commence refining qi. The white shadow, caught in the bald man's insightful remark, deftly diverted the conversation. The bald man, aware of the insincerity in her words, merely snorted and strode purposefully into the shadows. After navigating several turns and traversing 6 or 7 courtyards, he arrived near an exceedingly secluded and enormous artificial mountain, where a look of reverence began to adorn his countenance. Subordinate Tai Luo pays respects to the master, he proclaimed, bowing deeply. Tai Luo, what misfortune has befallen you? A resonant voice, rich and magnetic, emanated from the depths of the mountain's base. The hidden sanctum of the Black Shaman sect's leader lay beneath the artificial mountain, a revelation that would surely astonish Han Li and his companions. Thank you for your concern, Master. I merely employed the transformation technique, resulting in some depletion of my vital energy. The bald man replied, hastily and cautiously. Upon hearing this, the master remained silent for a moment before responding with a somber tone. It appears this mission has ended in failure. Otherwise, my named disciple would have returned alongside you to report. Master, forgive me, I failed to protect them. The young master and guardian Wang have fallen into enemy hands. I willingly accept your severe punishment. The man clenched his teeth, a look of shame washing over his face. Punishment? Why would I punish you? The very use of the transformation technique indicates that the enemy was indeed formidable, and it is not solely your lack of effort that led to this. It is merely one disciple and a guardian. Such losses are not insurmountable. If you had fallen into their grasp, then I would truly be troubled. Thank you for your mercy, Master. I shall dedicate myself to serving you diligently in order to atone for this mistake. The leader of the Black Shaman sect was adept at winning hearts, and his words stirred the bald man to fervent loyalty. Very well, but first, recount the details of this encounter. I wish to know which sect's cultivators were so ruthless. The leader of the Black Shaman sect, evidently pleased with the bald man's words, inquired further about Han Li. As you command. The bald man responded eagerly. The target we aim to capture, a foundation-building cultivator, possesses an extraordinarily unique technique that enables him to manipulate mechanical beasts like puppets, and their power is quite formidable. The bald man recounted the details of his confrontation with Han Li and the subsequent necessity of employing transformation in vivid detail. After the burly man finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the area beneath the rockery, as the leader of the Black Shaman sect appeared to be deep in contemplation. After a moment, his cold, unruffled voice broke the stillness. The puppet manipulated by that cultivator, by your description, seems to belong to the Thousand Bamboo sect's marionette technique. This individual may indeed be a practitioner from that sect. Not long ago, I heard rumors about a group from the Thousand Bamboo sect appearing within the borders of the Yuanwu kingdom. Perhaps he is one of them. However, your instinct to flee immediately after transforming into a demon was a wise choice. Otherwise, you would not be standing here conversing with me now. The leader of the Black Shaman sect stated blandly. Surely not. Even if the opponent wielded a talisman treasure, I refuse to believe that my demon form could not withstand it. Had it not been for the lack of control over my demon body post-transformation, I would have relished the opportunity to confront him. Even if I were not his match, I could surely escape unscathed. The burly man retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Tai Luo, I know you have previously withstood a talisman treasure and emerged unscathed, but the power of talisman treasures varies significantly. Even talismans crafted from the same magical artifact can possess vastly different capabilities. From the peculiar manifestations of this particular talisman, I can ascertain that, in your current demonized state, you would not be able to endure a single strike from him. If you were in your wood demon form, however, you might stand a chance. The leader of the Black Shaman sect explained with a seemingly gentle smile. Thank you for your guidance, Master. The burly man replied, though a flicker of skepticism lingered in his heart. Master, how should we respond to these cultivators? Since they are not disciples of the 7 sects, should we deploy all 4 blood servants to capture him alive and present him to you for training? The bald giant eagerly suggested, clearly harboring intentions of vengeance against Han Li. There's no need. My assertion that he is a practitioner of the Thousand Bamboo sect is merely conjecture and cannot be deemed certain. He may have companions as well. Moreover, I am currently in a critical period of seclusion and wish to avoid provoking formidable foes. Recently, I have instructed all disciples within the capital to remain at the palace, and we shall address all matters once I have perfected my technique. Even without foundational cultivators for blood sacrifice, the delay will only amount to a few months. By then, aside from those in the core formation stage, I will no longer regard foundational cultivators as worthy adversaries, the leader of the Black Shaman sect declared, a hint of excitement creeping into his otherwise flat tone. Indeed, the leader's thoughts aligned perfectly with Han Li's predictions. Congratulations, Master, on nearing the completion of your technique. I shall promptly arrange for our disciples to bolster security within the palace, ensuring that no one disturbs you in the slightest, the burly man proclaimed loudly, sensing the moment's gravity. Very well, proceed with your arrangements. The leader of the Black Shaman sect responded, his voice weary, after which silence once again fell upon the space. The bald giant respectfully retreated a few steps before turning to leave, and the area once more settled into an inconspicuous corner of the cold palace. Time passed swiftly, and after sending out the newly acquired intelligence, Hanli found himself waiting for over half a month. During this period, both the Black Shaman sect and Hanli had retreated into seclusion, each biding their time. The disciples of the Black Sha sect neither mobilized to search for Han Li's hidden whereabouts, nor did either side dare to recklessly invade the imperial palace. They exhibited a remarkable composure, as if nothing had transpired between them. Strangely, there was no news from the demonic cultivators, who should have revealed themselves by now, which greatly relieved Hanli. His greatest fear, that the Black Sha sect and the demonic cultivators would conspire together to create chaos, had not materialized, and he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. According to Han Li's calculations, even if Li Huayuan dispatched someone, it would take at least 10 days for them to arrive. Thus, he remained unhurried and focused on his cultivation, refraining from venturing out. Under Han Li's subtle hints, Qin Yin had also declined all invitations to go out recently, choosing instead to enjoy the comforts of home. However, this morning, while Han Li was meditating in bed, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a glint of cold light. A visitor had arrived. He commanded, "Do not lurk in the shadows, reveal yourself." After uttering these words, he tapped his waist pouch, and the white phosphorus shield emerged, floating in front of him. At the same time, he prepared a fire cloud talisman, readying himself for confrontation. The seriousness of Han Li's demeanor was entirely prompted by his acute awareness of 3 or 4 foundation-building cultivators lingering outside his door. Although they concealed their presence with spells, Han Li, having practiced the nameless formula, was still faintly aware of their existence. Shocked, he mused, could it be that the 4 blood servants of the Black Sha sect have all arrived simultaneously? With this thought, he immediately devised an escape plan. Disregarding the safety of his acquaintances from the Mengshan 4 friends and the Qin residents, leaving their fates to chance. As Han Li's mind raced with turmoil, the anticipated scene of magical artifacts and spells assailing him did not unfold. Instead, a clear and cheerful voice broke the silence. Haha, what did I say? You can't hide from the ears of our little junior disciple. He has already reached the mid-foundation stage, so you need not flaunt your skills before him. The voice was familiar to Han Li, and upon recognizing it, he responded with excitement. Could it be that Brother Song has arrived? Please convey my regards to him. His words brimmed with delight. Little junior disciple, you guessed it right. The owner of the voice exclaimed as he swaggered into Han Li's room, revealing himself to be his 4th senior brother, Song Ming. 2 other companions followed him. One was a handsome young man with a stern expression, while the other pair, a man and woman, gazed at Han Li with warm smiles. The refined-looking man remarked, 8th junior disciple, I have long heard your name from our master. Unfortunately, the 7th junior sister and I have never had the fortune to meet you until now. To see you in person is a delight. And to think you've progressed to the mid-foundation stage so swiftly, truly remarkable. The beautiful woman standing beside him stifled a laugh, her bright eyes curiously studying Han Li. Upon hearing these words and observing the countenance of the 2 individuals, Han Li instantly recognized their identities. He promptly rose from his bed, his demeanor respectful as he spoke. You must be senior brother San and senior sister Qi. I have long heard of your esteemed names, yet have regrettably missed the opportunity to meet you. Regarding cultivation, isn't senior brother already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment? What does my humble level of cultivation signify in comparison? His words were imbued with sincerity, leaving a favorable impression on the 3rd senior brother. At this moment, Han Li turned to the handsome youth, addressing him with equal courtesy. Senior brother Lu has also arrived. I truly appreciate your trouble on behalf of my matter. Wu Xian merely acknowledged him with a faint sound, choosing not to elaborate. Han Li smiled, concealing any unusual expression. Yet he was acutely aware that since the incident with Dong Xianer, this 6th senior brother harbored a less than favorable view of him. Nevertheless, Han Li paid little mind to this individual. Dealing with a true villain is far simpler than contending with a hypocrite. However, he did discern a flicker of astonishment in Wu Xian's eyes. After all, the last time they met, Hanli was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. And now, in such a brief span, he had advanced to the mid-stage, a fact that undoubtedly astonished and perhaps incited jealousy in Wu Xian, who remained stagnant in the early stage. Please, esteemed seniors, come inside. Allow me to prepare a pot of fine tea. Hanli ushered the four into the room, wearing a warm smile before attempting to turn away. What is the urgency of tea? Let us first discuss the formidable experts of the Black Shaman sect. Song Ming, upon entering and taking a seat with the others, could no longer suppress his curiosity and eagerly spoke. This fourth senior brother, typically aloof and indifferent, transformed into a figure brimming with excitement at the mere mention of fierce battles. Nonsense. Is it truly said that one's cultivation can be enhanced through fighting? Lu Jing, the third senior brother, interjected with a stern expression, his tone laced with admonishment. The essence of advancement lies in one's own cultivation. The reason Han Shidi has experienced such a significant rise is due to his diligent and arduous training. Hearing this, Hanli felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that this third senior brother would be so blunt. He assumed that, given Song Ming's nature, he would have instantly countered such remarks. Yet, to Han Li's astonishment, Song Ming merely chuckled foolishly, remaining silent. As Han Li marveled at this unexpected turn, the third senior brother suddenly turned to him with a congenial expression, saying, "We have gleaned some information from our master, but given the passage of time, I presume the details have evolved. I hope Han Shidi can enlighten us further. Indeed, I too am quite curious. Who exactly are these heretics that dare to abduct so many cultivators? Their audacity is simply astounding." Seventh Sister Zhong Wenyang appears to be only slightly older than Han Li, with a fair, round face that is endearingly sweetened by two shallow dimples when she smiles. However, Han Li is acutely aware that this Sister Zhong is a genuine prodigy in cultivation. It is said that she successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 16 and is now but a step away from the mid-foundation stage, enjoying the favor of the esteemed couple, Li Huayuan and his wife. As Han Li pondered this, he sighed softly and spoke, "Sister Zhong, what you may not know is that the Black Shajia sect has abducted so many people primarily for blood sacrifices to enhance their cultivation. A few have succumbed to their coercion, becoming complicit in their vile deeds. These are individuals who thrive in the shadows. Their audacity knows no bounds. Moreover, over the years, the sect has cultivated several formidable foundation stage experts, posing a significant threat. Blood sacrifice. You mean the sinister technique that absorbs the essence of other cultivators to elevate one's own power?" Wu Xian, upon hearing this, relaxed his stern demeanor, visibly affected. Song Ming and the others displayed similar astonishment. Eighth junior brother, you must be mistaken. Is it truly that gruesome technique? Lu Jing's refined features became shadowed by a menacing aura, a chilling glow faintly emanating from him. Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine. He had long heard tales of this third senior brother, whose cultivation, while not the highest among Li Huayuan's disciples, was marked by an innate aversion to evil, making him a feared blood-handed star among the younger generation of the seven sects. Countless rogue cultivators had met their demise at his hands. This was likely why someone like Song Ming, a martial enthusiast, held him in such high regard. Indeed, it is the very technique that has been rumored for many years. Han Li was certainly not about to shield the Black Shajia sect from scrutiny, affirming with a nod, "Junior brother Han, please recount the events for everyone." Lu Jing urged solemnly. It transpired thus. Initially, I attended a banquet at the residence of the Qin family as patriarch. Han Li began to narrate the events triggered by that day at the residence of the Exine king, though he glossed over any sensitive matters concerning himself. To his surprise, Lu Jing proved to be quite the interrogator. He interrupted Han Li several times, probing for clarity on ambiguous details, nearly compelling Han Li to divulge more than he intended, leaving him drenched in sweat from the pressure of his inquiries. For the first time, Han Li found himself acutely aware that weaving a falsehood is no trivial task. Once Lu Jing had thoroughly extracted the necessary information, the expressions of the other three shifted noticeably. A mere Black Shajia sect boasted 4 so-called foundation-stage blood servants, not to mention several equally formidable altar masters, alongside that elusive sect leader. They realized that with their current strength, they could scarcely contend with such an adversary. Moreover, what compounded their predicament was the revelation that the sect's stronghold lay within the royal palace of Yujing, a forbidden ground for disciples of the seven sects. Should we not consult Master and gather reinforcements from our sect? It appears exceedingly difficult for us to apprehend the leader of the Black Shajia sect on our own. Wu Xian hesitated, clearly reluctant to contravene the prohibitions of the 7 sects and lacking confidence in their own capabilities. What? Is junior brother Lu feeling apprehensive? Lu Jing, upon hearing Wu Xian's reservations, raised his eyebrows in discontent, his displeasure evident. Certainly not. I merely ponder whether this course of action may be more prudent. After all, as per Master Han's assertion, these individuals are unlikely to flee in haste. It would be more fitting to solicit the master's opinion. Wu Xian, reluctant to acknowledge this in front of the assembly, hastily countered. That is a relief. I was overly concerned. Nevertheless, Brother Wu need not fret about the aforementioned matters. Upon my arrival, the master specifically advised me that in the vicinity of the southern Wu city near the capital, several disciples of Master Huiming are currently attending to some sect affairs. Should we encounter difficulties, we may seek their assistance. Given the rapport between the master and Master Huiming, they will undoubtedly lend their aid. As for the transgression of the royal palace's prohibition, now that it has been revealed that the palace has become a den of corruption, how could Lu simply turn a blind eye? Everyone may proceed with me. Should any blame arise from above, I, Lu Jing, shall bear it alone. Lu Jing declared with a frosty demeanor. The onlookers exchanged glances, and the 7th sister, Zhong Wenyang, exhibited a captivated expression, clearly enamored with the 3rd brother for quite some time. Well, since the 3rd brother has voiced such sentiments, I, as the younger brother, shall not miss this spectacle and will stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Song Ming boldly proclaimed, seemingly inspired by Lu's words. I shall not abandon you either. I will face the royal city alongside you. Zhong Wenyang echoed, having come to the same realization. Upon hearing their declarations, Lu Jing smiled warmly and expressed his gratitude before turning to Han Li and Wu Xian, inquiring, What are your intentions, esteemed junior brothers? If you deem my approach unwise and are unwilling to partake in this venture, I shall not press you. As these words left his lips, Han Li pondered the pros and cons, while Wu Xian, his face a canvas of alternating hues, gritted his teeth and replied, Unless the master explicitly permits it, I shall not knowingly violate the prohibition. If you truly intend to invade the royal palace, I will not participate. We must first seek the master's guidance. His reasoning was indeed compelling. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenyang stood up in a fit of indignation, poised to voice her thoughts, but was restrained by Lu Jing. Junior brother Lu has a point. Storming the royal city alongside us is indeed a thankless endeavor, and we should not reproach him for withdrawing. The 3rd brother stated with remarkable composure. But what of you, junior brother Han? Will you also adopt this timorous stance? You are a cultivator in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Surely you are not so timid. Zhong Wenyang, in an attempt to rally support for her beloved, resorted to such crude provocation, causing Han Li to roll his eyes in exasperation. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation. Lu, exhibiting great sensitivity, refrained from pressing Han Li further, quietly awaiting his decision. Very well, I shall go. This matter was initiated by me, and it would be unreasonable not to participate. Moreover, I am eager to encounter the enigmatic leader of the Black Shajia. After a moment of reflection, Han Li lifted his head, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Volume 3. Chapter 314. The meeting as Han Li's words left his lips, Zhong Weinu couldn't contain her joy, showering him with praises, while Lu Jing exhibited an expression of satisfaction. On the other hand, Song Ming approached and clapped Han Li's shoulder twice with great fervor, grinning widely as he declared, I knew I wasn't mistaken in my judgment. If you truly didn't wish to go, I would have to sever ties with you. But I always knew that junior brother Han is a man of valor. After uttering this, Song Ming cast a cold glare at Wu Xian, indicating that Wu Xian's reputation among their peers was not particularly favorable. Wu Xian huffed in response and remarked, In that case, I shall find another place to settle and will not intrude upon your important matters. I will relay everything that has transpired here to Master, and I hope he does not hold you accountable. With that, he exited the room with a stoic expression, taking to the skies on his flying apparatus and departing from the Qin residence. How disappointing. Our 6th senior brother has shown such cowardice at a crucial moment. What a shame for someone in his position. Zhong Weinu expressed her discontent vehemently. Let it be. Everyone has their own aspirations, and we cannot force them. Lu Jing stated with a sense of gravity. We should proceed with our plans as soon as possible. The sooner we act, the safer we shall be. for none can predict when the black evil sect's leader might emerge. With your extensive experience in eradicating the miscreant cultivators, you shall take charge. We will follow your lead, and I shall focus solely on the battle when the time comes," Song Meng said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Ah, Song Junior brother," Lu Jing replied, exasperated yet amused. At a loss for how to handle him, Zhong Weinu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Han Li remained silent, smiling without a word. "Seventh junior sister, you are familiar with junior sister Chun under Master Hui Ming, who is currently in South Wu City. You should request her assistance. It would be easier for you to approach her," Lu Jing calmly suggested to Zhong Weinu as he regained his composure. "Is Chun junior sister also there? I haven't seen her in quite some time. However, we share a good rapport, so I foresee no issues in securing her support," Zhong Weinu confidently asserted upon hearing Lu Jing's words. Han Li was momentarily taken aback at the mention of Chun junior sister, pondering, could it be that same individual? While Han Li was lost in thought, Lu Jing's voice reached his ears. "Junior brother Han, we might need to reside in the Qin residence for an extended period, and we require your assistance in liaising with the Qin family to arrange accommodations and a place for our meditation." Han Li readily agreed. "What shall I do?" Song Ming could not help but inquire, his eagerness evident. "You will remain here at the Qin residence to guard against any sudden assaults from the black evil sect. I occasionally need to venture into the streets to observe any movements from them, and since junior brother Han has already encountered them, it would be unwise for him to reappear," Lu Jing replied with a calm demeanor. "Understood." Upon hearing this, Song Ming's enthusiasm waned, and he responded listlessly. The days that followed were remarkably tranquil. Aside from Zhong Weinu's early journey to South Wu City to seek assistance, the others generally remained within the Qin residence, focusing on cultivating their skills. The third senior brother, Lu Jing, indeed ventured out a few times as he claimed, yet he gleaned no substantial information. It appeared that all the disciples of the Black Sha sect had retreated into hiding. Meanwhile, Wu Xian settled in an inn in Yuejing, rumored to have sent a letter to Li Huayuan, but the contents of that missive remained a mystery to all. Nevertheless, he soon found himself unburdened and indulging in the vibrant revelry of Yuejing, showing no inclination to return to the Qin residence. Nanhua City was not far from Yuejing, and within a mere 3 days since Sister Zhong's departure, she returned accompanied by 3 men and 2 women. Among them was an exceptionally striking woman, none other than Chun Xiao Qian, a familiar face to Han Li, stirring a sense of unease within him. Upon seeing Han Li, Chun Xiao Qian displayed a faint look of surprise, yet chose to remain silent. To her, Han Li was not a complete stranger. Despite the absence of any prior conversation between them, the other 3 men and 1 woman were Chun Xiao Qian's fellow disciples, 2 of whom were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and 2 at the early stage. Upon encountering Lu Jing, they exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, suggesting an existing acquaintance. Sister Zhong introduced Han Li, her newly admitted junior disciple, to the group. Upon hearing Han Li's name, the others, excluding Chun Xiao Qian, expressed astonishment. "You are the Han junior brother. Truly, you are quite youthful," one exclaimed. "We have long heard of your illustrious reputation. One of our number witnessed you slay over a dozen demonic cultivators at the border. It is truly remarkable." Another of Chun Xiao Qian's senior sisters, a striking beauty in her late 20s, spoke with evident admiration. This revelation left Lu Jing and Sister Zhong utterly astonished. Having been engaged in other missions, they had missed the second round of conflict between the 7 sects and the demonic forces, and thus were unaware of Han Li's extraordinary feats. Hearing familiar voices extolling his accomplishments filled them with awe. It is worth noting that while the third senior brother had vanquished countless rogue cultivators, only a handful were at the foundation establishment stage, and each victory had been hard-won. The fact that Han Li had managed to slay over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators was nothing short of astounding, prompting both Lu Jing and Sister Zhong to re-evaluate their perception of the seemingly unassuming Han Junior brother. "Fourth senior brother, you must be well aware of Han Junior brother's exploits. Why did you not inform us?" Sister Zhong, after her initial surprise, suddenly recalled something and turned to the snickering Song Ming, exclaiming with a playful reproach that carried an air of grievance. "Little junior sister, you never inquired about this matter. You were only focused on asking about Han Junior brother's cultivation techniques. I assumed you were already in the know," Song Ming replied, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. He had longed to witness the astonishment of these 2 fellow disciples, and now his wish had been fulfilled. Sister Zhong easily discerned the dismissive tone in his words and shot him a fierce glare. Just as she was about to press the matter, Lu Jing, with a hearty laugh, interjected, "Well, I did not expect Han Jr. brother to be so extraordinary. This certainly gives us greater confidence in confronting that Black Sha sect leader." His expression was filled with unexpected delight. However, Han Li felt a chill creeping down his back, an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloping him. He couldn't help but wonder, would this third senior brother truly expect him to confront the Black Shajiazu alone? Such a ludicrous thought flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed with a self-deprecating chuckle, cast aside into the recesses of his consciousness. Subsequently, Han Li and his companions took the opportunity to indulge in a feast for Qin Shimi and the others. Although their cultivation had reached a stage where they could fast for extended periods without sustenance, it was only fitting, upon entering the mundane world, to partake in its culinary delights to satiate their appetites. After the meal, Han Li instructed the servants of the Qin residence to clear the banquet, and the group began to deliberate on how to confront the Black Shajiazu and breach the imperial city. Lu Jing promptly declared his willingness to bear the consequences of violating the 7 sex prohibitions, which alleviated the concerns of Qin Shimi and her companions, prompting them to agree to join him. Based on the intelligence gleaned from Han Li, it appeared that aside from the so-called 4 great blood servants, the other masters, such as the altar leaders, were likely still engaged in their duties across the territories of the Yu Kingdom, making their simultaneous presence within the imperial palace highly improbable. Thus, Lu Jing believed that their current manpower was more than sufficient to deal with the Black Shajiazu, advocating for immediate action to prevent further complications. The others found Lu Jing's reasoning compelling, deciding to allow Qin Shimi and the others from afar a day to recuperate. They planned to infiltrate the imperial palace under the cover of night, while the common folk within the city remained in slumber, to eradicate the evil that lurked within. Han Li, observing the growing enthusiasm of his companions, could not suppress a cold smirk within. Did they truly believe that the followers of the Black Shajiazu were so easily vanquished? After the battle concluded, who among them would still be standing to recount their tale? Had it not been for the clandestine information he received from that young prince, knowledge that could significantly benefit his future endeavors in forming the Golden Core, Han Li would never have dared to undertake such a perilous venture into the palace. The dark rituals practiced by others held no consequence for him. The families and friends of the victims would seek vengeance, and all he needed to do was allow a hint of this information to escape. As for the notions of punishing the wicked and upholding justice, Han Li firmly believed in acting within his means. If a task posed no significant risk and required minimal effort, he would gladly assist. However, should the adversary prove too formidable and the matter unrelated to him, it would be neither wise nor prudent to jeopardize his own life for the affairs of others. His 6th senior brother, Wu Xian, though seemingly irksome, undeniably exhibited wisdom in distancing himself from such matters. Otherwise, after a bout of fervor, one could find themselves facing dire consequences. This time, Han Li reluctantly agreed to join his companions in assaulting the lair of the Black Shajiazu, an act that contradicted his principles of self-preservation. Yet, he considered the risk worthwhile. Given his inherently poor spiritual roots, he was unwilling to let any opportunity, however slight, to enhance his chances of forming the Golden Core slip away. Moreover, he held a measure of confidence in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. To this end, he had prepared a decisive trump card to ensure his safety during this venture. Otherwise, knowing Han Li's cautious nature, it was inconceivable that he would agree to such a venture without sound justification. Volume 3. Chapter 315. Contingency and Suspicion. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Han Li stealthily exited his abode, refraining from bidding farewell to anyone, and set off towards the imperial city on his flying vessel. Standing atop the divine wind boat, he gazed at the imposing, dark entrance of the grand imperial city, a faint smile gracing his lips as he soared past it effortlessly. To Han Li, the prohibitions set forth by the 7 sects, forbidding any disciple from entering the imperial city, were nothing but empty words. He would adhere only to those regulations that served his interests. To think that mere proclamations could fetter his actions was utterly ludicrous. He had never been one to submit meekly. As Han Li chuckled coldly to himself, he ascended to a height of over 100 zhang above the palace. Under the cloak of night, he silently scanned his surroundings, directing his gaze towards the inconspicuous corners. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he made his way toward a royal garden overgrown with verdant bamboo. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Han Li cautiously surveyed the area before retracting his spiritual energy and gradually descending. He understood well that although the Black Shaman sect had taken control of the entire palace, it was implausible for them to have eyes everywhere, even with numerous sentinels stationed. He was confident that his mastery of the nameless energy-concealing technique would prevent him from being detected. Moreover, having gleaned from the young prince the typical deployment of sentinels by the Black Shaman sect, he felt assured that as long as he avoided the heavily fortified critical areas, he was in no danger. This particular corner of the palace was evidently on the verge of being forgotten. The bamboo grove was replete with withered branches and decaying leaves, subtly exuding a scent of rot, while the foliage, untended, flourished wildly. Observing this patch of bamboo, Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction. He formed a hand seal and released a soundproof barrier, enveloping the entire grove, before solemnly retrieving a stack of formation flags and a formation plate from his storage pouch. These were the improved inverted 5 elements formation gifted to him by Qi Yunxiao. With this inverted 5 elements formation in his possession, Han Li mused that even the formidable leader of the Black Shaman sect would find it challenging to maintain an undefeated stance. With renewed determination, he stepped into the shadowy bamboo grove. 2 hours later, Han Li emerged, weariness etched upon his face. Due to time constraints, he had only completed a small portion of the layout, yet it should suffice. After observing his surroundings and confirming that no one had ventured here, he felt reassured enough to retract the soundproof barrier and release his divine wind boat, taking to the skies once more. Han Li's solitary endeavor to set up the grand formation within the depths of the palace had been executed with utmost secrecy, evading the notice of any members of the Black Shaman sect. Although the 4 blood servants had been vigilant under the leader's orders, they had merely established a dense network of sentinels around the secluded palace where the leader was in seclusion. In contrast, the rest of the premises had become considerably more lax. This was one of the reasons for Han Li's smooth ingress and egress. Upon returning to the Qin residence, the dawn had yet to break. Choosing not to sleep, Han Li instead sat in meditation on his bed until the first light of day illuminated the sky. As dawn broke, he casually stepped out of the door and joined the others gathered in the hall, engaging in light-hearted banter and lively discussions about the impending battle. Without uttering a word about the inverted 5 elements formation, in Han Li's mind, it was preferable for fewer people to be aware of such a life-saving secret. If victory could be achieved without resorting to this formation, it would only enhance his delight. This inverted 5 elements formation still held the potential to be his trump card. Lu Jing and the others from Huangfeng Valley, of course, were oblivious to Han Li's thoughts. However, when the evening's battle was mentioned, excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes, with many displaying eager anticipation. Except for a few like Lu Jing, most among them lacked experience in confronting Foundation establishment cultivators, which was a primary reason for Han Li's skepticism about the upcoming endeavor. Han Li firmly believed that cultivators who had not undergone the crucible of bloodshed, regardless of their cultivation level, would undoubtedly suffer grave losses when faced with seasoned opponents. The prospect of losing one's life due to inexperience was not an uncommon occurrence. Thus, as he observed their jovial demeanor, a peculiar expression occasionally flickered in his eyes. After all, which cultivator had not endured countless hardships to reach the Foundation establishment stage? Yet, after this night's confrontation, it was highly likely that many of them would meet their demise here. The thought was indeed profoundly lamentable. Junior brother Han, would you accompany me for a moment? Chun Xiaoqian, originally engaged in playful conversation with Zhong Wenyang, unexpectedly invited him after catching a glimpse of his face. This statement not only took Han Li by surprise, but left Qin Xiaoqian's fellow disciples utterly speechless. They gazed at Han Li and their typically aloof junior sister with incredulous expressions. Noticing Han Li's seemingly dazed demeanor, Zhong Wenyang's eyes twinkled with a sudden realization. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Chun Xiaoqian's ear. Instantly, Chun Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson, and after casting a reproachful glance at her, she confidently stepped out of the hall, waiting for Han Li to follow. Junior brother, why are you still dawdling? With a beauty like senior sister Chun waiting outside, what are you hesitating for? Lu Jing approached with a smile, playfully patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li rubbed his nose vigorously, attempting to muster a wry smile. Yet for some reason, he found himself unable to smile genuinely. After a few forced chuckles, he followed her outside amidst the envious gazes of the other male cultivators. If he hesitated further, it would only betray his insecurity. He certainly did not believe there was anything to fear. Upon stepping outside, he found Chun Xiao Qian gazing dreamily toward the garden. Upon hearing his footsteps, she coldly remarked without turning, "Walk with me to the garden. I have a few matters to discuss with you, junior brother." After saying this, without waiting for Han Li's response, she confidently strode ahead, as if certain he would comply. Han Li observed her graceful figure and involuntarily frowned for a moment. After reflecting, he silently smiled and followed her. Indeed, strolling with a captivating beauty was a delightful experience. In the distance, Han Li admired the graceful and enchanting figure of Chun Xiao Qian, feeling that this outing was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, the mere thought of this stunning beauty and their past encounter evoked a myriad of unexplainable emotions within him. Little did he expect that both he and his elder brother had misjudged her. They had long believed that she could triumph in the blood-red trial simply due to luck. It turned out that Han, the junior disciple, was adept at masquerading as the weak to outsmart the strong. Not only had he deceived the two siblings, but even the many esteemed individuals present at the time were likely kept in the dark. Just as Han Li was lost in his reverie, Chun Xiao Qian, with her back to him, spoke in a measured tone. Han Li had anticipated such a remark and did not display any surprise. Instead, he scratched his head and chuckled lightly, saying, "Sister Chun, you jest. As for masquerading as the weak, I was merely fortunate to pass the trial." His expression remained unchanged, as if he genuinely believed his own words. "Are you still trying to deceive me, junior brother Han?" Chun Xiao Qian's voice turned frosty, and she suddenly turned to face him, her bright eyes radiating coldness. Upon witnessing her reaction, Han Li appeared taken aback, feigning ignorance of her anger. The once cordial Chun Xiao Qian was now even more incensed at his demeanor. "Very well, I shall not inquire further into the blood-red trial. However, there is one matter upon which I demand your honest response." Despite her icy tone, an unusual expression flickered across her face. "What is it? Please, Sister Chun, do not hesitate to ask. I shall respond truthfully." Han Li sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his heart growing uneasy, yet he maintained an appearance of utmost sincerity. 7 or 8 years ago, did you venture to the eastern side of the Taiwan mountain range and encounter any events of significance? As she posed this question, a hint of crimson adorned her cheeks, betraying a touch of shyness, and she awaited Han Li's reply with palpable tension. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly recalling something from the past. In truth, his heart raced with uncertainty. Why, after so many years, did she persist in her quest to find him? And judging by her bashful demeanor, could it be that she had developed feelings for the one who had rescued her? Such thoughts bewildered Han Li. It was not that he lacked romantic sensibility. Rather, he had never entertained the notion of forming a dual cultivation partnership with her. For some reason, despite harboring normal feelings towards Chun Xiao Qian, he instinctively excluded her from considerations of affection. Perhaps the memory of her intimacy with senior brother Lu had left him unable to accept her fully. Chapter 316. Disappearance. No, 7 or 8 years ago, I was assisting senior brother Ma in the herb garden. The blood-red trial occurred around that time, did it not? Why do you inquire, Sister Chun? Han Li lifted his gaze, responding candidly, even allowing a hint of curiosity to color his expression. At this, Chun Xiao Qian's face paled, and after biting her red lip, she replied somewhat stiffly, "No, yet I recall that you had ventured out at that time. The timing seems rather fortuitous." "Oh, I am merely preparing for the blood trial. Thus I ventured out to procure some talismans and magical artifacts. However, nothing unexpected occurred," Han Li replied with calm assurance. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao Qian fell momentarily silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon him, causing a slight unease to creep into Han Li's heart. "Since that is the case, there is nothing further to discuss. Junior brother, you may depart. I wish to enjoy a moment of solitude," she said, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her features as she turned her face slightly aside, her voice imbued with weariness. Observing this, Han Li sighed, understanding that regardless of whether she believed his words, Sister Chun would not disturb him any further. Given her respect for him, she would surely perceive his intentions. Moreover, her proud disposition would naturally deter her from seeking him out repeatedly. "Sister, I take my leave," Han Li said, bowing slightly before turning on his heel and exiting the garden without hesitation. Once Han Li's figure had entirely vanished, Chun Xiao Qian turned back, her complex gaze lingering on the garden gate as she murmured softly, "If not you, then who else could it be?" In those years, you were the only one with such prowess who happened to be away. After uttering these words, she sauntered gracefully to a blooming peony, delicately plucking the lush flower with her slender fingers and inhaling its fragrant aroma. Enveloped by the floral perfume, Chun Qian drifted into a contemplative reverie. Han Li exited the garden, exhaling deeply, shaking his head before returning briskly to the hall. The others were surprised by his swift return, yet none were so lacking in tact as to inquire about the matter. Although a few jested about Han Li and Chun Qian, he merely smiled in response, displaying no signs of discomfort. Before long, Chun Qian re-entered, her demeanor unchanged as she resumed her seat beside Zhong Weiyang, continuing their quiet conversation. Seeing this, the others felt it inappropriate to jest about the two and swiftly redirected the conversation to the impending confrontation with the Blackshaw sect. Time flew by, and daylight soon faded. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley had returned to their respective quarters, preparing for the forthcoming battle. Despite believing themselves to have a significant advantage with their numbers of Foundation establishment cultivators, they remained exceedingly cautious, as none were willing to gamble with their lives. However, the thought of the myriad rewards awaiting them after the eradication of the Blackshaw sect ignited a palpable excitement among them. After all, such opportunities to openly besiege Foundation establishment cultivators were exceedingly rare, aside from the perilous skirmishes with demonic practitioners. This time, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Blackshaw sect were not merely one or two. They surely possessed a wealth of valuable resources and fine artifacts to share. Particularly, those Chun Jr. sisters who had come to lend their support were, in truth, largely motivated by this prospect. After all, who would risk their lives merely on the empty promise of eradicating evil practitioners? Han Li remained quietly in the room, meticulously examining the puppets in his hands, while the four friends of Mengshan stood respectfully before him, clearly acknowledging him as their leader. Ever since Han Li's fellow disciples arrived, the black-faced elder found himself inclined to approach these Foundation establishment practitioners, hoping to forge a connection and perhaps gain some benefits. However, neither Song Meng nor the later arriving Sister Chun took the elder's presence seriously. After exchanging a few ungracious words, they dismissed him, making it abundantly clear that not every Foundation establishment cultivator from the 7 great sects was willing to associate with him. This left the elder increasingly in awe of Han Li. Regarding the impending battle with the Black Shaman sect, regardless of the outcome, it would be best for you all to refrain from participating and instead leave the capital under the cover of night, Han Li said, his expression calm as he stored the puppet beast into his storage pouch with a flash of white light. But esteemed senior, how can we possibly retreat at such a critical moment? The black-faced elder hastily interjected on behalf of the others. This is not a matter of retreating. Rather, you simply cannot intervene. To join recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Here are several superior-grade magical artifacts. Take one each as a parting gift from me, your elder. Han Li replied, shaking his head gently with a smile. With that, he waved his sleeve over the table, revealing several exquisite, shimmering magical artifacts. Han Li possessed more than a few top-tier artifacts, having amassed a considerable collection from vanquishing numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he had no intention of bestowing his finest items upon these individuals. For these chi-refining cultivators, a few superior-grade artifacts would suffice as generous gifts. Presenting top-tier artifacts might only incite their greed, complicating his efforts to win their allegiance. As expected, upon seeing the magical artifacts, the four friends of Mengshan wore expressions of delight, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. They pledged that should Han Li require their assistance in the future, he need only visit Mengshan, and they would be more than willing to serve him. Having heard the promises he sought, Han Li graciously escorted them out of the capital, eliciting even more gratitude from them. Yet, just as they were about to part ways, the black-faced elder discreetly pulled Han Li aside, speaking cautiously, esteemed senior. Is it true that our 5th sister will not appear before the Black Shaman sect again? We, as brothers, are well aware of the unspoken truth. Even the 4th brother has likely surmised as much. However, none of us have dared to address it openly, understanding that our 5th sister has become too deeply enmeshed. It may be for the best that she no longer presents herself before us. Having spoken these weighty words, the elder seemed to release a burden, regaining his respectful demeanor as he bid farewell to Han Li. Han Li remained in place, watching the figures of the 4 friends of Mengshan gradually disappear from view, pondering the implications of the elder's final remarks. Moments later, a smile broke across his face, and he gracefully returned to the city. Upon returning to the Qin residence, night had already fallen. In the Huangfeng Valley, the gathered individuals were poised for departure in the Grand Hall. Yet he was astonished to discover that the third senior brother was conspicuously absent. Han Li, taken aback, inquired of Song Meng, who was diligently polishing a blue longsword artifact. Fourth senior brother, where is the third senior brother? The fourth senior brother has gone to persuade the sixth junior brother once more. Should the martial junior brother agree to accompany us, our chances of success in tonight's battle would be considerably bolstered. However, in my opinion, the fourth senior brother's efforts may be in vain. If Wu Xian were willing to assist, he would not have departed in the first place, Song Ming replied without lifting his gaze. Has he gone to find the sixth senior brother then? Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating further questions. When Lu Jing returned from outside, his expression peculiar. Junior brother Lu, is that martial junior brother still unwilling to join us? If that is the case, it matters little. Whether he is present or absent makes no difference. For our 9 members are more than sufficient to confront the forces of the Black Sha sect, remarked a male disciple, seemingly the eldest among Qin's peers, with indifference. If that is so, then it is a relief. The crux of the matter is that I have yet to see the martial junior brother since we set out. Lu Jing sighed, speaking slowly. At this revelation, everyone, including Han Li, was momentarily taken aback. What transpired, senior brother Lu? Is that timid fellow not residing at the nearby inn? Has he perhaps checked out early and returned to the sect? Inquired Zhong Wei and I, blinking her large eyes in curiosity. Not at all. I inquired with the innkeeper. The martial junior brother left early yesterday and has not returned since. Moreover, his personal belongings remain untouched in the inn, which hardly suggests a return to the valley. Lu Jing shook his head, his tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, the others began to murmur amongst themselves, yet no one could ascertain the truth of the situation. However, Han Li quietly pondered. Could it be that this unfortunate Wu Xian has fallen prey to the Black Sha sect? Perhaps Lu Jing shared a similar sentiment, for he glanced at the darkening sky and decisively declared, "We shall set aside the matter of the martial junior brother for now. Let us depart at once. We must achieve victory and eradicate the Black Sha sect entirely." Chapter 317. The Four Symbols Formation. As nightfall descended, a group of uninvited guests, comprising Han Li and 8 other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, soared across the darkened expanse above the imperial city. Upon reaching the shadowy walls of the Forbidden Realm, the resolute Lu Jing, after a brief moment of hesitation, swept his hand with grandiosity. "Let us proceed." His voice resonated with unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of doubt. He was the first to charge ahead. Witnessing this, the others naturally followed suit, their trepidation regarding the 7 sex prohibitions long since cast aside. Han Li, however, refrained from leading the charge, deliberately maintaining a position towards the rear of the group. This was not due to any ulterior motives. Rather, he was silently attuning himself to the inverted 5 elements great formation he had established the previous night. As they flew several miles from the imperial palace, a mysterious smile crept upon Han Li's lips. "Excellent. The formation remains intact," he mused, elated that the spiritual markers he had discreetly arranged had suffered no damage whatsoever, filling him with profound joy. A moment later, the 9 of them floated above the grand palace, gazing down at everything within its confines. "Everyone, listen closely. This operation shall proceed as we previously planned, splitting into 2 groups. One will rush towards the current emperor of Vietnam's chambers to rescue him from the clutches of the Black Fiend sect. Only this way can we prevent them from resorting to desperate measures, using the emperor as leverage against us. The other group will head directly to the cold palace where the leader of the Black Fiend sect resides, focusing our efforts to eliminate the 4 formidable blood servants first. Afterward, the 2 groups will converge to confront the still secluded leader of the Black Fiend sect." Lu Jing solemnly reiterated the plan for the night, prompting nods of agreement from his comrades. The personnel had already been allocated. Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, both female cultivators, would undertake the mission to rescue the emperor. Lu Jing, along with the remaining members, would head straight for the cold palace guarded by the 4 blood servants, with Han Li among them. "7th junior sister, Chen junior sister, exercise caution," Lu Jing advised earnestly before their separation. The 2 women responded with solemnity before descending at an angle, soon vanishing silently into the darkness. After a brief moment, when they encountered other cultivators, Lu Jing commanded, "Do not hold back. Since these cultivators can roam freely within the palace, they are undoubtedly members of the Black Fiend sect. Let us engage. We can create opportunities for our 2 junior sisters. With that, Lu Jing turned and swiftly soared towards the cold palace as described by Han Li, followed closely by the others. Shortly thereafter, their 7 figures descended with great ferocity, immediately attracting the attention of the Black Fiend sect disciples guarding the cold palace perimeter. Suddenly, piercing shrieks erupted, and a barrage of spells and magical artifacts surged forth from hidden corners near the cold palace, striking at the group with relentless force. A mere glimmer dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Lu Jing raised a hand, releasing a shimmering silk fan that transformed into a massive barrier, shielding him and his companions, including Han Li, within its protective embrace. It was evident that he possessed considerable confidence in the artifact's power. Indeed, as the silk fan unfurled, the incoming spells and artifacts collided with it, emitting a dazzling white light. Remarkably, the fan sustained no damage. Instead, it rebounded several spells, sending the Black Fiend sect disciples below into a chaotic retreat. "Brother Lu, splendid technique," exclaimed Song Ming, who charged alongside Lu Jing, offering loud praise upon witnessing the display. Without hesitation, he hurled his own artifact into the fray. A colossal blue sword materialized in the night sky, the blue silk sword, Song Ming's favored high-grade artifact. As he formed a hand seal, the blue sword emitted a resonant cry and began to spin like a wheel, leaving the Black Fiend sect disciples below, already shaken by its imposing presence, momentarily stunned. Seeing this, a wicked grin spread across Song Ming's face. He extended 2 fingers and pointed at the massive disc-like form of the blue silk sword. Instantly, the blue light on the disc pulsated, and countless slender blue threads shot forth, enveloping an expanse of dozens of meters beneath it. Upon witnessing the scene, the disciples of the Black Shaman sect below were utterly astonished, their souls seemingly escaping into the ether. Various protective spells and magical artifacts were hastily employed in an attempt to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air. Despite the relentless barrage of blue silk threads, the majority of the Black Shaman disciples failed to defend themselves. Many met a gruesome fate, their bodies riddled with arrows, while others, though managing to shield their vital points, suffered grievous injuries to their limbs and were rendered incapable of combat. What a splendid technique! 10,000 threads in the sky. This move, long renowned, indeed elicited a different reaction. One of Chun Xiao Qian's senior brothers, witnessing the formidable power of this technique, could not help but sincerely commend it, which caused a slight smirk of pride to flicker across Song Ming's face. At that moment, several individuals landed leisurely before the entrance of the cold palace. The few Black Shaman disciples who had narrowly escaped death dared not act recklessly, their spirits utterly shattered. The 4-shaman array was activated, trapping them within, just as the remaining Black Shaman adherents faced Lu Jing and his companions with trepidation. A chilling voice emanated from within the cold palace. A figure, cloaked in a shroud of ethereal white frost, appeared at the entrance in the blink of an eye. It was the Ice Demon, coincidentally on duty. Previously, he had issued a vehement command, and now he glared at the cultivators from Huangfeng Valley with a mix of fury and astonishment. "Humph! You vile creatures, prepare to pay with your lives." Upon hearing this declaration and observing the figure's cultivation level, Lu Jing immediately recognized him as one of the 4 blood servants. With a cold snort, 2 beams of silver light shot forth from Lu Jing, aimed directly at the foe's head. The others, witnessing this, brandished various magical artifacts, eager to join forces and eliminate this newly revealed Black Shaman expert. They were not engaged in a friendly spar, and thus, the notion of one-on-one combat was utterly disregarded. Han Li, too, unleashed 6 beams of golden light from his storage pouch. He was more than willing to see this blood servant dispatched at once. Yet, at that moment, the surroundings suddenly blurred before their eyes, followed by a dizzying whirl. To their astonishment, they found themselves in a realm of ice and snow. The landscape was engulfed in white, frigid winds howled, and colossal snowflakes danced through the air, leaving no trace of the figure in white. Although Lu Jing and the others were taken aback, they quickly realized they had fallen into the 4 symbols array. After a brief moment of panic, they regained their composure. After all, with so many fellow disciples at the Foundation establishment stage present, a minor array posed little threat. "Heh, you possess quite the audacity to harm my sect's disciples. You shall remain within our protective array for a while," echoed the chilling voice, reverberating as if emanating from all directions, creating an imposing atmosphere. For symbols array, is there anyone among you familiar with this formation? We must break free swiftly. Otherwise, if the four blood servants converge, it will become perilous. Lu Jing inquired of the others, unfazed by the ice demon's threatening words. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. I possess some knowledge of formations and have heard of the four symbols array, but I lack in-depth research on its countermeasures. This array is rather obscure within the realm of formations. It is not commonly studied. One of them finally spoke up. Seeing the awkward silence among the crowd, Chen Xiaoqian Sr. hesitated before speaking. This is somewhat troublesome. Must we truly resort to brute force to break the formation? Lu Jing furrowed his brow, uttering the words reluctantly. It is well known that forcibly dismantling a formation through sheer strength, while simple and direct, not only consumes considerable time, but also depletes everyone's magical energy, which would undoubtedly be detrimental in the ensuing battle post-breakthrough. Perhaps this was precisely one of the enemy's intentions in employing this formation. The others exchanged glances, equally troubled by the prospect. At that moment, a curious voice broke the tension. "Hey, Han Shidi, what are you doing?" Song Meng, completely oblivious to the intricacies of the formation, was not preoccupied with thoughts of breaking it. Instead, he glanced around and immediately spotted Han Li's actions. Han Li was retrieving a crystal ball artifact and holding it before his eyes, gazing intently in a particular direction. This peculiar behavior piqued Song Meng's curiosity, prompting him to ask without hesitation. This inquiry drew the attention of Lu Jing and the others, who turned their puzzled gazes toward Han Li, maintaining an expression of calm. Han Li lowered the crystal ball and turned to Lu Jing, stating, "I believe I have discovered a flaw in the formation." "What? A flaw has been found?" Han Li's declaration elicited expressions of surprise from those observing him, and Lu Jing appeared particularly overjoyed. "Indeed, Han Shidi is truly remarkable. You have identified the vulnerability so swiftly. What is this flaw?" Lu Jing praised, then inquired with a warm demeanor. Han Li smiled slightly and suddenly handed over the crystal ball. "Brother, if you direct this purple orb toward that location, you will understand." Pointing to the direction he had been observing, Han Li spoke. Intrigued, Lu Jing took the artifact and peered through the crystal ball. As he did so, a look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. After a moment, Lu Jing returned the crystal ball to Han Li, deep in thought. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and addressed the anxious onlookers, saying, "What Han Shidi has indicated is indeed correct. For some reason, this direction exhibits a striking disparity in spiritual energy fluctuations compared to the surrounding areas, appearing significantly more diluted. It seems the enemy hastily set up this formation, revealing an unexpected vulnerability." As Lu Jing's voice grew in confidence, he continued, "So, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Concentrate all artifacts and simultaneously attack this weak point. I believe we can breach the formation without expending too much magical energy." Lu Jing asserted confidently. "Then let us act swiftly." Upon hearing these words, Song Meng impatiently raised his hand, summoning the blue silk sword, which began to hover above him. The others, inspired by Lu Jing's words, displayed eager expressions. Seeing this enthusiasm, Lu Jing no longer hesitated, declaring, "Excellent. Let us strike without delay. We must dismantle this formation and show the enemy our resolve." With that proclamation, a dozen artifacts erupted in brilliant light, soaring forth from their owners and directly targeting the identified flaw. At this moment, standing outside and orchestrating the disciples to form various encircling formations against the ice demon, he felt a profound anxiety within. Ever since the dark shaman demanded that the four blood servants remain on high alert within the palace, each rotation of the blood servants should consist of a pair of two. However, the companion who was supposed to guard the entrance alongside him, the Serpent of the Leaves, took it upon himself to revel in his recent accomplishments and, under the pretense of soon entering the mid-foundation stage, stealthily slipped away to practice in the blood prison. Reluctant to offend this rising star among the four blood servants, he turned a blind eye to the transgression. Yet, this momentary lapse in vigilance had led to the current situation, where he alone faced a multitude of formidable foes at the gates. Fortunately, he proved to be resourceful. He initially ensnared the attackers with the four symbols formation and promptly dispatched individuals to the blood prison and the rear hall to summon the other three. He was acutely aware that the current disciples at the Qi refinement stage could not possibly contend with such a host of formidable adversaries. However, the four symbols formation had managed to trap several of them within, providing a crucial delay. If he could just buy a little time, he was certain that the other three colleagues would arrive in due course. Once united, the four blood servants would render him fearless against any opposition. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a resounding rumble erupted from within the four symbols formation. As the sound reverberated, the thick white mist that enveloped the formation began to boil violently, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. What could be happening? The four symbols formation should not falter so swiftly. There must be something amiss. Witnessing this scene, the ice demon's already pale visage turned a shade grayer. Lord Ice. The enemy's assault was too sudden. Several disciples responsible for maintaining the formation have perished. Consequently, the personnel managing the four symbols formation are insufficient, and the enemy may have discerned the flaws, cautiously explained a nearby disciple of the Dark Shaman. Upon hearing this, the ice demon felt a surge of fury and was about to unleash a tirade when a gentle voice spoke from behind. Ice demon, what troubles you? It appears that even the four symbols formation is unable to contain the foe. Instantly, the ice demon's heart lightened. Qingwen, you have finally arrived. Splendid. His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy as he turned to look behind him. There, at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang, stood two figures. One was a man in his 30s, with well-defined features, a clean-shaven face, clad in a blue robe, gazing solemnly at the anomalies of the four symbols formation. The other was a tall and burly figure with a prominent bald head, none other than Tai Luo, who had previously clashed with Han Li. Who dares to intrude? And where is that little serpent? Tai Luo inquired, his hand brushing against his bald head, an expression of bloodthirst crossing his face. Before the ice demon could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the dense mist within the four symbols formation vanished without a trace. In the wake of the dissipating white fog, the figures of Han Li and his companions emerged before the palace gates. Upon discerning the cultivation levels and numbers of the intruders, Qingwen's expression changed slightly, while Tai Luo was utterly astonished. Haha. You heretical cultivators think you can ensnare the people of Huangfeng Valley with a mere broken formation? What a delusion! Upon discovering himself once again before the cold palace, Song Meng could not suppress his excitement and let out a few fervent shouts. Huangfeng Valley. The three from Qingwen were somewhat taken aback, yet upon further reflection, they deemed it entirely reasonable. Who, apart from the 7 great sects, could possibly mobilize such a multitude of foundation establishment cultivators in the state of you? What brings you to breach the royal palace at night? Are you not concerned about violating the prohibitions? Qingwen did not wait for Lu Jing and the others to respond before discreetly questioning them. Well versed in the prohibitions of the 7 sects, he hoped to instill a sense of caution in Lu Jing and his companions. Lu Jing snorted coldly, his mouth poised to speak, when a sudden exclamation erupted from across the way. It's you. Aren't you from the Qianju sect? How is it that you're entangled with cultivators from Huangfeng Valley? The bald man, Tai Luo, cast his gaze over the crowd and, upon spotting Han Li at the rear, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his voice laced with skepticism. This remark momentarily stunned both friend and foe alike, their eyes converging on Han Li. At that moment, the Taoist Qingwen finally discerned Han Li's face, and his expression involuntarily twitched, revealing disbelief. When did I ever claim to be from the Qianju sect? Han Li shot a cold glance at the bald man before shifting his gaze to Qingwen. The unexpected presence of this old acquaintance from the Tainan Association, who had once fervently invited him to travel together, took Han Li by surprise. Yet, this revelation also unraveled the mystery surrounding the pursuit and assassination he had inexplicably faced at the hands of the individuals in yellow robes. Understanding the circumstances incited profound anger within Han Li, igniting a fierce desire to eliminate the Taoist Qingwen. What nonsense! If you are not with the Qianju sect, how could you employ puppet techniques? The bald man continued his relentless questioning. Does my junior brother Han need to disclose his methods to you? Let us act. These individuals are deliberately stalling for time. We cannot allow them to succeed. Lu Jing's countenance darkened as he suddenly declared in a stern voice. With that, he raised a hand, and a burst of silver light shot forth directly at the icy demon in the forefront. Those from Huangfeng Valley finally came to realize the situation and, cursing the cunning nature of their adversaries, summoned their artifacts without hesitation, plunging into a chaotic melee. Han Li had long set his sights on the Taoist Qingwen. Thus, as the conflict erupted, he and his senior brother, Wang, from Chun Xiaoqian flanked their opponent. Without uttering a word, Han Li patted his storage pouch, unleashing a dazzling array of golden, black, and crimson lights. Over a dozen brilliant beams of tricolored radiance soared into the sky, swirling above Han Li's head before ominously rumbling as they hurtled toward their target. Han Li had no intention of engaging in trivial pleasantries. Upon witnessing Han Li's formidable display of power, both Qingwen and the other senior brother's expressions shifted dramatically. The senior brother displayed an expression of delight, inwardly acknowledging Han Li's formidable reputation as a master, renowned for vanquishing numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, truly a different caliber of response. Conversely, the Taoist Qingwen adopted a serious demeanor, a faint aura of green energy enveloping him. Recognizing Han Li's intent to kill, he resolved not to wait passively for his fate, thus refraining from any further idle chatter as he suddenly extended his hand just before the artifact could strike. 5 azure orbs, resembling beads, erupted from his hand, instantly arranging themselves in a pentagonal formation around him. A flash of blue light enveloped the area, and a translucent pentagonal prism shield materialized out of thin air, securely encasing the azure-clad Taoist. A dazzling array of colors erupted as Han Li's golden firefly blade and the intricate flame-linked fork struck the azure prism, emitting a brilliant radiance. Yet, remarkably, the peculiar shield remained unscathed. Han Li, my azure wood true shield can only be breached by those at the core formation stage. No Foundation establishment practitioner can inflict even the slightest harm upon it. You might as well relinquish hope, the azure-clad Taoist remarked with an unexpected smile. Exuding an air of familiarity with Han Li, suddenly, Han Li scoffed coldly, retorting with a chilling tone. He then swiftly gathered his hands, causing the array of weapons relentlessly assaulting the azure shield to emit a resonant cry before soaring upwards, converging in midair. This unexpected maneuver momentarily bewildered the azure-clad Taoist, leaving him uncertain of Han Li's intentions. However, being shrewd and cunning, he would not allow Han Li the luxury of casting spells undisturbed. With a flick of his hands, he produced 2 resplendent golden rings, emanating an icy aura that unmistakably signified their extraordinary nature. Go! The azure-clad Taoist commanded, casting the rings forth without hesitation, transforming them into twin beams of golden light that hurtled towards Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed as he sensed an impending threat. His hand swiftly clasped around the white phosphorus shield. However, before he could launch his weapon, 3 emerald beams suddenly surged from the side, intercepting the 2 golden lights mid-flight and entangling them in a fierce clash. Demon, have you truly forgotten this, Lord? A voice called out, as a certain senior brother Wang maneuvered the emerald beams while offering Han Li a friendly smile. Seeing this, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning the smile. In contrast, the azure-clad Taoist's composure faltered, his expression darkening and his gaze flickering uncertainly. Yet, he found himself momentarily at a loss. For managing both the azure wood true shield and the golden lock rings had consumed the majority of his spiritual consciousness. Unlike Han Li, who had mastered the Daiyan technique, he could not adeptly control so many artifacts simultaneously. Despite possessing a few advantageous artifacts, he hesitated to employ them recklessly. Devoting all his consciousness to manipulating artifacts was a grave taboo for cultivators, leaving them vulnerable to approaching dangers. The rare spectacle of Han Li simultaneously commanding over a dozen artifacts stemmed from the fact that these items were designed to operate in tandem, thus requiring only the energy of 3 distinct artifacts. If he were to attempt to wield over a dozen disparate top-tier artifacts, even with his formidable spiritual consciousness, Han Li's current cultivation level would render him incapable of managing them due to insufficient mana. 5 artifacts represented the very limit of Han Li's power. This is also the reason why Han Li favored using a complete set of magical tools, as it allowed him to fully unleash the power of his grand transformation technique. In the past, during his Qi refinement stage, Han Li could manipulate the 8 subblades of the Golden Cicada's main blade. But that was hardly a matter of true weapon mastery. It relied solely on the control of the main blade in his hand. Lacking the power and agility he now possessed, there was simply no comparison. Just as Qingwen hesitated, uncertain whether to devise another approach, Han Li had already completed his incantation. The words of the giant sword technique emerged coldly from his lips. Subsequently, all the magical tools swirling above Qingwen's head emitted an extraordinarily brilliant light. As the myriad hues converged, they transformed into a colossal sword of intertwined gold, black, and red, suspended in midair, measuring over 10 zhang in size. A truly astonishing sight. This giant sword technique's method of sword manipulation was derived from the golden pages that recorded the complete set of Qing Yuan's sword radiance. It was the only sword technique Han Li could wield at his foundation establishment stage, and its power was, of course, incomparable. Though Qingwen and his senior brother Wang's magical tools were still entangled in combat, both displayed expressions of terror. Even the dullest observer could discern the formidable might of Han Li's technique. Qingwen inwardly lamented his predicament, momentarily disregarding the 2 golden rings. Suddenly, with a flourish of his hands, he produced a gleaming brass mirror. At this moment, Han Li, with a frost-laden countenance, pointed at the immense sword. The giant sword descended silently from above, embodying an astonishing momentum that suggested it would cleave both the shield and its bearer in one stroke. Witnessing this scene, senior brother Wang forgot to exploit Qingwen's moment of distraction and instead focused on the terrifying descent of the giant sword. Lost in thought about whether he could withstand it if it were aimed at him. The first to bear the brunt of this onslaught, Qingwen wore an extremely solemn expression. He hastily threw the brass mirror upwards. The mirror swiftly ascended above the protective barrier, and with a flash of yellow light, it released a massive cloud of yellow mist, obscuring the area above Qingwen. In an instant, the yellow mist solidified into a gigantic brass shield, spinning incessantly above him. Han Li's expression darkened as he abruptly formed a hand seal. The colossal sword emitted a thunderous roar, its descending might becoming even more formidable. In a split second, it struck the brass shield. A tremendous explosion ensued, although the shield radiated a brilliant yellow light. It could only withstand the immense impact for a brief moment before it let out a mournful cry and shattered into pieces. With no obstruction left, the sword continued its relentless descent toward the azure prism, producing a deafening sound of crushing force. Faced with the overwhelming power of this inexplicable giant sword, Qingwen's demeanor finally showed signs of panic. His hands glimmered with azure light as he swiftly spread them apart, pressing against the sides of the barrier, desperately channeling spiritual energy to fortify the defenses of the azure with true barrier. The 3-colored radiance of the giant sword and the azure barrier below began to intersect, producing crackling sounds of explosion. With Qingwen's desperate assistance, the azure with true barrier indeed managed to withstand the sword's assault. As the scene unfolded, Han Li and the blue-patterned Taoist each employed their respective techniques. One sought to forcibly shatter the luminous barrier with a colossal sword, aiming to exact vengeance for a past betrayal, while the other fervently infused spiritual energy into the barrier, striving to endure until the adversary's power waned, hoping to preserve his own life. At that moment, Brother Wang, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly grasped the situation. With swift precision, he shattered 2 golden rings and directed 3 green beams of energy toward the blue-patterned Taoist with fierce intent. He understood that with Han Li and the opponent locked in a standoff, a mere nudge from him could become the tipping point that would easily eliminate this formidable blood servant. The treasures possessed by the blood servant would then rightfully belong to him. The prospect ignited a fervor within him. However, as Brother Wang indulged in these daydreams, the expression on the blue-patterned Taoist's face shifted dramatically. In an instant, a flash of yellow light darted past the Taoist like lightning, and he vanished from his position, causing Han Li's tricolored sword to slice downwards, creating a sizable pit in the ground. The 3 green beams from Brother Wang similarly met empty air, leading him to gaze, astonished and furious, in the direction of the fleeting yellow light. Indeed, the blue-patterned Taoist reappeared, now 20-odd feet away, accompanied by a languid young man clad in yellow. Upon noticing Brother Wang's gaze, the young man, unfazed, remarked, "This individual once saved my life. You cannot so easily extinguish him." He then turned, grinning at Han Li. "Brother Han, I did not expect to meet you again." Wu Jiuji pays his respects. This seemingly nonchalant youth was none other than Wu Jiuji, the young cultivator who had previously attempted to employ underhanded tactics against Han Li but had been thwarted. Yet now, he radiated a peculiar yellow aura, suggesting he had attained the early stages of foundation establishment. "Jiuji, our paths diverge, and we have little in common. Why speak further? Now that you are here, we four can engage in a full-fledged battle. The blue-patterned Taoist finally collected himself from the earlier fright and glared resentfully at Han Li as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiuzhi sighed and refrained from further conversation with Han Li. Noticing this, the blue-patterned Taoist suddenly emitted a series of sharp whistles. Iron Luo, an ice demon, who were under siege by Lu Jing and others, displayed surprise upon hearing the sound and immediately leaped out of the fray to join the blue-patterned Taoist and Wu Jiuzhi. What is this? Another person has joined. Lu Jing realized the implications of Wu Jiuzhi's sudden appearance and furrowed his brow. Earlier, the five of them had struggled to harm the two blood servants, only managing to gain a slight advantage. It was evident that these four blood servants were not to be trifled with, as they were far beyond the typical Foundation establishment cultivator. With the four adversaries now united, the situation had become considerably more perilous. With this in mind, Lu Jing cautiously called to his companions, and they gathered around Han Li and his ally. Han Li gazed at the newly arrived Wu Jiuzhi, feeling a tumult of emotions. In the past, he had harbored a significant fondness for this peculiar and spirited youth. However, fate intervened, and now the two parties were compelled to view each other as mortal enemies, locked in a battle to the death. The blood servants, including the demonized Qingwen, understood that relying solely on ordinary magical artifacts and Taoist techniques to contend with Han Li and his companions offered little chance of victory. After all, the numbers from Huangfeng Valley were overwhelming. Even 2 against 1 would be more than sufficient. Thus, as the 4 of them gathered, under Qingwen's icy command, blood-red light emanated from their bodies, enveloping them in varying sizes of crimson cocoons, initiating their transformation into demonized forms. It appeared they intended to annihilate Han Li and the others in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jing and the other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, having been informed by Han Li about these demonized beings' ability to transform, immediately recognized their intentions. Without hesitation, they unleashed their magical artifacts and techniques upon the 4 cocoons. Aware that before the adversaries emerged from their transformations, these blood servants were excellent stationary targets, and they would not squander this opportunity to strike. Regrettably, as Han Li had noted, these luminous orbs were incredibly resilient. Despite a tempest of assaults crashing against them, they remained unscathed, steadfast in their positions. The expressions of Lu Jing and the others turned grim. Do not hold back. Unleash your most potent techniques, Lu Jing urged with a resolute voice. If we do not act now, once they transform, it will be too late. After issuing this command, he swiftly withdrew his magical artifact and solemnly produced a golden talisman. Gripping it between 2 fingers, he began to chant an incantation, and amidst the mysterious recitation, the talisman gradually radiated a brilliant golden light. Han Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. Although he was unaware of the talisman's rank, it was evident that Lu Jing's mid-foundation stage cultivation required a chant to activate it, indicating that this talisman was indeed of significant caliber. The others exchanged glances and, inspired, began to showcase their own abilities. Most notably, senior sister Chen Xiaoqian and Song Ming each produced a talisman adorned with magical artifact designs and immediately sat down to focus on activating them. Waves of blue and gray light emanated from their talismans, evoking envy among the others. Such talismans were not easily possessed by every foundation stage cultivator. Their presence suggested that these two either had prominent families backing them or were favored by their mentors, thus acquiring such treasures. Without such connections, their chances of amassing such wealth would be slim. While others were envious, they refused to be outdone, either casting sharp spells or summoning even more exquisite magical artifacts, launching the next wave of attacks, resulting in a dazzling display of lights and chaotic artifact movements. Meanwhile, Han Li neither utilized the talisman nor invoked the previously formidable sword technique. Instead, he opted for the most effortless approach, with a gentle wave of his hands. For beast puppets materialized before him, their cold, unfeeling eyes snapping open to reveal gaping maws as beams of light shot forth like elongated white ribbons. Han Li positioned himself behind them, taking the opportunity to recover the magical energy expended in the earlier battle. Now, he has yet to lay eyes on the formidable Black Fiend Master, and he is unwilling to exhaust his energy prematurely, opting instead to conserve his magical power for unforeseen circumstances, a resolution that Han Li had firmly established prior to this battle. Should his magical energy be depleted, No matter how adept or resourceful he might be, he would find himself utterly incapable of employing any of his skills. As the beast puppets emerged, they momentarily astonished his fellow disciples, but soon each returned to their own tasks. After all, the choice of techniques and cultivation methods is a personal secret, and none would be so tactless as to inquire indiscreetly. Those with a modicum of knowledge regarding the origins of puppet arts speculated that Han Li had acquired this technique from Li Huayuan. Given Li Huayuan's prowess, it was not unusual for him to have slain several disciples of the Qian bamboo sect and obtained some of their cultivation methods. Consequently, the others could only harbor curiosity regarding Han Li's beast puppets. At that moment, Lu Jing successfully activated his golden talisman, which trembled slightly before transforming into a radiant beam of golden light, soaring toward the crimson cocoon above. Then, with a resounding crack, the golden light erupted into a myriad of sparkling droplets, cascading through the air like a fantastical dream. Truly a dazzling spectacle. However, beneath this enchanting scene lurked a deadly menace. For as Lu Jing deftly manipulated his incantation, the countless points of light underwent a bizarre transformation, gradually elongating and reshaping into a multitude of tiny golden swords. Though each measured merely an inch in length, they emanated a chilling aura, sharp as razors. Thousand Blade Technique, Lu Jing murmured, revealing the name of this golden spell. This spectacle left all but the two still controlling their talismans momentarily stunned. After all, golden spells were among the rarest in the realm of elemental techniques, predominantly comprising auxiliary spells like Golden Armor Technique and Iron Skin Technique. Now, Lu Jing's talisman was not only an offensive golden spell, but also a mid-tier area of effect technique, an astonishing revelation that left several, including Han Li, in awe, causing them to pause in unison, eager to witness the marvel of this spell. At this moment, thousands of gleaming golden swords hung ominously in the air above the cocoon, creating an overwhelming presence. Yet, as Lu Jing chanted his incantation, the golden blades descended like a hailstorm, plunging toward the crimson mass below. The air was filled with a series of muffled thuds as the blades struck. The intertwining golden and blood-red lights erupted in a dazzling display, reminiscent of fireworks. The cocoon, which had shown no sign of change under previous assaults, began to exhibit a transformation under this relentless onslaught. The blood lights swelled ominously, as if aware of the threat, thickening in response to the incoming golden swords, resulting in an even more ferocious clash. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jing felt a surge of elation rather than anxiety. The emergence of the cocoon's transformation indicated that his attack was indeed effective. He reasoned that by intensifying the assault, he could ultimately breach the bloodlight's defenses. However, at that moment, more than half of the golden swords had already fallen, yet the blood hue of the cocoon remained as vibrant as ever, exhibiting an effortless resilience. "Lu Shixiang, allow me to lend you a hand," shouted Song Meng with fervor. The gray talisman in his hand had undergone a transformation, morphing into a small gray gun several feet in length, emanating an eerie gray mist. "First, let's focus on eliminating the blood servant on the left. We must not scatter our attacks," Lu Jing remarked with delight upon witnessing Song Meng's talisman reveal its true form. He then pointed to the small swords that had yet to descend. Instantly, all the golden swords converged, launching themselves towards the luminous mass that the ice demon, the blood servant, had become. After a resounding crash, the onlookers beheld the blood light of the cocoon visibly shrink. Realizing their efforts were effective, Han Li and the others unleashed their spells, magical artifacts, and beast puppets in unison, while Song Meng's gray gun let out a piercing wail, following suit. In Han Li's eyes, the once impenetrable blood cocoon was swiftly diminished to a mere thin layer, revealing a blurred silhouette within. Ultimately, the gray gun pierced through, followed by an anguished roar that reverberated in the ears of the crowd. Suddenly, two pristine white claws emerged from the blood light, dancing furiously, ultimately tearing the last vestiges of blood light apart and unveiling the true visage of the figure within, a half-transformed white monster. At first glance, the creature appeared remarkably handsome, resembling a strikingly attractive youth. However, two small white horns slightly protruded from its forehead, and a foot-long pure white tail adorned its rear, faintly shimmering with iridescent scales. Not to mention the pair of exceedingly sharp claws and the layers of translucent, milky white demonic patterns adorning its body. A gaping, blood-soaked wound, as wide as a bowl, marred its shoulder, with the surrounding flesh constantly writhing and contracting, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the blood wound seemed on the verge of healing. You seek death. The ice demon, only partially transformed, retained enough sentience to glare menacingly at the crowd. Although its transformation was incomplete, the characteristics of its demonic form sufficed to buy time until its companions fully transformed. Lu Jing and the others, having never witnessed such a metamorphosis, were taken aback by the creature's terrifying appearance. Although Han Li had described the bizarre visage of a blood servant in its demonic form, seeing it firsthand left them profoundly shaken and filled with unease. A flurry of white beams shot forth, striking the ice demon's exposed torso, sending it tumbling helplessly to the ground. This was the result of Han Li, unwilling to entertain idle chatter, commanding the beast puppets to attack. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, resumed their onslaught with renewed vigor. However, the fallen ice demon exuded a chilling mist, and as the fog dissipated, it vanished from sight. Panic surged among the others as they frantically searched the vicinity. Based on their experience, such circumstances typically indicated the opponent had employed a form of escape technique, retreating swiftly from the battlefield, though not too far. Yet, aside from the 3 faintly glowing cocoons, there was not a soul in sight. The ordinary disciples of the Black Demon sect were not foolish, they had long since fled. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine as a sudden thought struck him. He hurriedly patted his storage pouch, summoning the white phosphorus shield and the turtle shell artifact, which began to whirl rapidly around him. He called out loudly, "Brothers, be cautious. This individual is concealing themselves." As soon as Han Li's words left his lips, a woman's blood-curdling scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's astonished gazes. They beheld the figure of senior sister Chun Xiaoqian, who had been seated on the ground activating her talisman, now sprawled on her back, her chest grotesquely torn open as if someone had thrust their hand inside, brutally crushing her heart. Lying in a pool of her own blood, her once beautiful face was now twisted in disbelief, her limbs spasming uncontrollably, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Yet, as a flicker of defiance flashed across her features, her gaze became vacant, and she succumbed to death. As the narrative approaches its climax, the author must carefully consider the details, hence there will be no rush to pen the next chapter tonight. Tomorrow, we shall continue to craft splendid content for all the readers who have generously subscribed, ensuring they feel their investment is worthwhile. For those who prefer to wait for subscriptions at night, there is no need to do so tonight. You may retire early. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Volume 3. Chapter 321. The Hidden Dual Shuehong. It appeared that the deceased, senior sister Chun Xiaoqian, was indeed a companion of this woman, who let out a heart-wrenching cry full of grief. With a wave of her hands, a dark aura shot forth, swirling around the body of her fallen comrade, desperately searching for the ice demon that had committed this heinous act. It is indeed tragic that senior sister Shuehong met such an untimely demise. Had she not succumbed to a moment of competitive spirit and activated her talisman, she might have remained unscathed. Prior to unleashing the talisman, she had maintained a protective veil hovering beside her. However, in her eagerness to shorten the activation time and conserve some spiritual energy, she carelessly retracted the artifact, leaving herself vulnerable and ultimately losing her life. To say that this woman was merely inexperienced and careless in making such a grave error would be somewhat unjust. She had seen her adversaries transform into light cocoons and, feeling secure amidst her fellow disciples, had dared to activate her talisman without caution. Who could have anticipated that the ice demon would emerge from its chrysalis in a semi-demonic form, instantly turning invisible and targeting her? At that moment, she was in the final stages of activating her talisman, and even if she had wished to halt the process, it would have been impossible. Thus, she fell victim to a treacherous attack. It is worth noting that Song Meng, while activating his spear talisman, similarly did not employ any protective measures. However, due to the lesser potency of his talisman, he succeeded in activating it early. Otherwise, who knows which of them the concealed ice demon might have ambushed. Moreover, it is not solely these two. Even Han Li and the others who had attacked moments ago had not employed many defensive artifacts, as the light cocoons had merely served as non-retaliatory targets, and they were understandably reluctant to waste their energy summoning defensive measures. However, upon witnessing the harrowing scene of the woman's heart being ripped out and hearing Han Li's ominous warning, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of the others. Instantly, protective artifacts and shields manifested to guard against this bizarre and cruel foe's potential ambush. Yet, a perplexing circumstance arose. Regardless of the stealthy spells and artifacts employed, they could not trace the whereabouts of the fiend. Occasionally, a fleeting glimpse of the creature was caught, but just as hope sparked, it vanished without a trace, seemingly in a state of rapid movement. At that moment, the ice demon had become entirely translucent, intermittently appearing and disappearing around them. Not only the naked eye, but even the most spiritually attuned artifacts failed to track its movements, leaving them utterly confounded. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the group, as they became acutely aware of their surroundings, rendered immobile by the half-demonized ice specter. Only Han Li, observing the unfolding scene, displayed a flicker of peculiar emotion. Brother Wang, who had fought alongside Han Li, had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. His complexion turned ashen, fear etched across his features. The tragic demise of his senior sister, who had recently shared laughter with him, felt surreal, contrasting starkly with his earlier expectations of a grand display of power and an effortless defeat of the enemy. As this realization struck him, he glanced at his dual cultivation brother, whose expression mirrored a frenzy, and his own countenance darkened even further. Perhaps it is true that the more one fears something, the more it approaches. Unbeknownst to him, the ice demon may have sensed his trepidation or deemed him an easier target. In his moment of uncertainty, a translucent, icy claw materialized from behind him, striking fiercely toward his heart. Fortunately, Brother Wang's protective artifact, a small bronze shield, displayed remarkable sentience. Without his command, it swiftly moved to intercept the attack. With a soft clang, although the icy claw was deflected, the bronze shield immediately became encased in a thick layer of frost and fell to the ground, temporarily rendered inert. At this moment, Brother Wang realized the alarming shift behind him. His face drained of color as he instinctively turned to survey his surroundings in a panic. After discerning that there was no immediate threat, he hesitated briefly before hastily bending down to retrieve the small bronze shield, intent on thawing it to resummon its power. "Move quickly," shouted Lu Jing, nearby, upon witnessing his actions. "What?" Wang was momentarily stunned, and before he could comprehend the situation, the water-based shield behind him shattered with a crisp crack, followed by a bone-chilling gust of wind surging toward his back. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The invisible ice demon had not retreated after its initial strike, but had circled around to launch a fatal blow from behind. In that instant, Wang's mind went blank. The only image seared into his consciousness was that of Sister Shui Hong lying lifeless in a pool of blood. To his astonishment, it was already his turn. The only thought that crossed Wang's mind was this. Suddenly, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then his body felt weightless as if he were soaring through the clouds. Moments later, he heard a thunderous roar followed by a series of explosive sounds, accompanied by furious shouts from nearby. Soon, his feet touched the solid ground, and he found himself standing steadily. "Wang Shidi, are you all right?" At that moment, while he was bewildered, uncertain of his fate, a voice filled with concern reached him. Recognizing that familiar voice, he turned his head and saw Lu Jing gazing at him with evident worry. Upon seeing Lu's face, Wang realized he was indeed unharmed, and he couldn't help but express his immense gratitude. "Lu Shixiang, was it you who saved me?" The moment he spoke, Wang himself was startled by the hoarseness of his voice, a clear indication of the shock he had just endured. Lu Jing, hearing his words, appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "I feel ashamed. Your survival is not due to my efforts, but rather thanks to Han Shidi, who intervened just in time to rescue you. He is currently engaged in combat with that demon. Previously, I was skeptical of your claims about Han Shidi's prowess at such a young age, having supposedly slain numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, I am truly enlightened. His strength is indeed unfathomable." Han Shidi? Wang was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered Han Li being several zhang away. How could he have acted in time? Pondering this, Wang quickly turned to observe the source of the clamor. The sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. The place where he had been attacked was now eerily empty, yet the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed, accompanied by low growls and flashes of energy that sliced through the air, carving numerous shallow and deep grooves into the ground. It took Wang a while to regain his senses. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, a sudden gust of wind swept across the clearing, and a pale, translucent figure materialized out of thin air, shooting backward with alarming speed, startling him. This figure was none other than the half-demon blood servant that had attacked him, now appearing even more sinister, its body crystalline and profoundly transparent. Impossible. How could you see through my invisibility and match my speed? The demon's crystalline face bore an expression of rage and fear. However, as soon as the words left its lips, it let out a primal roar and lunged forward, vanishing once more. Then, Han Li's cold snort echoed through the air, and the sounds of battle resumed, now even more intense and no longer confined to the original location. Spreading outward, Lu Jing and the others, who could hear but not see, were visibly alarmed and began to retreat hastily. It is the dual cultivation partner of the tragically deceased female cultivator, consumed by a desire for vengeance, who can only retreat for a time, fearing that they might unwittingly be caught up in the fierce battle between Han Li and this fiendish being, resulting in an unjust demise. They are acutely aware that they cannot intervene in this unseen conflict at present. Look at the ground, Song Meng exclaimed, prompting the others to lower their gazes, their hearts sinking in horror. Before them lay a thick layer of crystal ice, shimmering under the moonlight, its surface remarkably smooth. This fiend is cunning indeed. He has transformed the ground to his advantage, putting junior brother Han at a disadvantage, Song Meng remarked, his face betraying anxiety. Although they were unaware of the specific evasion technique Han Li employed, which rendered them incapable of detecting his whereabouts, the sounds indicated he had not succumbed to adversity. Evidently, the icy terrain did not significantly hinder him. However, the bizarre transformations of these fiends had exceeded their expectations, resulting in the loss of a comrade, for which Lu Jing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. The others, seeing the weight of his expression, found themselves at a loss for words of comfort. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li, the junior brother they spoke of, was in the midst of a fierce struggle with the ice demon, his heart ablaze with fury. This ire was not merely due to his momentary compassion in rescuing senior brother Wang, compelling him to engage the demon in combat, but rather because Lu Jing and the others were not seizing the opportunity to eliminate the remaining blood attendants still in their transformation. Should those three fully transform, it would indeed spell grave trouble. Earlier, he had witnessed senior brother Wang in peril from the ice demon's malevolent grasp and, recalling the favor owed from their previous battle against the Qingwen, he had swiftly intervened to save him. However, the demon, perceiving Han Li as an obstacle to its plans, relentlessly pursued him, forcing Han Li to defend himself. Yet he soon recognized that this ice demon posed a serious threat to his fellow disciples, and it would be best if he dealt with it personally. After all, if more comrades fell, they would truly be outnumbered in the ensuing battles. Now, while he was preoccupied with this demon, he was astonished that the others merely observed his struggle, neglecting the chance to attack the three remaining cocoons, thereby squandering a precious opportunity. However, he surmised that the others were not oblivious to the need for timely action, but rather paralyzed by fear due to the ice demon's deceptive invisibility and the loss of their companion at its hands. Thus, despite knowing that fully transformed blood attendants would be far more formidable, they hesitated, perhaps even entertaining thoughts of retreat. Yet Han Li had come here not solely to eradicate the dark scourge. He harbored other, predetermined objectives and would not easily withdraw. Moreover, although this half-demonized creature had claimed a life as it emerged from its chrysalis, it was still manageable with due caution. In fact, in Han Li's eyes, this demon paled in comparison to the formidable bald man he had previously encountered, making it less daunting to confront. This fiend merely rendered its body transparent, enabling rapid movement and manipulation of cold energy. The phenomenon of invisibility is, in essence, merely an illusion created by his rapid movement, akin to his swift shadow step. The peculiar transparency of his form renders him even more elusive and difficult to detect. However, this bizarre agility can only exhibit its true power on the ground. Once the others ascend into the sky and create distance, they can unleash wide-ranging spells to compel him to reveal himself. After all, the rapid movement of a corporeal body may be formidable over short distances, but it cannot keep pace with the flying cultivators over greater spans. Lu Jing and his fellow disciples, having never encountered such close-quarters combat before, found their opponent to be exceedingly ghostly and nearly impossible to counter. In contrast, Han Li was well-versed in this style of fighting, possessing considerable experience. Realizing this, Han Li swiftly swung his silver sword to repel his opponent's claws, momentarily revealing himself as he called out, "Brother Lu, ascend into the sky, and continue attacking those 3 blood servants. I shall not allow this demon before me to harass you." With that, Han Li's form vanished again. Yet his silver sword moved with such swiftness and stealth that it kept the ice demon at bay, denying it any opportunity to take flight. The silver sword, a prized trophy from the blood trial, could withstand the opponent's claws without sustaining damage. However, it also proved incapable of harming the demon's icy talons, which intrigued Han Li immensely. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lu Jing contemplated the intent behind them, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Internally, he was engulfed in conflict. Although Lu Jing hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, he had once been abducted by dark practitioners in his youth, enduring a harrowing period of torment that nearly cost him his life. Ultimately, he was rescued by his family and trained under Li Huayuan, achieving significant progress in his cultivation. Yet, the shadows of his childhood experiences instilled in him an intense hatred for dark practitioners. He adhered to a ruthless principle of eliminating any who practiced sinister techniques, relishing in the thrill of their demise while simultaneously garnering immense respect and admiration, even from those cultivators of higher rank. Although Lu Jing maintained an outwardly stoic demeanor, he found himself increasingly enamored with the esteem he commanded. Thus, his subsequent endeavors to eradicate dark practitioners were often driven by a desire for recognition. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed this mindset deep within, presenting himself as the iron-willed Lu Jing, steadfast in his principles. The Black Sha sect before him was undoubtedly the most formidable and deserving of eradication among the dark forces he had encountered. However, their strength was unparalleled, leaving him little confidence that he could defeat the remaining 3 blood servants with mere ordinary artifacts. A slightly weakened assault would only hasten their transformation into half-demons. Even one half-demon was a daunting adversary. If the remaining 3 were to emerge, they would be ill-equipped to handle the threat, potentially leading to their demise. To retreat now would mean to alert the enemy and signify a complete failure of their mission. The Black Shaman sect is destined to transition from light to darkness, fading into obscurity once more. This will render the reputation he has painstakingly built over the years utterly worthless. The thought of others regarding him with disdain makes Lu Jing feel a tightness in his chest, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration and discontent. Han Li's urging has pushed him to the brink of a critical decision. "Senior Lu, should we consider a retreat?" murmured Brother Wang, whom Han Li had rescued. Uncertainty written across his face. "The strength of the Black Shaman sect far exceeds our expectations. If we don't leave now, it may be too late." From the fleeting glances in Lu Jing's direction, he discerned their trepidation. Retreat? Lu Jing mused bitterly, realizing that such an action would only tarnish his image in the eyes of his fellow disciples. "Everyone, take to the skies and protect the formation. I will handle the remaining blood servants," he said with a serene smile, his voice steady. Meanwhile, he silently contemplated the necessity of employing that particular item. It was the only way to secure victory and preserve his reputation, despite it being a life-saving artifact. "Are you really planning to face the remaining blood servants alone?" The incredulous expressions of Brother Wang and the others nearby confirmed Lu Jing's resolve, bringing him unexpected satisfaction. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, swiftly soaring into the air and retrieving a fiery red jade box from his storage pouch. At that moment, Lu Jing regained his usual composure, exuding confidence that inspired the others to join him in flight. Gazing at the jade box, a flicker of reluctance crossed Lu Jing's face, but he quickly composed himself and clapped his hands against the box. Instantly, it shattered into countless pieces, revealing a peculiar talisman enveloped in crimson light. The talisman bore the image of a fiery bird, its wings flapping energetically as if it could soar freely like a living creature, with its eyes emitting a faint blue glow that occasionally shifted. What was even more astonishing was the intense heat radiating from the talisman the moment it emerged, causing the temperature in a radius of several dozen feet to soar, leaving those nearby parched and breathless. The approaching Song Meng and others witnessed this breathtaking spectacle of the talisman's unveiling. "A talisman treasure," Song Meng exclaimed upon sighting the item. "No, this is not an ordinary talisman treasure. This is a true treasure," Brother Wang gasped, his voice betraying his shock at the sight of the seemingly talismanic artifact with extraordinary properties. Those familiar with the concept of true treasures were equally astounded by his words. While true treasures are indeed a category of talisman treasures, they differ significantly from ordinary ones. Primarily, an ordinary talisman treasure possesses at most 1/10 of the original artifact's power, even at its peak. In contrast, a true treasure can defy the odds, containing up to 1/3 of the original artifact's power, an unparalleled distinction that sets it apart from typical talisman treasures. Furthermore, the creation of a true treasure necessitates the bloodline method of its master. Only descendants possessing a specific lineage may wield these true treasures, rendering them inaccessible to the general populace. Should anyone else attempt to infuse spiritual energy into these artifacts, they would inevitably self-destruct. While such treasures bear numerous advantages, they also possess significant drawbacks. Otherwise, the legacy of our ancestors would be replete with these artifacts. The most notable flaw of true treasures is that, despite their capacity to contain multiple times the power of ordinary talismans, they serve solely as consumables. Once activated, their full potency is unleashed instantaneously, leaving no opportunity for subsequent use. Thus, their practicality pales in comparison to that of standard talismans. However, the scarcity of true treasures is predominantly attributed to another exceedingly stringent condition. Once a magical artifact is transformed into a true treasure via bloodline refinement, the power it loses becomes irretrievable and permanent, unable to be restored. This predicament compels some foresight cultivators, aware of their impending demise, to hesitate in sacrificing their cherished artifacts, opting instead to bequeath a few talismans to their descendants. Consequently, some cultivators jest that true treasures are far rarer than magical artifacts within the realm of cultivation. While this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. In the third volume, Chapter 323, titled Slaying Demons, the activation of true treasures proves significantly more challenging than that of ordinary talismans. This is precisely why Lu Jing requested protection from his fellow disciples. He harbored no desire to meet the same tragic fate as his ill-fated junior sister. After conjuring a yellow circular artifact to encircle himself, he finally felt secure enough to sit cross-legged and channel his power into the fiery true treasure. The crimson talisman in Lu Jing's palm began to blaze with increasing brilliance, and the firebird depicted within fluttered with an exuberance that suggested it was on the verge of breaking free from the talisman, signaling the moment of successful activation. Though Han Li was locked in a fierce struggle with the ice demon on the ground, he understood that his fellow disciples were employing their own strategies, which alleviated his anxiety. His greatest fear was that they would abandon him out of cowardice, leaving him to face the malevolent Black Sha cult leader alone. With no need to divert his attention, Han Li refocused entirely on his adversary. Utilizing his mid-foundation stage cultivation to execute the Misty Smoke step was still a considerable strain on his body. He could not afford to prolong the battle and had to take a calculated risk with a decisive strike. With this in mind, he wielded his silver sword with relentless agility, forcing the ice demon into a state of breathlessness. Simultaneously, his other hand discreetly retrieved an item from his storage pouch, which he deftly secured onto his ring finger. Once this was accomplished, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He united his hands, adopting a formidable stance, and with a sudden, ferocious strike, man and sword together, he launched a vicious downward slash. The speed of this sword stroke far surpassed all previous attacks, causing the ice demon to feel a chill of trepidation as it hastily attempted to retreat while raising its crystalline ice claws to intercept the blow. With a crisp sound, the ice demon let out a chilling laugh, propelling itself backward with increased speed as it attempted to widen the gap between itself and Han Li. However, a trace of mockery appeared on Han Li's face. Just as the ice demon sensed something amiss, Han Li released one hand from his sword and abruptly pulled back. Consequently, the ice demon's retreat came to an inexplicable halt, and it could not help but rush back towards Han Li. At this moment, Han Li gripped his sword with both hands once more, assuming a stance to strike, his face devoid of any expression. The ice demon, taken aback, struggled desperately, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, it was before Han Li, who slightly trembled his silver sword, unleashing a myriad of dazzling silver rays that flickered and vanished. The two figures brushed past each other, revealing their forms under the moonlight. Han Li stood firm with his sword, while the ice demon crashed heavily to the ground. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Song Meng and the others who watched from the sky, igniting a sense of tension among them. The ice demon shakily rose to its feet, gazing at Han Li's back, a sinister grin crossing its face. Just as it opened its mouth to speak, Its expression suddenly froze. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed as the ice demon's crystalline body developed countless fine cracks, which swiftly elongated, resulting in its form shattering into a pile of shimmering ice fragments on the ground. Amidst these sparkling remnants, a complete claw protruded, its sharp tip still emanating a chilling aura. Only this artifact could withstand Han Li's swift slicing without sustaining damage. Han Li coldly regarded the shattered remains of the ice demon before lifting his gaze to the three blood-red cocoons, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Silently, he gestured, and an ice claw flew towards him. In the reflection of the moonlight, one could faintly discern a transparent thread tightly connecting Han Li to this claw, the very source of the ice demon's demise. During their previous encounter, Han Li had deftly manipulated the invisible thread on his ring finger, silently ensnaring the demon's claw. Despite its transparent and hardened form, the demon had lost its sensitive touch, allowing Han Li to seize this opportunity and bring about its end. Han Li lowered his gaze to examine the ice claw, hesitating for a moment before discarding it. Although he recognized it as an exceptional material for crafting due to its ability to withstand the silver sword without damage, the thought of it once belonging to a human unsettled him, and he could not overcome his mental barrier to keep it. He approached the ice demon's remains, carelessly scraping through the ice fragments with his silver sword until he uncovered a storage pouch, which he inspected briefly before securing it carefully. Without uttering a word, he ascended into the sky, eager to discover what tricks his fellow disciples were up to, especially with the three blood servants poised to reveal themselves. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very moment, in a hidden chamber beneath a false mountain, a fair-skinned middle-aged man suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, murmuring to himself, "Has the ice demon perished? Good. It saves me the trouble of dealing with it later." Having uttered these words, he nonchalantly closed his eyes once more. Before him lay a skeletal figure, its frame starkly devoid of flesh, appearing as if only skin remained, with no trace of blood or muscle. Judging by its attire, it was evidently a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li took to the skies on his flying device, he had yet to speak when Song Meng and the others hastily surrounded him, each wearing expressions of awe and admiration, tinged with a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, the dual cultivation partner of Sister Xiahong looked on with reddened eyes, filled with profound gratitude. Han Li, with a touch of modesty, pointed curiously at the glaringly red talisman in Lu Jing's hand and inquired. One of the onlookers proceeded to enlighten Han Li about the true treasure, which filled him with unexpected joy and relief. He had certainly heard of such treasures before, yet never anticipated that this Lu brother possessed one, and was willing to use it, a typically guarded life-saving measure reserved for dire circumstances. Han Li's experiences diverged significantly from Lu Jing's, making it difficult for him to grasp the complex emotions and anxieties that plagued Lu Jing's heart. To Han Li, the opinions others held of him were of little consequence. Provided they did not infringe upon his interests, such perceptions would not diminish him in the least. Naturally, if there was an opportunity to leave a favorable impression on others without much effort, he would be inclined to do so. However, to maintain such an impression by utilizing treasures like the true treasure was a folly he would never entertain. Nevertheless, Lu Jing's actions genuinely stirred Han Li, causing him to question whether his previous views might have been misguided. Could it be that there truly exist individuals willing to risk their own well-being for the sake of eradicating evil? Just as Han Li felt a twinge of shame, a fierce roar erupted from below, filled with a thirst for blood and slaughter. Startled, Han Li and the others quickly glanced downward. They beheld one of the blood-red cocoons expanding and contorting, as if the blood servant within was poised to emerge at any moment. Han Li's heart sank. It appeared he would need to contend with the other blood servants to buy Lu Jing some time. Just as he resolved to take action, a calm voice resonated from behind the group. "Brothers, step aside and allow me to vanquish these three fiends." The words brought smiles of relief to the faces of the onlookers, and Han Li swiftly turned to see Lu Jing, a smile gracing his features. In his palm fluttered a diminutive, exquisite red bird, flitting about with delightful charm. The oppressive heat that had previously enveloped the area had vanished without a trace. Was this the true form of the treasure? Han Li gazed at the red bird in astonishment. "Thank you, guardians." Lu Jing gradually rose and gracefully glided to the forefront of Han Li and the others. Then, under the astonished gazes of those present, he unhesitatingly blew gently on the tiny bird in his hand. The fiery little creature immediately emitted a melodious chirp and soared from Lu Jing's palm, darting joyfully downward. At that moment, the altered cocoon below emitted a muffled sound and spontaneously burst open. From within emerged a creature cloaked in azure light, its form strikingly reminiscent of the half-demon ice spirit, albeit now transformed into a deep azure hue. The figure bore a distinct resemblance to the azure-patterned Taoist, yet his expression was one of utter madness, as though his sanity had begun to wane. He bellowed frantically twice, then lifted his gaze to behold a delicate crimson bird fluttering gracefully towards him. Instantly, his demeanor faltered, and the madness on his face was replaced by an expression of profound fear. In a state of panic, he glanced around wildly, when suddenly, a surge of azure light enveloped him, and he soared into the air, seemingly attempting to flee. However, at that precise moment, the crimson bird emitted a sharp cry, its form swelling to that of a massive flame bird, nearly 10 feet in size. With a powerful flap of its wings, it appeared instantaneously behind the demonized azure figure, gently pecking him with its pointed red beak. The fiery blaze shot up to heights of 6 or 7 feet, and under the bird's peck, the azure-patterned man was transformed into a towering figure of fire, plummeting to the ground. He managed to emit a couple of agonized screams before being reduced to a pile of white ash, devoid of any resistance. As Han Li stood in astonishment, the flaming giant bird let out a sharp cry and turned to fiercely assault the 2 remaining cocoons. Consequently, a colossal pillar of fire erupted between them, engulfing the 2 blood servants, who were on the verge of transformation, into a sea of flames. Han Li observed intently as the crimson glow from the cocoons struggled for merely a moment against the inferno before vanishing entirely, leaving behind only vague silhouettes that silently quivered before being utterly refined away. The flames, seemingly ordinary, proved to be extraordinarily formidable, leaving Han Li in awe and granting him a clearer understanding of the power of artifacts wielded by core formation practitioners. The others, including Song Ming, shared Han Li's astonishment, but their expressions were more imbued with joy. This treasure is truly remarkable. Our success in eradicating this evil cult is entirely thanks to Senior Brother Lu, they exclaimed with uncontained excitement. In their eyes, eliminating the blood servants would make dealing with the still secluded Black Sha Lord a trivial matter, especially with so many Foundation establishment cultivators at their disposal. Lu Jing, witnessing the flames of the fire bird gradually dissipate, felt a pang of regret in his heart. Yet, upon hearing the praises, he found his spirits lifted. Let us proceed. We have delayed long enough. Let us extinguish the Black Sha Lord as well, he declared with newfound vigor. The others nodded in agreement, and several of them descended. Han Li smiled faintly, ready to join them, but his gaze drifted to the side, where he noticed Senior Brother Wang staring blankly at something below, his expression peculiar. This puzzled Han Li, prompting him to follow Wang's gaze. But aside from the ashes of the demonized azure figure and a companion sorrowfully gathering the remains of their fallen comrade, there was nothing of interest on the ground. Brother Wang, have you made any discoveries? Han Li could not help but inquire, a hint of skepticism evident on his face. Nothing of significance, Brother Wang replied, quickly averting his gaze and speaking with a hint of evasiveness. Observing this, Han Li realized the truth. Brother Wang must have stumbled upon something crucial, but was reluctant to share it with others, hence his peculiar demeanor. This thought left Han Li feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm smile and said, since there is nothing pressing, let us descend quickly. Brother Lu is about to enter, pointing towards the entrance of the cold palace. Han Li swiftly took to the skies. This left Brother Wang behind, his expression shifting between various emotions. With a resigned stomp, he followed suit. Just as Han Li touched down, a delicate voice echoed from above. Brother Lu, Brother Han, wait for us. Taken aback, Han Li slowly turned around. Lu Jing and the others halted in their tracks, their faces brightening as they looked in the direction of the voice. In the gentle moonlight, Zhong Wenyang, Chun Xiaoqian, and a pallid middle-aged man descended gracefully. The man, clad in golden attire, appeared extremely frightened, nearly suspended in midair by Zhong Wenyang, who held him by the collar. Upon spotting Han Li and the group, his expression grew even more frantic. Lu Jing, noticing this, approached with a faint smile. It seems your journey was quite successful. My 2 junior sisters, is this the emperor of you? After the 2 female cultivators landed, Lu Jing scrutinized the middle-aged man's face before nonchalantly shifting his gaze. Indeed, This fellow was summoned to an audience in some hall. My sister and I incapacitated the others and brought him along. There were even 2 disciples from the Black Sha sect attempting to intervene, but we dealt with them effortlessly, Zhong Wenyang replied, her joy apparent upon seeing Lu Jing safe. Her chatter conveyed her concern for him, which left Lu Jing slightly embarrassed under the scrutiny of the onlookers, causing Han Li to stifle a chuckle. Junior sister Chun, are you unharmed? The 2 brothers of Chun Xiaoqian approached, inquiring with earnestness. Chun Xiaoqian responded with indifference, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Upon spotting Han Li, she briefly lingered on his face before swiftly averting her gaze, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. And what of Sister Xiaohong? Chun Xiaoqian asked, her delicate brows furrowing in unease. The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere grew heavy as the nearby individual's expressions darkened. Sister Xiaohong has perished, the middle-aged man, who was Xiaohong's partner, managed to utter through his grief. At this revelation, Chun Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang's faces turned ashen. Zhong Wenyang, her anger flaring, opened her mouth to protest. How could you? But her words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, harrowing scream. Startled, Han Li and the others immediately turned their vigilant gazes toward the source of the sound. In a location not far from the crowd, a figure clad in blue robes had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, with a radiant red arm. This individual extracted from Brother Wang's chest a moment before the lifeless body collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. I had not intended to take his life initially. Yet this child ought not to possess what does not belong to him, the blue-robed man remarked with a smile, his face fair and beardless, revealing the gentle lines of age around his eyes. After uttering these words, he casually bent down and picked up a thumb-sized azure orb from Brother Wang's hand, the smile on his face growing ever wider. Upon witnessing this man, both Lu Jing and Han Li's expressions darkened simultaneously, their faces betraying a profound caution. You are the leader of the Black Sha sect? Lu Jing inquired, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He quite astute. Indeed, I am the founder of the Black Sha sect. You must be their leader, the elder replied with a nonchalant grin. Upon recognizing that this man was the Black Sha leader rumored to be in seclusion, even Han Li's countenance shifted dramatically, let alone the other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, who, sensing impending danger, gripped their magical artifacts tightly. Lu Jing, after a momentary change in color, took a deep breath to suppress his rising panic. Subsequently, he discreetly gestured to the others with caution before coldly stating, Indeed, I am Lu Jing. This time, I shall lead the eradication of your Black Sha heresy. Now that you stand alone, daring to commit murder, your audacity is truly remarkable. Lu Jing spoke with righteous fervor, unyielding in the face of danger. His own satisfaction with his words fueling his confidence. He believed that by eliminating this nefarious sect leader, his reputation among the 7 sects would ascend to unprecedented heights, garnering him even greater respect and admiration from his peers. As this thought ignited a fervor within him, he revealed 2 silver hooks and a circular ring. However, before he could rally the others to strike, the Black Sha leader suddenly flashed an eerie smile, and Lu Jing heard a soft, chilling voice. Then you may die. Almost simultaneously, Lu Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he could comprehend what was happening, a bloodied arm protruded from his torso, its 5 crimson fingers clutching a slightly writhing orb. What is this? Lu Jing thought in bewilderment, perhaps knowing the answer yet unwilling to confront it. He then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, darkness enveloping his vision, accompanied by distant screams. The voice sounded like that of Zhong Wenyang, the one who had long harbored affection for him, yet it felt so foreign and distant. Cough, this girl still weeps so easily. Lu Jing bitterly mused as he succumbed to the darkness. Han Li's expression was grim, for before they had even engaged the Black Sha leader in battle, an unexpected attack had claimed the lives of 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Their leader, Lu Jing, had fallen so swiftly to this man. After the man struck with precision, his arms pierced through the corpses of Lu Jing and a senior brother of Chun Xiaoqian. In a swift motion, he appeared beside the Black Shaman Lord, then turned to Han Li and the others, grinning menacingly, leaving Han Li no time to intervene. At the moment Lu Jing was slain, Zhong Wenyang let out a few heart-wrenching cries before becoming utterly stunned, lost in a daze. Observing this, Chun Xiaoqian hurriedly pulled her behind her, shielding her with great care, her face a mask of fury and regret as she glared at the assailant. With a chilling laugh, The assailant carelessly tossed Lu Jing's body to the ground, causing Han Li's eyelids to twitch slightly. Since you've come, do not leave. I happen to be in need of a few foundational cultivators for a blood offering, he said with a sinister grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that sparkled in the moonlight. This man was none other than the previously panicked Emperor Yu, who now bore no trace of his former disarray. The aura emanating from him was no less than that of a late-stage foundational cultivator. Realizing the man's cultivation level, Han Li's expression grew increasingly frigid. He was perplexed as to how this individual had concealed his power so adeptly that none from Huangfeng Valley had sensed it. This reminded Han Li of the time he encountered the young prince and Steward Wang, where he also failed to detect any magical presence. However, this time, the ominous premonition he had felt was absent, heightening his wariness. With a flick of his finger, Han Li summoned the white phosphorus shield and the tortoiseshell artifact, which began to orbit him slowly. Beside him, Chen Xiaoqian and Song Meng exchanged anxious glances at the Emperor Yu and the blue-robed figure, also releasing their artifacts to defend themselves. Noticing Han Li and his companions bracing for battle, Emperor Yu and the blue-robed man exchanged glances and simultaneously erupted into cold laughter. In the next moment, the blue-robed man flickered and appeared several dozen feet away. Beside a mound of shimmering ice shards, the remnants of the ice demon that Han Li had dismembered. Approaching the pile, he reached out and deftly snatched a blue orb that shot from the ice demon's remains. Simultaneously, the treacherous Emperor Yu flashed to the site where the two blood servants had perished, refined by the true treasure of the Firebird. He slammed his hand into the ground, causing two orbs, one gold and one yellow, to burst forth from the earth, obediently flying into his grasp. What is this? Han Li, upon witnessing these orbs, recalled the previous azure orb and instantly surmised their significance, anxiety rising within him. He had not anticipated that the objects he sought would manifest before him so readily. These must undoubtedly be the 5-element blood condensation pills related to the formation of the golden core that the young prince had spoken of. Yet only 4 were present. Where was the 5th? As Han Li found himself caught in a whirlwind of surprise and apprehension, he noted the joy that illuminated the faces of Emperor Yu and the blue-robed man as they held the orbs. They suddenly erupted into laughter, tilting their heads back towards the sky, and amidst their mirth, cast cold, piercing gazes towards Han Li and his companions, their murderous intent unmistakably etched upon their faces. This caused a subtle change in the expressions of Han Li's group. To the heavens, Han Li proclaimed loudly after a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. As the divine wind vessel appeared, he soared into the air first. The others were momentarily taken aback, yet, driven by their trust in Han Li's previous extraordinary feats. Song Meng and the dual cultivation partner of Sister Xiahong instinctively followed him into the sky. Only Chen Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before she too summoned her device and ascended. Seeing this, the Emperor of Yu and the figure in the blue robe exchanged glances that flickered with a strange light, followed by simultaneous cold laughter. Despite their completely different appearances, there was an uncanny resemblance in the expressions and smiles they shared, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. These little ones are quite clever. It seems you require an offering beforehand. Indeed, it is yours to take. The two spoke with an eerie undertone, sending shivers down the spines of Han Li and Chen Xiaoqian. Junior brother Han, what are they discussing? Song Meng leaned closer to Han Li, swallowing hard as he spoke. Having witnessed so many of their fellow disciples perish before their eyes, even someone as competitive as Song Meng had lost his earlier fearless bravado. At this moment, he sought comfort from Han Li, who held an air of mystery, lending him a sense of reliability. Han Li managed a bitter smile upon hearing this, his lips parting to say something, but the scene below caused his expression to shift dramatically, his words swallowed. Chen Xiaoqian gasped in shock, drawing Song Meng's anxious gaze. They beheld the Emperor of Yu's hand thrust into the chest of the blue-robed man, who stood with arms wide open, devoid of any struggle, his expression remaining eerily serene. Then, a brilliant blood light emanated from both the blue-robed man and the Emperor of Yu, connecting through the latter's arm inserted into the former's chest. The blood light from the blue-robed man began to surge towards the Emperor, as if being absorbed, yet also willingly offered. Song Meng watched in stunned silence. Gradually, the radiance from the blue-robed man diminished, his flesh withering, while the blood light enveloping the Emperor intensified, causing his visage to gradually appear more youthful. What kind of sinister art is this? Song Meng exclaimed in horror. However, Han Li's countenance darkened, his focus solely on the unfolding scene rather than Song Meng's astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly flung his hands outward. Countless fire serpents and fireballs surged forth from his palms, a torrent of fire-based talismans rushing towards the Emperor of Yu and the blue-robed man. Numbering over 100, this was all that Han Li possessed in terms of fire talismans. These talismans morphed midair into an overwhelming wave of fire magic, charging forth with a ferocity that eclipsed even Lu Jing's Firebird treasure. However, it seems that there are hardly any individuals in the realm of cultivation capable of casting hundreds of talismans at once. After all, this is not merely about throwing talismans, but rather expending countless spiritual stones. The sheer scale of this display startled Song Meng and Chen Xiaoqian, as well as the dazed Zhong Wenyang, who blinked in confusion, stealing a few glances. Initially, the Emperor of Yu was taken aback by the scene, but soon discerned that these were merely low-level spells and dismissed them with disdain. He was acutely aware that, with the protective blood light enveloping him, such spells could not inflict harm. He focused on the pressing matter at hand, knowing that once it was resolved, eliminating his adversaries would be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. In a fleeting moment that sent a shiver down one's spine, the sky was engulfed in flames, drowning both him and the blue-robed figure in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Indeed, regardless of how deafening the explosions were or how towering the flames rose, both the Emperor of Yu and the blue-robed figure remained unscathed within the blood light. The crimson aura that surrounded the blue-robed man had largely transferred to the Emperor, who now appeared to be in his 30s, eliciting a hint of delight from him. At this moment, upon witnessing Han Li's intervention, Chen Xiaoqian and her companions unleashed their magical artifacts to attack below. Perceiving that the two individuals were engaged in some nefarious sorcery and unable to retaliate, naturally, they seized the opportunity to strike. However, as soon as their artifacts were deployed, a blinding burst of white light erupted between the Emperor and the blue-robed figure, followed by an earth-shattering roar. The white light swelled and receded, subsequently enveloping the two within its embrace. The terrifying spiritual power contained within the white light, coupled with the expression of horror that spread across the Emperor's face, was vividly noted by Chen Xiaoqian and the others, igniting both fear and exhilaration within them as they simultaneously turned to Han Li. Clearly recognizing this was the handiwork of their fellow sect member. Yet, the Han Li they beheld bore no trace of joy. Instead, his countenance darkened further. "Do not rejoice too soon. That fellow is not yet dead," Han Li remarked coldly, casting a detached glance at them. These words sent a jolt of alarm through the group, prompting them to look again. Indeed, amidst the swirling dust that obscured everything, the faint aura of the Emperor still lingered, suggesting that while he remained, his power had been significantly diminished. Sensing this information through their spiritual awareness, Song Meng and the others felt a renewed vigor, directing their artifacts to hover restlessly in the vicinity. They resolved to strike as soon as the Emperor revealed himself, seeking to avenge their tragically fallen comrade. Cough. Good. Cough. I truly misjudged you. I did not expect you to be the most formidable among this group. A voice emerged from the smoke, gradually stabilizing and growing colder, imbued with renewed strength. The expressions of Song Meng and the others shifted dramatically, and even Han Li felt a surge of astonishment. Just a thunderbolt. I truly did not anticipate that there exists a foundation-building cultivator who can withstand a thunderbolt and remain alive. Han Li sighed softly, speaking slowly. With a flourish of his hands, over a dozen puppeteering beasts and puppet soldiers materialized before him in a flash of white light, all aiming at the gradually discernible figure on the ground. As soon as that figure emerged, Song Meng and the others' magical artifacts surged forward without hesitation. However, after a burst of red light, all their magical tools simultaneously severed their connection with their masters. Then, the blood-stained and grimy figure of the Blood Emperor emerged from the smoke, his eyes, filled with malice, fixated intently on Han Li. Han Li did not acknowledge the Blood Emperor's resentful gaze. Instead, his attention lingered on the dim blood light surrounding him. A golden shur, a pair of violet blades, and a blue longsword floated within the sanguine glow. These were indeed the magical artifacts belonging to Song Meng and the others. At this moment, they remained motionless in the blood light, evidently devoid of their former sentience. A contemplative glint crossed Han Li's eyes. It seemed this individual's protective demonic aura specifically corrupted ordinary magical tools. Only that pair of black dragon claws appeared impervious to such nefarious arts. Moreover, it was now clear that this person stood alone. The figure who had claimed to be the Black Fiend sect master had truly perished beneath the heavenly thunder. With this realization, Han Li felt a sense of relief. Yet, he showed no intention of granting the opponent a moment's respite. With a mental command, the 10 or so puppets at his front launched their assault. A barrage of colorful light arrows and beams cascaded down, striking towards the adversary. Although Song Meng and the others were too terrified to utilize their magical artifacts after losing them, they instinctively began to chant spells and hurl various talismans down below in unison upon witnessing Han Li's attack. They understood clearly that only by overwhelming this last enemy in one decisive strike could they preserve their lives and free themselves from the nightmares of their fallen comrades. The Blood Emperor, witnessing this, wore an impassive expression, yet he effortlessly swiped his hand in front of him, summoning a massive blood-red shield that effortlessly absorbed all incoming attacks. However, the blood light surrounding him grew increasingly feeble, even giving the impression of imminent collapse, which only spurred Han Li and the others to intensify their onslaught. With a cold snort, the Blood Emperor wasted no time reaching into his robe, retrieving a small dark green vial. Swiftly, he poured out a Dan pill. The size of a longan, which was crimson and exuded a potent stench of blood, suggesting it was far from a benevolent remedy. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill and casually tossed aside the vial, which had contained only this solitary elixir. Once the blood-red Dan pill settled in the Blood Emperor's stomach, a shocking transformation occurred. His countenance brightened, and the blood light surrounding him flared back to brilliance, while the visible wounds on his body rapidly began to vanish at an astonishing pace. In that fleeting moment, the formidable adversary in Han Li's mind regained his composure, as if all the consumed magical energy and injuries had reverted to the state they had been in before Han Li's previous attack with the heavenly thunder. This was unfathomable. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Song Meng, witnessing this bizarre scene, forgot to launch the ice spikes he had formed in his hands, muttering in disbelief. Han Li, equally astounded, was left pondering what sort of substance the Blood Emperor had ingested to yield such extraordinary effects. He had never encountered a situation like this in any of the various ancient texts he had perused. He was consuming the revitalizing essence pill, a rare elixir crafted solely by those who had mastered several peculiar magical arts and were willing to sacrifice their own cultivation for its creation. This potion could only be ingested by oneself. For others, it would be a lethal poison. A voice, cool and composed, drifted from behind Chen Xiaoqian, causing Han Li to momentarily startle, while Chen Xiaoqian turned around with a face full of delight. "Sister Zhong, you are unharmed." "I am well, nothing of significance. However, seeing this fiend who murdered Brother Liu, I must eliminate him." The recently awakened Zhong Wei and I forced a smile at Chen Xiaoqian, her expression quickly turning cold as she spoke. "We all wish to slay him. The crux of the matter is that he harbors the same intent," Han Li replied, his tone indifferent, without turning back to acknowledge Zhong Wei Ni's words. Upon hearing Han Li's declaration, Zhong Wei and I was taken aback, glancing downward, only to find her countenance shift abruptly to one of dismay. The formidable adversary, the Blood Emperor, had retracted his luminous shield back into his body while they conversed, and the sanguine glow around him swelled to an impressive height of 2 to 3 zhong. The magical artifacts he had seized began to dissolve within the crimson light. All manner of spells and puppet attacks were thwarted outside this blood barrier, whereas his protective aura had previously only extended a few feet. His cultivation had evidently surpassed its former limits. He cast a frigid glance towards Han Li and the others, suddenly extending an arm backward and grasping the air. A fiery red orb shot forth from an unseen location behind him, landing squarely in his hand. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of realization crossed Han Li's eyes. Recalling the blue-robed figure who had perished beneath his thunderbolt, it appeared this orb was a remnant of that individual. Now that the blood-condensing 5 elements pill had been gathered, should he manage to vanquish this adversary, he would acquire a treasure greatly beneficial for his own cultivation. "Young man, do you still possess thunderbolts? If so, I shall remain here and receive another from you, to see whether your thunderbolt is mightier or my protective magic is more profound," the Blood Emperor remarked coldly, tucking the orb into his robe while fixing his gaze on Han Li. The utterance caused a momentary pause among those present, who turned their attention to Han Li. His expression remained unchanged, yet internally he scoffed, responding calmly, "I too harbor curiosity. Who truly possesses the essence, you or the individual from earlier? Moreover, it seems you have absorbed a significant portion of that person's cultivation." Such an occurrence, where a cultivator willingly donned another's vestments, perplexed Han Li. Instead of addressing the inquiry posed by the Blood Emperor, he redirected the conversation, clearly revealing a confrontational stance. The Blood Emperor, however, displayed an odd expression, part mockery, part lament. Yet shortly thereafter, a surge of malevolence seemed to envelop him, his brows furrowing sharply. Feeling a tremor of apprehension, Han Li slightly parted his lips, quietly transmitting a few words to the ears of the other four, leaving Chun Xiao, Qian, and Song Ming in a state of astonishment. Observing their reactions, Han Li coldly stated, "I have spoken my piece. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Han Li did not communicate his words through sound transmission. Thus, even the Emperor of You below heard him clearly, causing a chill to sweep across his face. Suddenly, he raised a hand and pointed, unleashing a streak of crimson light, as slender as a thumb, that vanished in an instant, arriving before Han Li in the blink of an eye. Taken aback, Han Li, though astonished by the swiftness of the red light, managed to awkwardly overlap his white phosphor shield and turtle shell artifact in front of himself. Subsequently, a surge of azure light enveloped him, and a blue shield materialized around him. Faced with this unknown assault, Han Li dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. With two faint sounds, Han Li instinctively jerked to the side as he heard the noise, only to feel a searing heat in his right shoulder, followed by an intense pain. His countenance grew exceedingly grim as he turned to inspect the source of the discomfort, discovering a gaping wound, akin to the thickness of a finger, bleeding profusely from his shoulder. Licking his parched lips, Han Li gazed incredulously at the two artifacts before him, noting that a similarly sized puncture had appeared in the overlapping white phosphor shield and turtle shell artifact, both pierced by the inconspicuous red light. As for the azure sword shield enveloping him, it had proven utterly ineffective, crumbling to nothingness upon impact with the red light. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a profound sense of dread settle in his heart. Had it not been for his mastery of the Luo Yin step, granting him sufficient agility, he would have been pierced through the heart and met his demise in that moment. In this realm of cultivation, a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. The more Han Li contemplated, the more his anxiety intensified. Although he was aware that his opponent had absorbed a significant portion of the blue-robed man's spiritual power, thus vastly enhancing their strength, the extent of this newfound prowess was utterly unforeseen. Unbeknownst to Han Li, as he was gripped by terror, the Emperor of You, witnessing that this attack had not claimed Han Li's life, was equally astonished. Despite appearing effortless, the blood spirit drill he had just executed was a technique he had painstakingly cultivated, condensing certain vital energies within him to an extraordinary degree. Kept hidden for a surprise lethal strike, it was, in fact, a one-time offensive maneuver. The process of refining it was excruciating, and creating even a single one required an extensive duration, marking it as one of the deadly techniques of his demonic cultivation. Previously, he had unleashed it with unerring success, and no cultivator had ever escaped its grasp. Yet now, it had merely inflicted a light injury upon Han Li, leaving him utterly astounded. Presently, only one blood spirit drill remained within him. Should he attempt to strike Han Li once more? This thought left him in a state of hesitation. Chun Xiao Qian and the others, having witnessed the recent attack and Han Li's injury, could not help but change their expressions dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li had become their pillar of support, and his unexpected injury instilled panic among the others. "Let us go," Han Li declared resolutely as he shifted his gaze from his wound. He then channeled his spiritual energy into the divine wind vessel beneath his feet, swiftly soaring away to the side. Upon hearing his command, Song Ming, Zhong Weinyang, and the others exchanged glances before promptly following Han Li in retreat. Observing this turn of events, the Emperor of You was initially taken aback, but soon a cold smile crept across his face. He swiftly ascended into the air, preparing to pursue, yet before he could act, a dazzling spectacle unfolded before him as 10 uniquely shaped puppets surrounded him in a tight formation. In the third volume, Chapter 327, entering the formation, the ominous voice of the Emperor of You rang out. A surge of crimson light circled swiftly around the puppets, then let out a long howl, leaving behind fleeting shadows as it sped after Han Li and his companions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the previously motionless puppets suddenly shattered and plummeted from the sky, each one dismembered, none remaining intact. Han Li, hovering above the grand formation he had established, sensed everything with clarity through his divided consciousness. With a hint of regret but no hesitation, he called to the others and plunged directly into the bamboo grove below. As Han Li and his companions descended, the Emperor of Yu, slightly obstructed by the puppets, swiftly pursued them, observing Han Li's entry into the bamboo thicket with keen interest, leaving him both puzzled and pleasantly surprised. Once above the bamboo grove, seeing that Han Li and the others showed no intention of emerging, a sinister smile crept across his face. He promptly waved his hands, causing a portion of the blood light enveloping him to split off. With a swift motion, this fragment of blood light shot towards the bamboo grove, expanding in midair until it became enormous, completely engulfing the area above the thicket in a crimson hue, lending an eerie atmosphere to the scene below. As the blood light silently descended upon the wild bamboo forest, a glimmer of triumph appeared on the Emperor's face. With his protective demonic light trapping the grove, he could activate another secret technique to dissolve everything within, leaving no trace behind. If his adversaries found themselves in such dire straits, he would not be blamed for his ruthless actions. After deftly executing a series of hand seals, he prepared to unleash his secret technique when, unexpectedly, a layer of azure and white light emerged from the bamboo grove below, effortlessly lifting the descending blood light, causing the Emperor to freeze momentarily, his expression turning cold. Clearly, this group had ulterior motives for fleeing here. They had set up a formation. Annoyed, the Emperor thought, yet he dismissed his irritation. What could a hastily arranged formation possibly achieve? At worst, he would refine both the formation and the individuals within it. He was resolute in ensuring that these people would not escape the imperial city. Having made up his mind, he unceremoniously pinched a hand seal, immediately activating his secret technique. The previously buoyed crimson radiance emitted a blinding glare, descending forcefully as it halted its upward motion. However, the Emperor did not stop there. With a flick of his finger, he sent down another wave of blood light, equal in size to the previous one, which swiftly merged into the existing crimson luminescence below. The entire crimson screen deepened in hue, becoming 3 shades more vivid, with a faint scent of blood wafting through the air, evoking a sense of nausea. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor, now manipulating the technique, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. His fingers danced as he unleashed a series of colorful seals, each merging seamlessly into the blood light below. As the blood veil surged forth with the casting of the spell, it suddenly enveloped the entire bamboo grove, casting a deep crimson light that weighed heavily upon the surroundings. Yet within this ominous hue, a pale azure radiance struggled to persist, as if on the brink of being extinguished. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Yu finally felt a sense of relief. For him, the annihilation of Han Li and his companions was merely a matter of time. They were trapped like birds with clipped wings. The real challenge lay in how to handle the aftermath. It appeared that the Emperor of Yu would no longer be able to maintain his position and would have to retreat into obscurity. Starting anew, a thought that filled him with regret. While the Emperor contemplated his escape, Song Ming and his companions in the bamboo grove were filled with trepidation. They had followed Han Li's telepathic instruction to retreat, trusting in his strength to ensure their survival. However, they found themselves ensnared in this inexplicable bamboo thicket. Cornered and desperate, although the grove appeared to be protected by a formation, it was now surrounded on all sides by the enemy's bloodlight, rendering the formation unstable and leaving them in peril of being annihilated at any moment. How could they not be filled with rage and despair? Junior brother Han, is this truly the backup plan you devised? Song Ming murmured, struggling to grasp the situation. Yes, what seems to be the problem? Han Li replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the scene above, without turning back. Song Ming's face turned ashen, while Zhong Wenyang and the heartbroken Chen Xiaoqian also bore expressions of distress. Only Chen Xiaoqian, glancing at Han Li's impassive countenance, revealed a flicker of contemplation in her eyes. Han Li, if you possess other means, please reveal them. Do not keep us in the dark. I believe that with your capabilities, you must have devised more than just this single contingency. Chen Xiaoqian spoke with unexpected calmness. Upon hearing her words, the other 3 were momentarily taken aback, then their spirits lifted as they looked towards Han Li. Clearly, they too felt that given Han Li's meticulousness displayed in previous encounters, he would not resort to such a reckless strategy. Surprised by her inquiry, Han Li lowered his head slightly and offered them a faint smile. Rest assured, since I have brought you all here, I am well aware of what I am doing, he replied with an air of calmness. He then reached into his storage pouch and produced a small flag of azure and violet hues, covered in intricate symbols and incantations, indicating that it was no ordinary magical artifact. Is that a formation flag? Zhong Wenyang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, formation tools such as array discs and flags were rarely seen in the kingdom of Yu. Sister, you are truly knowledgeable. Han Li complimented her, tacitly acknowledging her observation. This revelation greatly surprised Song Meng and the others, while also slightly bolstering their confidence. It seemed that their junior brother Han had indeed made additional preparations. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Han Li held the small flag between his hands and, with a slight gesture, it instantaneously expanded to several times its original size, emanating a faint azure and violet glow. He then positioned the formation flag horizontally on his palms, murmuring a few incantations before loudly uttering the word fast. Suddenly, the azure and violet array flags shot forth with a swift whistle, propelling themselves in a singular direction until they vanished from sight. Following this, Han Li retrieved 3 identical array flags from his storage pouch, employing the same technique to launch them towards other directions, where they too disappeared from view. After completing this, Han Li cast a cold gaze upwards, revealing an additional apricot-colored array disc in his hand. This disc, seemingly unremarkable and devoid of brilliance, was held with great reverence as he raised it above his head and gave it a gentle shake. A thick yellow beam of light surged skyward, striking directly at the cerulean white energy shield. Almost simultaneously, beams of gold, azure, crimson, and azure light emanated from the other 4 directions, joining the initial strike. The previously unstable cerulean white shield steadied instantly upon absorbing these 5 colored beams, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of the ebb and flow of tides. This sound began softly, gradually crescendoing in volume and speed, transforming into a resounding thunder that enveloped the air above, leaving listeners awestruck and spellbound. As the sound intensified, the cerulean white protective barrier began to shift in hue, eventually transforming into a radiant array of 5 colors. Despite the tumultuous red light outside, this brilliance stood resolute, unyielding as a rock amidst raging waves. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Meng and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. Realizing the complexity of the formation Han Li had set up, clearly, their safety was no longer in jeopardy. Observing the anomaly in the formation, the entity above unleashed a series of magical powers, yet could not affect the colorful radiance below, sensing that the situation was turning dire. His face, once cold, now reflected hesitation as he frowned, suddenly stomping his foot and beckoning with his hand. Instantly, the bloodlight below began to retreat like a river flowing backward, shrinking back to him. Without hesitation, he transformed into a mass of bloodlight, soaring upwards with astonishing speed, outpacing even Han Li. However, while he fled swiftly, his return was even faster. For reasons unknown, after circling above, he reverted to his original position. His face bore an expression of disbelief as he attempted to escape several times, yet each time he barely distanced himself only to inevitably return to the same spot. At this moment, the once skeptical expression on the face of the Blood Emperor was replaced with one of sheer terror. Observing this, Han Li let out a cold chuckle, while Song Meng and the others stood in stunned silence. Zhong Wenyang, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, clenched her fists tightly, oblivious to the way her long nails drew blood from her palms. Chun Xiaoqian's expression was unexpectedly complex, filled with a myriad of emotions. Han Li, having no time to elucidate the intricacies of the 5 elements reversal formation, raised his hand to summon the white phosphorus shield and tortoise shell artifact, encircling himself. He then spoke in a grave tone, "Everyone with talismans, now is the time to unleash their power. We shall strike together and eliminate this individual. Having fallen into this grand formation, he cannot escape in the short term." Han Li's words brimmed with confidence. Due to family matters during the day, I could only update 1 chapter tonight. I hope everyone understands. Volume 3, Chapter 328. The Bloodblade. Upon hearing Han Li's confident declarations and observing him retrieving a blue talisman to sit in meditation, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Weiniang silently produced their own talismans, one red and one yellow, each adopting a cross-legged posture to activate them. Chen Xiaoqian Sr. and Song Meng exchanged wry smiles. Neither possessed their own talismans. Although Chen Xiaoqian Sr. had recently acquired a blue talisman left by a deceased companion, he was unfamiliar with its powers and effects, thus refraining from recklessly using it. Meanwhile, Song Ming's gray spear talisman had exhausted its potency following his battle with the ice demon. As a result, the two simply stood beside Han Li, providing protection for the trio. At that moment, the trapped Yu Emperor appeared to realize that his frantic movements were futile. He halted in the air, deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, he abruptly lifted his head, a sinister expression crossing his face as he ripped off the golden crown atop his head. His long black hair cascaded down, billowing in the wind and obscuring half of his visage, amplifying his eerie and enigmatic aura against the backdrop of his blood-red glow. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly drew his sharp nails across his wrists, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth, merging with the surrounding crimson light. The vibrant red hue darkened, transitioning to a deep crimson. Even from a distance, the nauseating scent of blood reached Song Meng and the others, causing their expressions to shift slightly. Yet, there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly as their adversary continued his incantation. As the color of the bloodlight transformed fully, the Yu Emperor opened his mouth, expelling two streams of red energy onto his wrists. The nature of the spell was unclear, but the deep wounds quickly ceased bleeding, fading from red to a pale hue, though his complexion visibly paled from the loss of blood. Then, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he reached into his robes, revealing a bare, obsidian hilt that materialized in his hand. This hilt was not particularly large, measuring about half a foot, yet it emanated an aura of neglect and obscurity. Nonetheless, the Yu Emperor cradled it with utmost caution, as though it were not an inanimate object, but rather an exceedingly dangerous artifact. Fixating his gaze upon the hilt, he began to chant a low incantation. The murmur of the spell was barely audible and difficult to comprehend, yet within its slow cadence, an ancient and primal energy began to emanate, invoking a sense of antiquity. What was he intending to do? From a distance, Song Ming was astonished by this scene, instinctively inquiring. "I don't know, perhaps he is about to unleash a formidable spell," replied a fellow disciple, equally perplexed by the incomprehensible incantation, his concern palpable. Although both remained oblivious to the enemy's intentions, they could discern from the Yu Emperor's self-inflicted wounds that he was indeed desperate, willing to resort to extreme measures. As Song Ming and his companion stood anxiously, the rhythm of the Yu Emperor's incantation accelerated, the primal aura intensifying. A flash of crimson light ignited in the Yu Emperor's eyes, heralding an astonishing spectacle. The hilt of the sword erupted with a sudden burst of black light amidst the incantations, defying gravity as it floated upwards to about a foot above its origin, remaining suspended in midair. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Yu became increasingly cautious. With remarkable dexterity, he formed a series of peculiar hand seals, causing strands of black blood to emerge from the surrounding crimson aura. Upon their appearance, these strands swiftly darted toward the sword hilt. Initially, only a couple of strands manifested, but soon they multiplied into dozens, even hundreds, rushing toward the hilt like moths drawn to a flame. In the blink of an eye, the hilt was enveloped by a dense mass of black blood strands, which, after a series of writhing motions, coalesced into a substantial clump of tainted blood. The hilt was thoroughly ensconced within this dark mass. Upon closer inspection, the tainted blood exhibited a hue of dark red, emanating an eerie glow that invoked an unsettling sensation, as if it were attempting to ensnare one's very soul. However, the Emperor of Yu, observing this scene, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction. As he dispersed his hand seals, preparing to employ another tactic, the once still black blood erupted in a dazzling radiance, writhing violently, rolling and expanding in a display of instability. The Emperor's fleeting joy dissipated, replaced by a profound fear. He hastily glanced around before turning back to the blood clump, his expression deepening in dread. Yet, determination quickly overtook him as he uttered several weighty incantations, biting down on his tongue to draw forth a mouthful of tainted blood mixed with fragments of flesh, which he forcefully expelled onto the morphing blood clump. The black mass absorbed these foreign elements, immediately ceasing its transformation, and the blinding light diminished. Even so, the emperor, still uneasy, frantically executed a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing them all upon the mass. With this final assault, the last vestige of light from the blood clump vanished. At this moment, the emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the act of expelling his blood had aged him visibly by several years, leaving him looking exceedingly haggard. Yet, he had no time for concerns beyond this, and with a swift gesture, a significant portion of the blood aura detached and lunged towards the blood clump. A low, resonant voice emerged once more, though his enunciation faltered due to the loss of his tongue. The black mass, shrouded in bloodlight, gradually elongated and morphed, revealing the obsidian hilt once more. It transformed into a true long sword forged from black blood, radiating an astonishing aura of sanguine energy. Upon beholding this weapon, the emperor's face lit with fervor. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt and wielded it with a flourish, though its power remained untested. Still, he wore an expression of profound satisfaction. Casting a deep gaze upon the sword, the emperor let out a triumphant roar, and in an instant, he and his blade morphed into a colossal orb of bloodlight, hurtling towards the bamboo grove below, causing great concern among those, like Song Meng, who were intently watching from a distance. At that moment, Han Li, who had previously kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed his attention on the descending mass of blood. Although he had been focused on activating the talisman in his hand, his formidable spiritual sense allowed him to remain acutely aware of his opponent's actions. However, as the black blood dagger materialized, Han Li's spiritual awareness, which had been lingering nearby, was forcibly drawn towards the dark blade, as if it sought to consume him entirely. Alarmed, Han Li swiftly retracted his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the dagger's alluring pull was merely a function of its own nature and did not stem from the control of the Yu Huang, allowing him to escape with relative ease and return to his physical form. Nevertheless, this encounter drenched him in cold sweat. Had his spiritual sense been absorbed by the sinister blade, he could only dread the horrific consequences that might have ensued. While Han Li acknowledged the dagger's formidable power, his confidence in the hastily constructed inverted five elements formation was far more robust. After all, even the core formation cultivator Lei Wankai had remarked that dismantling the original version of the formation was no trivial matter. Now, equipped with this enhanced array and its potent new formations, he held firm in his belief that a mere foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to breach it in such a short span of time. Thus, despite opening his eyes, he remained entirely composed. As Han Li's thoughts raced, the bloodlight emanating from the Yu Huang collided with the multicolored radiance above, producing an ear-splitting sound of immense pressure. The brilliance effortlessly repelled him. However, the Yu Huang, having anticipated this, revealed a sinister smile. Gripping the black blood dagger tightly in his hands and ruthlessly slashing towards the radiant barrier, a shrill shriek erupted from the blade, and in an instant, a striking black light surged forth, extending over 10 feet in length. With a resounding cut, the radiant barrier was indeed severed, revealing a passage nearly a foot wide. Elated by this development, the Yu Huang wasted no time and darted through the opening, his hands aglow with dark energy as he plunged into the brilliance. "What do we do now?" Song Meng exclaimed in panic. The other individual, though silent, wore an equally distressed expression, riddled with anxiety. "Do not panic. That radiant barrier is merely the first layer of defense. My formation is not so easily breached." At that moment, Han Li's calm voice resonated in their ears, instantly bringing relief to their faces and restoring their composure. They were also taken aback. This junior brother Han could still manage to communicate while actively manipulating his talisman. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, the Yu Huang had swiftly traversed the radiant layers and clearly spotted the individuals below in the Huangfeng Valley, including Han Li and his companions as they operated their talismans. A shadow of cunning crossed his face, and he promptly ascended to a height several feet above Han Li. Brandishing the black blood dagger with a swift motion, its elongated black blade descending menacingly. As Song Meng and his companion witnessed the Yu Huang's assault on the meditating Han Li, both were taken aback, although aware of the formidable power wielded by the blade. The two individuals knew they could not withstand even a single strike. Yet, in a moment of resignation, one of them raised a hand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, while the other cast a talisman that conjured several massive stones, each the size of millstones, in an attempt to impede the impending attack. Regrettably, these magical assaults were effortlessly obliterated by the sweeping arc of the colossal blade's radiance before they could even approach it. The blades gleamed and pivoted sharply, accompanied by an ominous stench, and struck down fiercely once more. Han Li, observing the imminent danger, remained unfazed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The Emperor of Yu, taken aback by Han Li's composure, was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the profound implications of the situation as the blade's radiance descended upon him. As the Emperor swung his blade, a flash obscured his vision, and Han Li vanished from beneath him, leaving the strike to land in empty air. Startled, he realized he had inexplicably returned to a height of several dozen feet, the vibrant hues of the sky still enveloping him. As he was transported back to his original position, the Emperor's expression darkened, and with gritted teeth, he slashed several times, breaking through the radiant barrier and descending towards Han Li, who remained seated, gazing at him with an air of detachment. This time, the Emperor refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of bloodlight that engulfed the area, followed closely by the black blade's radiance. Having mentally prepared himself, the Emperor finally perceived the bizarre scene unfolding below. As the bloodlight approached within a foot of Han Li's head, it seemed to be devoured by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, he sensed the reappearance of his protective, demonic aura above him, indicating a true and instantaneous return to his original position. In the midst of the Emperor's astonishment, his attack fell completely ineffective, and he swiftly retreated back to the heights above the radiant glow. This time, the Emperor's complexion paled, revealing a hint of panic for the first time. No longer did he charge downward. Instead, he wielded the black blood demon blade, unleashing crescent arcs of blade light in various directions, desperately seeking a flaw in the formation. However, to his dismay, the arcs promptly rebounded after a flash of white light, leaving him in a flustered state as he struggled to regain control of his sharp assault. Initially, the Emperor had perceived the formation as merely an illusion, dismissing it as a trivial obstacle that could be easily overcome with his demonic prowess. Yet, witnessing the instantaneous teleportation of a person and the reflection of his powerful attacks now sent his heart plummeting. This was the manifestation of a formidable formation known as the Forbidden Great Array, which could impose such restrictions. Just as unease surged within him, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from beneath the radiant glow, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He tightened his grip on the black blade, and the bloodlight surrounding him began to swirl rapidly, enveloping him in a tempest of crimson, shielding him from the impending storm. Suddenly, two equally formidable spiritual pressures erupted from below, and amidst a resonating hum, the radiant glow beneath split apart, revealing a circular passageway approximately 10 feet in diameter. Instantly, a swarm of azure small true surged forth from the passage, transforming into a torrent of blue energy racing towards the Emperor of Yu, which was none other than the successfully activated azure true talisman of Han Li. Following the flight of the Trichin, a fiery red small sword and a yellow crystal orb emerged in succession. As the two artifacts exited the passage, they underwent a startling transformation. One grew immensely large, while the other emitted a blinding yellow light. Under the guidance of Chun Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, these two talismans silently flanked their target. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Yu turned pale with fury, suddenly brandishing the black blood knife in a frenzied dance, unleashing 7 or 8 gigantic sword lights that surged towards the Azurane. In a cacophony of explosive sounds, the majority of the small tree were shattered. Below, Han Li, who was manipulating the talismans, felt a slight pallor wash over his face. As their minds were connected, he too was affected. The potency of this blood knife was unexpectedly formidable. Fortunately, he did not have to confront it head-on. Yet, the current Emperor of Yu was merely making a desperate struggle, even with the sword lights obstructing him. The remaining Azure Trichin, along with the red small sword and yellow crystal orb, seized the opportunity to dart ahead of the blood wind, unhesitatingly piercing through. Immediately, within the crimson whirlwind, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted, with blue, red, and yellow lights continuously bursting forth, clashing fiercely with the black light. The battle within was evidently intense. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment and rage erupted, and with a sound of rupture, the black light and the yellow and red lights simultaneously flickered wildly, before the 3 colored lights vanished completely from the blood wind. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, seated beside Han Li, simultaneously turned pale, their expressions devoid of vitality. "Seventh junior sister, are you all right?" Song Ming inquired with concern upon witnessing this. "I am fine. That blood knife is truly otherworldly. It managed to annihilate both my and Sister Zhong's talismans in a mutual destruction. Now, we must see if Han Jr. Brother's talisman can eliminate the opponent," Chun Xiaoqian replied, retrieving 2 blue pills from her robe, consuming one and tossing the other to Zhong Wenyang. "Have the 2 junior sisters' talismans been destroyed?" the other exclaimed in utter shock. In her mind, talismans should be invincible apart from magical artifacts. "Indeed, I suspect that the opponent's demonic knife may be a fragment of some magical artifact," Zhong Wenyang said. After swallowing the pill, a strange flush rising to her cheeks as she spoke. "A fragment of a magical artifact? How can that be?" Chun Xiaoqian gasped in astonishment. Just then, a series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated above them, prompting the group to look up in alarm. Through the faint glow of the horizon, a dazzling light of blue and blood red erupted from the battlefield. Moments later, the blood light rapidly diminished, completely engulfed by the azure light. Subsequently, all the radiance gradually faded, revealing the Emperor of Yu standing upright. He appeared utterly bewildered, his lips quivering as if they were porcelain shattering. His entire being crumbled into a heap of flesh, plummeting from the sky, gently cradled by the radiant light above the onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's fellow disciples erupted in ecstasy, with Song Ming turning to Han Li, exclaiming in excitement, "Junior brother Han, you have vanquished this fiend. I knew you would succeed. It was only by unleashing the remaining power of the talisman that I could shatter his bloodlight. Otherwise, we might have been entangled for much longer." Han Li, with a smile gracing his face, rose to his feet, his words laced with a hint of pride. The technique to significantly draw upon the talisman's power was not easily mastered. It was only through his extensive experience with various talismans that Han Li gained a modicum of insight. This was a sharp tactic to defeat adversaries, greatly reducing the usage of the talisman while exponentially increasing its potency. It proved exceptionally effective against formidable foes. Han Li had only recently comprehended this technique, and upon employing it unexpectedly, he decisively annihilated an already weakened enemy. Of course, this talisman had now met its end, reduced to ashes. Yet, Han Li's thoughts were now fixated on the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. After exchanging a few words with Song Ming, he promptly summoned 2 beast puppets, directing them towards the corpse of the Emperor. The others paid little mind to this, as it was clear that this enemy had been vanquished largely due to Han Li's efforts, and thus the spoils rightfully belonged to him. However, Zhong Wenyang, having avenged her beloved, finally displayed a semblance of joy on her face, repeatedly expressing her gratitude towards Han Li. She remarked that if senior brother Lu and the others were aware, they would surely be grateful to Han Li for avenging them. This statement made Han Li, who had ulterior motives for this endeavor, feel somewhat sheepish. He hastily shifted the topic, suggesting that they promptly search the palace for any remaining members of the Black Sha sect lurking within, while he would take care of dismantling the Grand Formation. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the others from Huangfeng Valley quickly discerned his intentions. He was clearly offering them the opportunity to loot the Black Sha sect stronghold. Instantly, Song Ming beamed with delight, while Chun Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, Han Li, with a nonchalant remark, assured them, "I will join you once I finish my task, and I believe the leader of the Black Sha sect possesses numerous valuable items that will more than compensate me." With this, the others found his reasoning sound and ceased their reluctance. After all, they had indeed suffered considerable losses in today's battle. Thus, once Han Li released the Grand Formation, the others swiftly took to their flying vessels and departed. When they vanished from sight, Han Li felt relieved and beckoned the 2 beast puppets, which returned to him, clutching several items they had discovered. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 330, titled Sha Dan, Han Li immediately spotted the 5 blood-condensing 5 elements pills among these items, his heart swelling with joy. He promptly retrieved them from the puppet's jaws and examined them meticulously. From the immense spiritual energy contained within the elixir, Han Li confirmed its authenticity, allowing him to confidently retrieve a delicate jade box from his storage pouch, carefully securing 5 pills within. Although Han Li was unaware of the specific effects of the blood condensation 5 elements pill, The intense interest exhibited by the Emperor of Yu indicated that the words of the young prince from Xian Wang Fu regarding its utility for foundation establishment were likely true, filling him with excitement. Subsequently, Han Li's gaze shifted to other items: a pitch-black bowl, a blood-red pointed cone roughly the size of a thumb, and a jade slip exuding a grayish-white aura. The sight of these objects sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. It was evident that these items were artifacts used by practitioners of dark arts and malevolent cultivators, possibly imbued with prohibitive curses or other sinister enchantments. Therefore, he refrained from hastily manipulating them, instead taking a deep breath, allowing a faint glow to emanate from his hands, and enveloping them in a thin layer of azure light. Only then did he feel secure enough to pick up the jade slip and examine it. Aside from the odd aura it emitted, the jade slip appeared to bear no prohibitive seals. After exhaling in relief, Han Li gradually delved his consciousness into it. As soon as his consciousness entered the jade slip, he stood stock still, yet his expression shifted to one of peculiarity, one moment filled with astonishment, the next steeped in despair, ultimately transforming into an expression of utmost caution, tinged with a hint of rarely revealed fear. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, yet remained somewhat dazed. The contents within the jade slip were both anticipated and surprisingly enlightening. Indeed, it recorded the cultivation methods of the Blacksha sect's members, such as the young prince practicing the Blacksha Shura technique, the 4 blood servants cultivating the Sha Yao decision, and the Emperor of Yu training in the blood-refining divine light, among others. However, what astounded Han Li was the consistent mention of a tome known as the Xianyin Classic, suggesting that these techniques were derived from it. This piqued Han Li's curiosity immensely. Yet, after hastily flipping through the jade slip, he found no information regarding the whereabouts of this scripture. Reluctantly, Han Li set aside this desire and redirected his focus to some peculiar secret techniques beyond the cultivation methods. Among these, several delighted Han Li, as they not only resolved some of his long-standing uncertainties, but also elucidated the true purpose of the blood condensation 5 elements pill. As he calmed his mind and scrutinized the details, he discovered that the blood condensation 5 elements pill could only be refined by cultivators of the Sha Yao decision, akin to a beast's inner elixir, which was the primary goal of this technique. Furthermore, the reason the 4 blood servants could transform into Sha Yao and enter the foundation establishment stage without consuming foundation building pills was due to the formation of this pill. However, according to the descriptions within the Sha Yao decision, even without employing blood sacrifice techniques, the rapid progression of the cultivation method meant that achieving the golden core stage in this lifetime was beyond reach. The foundation establishment stage was the pinnacle of their techniques. In truth, not only the Sha Yao decision, but also several other methods shared similar fatal flaws that rendered them incapable of achieving the golden core stage. Certainly, the speed at which they cultivated, aided by the blood sacrifice techniques, was astonishing. The emergence of the blood condensed 5 elements pill seemed to be a remedy for the deficiencies inherent in such cultivation methods. This brings to light a secret technique known as the killing pill technique, described within the jade slip. According to this technique, even a cultivator of poor aptitude in the late foundation establishment stage, by consuming the blood condensed 5 elements pill, would have a 1/3 chance of forming a pseudo-golden pill akin to that of a golden core cultivator. Initially, this killing pill, while slightly less powerful than a genuine golden core, was still formidable and possessed remarkable longevity-enhancing properties. Upon reading this, Han Li's heart raced with excitement. A 1/3 chance of forming a golden core? This blood-condensed 5 elements pill was truly extraordinary. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize the 5 pills and consume them immediately. Yet, the subsequent mention of the killing pill's shortcomings left him in shock. It stated that, since the killing pill was an artificial creation, once formed, there would be no potential for further enhancement. This implied that the cultivator would remain forever at the initial stage of the golden core level, with no possibility of further advancement. Had it been merely this, Han Li might not have dismissed the shortcut so readily. The convoluted process of dispersing the 3 transformations of heavy yuan cultivation 3 times, and then condensing a golden core, seemed far too arduous and uncertain. Even if he managed to disperse his energy 3 times, he had no confidence in the outcome. For this technique was merely a hypothesis proposed by the esteemed master who created the green yuan sword technique, never truly practiced by anyone. Conversely, The killing pill technique appeared to have been utilized by others before. A one-third chance was an irresistible temptation for Han Li. As for the notion that once a killing pill was formed, the cultivator could never ascend to the nascent soul stage, he dismissed such distant concerns. The nascent soul stage was a mere figment of his imagination, something he only dreamed of at night. For him, achieving a golden core was the pinnacle of his current aspirations. The possibility of refining a nascent soul could be contemplated at a later time. However, the continued explanation of the killing pill technique left Han Li dumbfounded. It further elaborated that once the killing pill was formed within the cultivator's body, it would continuously release a malevolent aura, which would gradually erode the cultivator's intellect over time. Although this erosion would not lead to a complete loss of consciousness or recognition of kin, it would inevitably dull the mind and lead to a gradual decline in intelligence. This revelation sent a chill down Han Li's spine. He had always prided himself on his cleverness, which had been his greatest asset in navigating the world of cultivation. Therefore, upon reading this, he struggled momentarily before completely abandoning the thought of using the blood-condensed 5-elements pill. At that moment, he felt immense regret. Did this not imply that the painstakingly acquired blood-condensed 5-elements pill was rendered utterly useless? However, after a brief contemplation, he sensed something amiss. If that were the case, why would the Emperor still go to such lengths to cultivate this pill? Observing his cunning demeanor, it was evident that he would not partake directly. With this thought, Han Li shifted his focus to another arcane art that piqued his interest, an extraordinary technique known as the external manifestation of one's avatar. This renowned and formidable sorcery had long been the subject of his intrigue. Although the myriad techniques of avatar manifestation varied greatly in method and effect, they were all revered by practitioners of the dark arts as if they were their very lives. These techniques were closely guarded secrets among various sects, and the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom had once gone to great lengths to acquire relevant methods, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. As Han Li swiftly perused this technique, a wave of elation surged within him, for he had finally discovered a means to utilize the blood condensation 5-elements pill. If his conjecture held true, it was likely that the Yu Emperor had harbored similar intentions, hence the lavish investment in cultivating the 4 blood servants to refine the blood condensation 5-elements pill. The blue-robed figure, who perished under the might of the heavenly thunder, was indeed the avatar he had summoned. This revelation elucidated why the individual had willingly surrendered his essence without resistance. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind, Han Li quickly examined the remaining arcane techniques. He found little interest in methods such as the bone refinement pill and blood sacrifice, as he had no experience in dark arts. However, the subsequent method for refining the blood spirit diamond captured his attention, prompting him to commit it to memory. Upon retrieving his consciousness, he took time to digest the information before directing his gaze toward the other 2 items. The blood-red cone he had acquired was the solidified form of the blood spirit diamond, which he presumed could serve as a magical artifact. In contrast, the pitch-black bowl was a rare item known as the soul-gathering bowl, specifically designed to house the souls and spiritual essences of cultivators. Once ensconced within this artifact, all souls would gradually lose their sentience, becoming mere wandering spirits, susceptible to the manipulations of malevolent practitioners. Han Li, upon a brief examination of the bowl, was overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from within, causing him to shudder and hastily stow it away in his storage pouch. He was acutely aware that he had not cultivated such sinister arts and would be unable to wield this artifact. The bowl's ominous chill hinted at the countless souls of cultivators that had been ensnared within its depths. Prolonged exposure to such an object could only lead to severe affliction. After carefully securing the items, Han Li lifted his gaze to the radiant sky and leapt towards a corner of the bamboo grove. Moments later, he extracted a blue flag embedded in the root of a colossal bamboo. Instantly, the radiant prohibitions vanished without a trace. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he turned to explore other corners. In no time, he had gathered all the flags and formations from the bamboo grove, cherishing them dearly as he placed them into his storage pouch. Having witnessed the formidable power of the newly enhanced inverted 5-elements formation, Han Li treasured these artifacts immensely. As Han Li returned to the original spot with an air of calmness, intending to summon his flying vessel to traverse the area, he caught sight of something on the ground, the body of the Yu Emperor, resembling a mass of decayed mud. It appeared that, with the dispersal of the radiant light, he had plummeted from the heavens. Han Li frowned slightly, letting out a soft sigh, and with a flick of his finger, a fireball the size of a fist soared forth, reducing the Emperor's remains to ashes. Despite being a remarkable figure in life, in death he was merely a pile of soot, evoking a profound sense of reflection in Han Li. Subsequently, Han Li tapped his storage pouch, and a beam of golden light shot forth, creating a sizable crater in the adjacent ground. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, a gentle breeze whisked the ashes into the pit securely. Suddenly, a flash of white light interrupted Han Li's intended burial, halting his actions in astonishment. With a single hand gesture, a misty white silk handkerchief floated delicately from the pit into his grasp. Han Li's eyes flickered with curiosity as he examined the handkerchief, which bore a faint yellow hue, indicating its ancient origin. It was woven from an unknown material, exuding a subtle glow throughout. However, what piqued Han Li's intrigue was the indistinct map embroidered upon it. Eager to decipher its contents, he scrutinized the map closely, but after several thorough examinations, his interest waned. It became evident that this was not a representation of the Yu Kingdom's terrain, but rather depicted an unfamiliar locale. Moreover, the map was clearly incomplete, leaving him uncertain if it represented half or a fraction of the original. The discovery of this map amidst the ashes suggested that the Yu Emperor had concealed it within his body using some arcane method. Otherwise, it would have been unearthed by the beast puppets from the outset. Thus, it was clear that this map held significant importance. Pondering deeply, Han Li decided to stow the incomplete map within the jade box containing the 5 elements elixirs. Now was not the time for unraveling mysteries. He needed to seek out others swiftly. After all, with the Yu Emperor's demise, the ensuing aftermath was quite daunting. When Han Li arrived before the cold palace and found Chun Xiaoqian and others, another unwelcome piece of news awaited him. Within the secret chamber of the Blackshaw sect, they had discovered the corpse of Wu Xian, who had recently succumbed to blood sacrifice, his essence drained. Upon hearing this, Han Li was initially taken aback, but soon managed a wry smile, uttering not a single word. In light of the matters concerning the Blackshaw sect, the significant loss of foundational cultivators would likely earn him a frosty reception from Li Huayuan upon his return. After all, this turmoil was ultimately instigated by him. Feeling a wave of helplessness, Han Li entrusted the aftermath of the events to Qin Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, seeking an excuse to return to the Qin residence. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected arrival that awaited him upon his return. "Greetings, Master Han." The elegantly dressed middle-aged man before him bowed respectfully. "Ah, Master Ma, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour?" A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's eyes. He had just returned from the imperial city, not anticipating that this disciple, responsible for liaising with the Yu capital, would be waiting for him in the courtyard. Moreover, it appears that the wait will not be brief. "Master Uncle, I have just received word. There is an edict from above. All disciples above the foundation establishment stage must immediately proceed to the grand encampment of the 7 sects at the border. The opposing force has already issued a challenge. In 2 months, the 6 sects of the demon path will engage us in a decisive battle. The directive requires a consolidation of all personnel. Additionally, I have a message from Master Li." The man in resplendent attire spoke solemnly. Upon finishing, he produced an official decree and a jade slip, which he handed to Han Li. Taken aback, Han Li accepted the 2 items with a composed demeanor and scrutinized them closely. The orders inscribed on the decree indeed aligned with the messenger's words, stipulating that all Foundation establishment disciples currently on missions must gather at the border encampment within a month of receiving this edict, as the date for the confrontation with the demon path had been established. Furthermore, the spiritual emblem at the conclusion of the decree was undeniably authentic. After verifying the decree, Han Li delved into the jade slip with his consciousness. To his surprise, the projection of Li Huayuan materialized within. Delivering an exceedingly brief, yet significant message, there was no longer a need to protect the Qin residents, as it had been reported that the demon path's plan to instigate turmoil in the secular realm of the Yu Kingdom had been inexplicably cancelled. Han Li and the other disciples could return to the border with peace of mind. Listening to the sparse words of Li Huayuan's projection, Han Li felt a surge of frustration, almost as though he might bleed from his heart. Suppressing his discontent, he withdrew his thoughts. "I understand the situation. You may leave the decree and jade slip with me. I will inform the others." Han Li glanced at the items in his possession, contemplated briefly, and spoke. "I appreciate your assistance, Master Uncle. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily before responding with respectful deference. He then took his leave from Han Li. Han Li softly uttered a farewell and watched as the man soared into the sky. With a gentle exhale, he slowly pushed open the door and entered the room. The following morning, Han Li, Song Ming, and several others gathered in the sitting room, deliberating their departure from Yuejing. Before participating in the grand battle, I must first return to my family and then proceed to the camp. Therefore, I will not be traveling with you all, Chun Xiaoqian remarked, biting her crimson lip shortly after reviewing the decree. I intend to return the relics of senior brother Liu to the Liu family. Zhong Wenyang spoke, her complexion somewhat haggard, her eyes slightly reddened. Although unspoken, her intention to act independently was unmistakable. I have no particular matters to attend to. Han Shidi, let us return together. Song Ming, displaying a carefree attitude, patted Han Li's shoulder amicably. No, fourth senior brother. I have some personal affairs to address and have long since made other plans. Han Li replied with a smile, gently declining. Is that so? Then let it be, Song Ming responded, revealing a look of disappointment. Perhaps I shall accompany Song Shidi back. Chun Xiaoqian, the last surviving senior of the group, suddenly smiled at Song Ming. Immediately, Song Ming's spirits soared. For this meant he would have company to spar with on the journey. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He had not anticipated that. Following this bloody conflict, fourth senior brother would remain unchanged. Thus, they agreed to part ways the next morning. Later that afternoon, Han Li went to inform Qin Yin of their safety, and amidst his elation, expressed his intention to take his leave the following day. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yin hurriedly expressed his desire to retain him, yet Han Li, with a gentle smile, declined. Faced with this response, the other party reluctantly acquiesced. After departing from Qin Yin, Han Li made his way back to his residence. However, as he passed through a small garden, he unexpectedly encountered Chun Xiaoqian, who stood with her back to him, adorned in a white dress. She appeared to be admiring the blossoms, effectively obstructing his path. Upon witnessing this scenario, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, feeling it inappropriate to proceed without acknowledgement. Senior Sister Chun, what a coincidence. Han Li greeted her with a composed demeanor, intending to brush past her. Yet, Chun Xiaoqian suddenly swayed gracefully, turning to reveal a face as radiant as a flower directed towards him. Not a coincidence. I have been waiting specifically for you, she proclaimed, her lips slightly parted. Her autumn-like eyes bore into Han Li's, revealing a complex array of emotions. Wait for me. Han Li feigned astonishment, yet within, he felt an inexplicable mixture of bitterness and joy. I have heard that the white chrysanthemum mountain on the outskirts of Yuejing is resplendent and a notable sight nearby. Would you accompany me to see it? After a brief silence, Chun Xiaoqian unexpectedly made this request, leaving Han Li astounded. Very well. Despite initially intending to refuse, the moment he met the sorrowful gaze in her eyes, he found himself unconsciously altering his response. Splendid. Let us depart immediately, senior brother Han. We must go before the sun sets, or we shall see nothing at all. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, a faint blush colored Chun Xiaoqian's cheeks, enhancing her exquisite beauty. As Han Li uttered these words, a twinge of regret washed over him. He had resolutely decided to avoid entanglements with her, yet he had inexplicably acquiesced. It seemed his resolve was faltering. Reflecting on this, Han Li shook his head inwardly but verbally acquiesced. Very well. Then let us take my divine wind vessel. It will expedite our journey. With that, Han Li summoned his pristine divine wind vessel and invited Chun Xiaoqian aboard. She beamed at the sight and gracefully accepted his invitation. Thus, Han Li guided Chun Xiaoqian as they soared through the skies, soon arriving at the renowned white chrysanthemum mountain. The mountain was adorned with a plethora of blooming chrysanthemums, predominantly white, presenting a truly enchanting vista. To Han Li's surprise, upon reaching the mountain, Chun Xiaoqian did not engage him in conversation, but instead ascended the path, pausing occasionally to admire particularly captivating sights. Following her, Han Li remained silent, captivated by her delicate figure, appearing somewhat dazed and oblivious to the subtlety of the moment. An hour later, they reached the summit, where Chun Xiaoqian stood in a small pavilion, gazing out into the distance. Han Li stood to the side. At that moment, the mountaintop was devoid of any other visitors, and the silence between them only deepened, as neither was willing to break the tranquility. The subtle atmosphere lingered for an indeterminate duration until Chun Xiaoqian finally uttered a soft remark. Han Shidi, After the great battle concludes, I fear I shall be wed. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at her with a look of astonishment. The speaker was a direct descendant of the esteemed Qin clan, a newcomer to the foundational stage of cultivation under the auspices of the Tianke fortress. He had encountered her on several occasions and found her to be quite amiable. If all proceeded as anticipated, she would soon be joining the Chun family through marriage, becoming his dual cultivation partner. Chen Xiaoqian appeared oblivious to Han Li's astonishment, calmly continuing her discourse. Gradually, Han Li's surprise faded, and after a brief hesitation, he politely responded, "Then I congratulate you, Sister Chun, on your forthcoming nuptials. I shall ensure a suitable gift is prepared." Han Li's words were merely a prelude, yet it was evident that they did not align with her expectations. She trembled slightly, and before he could finish, she coldly raised her hand, casting forth a circular artifact, before soaring away on her own, as if nothing remained for her to cherish. As Han Li stood motionless, gazing in the direction of Chun Xiaoqian's departure, a chill enveloped him. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply and, feeling somewhat dispirited, took to the skies. Although he had resolved to accept her decision, the realization that the woman who had shown him affection was to be married to another left him with a sense of melancholy. Perhaps this was a universal affliction among men. Despite their title as cultivators, their emotions mirrored those of mortals. As Han Li reflected on this with a hint of self-deprecation, he returned to the Qin residence. However, upon his arrival, he learned from others that Chun Xiaoqian had already departed, leaving ahead of him. A bittersweet smile crossed his lips. It seemed she had truly lost all hope in him and was preparing to embrace a new life with another. Though a tinge of sorrow lingered, Han Li, being no ordinary individual, merely nodded in acknowledgement and spent the remainder of the day engaging in light-hearted conversation with others. Thus, the following morning, as others began to leave the Qin residence, Han Li was the last to depart. Before setting off, he discreetly glanced at Mo Fengwu, intending to bid her farewell after their acquaintance. Yet, when he caught sight of her through the window from the corridor, he reconsidered his intention to speak with her. Dressed as a young matron, Mo Fengwu was inside, accompanying a woman of about 50 in reciting scriptures, her countenance radiating tranquility and serenity. After observing her silently for a moment, Han Li chose not to disturb her and quietly turned to leave. Perhaps, for her, it was better not to meet, sparing her from reliving painful memories. Perhaps this tranquil and untroubled existence was what she yearned for the most, he mused with a hint of wistfulness. After departing from Yuejing, Han Li took a slight detour to Jiyuan City, feeling compelled to honor his promise of avenging the Mo family, even if it was merely to take a cursory glance. Although the demonic faction had ceased to stir trouble for the time being, with the imminent battle approaching, it was likely that no high-ranking cultivators would remain in the city to form any formations. He intended to discreetly eliminate the master of the five-colored gate, confident that even if the people from Spirit Beast Mountain were enraged, they would be unable to trace the act back to him. However, in addition to seeking trouble with the five-colored gate, he was also curious about how Sun Ergu had managed the affairs of the Si Ping gang over the years. Surely, with the assistance of Chu Han, there must have been some accomplishments to speak of. Yet, the escape route he had previously left for himself now seemed to serve little purpose. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li sat aboard the Divine Wind boat, making his way directly to Jiyuan City. Remarkably, it had been over a decade since his last visit to Jiyuan City, yet many memories remained vivid and striking in his mind. 5 days later, a young man clad in a blue robe arrived before the renowned Xiang family tavern in Jiyuan City. He stood on the street before the tavern, squinting at the sign, his expression peculiar. This was none other than Han Li, who had recently entered the city. After a moment of reflection, he leisurely lifted his foot and stepped inside. Coincidentally, upon ascending to the second floor, he immediately spotted the vacant table by the window where he had once sat. Overjoyed, he unhesitatingly approached it. As he settled down, a diligent attendant promptly came to wipe the table and inquired about Han Li's culinary preferences. With a slight smile, Han Li casually ordered a few delectable dishes, instructing the attendant to retreat. His purpose for visiting was not merely to indulge his palate. With this thought, Han Li gazed out the window. The imposing mansion of the Mo family still stood, with several burly men stationed at the entrance. However, the grand plaque that once bore the name of the Mo family had been replaced with one emblazoned with the name Li in bold gold letters. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the glistening sign of the Li family in the sunlight. As far as he knew, the master of the five-colored gate bore the surname Li. It appeared they had directly usurped the Mo family's residence. For reasons unknown, Han Li found the sight of the Li family name particularly irksome, as if the former sign of the Mo family had been far more pleasing to his eye. Lost in thought, the attendant swiftly brought forth the food and drink. At that moment, laughter echoed from downstairs, followed by the arrival of several young men ascending the staircase. They were adorned in lavish silks, embodying the attire of affluent scions, accompanied by a few robust servants. The group of young gentlemen glanced around casually, and one notably slender figure, seemingly as light as a breeze, unceremoniously waved at the attendant. The attendant hurried over, wearing a servile grin, and eagerly inquired, "Young Master Xia, how may I serve you today?" "Summon your manager. We wish to entertain a distinguished guest. Kindly ask those unrelated on the third floor to leave promptly, and we shall bear any costs incurred," the diminutive young master declared with an air of authority. Despite his frail appearance, his words were laden with confidence. The attendant, displaying no sign of discontent, nodded repeatedly and rushed off to inform the manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 40s ascended the stairs. Upon encountering these individuals, he immediately donned a smile and acquiesced to their requests, subsequently leading the young attendant upstairs to offer his apologies. It remains uncertain whether it was the proprietor's astuteness or the formidable reputation of these young gentlemen that commanded such deference. In a short span, patrons dining on the third floor hastily settled their bills and departed, none daring to display any resentment. Observing this, Han Li merely cast a languid glance at them before redirecting his gaze to the street outside the window. They were merely young scions of the mundane world. Such arrogant displays of power, reliant on familial influence, are ubiquitous in society. Han Li had little inclination to pay them mind. At that moment, the young man leading the group, Mr. Xia, nodded in satisfaction before they descended to greet someone. After a brief interval, footsteps echoed from below once more, causing Han Li to turn his head in mild surprise. Among the heavy footfalls, there was one that was notably light, almost ethereal. This was clearly a manifestation of lightness achieved through mastery of martial arts, piquing Han Li's curiosity. Here, the author humbly offers apologies to the readers. "I must confess, my recent condition has not been optimal. I feel exceedingly fatigued, thus the limited updates over the past few days. However, I am diligently working to restore my vigor and believe I shall soon return to form. There have been instances in the past where I faced similar challenges, an unfortunate reality for a writer, and I hope for your understanding." Volume 3. Chapter 333. Leader's son, a refined young man, accompanied by the aforementioned gentleman, ascended to the second floor. In his 30s, with a handsome, jade-like visage, he bore a gentle smile that instantly endeared him to others, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The elusive footsteps belonged to this individual. Engaging in light conversation with his companions, he casually surveyed the second floor. Upon glimpsing Han Li's unremarkable countenance, he paid him no heed and proceeded directly to the third floor, evidently the esteemed guest of the occasion. As soon as they arrived upstairs, exquisite dishes were promptly delivered by the attendants, who were soon dismissed by the young gentlemen, clearly intent on keeping their discussions private from prying ears. Witnessing this, Han Li's intrigue only deepened. He subtly extended his consciousness upstairs to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Brotherly, we owe you an immense debt of gratitude this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. Your presence here grants us considerable favor," spoke the lean young man, his voice imbued with appreciation. "It was nothing. Those outsiders dared to abduct someone right beneath the nose of our five-color sect, which is a grave transgression. My intervention to rescue you was merely a matter of course," responded the handsome young man with a polite demeanor, exuding approachability. Upon hearing the mention of Brother Li and the five-color sect, Han Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter individuals connected to the five-color sect. Han Li was taken aback. Regardless, without Brother Li's assistance, we would have truly been in perilous circumstances. In the future, should Brother Li require our assistance, we shall undoubtedly not decline, one of the young gentlemen confidently declared, patting his chest. "We are immensely grateful for your kind intentions. However, the kidnappers involved in this incident are quite formidable. Each of them is a renowned figure in the martial world. Otherwise, given your esteemed status in Jiuan City, who would dare to take such action?" The eloquent youth shifted the conversation with a remark. Indeed, these kidnappers are truly remarkable. I was peacefully sleeping at home, and suddenly, upon opening my eyes, I found myself in an entirely different place. It was quite terrifying. Fortunately, our fathers were able to locate your esteemed father in time. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. The lean youth spoke, still shaken by the experience. In truth, Lord Wang and his companions had not yet engaged in conversation with the young man bearing the surname Li. However, Han Li gleaned the general circumstances from their brief exchange. It appeared that these prominent young gentlemen in Jiyuan City had been abducted by a group of external martial experts, prompting their anxious fathers to seek assistance from the Wu sect. This young man, presumably the son of the sect's leader, swiftly intervened to rescue them. And now they were hosting a banquet to express their gratitude to the young master. While Han Li absent-mindedly gazed out the window, he listened to the flattery directed towards the young man with the surname Li, hoping to glean some useful information regarding the leader of the Wu sect. Soon after, a casual inquiry from the lean youth invigorated Han Li. "Brother Li, I have heard that the leader of the Li family will soon celebrate his 60th birthday. Your esteemed household must be preparing for this event, correct? Speaking of which, your father is truly remarkable. At such an age, he still appears vigorous and lively, showing no signs of aging. We must certainly partake in the celebratory wine. Indeed, my father possesses profound cultivation and is certainly not an ordinary person. You are almost welcome to attend. Moreover, my father has just returned from inspecting the branch and is personally overseeing the arrangements for this occasion. He places great importance on this birthday celebration," the young master replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li retracted his consciousness. Now that he was aware the leader of the Wu sect was within the Li residence, matters would be much simpler. With this thought, Han Li downed his drink in one swift motion, placed a piece of silver on the table, and spoke in a low voice. "Waiter, the bill, please." "No need for change." Having said this, he briskly descended the stairs. The waiter followed closely behind, beaming and expressing gratitude. Once outside the tavern, Han Li glanced toward the direction of the Li residence with a faint smirk, then departed without looking back. When night fell, he planned to visit the Li residence. Should there be no other Foundation establishment cultivators nearby, he would seize the opportunity to take the life of the Wu sect leader, thereby fulfilling his promise. However, as it was still daytime, he felt pressed for time and needed to address other matters first. With this in mind, Han Li vanished amidst the bustling crowd. Currently, the Siping gang held a formidable reputation in Jiyuan City. Though it cannot yet be compared to the mightiest factions, it undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of the medium-sized gangs. The leader remains the same remarkable figure, Sun Ergu, who once rose to prominence with astonishing speed. Naturally, Sun Ergu's status has transformed significantly since then. No one would dare to address him in such a manner now. When others encounter him, they respectfully refer to him as Gang Leader Sunday. The headquarters of the Siping gang has relocated from its dilapidated site of over a decade ago to a more affluent street within the city. The gang members no longer engage in the impoverished labor of dock work. Rather, through fierce competition and struggle, they have established a lucrative territory, even launching legitimate businesses such as pawnshops and taverns. Consequently, the Siping gang has grown increasingly affluent, and Gang Leader Sun's life has become ever more comfortable. Just last month, he took a new concubine, the ninth, who is a well-known courtesan in Jiyuan City. This young mistress possesses a certain charm that has captivated the now middle-aged Gang Leader Sun, leading him to indulge in her company, often lingering in her quarters daily. While the other concubines have faded from his memory, as the sun began to set, Gang Leader Sun excitedly made his way to the courtyard. The mere thought of the lovely concubine filled him with warmth and anticipation. However, upon pushing open the door to her chamber, he was taken aback. There, seated before him, was a young man. Upon noticing Gang Leader Sun's entrance, the young man languidly remarked, "Sun Ergu, I did not expect you to possess such capability. The Siping gang appears to be thriving. It seems I did not choose unwisely." The young man, who addressed Sun by his name and spoke in a condescending tone, was none other than Han Li, who had stealthily infiltrated the Siping gang's headquarters. The moment Sun Ergu laid eyes on Han Li, he immediately recognized the mysterious individual who had once elevated him to his current position. Thanks to the elixir of youth, Han Li's appearance had remained unchanged over the years, leaving Sun Ergu astonished, his emotions tumultuous like crashing waves. After a brief moment of fluctuating expressions, he quickly adopted a respectful demeanor, stepping forward to bow. It is an honor to have you here, esteemed sir. I, Sun Ergu, pay my respects. It was a challenge for gang leader Sun, who had not spoken to anyone in such a subservient manner for many years, yet he executed it with unexpected ease. Observing Sun Ergu's attitude, Han Li raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. However, he soon offered a faint smile, expressing mild interest as he said, "That is quite enough. You are a leader now. There is no need for such grand gestures. I am merely here to see how you have fared and will be departing shortly." Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Han Li's arrival would demand a relinquishment of power. Having held a high position for many years, he had garnered some understanding of the world of cultivators, figures beyond the grasp of mere mortals. He had once believed that such a benefactor would consider him nothing more than a puppet to be manipulated at will. Unexpectedly, the one who had spoken of letting go had not shown his face for many years, truly savoring the taste of being above others. Just as he believed that the other party might have completely forgotten him, this young master suddenly reappeared. This left him, unaware of Han Li's true intentions, feeling quite anxious and unsettled. Han Li glanced at Sun Ergu with a hint of surprise on his face. "Come here, extend your wrist." After furrowing his brow, Han Li commanded imperiously. Sun Ergu was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment, yet obediently approached and extended an arm. Without hesitation, Han Li seized the man's wrist and infused a trace of spiritual energy, allowing it to flow rapidly through his meridians. Moments later, Han Li expressionlessly released his grip and uttered a statement that left the leader of the Sun family in shock. "You have been afflicted by a slow-acting poison, at most. You have 1 month to live." Han Li's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Poisoned? Impossible. I am extremely cautious. All my meals are overseen by dedicated personnel." Fearful, Sun Ergu displayed signs of unease. Han Li, hearing this, was disinclined to elaborate any further. With a flick of his hand, a flash of green light swiftly entered Sun Ergu's body. "My lord, what is this?" Sun Ergu asked, panic rising within him as he dared not evade. "This is the true spirit technique. It will reveal the toxins within your body. Take a look in the mirror," Han Li casually stated while seated in his chair. Sun Ergu's heart sank upon hearing this, and he hurriedly dashed to a corner of the room where a dressing table for women stood. Fumbling, he found a small copper mirror and anxiously gazed into it. The result left him momentarily stunned. The reflection showed a face shrouded in black mist, its dark purple skin unmistakably indicating deep poisoning. "My lord, save me. I have always been loyal to you, with no ulterior motives." Sun Ergu, his face pale with fear, rushed back, kneeling before Han Li and pleading desperately. At this moment, he had come to believe more than half of what was said. For someone of Han Li's cultivation, it would be far too cumbersome to deceive him. If he truly wished him harm, a mere finger would suffice to end his life. Observing Sun Ergu's fervent display of loyalty, Han Li smiled lightly and calmly replied, "Do not worry. Although this poison is quite insidious, its toxicity is not severe. You will not perish within a few days. There is no need for such alarm." Sun Ergu felt somewhat reassured by Han Li's words, yet continued to feign pitifulness, imploring, "My lord, with your vast abilities, please devise a way to resolve this poison. I, Sun Ergu, shall continue to serve you diligently. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath." Though his status had changed dramatically, he clearly feared for his life much more now. Before Han Li could respond, he pointed towards the ceiling and began to utter a series of solemn oaths, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from Han Li. To serve him with the loyalty of a steed? It seems that I have always been the one to bestow favors upon him. Han Li thought to himself, somewhat amused yet exasperated. "Here is an antidote pill. You may take it later. As long as you refrain from further poisoning, you should not suffer any significant consequences thereafter." Han Li gently shook his head and produced a blue pill, tossing it to the man. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you," Sun Ergu exclaimed, overjoyed as he received the pill, promptly rising to secure it safely. This kind of poison doesn't take just 1 or 2 instances to inflict such deep affliction. It must have been lingering for several months at the very least. I believe you should be able to ascertain who administered the poison, shouldn't you? My esteemed leader's son." Han Li suddenly chuckled lightly, adopting a half-teasing tone. "You jest, young master. However, I do have a few suspects in mind regarding who might have poisoned me," Sun Ergu replied, scratching his head and smiling nervously. Given that his life had been saved by Han Li, he found himself increasingly respectful towards him. Well, as a cultivator, I shall not meddle in your mortal affairs. You may handle them as you see fit. My purpose in coming here was to retrieve Chu Han. I have made some progress in my cultivation, so bringing him along should not pose any inconvenience. You have no objections, do you? Han Li's smile faded, and his tone grew serious. You wish to take Lord Chu away? But, young master, Lord Chu has long since departed from the Siping gang. Sun Ergu felt a pang of dread upon hearing Han Li's words and could only respond with a forced bravado. What do you mean? You lost him? Han Li's expression darkened, causing the temperature in the room to plummet and sending a chill down Sun Ergu's spine, overwhelming him with fear. Please, young master, do not be angry. It was not I who lost him. Lord Chu left on his own accord. Although he is not within the city now, he hasn't ventured far. He's in the nearby mountains. I have dispatched people to keep a constant watch on Lord Chu. Sun Ergu hurriedly explained, anxious to placate Han Li's ire. He left on his own. What is the meaning of this? Clarify the situation. If it truly is not your fault, I am known for my fairness in rewards and reprimands, and I shall not hold you accountable. A hint of astonishment crossed Han Li's face, and his demeanor softened slightly. After all, Sun Ergu was still aware of Chu Han's whereabouts, which was sufficient. However, the notion that Chu Han could wander off on his own was indeed difficult for Han Li to fathom. Sensing that Han Li was not genuinely enraged, Sun Ergu felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained diligent in his explanation. Ever since you entrusted Lord Chu to my care, I have diligently followed your instructions regarding him. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not permit anyone else to see Lord Chu. The last time he exhibited unusual behavior was 6 years ago, during a critical period when our gang was expanding its influence and facing a formidable rival gang. I had no choice but to enlist Lord Chu's assistance. In that battle, he displayed remarkable prowess, leading our gang to a resounding victory. However, shortly after this conflict, one of my subordinates, tasked with overseeing Lord Chu, reported that he had spoken for the first time. My shock was immense, and I hurriedly took the soul-summoning bell to check on him. As Sun Ergu reached this point, a bitter smile crossed his face. What happened? With the soul-summoning bell at your disposal, did he dare to attack you? Han Li was greatly astonished to hear Chu Han speak. Seeing Sun Ergu's teasing demeanor, he immediately reprimanded him in annoyance. This startled Sun Ergu, who continued, I did not attack. But before I even entered Lord Chu's residence, it seemed he was aware of my arrival and suddenly broke through the wall, fleeing like the wind. I was utterly unable to pursue him. As he spoke, a look of helplessness spread across his face. He escaped. Han Li raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Indeed, my lord, Lord Chu has been gone for several years, and he has been lingering in the nearby mountains and forests for reasons unknown. Although I have repeatedly brought skilled members from our faction to retrieve Lord Chu, for some inexplicable reason, he always relocates as soon as we approach, refusing to meet with me. Moreover, when others ventured forth, none could match Lord Chu's prowess, resulting in the deaths and injuries of 2 of our elite members. Sun Ergu said, perplexed. There is nothing strange about this. It is likely due to your possession of the soul-guiding bell. Although I do not understand why Chu Han has lost control, it is evident that the restrictions I initially placed still hold some sway. Han Li remarked with a cold chuckle, his expression unchanged. Ah, I see. Sun Ergu's face reflected realization, suggesting he had suspected this reason all along. Please tell me the location where Chu Han has been staying. I shall handle this matter from here on. It seems this situation cannot be entirely blamed on you. I must personally observe what has transpired. Additionally, you shall no longer require the soul-guiding bell. Hand it over to me, Han Li said thoughtfully, his demeanor calm. Yes, my lord. A few days ago, I received reports from my subordinates. Lord Chu is currently located to the west. Sun Ergu respectfully provided an address situated 100 miles outside Jiyuan City. He then carefully retrieved the soul-guiding bell from his bosom, offering it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded, accepting the small bell and examining the artifact. Finding it intact, he stored it in his spatial pouch. Apart from the matter concerning Chu Han, I also wish to inquire about certain issues regarding the Five Colors sect. You must answer me truthfully. Han Li's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice icy. This change in Han Li's demeanor left Sun Ergu momentarily taken aback. But he quickly began nodding vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. What manner of person is the current leader of the Five Colors sect? Does he have any family? Have any outsiders visited the Lee residence recently? Is he currently residing there? Han Li asked with a grave countenance. Sun Ergo trembled internally, but answered without hesitation. As for the leader of the Five Colors sect, to be honest, I still do not know him well. I have only seen him from a distance on 2 occasions. However, I am aware that his martial prowess is certainly unfathomable. He has 2 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom are married. His eldest son is said to oversee the old headquarters of the Five Colors sect, while his second son remains at the Lee residence alongside the sect leader. Sun Ergo spoke in detail, clearly having invested considerable effort in gathering intelligence about the Five Colors sect. Han Li listened intently to this information, his finger unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table as he processed the details. As Sun Ergo observed that Han Li had ceased his inquiries, he cautiously ventured. Could it be that you intend to take action against the Five Colors sect due to the events surrounding the Mo family from years past? Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening ominously. You are asking too many questions. Matters that do not concern you should remain unspoken. Do not venture wild guesses. You wouldn't wish to become a man devoid of memory, would you? Han Li's voice was frigid, chilling to the bone, causing Sun Ergo's complexion to shift dramatically as he hastily offered his apologies. With a huff, Han Li relented. He was not one to show leniency when it came to asserting his authority. Chapter 335. Astonishment noticing the cold sweat pouring down Sun Ergo's face. Han Li realized the moment was ripe. He softened his demeanor, preparing to offer something favorable in return. Very well, continue to serve as the esteemed leader of your clan. Unless something extraordinary arises, I shall not seek you out. However, as we part ways today, I cannot predict when we may meet again. Therefore, take this item and keep it safely. Should you have descendants in the future, they may use this token to recognize me. As long as they are willing to serve me, I shall ensure their prosperity for generations to come. As he spoke, Han Li produced a plain sheet of blank talisman paper, swiftly tearing it in half with a crisp sound, and handed 1 half to Sun Ergo, retaining the other for himself. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Ergo's expression shifted from astonishment to exuberant joy, prompting him to kneel before Han Li, bowing his head 3 times with fervor. Then, he raised his gaze earnestly and declared, "Thank you for your tremendous grace. Rest assured, I, Sun Ergo, and my lineage shall henceforth honor you as our master, never to waver in our loyalty. Should we falter, we shall face the dire fate of annihilation." After uttering this, Sun Ergo bowed once more before respectfully rising to his feet. Witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Although his intention had been to win over Sun Ergo, he had not anticipated that a mere promise would evoke such profound gratitude. However, after a moment's reflection, he understood. In the mortal realm, the preservation of one's lineage and the rise and fall of noble clans are of utmost importance. Han Li's words assured the Sun family of prosperity for generations, which naturally made Sun Ergo sincerely wish to align himself with Han Li. After all, Han Li had not imposed any unreasonable demands upon him over the years, leading Sun Ergo to regard continued loyalty as the most prudent choice. Realizing this, Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Sun Ergo's genuine commitment to his cause would yield far greater results than mere half-hearted efforts. Very well. Since you have sincerely pledged your allegiance to me, I shall bestow upon you further benefits. Here are 2 vials of elixirs. 1 vial is for treating all manner of internal and external injuries. As long as one draws breath, they can be saved. The other vial contains the antidote I previously provided, capable of counteracting a multitude of poisons. Keep it for your protection. With a flick of his wrist, 2 delicate porcelain vials appeared in his palm, which he nonchalantly tossed to Sun Ergo. Sun Ergo, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Afterwards, Han Li imparted a few final words of advice to Sun Ergo, and amidst his respectful farewell, he gracefully departed from the headquarters of the Si Ping gang. This escape route shall remain open. Who knows when it may prove useful again? He mused silently to himself. Standing on the street outside, he lifted his gaze to find that night had fully descended, marking the perfect time to visit the Lee residence. Thus, with a swift motion, Han Li summoned his flying device and ascended into the sky, reaching the vicinity of the Lee Manor in no time. Under the cloak of darkness, he effortlessly descended from above and, employing a series of concealment spells, vanished without a trace within the manor's grounds. Drawing from his experience infiltrating the Exine Wang mansion, Han Li adeptly used a calming talisman to subdue a formidable adversary, subsequently employing a mind control technique to inquire about the whereabouts of the master of the Five Colors sect. To his great delight, he learned that the master was not ensconced within the heavily guarded inner sanctum, but had instead retreated to a secluded courtyard where his second son resided, seemingly to discuss certain matters. Having discerned the location of the courtyard, Han Li wasted no time in unleashing a fireball, reducing it to ashes. Since this individual had overheard his accent and words, it was better not to show mercy. Subsequently, Han Li stealthily navigated through the myriad of guards, arriving before a sizable courtyard. However, to his surprise, 4 individuals clad in white stood motionless before the closed gate, their temples bulging and eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. Clearly, they were highly skilled martial artists. Furrowing his brow, Han Li realized these were the personal guards of the master of the Five Colors sect. With them stationed outside, it was certain that the master was indeed within. Coldly regarding the 4 sentinels, he contemplated briefly before suddenly appearing before them in a flash. The white-clad guardians were taken aback, attempting to react, but Han Li swiftly conjured 4 illusory duplicates of himself, each simultaneously striking out with a gentle palm towards them. Instantly, the guards fell silently to the ground, each pierced through the heart by a glistening ice shard, their bodies enveloped in a layer of frost. Han Li, with an expressionless demeanor, incinerated the corpses with a fireball before boldly pushing open the wooden door and stepping into the courtyard. During his journey here, he had already scanned the entirely manor with his spiritual sense, discovering that not a single cultivator remained, which allowed Han Li to relax and embrace his murderous intent. It appeared that the master of the Five Colors sect was indeed destined to perish by his hand. Han Li resolved that upon entering the courtyard, he would eliminate everyone inside. Leaving any survivors would risk the practitioners from Ling Beast Mountain tracing him, which was no trivial matter. As he advanced into the courtyard, his face set with lethal intent, he was momentarily taken aback by what he beheld. In the courtyard stood a young woman cradling a 2- or 3-year-old girl, softly singing a lullaby to lull her to sleep. Though her head was bowed, obscuring her features, her voice was imbued with an unparalleled tenderness and affection, allowing even a newcomer like Han Li to keenly sense her deep love for the child. Such a scene was utterly unexpected for Han Li, causing his intense murderous intent to dissipate unexpectedly, leaving him with a profound sense of indecision. This woman was indeed the lady of the young sect master. Yet YNT Sun ergo informed him that they had a child. Upon entering, Han Li had not concealed his presence, and although the young woman lowered her head, she was still aware of someone entering. Consequently, she ceased her soothing lullaby and, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, "Didn't I say you should remain outside and not come in casually? You'll awaken my evening." After uttering these words, she coldly lifted her gaze. Clearly, she mistook Han Li for one of the 4 guards outside. When the young woman and Han Li recognized each other's faces, they both gasped in astonishment. "It's you? How could you be here?" The expression on her face fluctuated between surprise and anxiety, her strikingly beautiful visage clouded with a hint of panic, resembling someone caught in an illicit affair. However, there was no trace of humor on Han Li's face. He appeared exceptionally grim. After a moment of silence, he exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration and spoke coldly, "Should I address you as Sister Mo, or should I call you Madam Li?" Mo Yuju. This woman turned out to be the eldest of the Mo sisters, the one who had once captivated the young gentlemen of Jiyuan City, leaving them utterly infatuated and devoid of appetite. Though she now donned the attire of a matron, her enchanting beauty had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it radiated an astonishing allure that drove men to madness. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Yuju turned pale, her body swaying slightly, as if she might collapse with the child in her arms. "Yuju, why do I hear the voice of an outsider? Who are you speaking with?" It seemed those inside the room had sensed the unusual occurrence outside, as a voice that Han Li recognized echoed from within. Then, the door opened, revealing an elderly man with a head of white hair accompanied by a young man in his 30s. The young man was none other than Li, whom Han Li had briefly encountered earlier at the Xiang family tavern. The elderly man, with snow-white hair and a ruddy complexion, bore a benevolent expression. But upon seeing Han Li, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This man was the master of the Wiz sect? Han Li cast a cold glance at the elder and bluntly inquired about Mo Yuju. However, at that moment, Mo Yuju was too preoccupied to respond. tightly clutching the little girl in her arms and gazing at Han Li with an expression that seemed to say she would rather die than speak. Who are you? What have you done to my wife? The young man, upon seeing a young man standing in the courtyard, was initially taken aback. His anger escalated when he heard Han Li directly call Mo Yuju by her name, causing him to waver on the brink of attacking. Yet, before he could take a step forward, the master of the Wuz sect restrained him, calmly stating, "At your age, how can you still be so impulsive?" This person managed to infiltrate without a sound past Li Da and the others. He is certainly not simple. Don't fall for someone else's provocation. Indeed, experience often surpasses youthful recklessness. The meticulous thoughts of the Lord of the Five Colors are indeed extraordinary. Were he truly a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, Han Li would undoubtedly regard him with great caution, considering him a formidable adversary. Alas, he is merely a mortal, no matter how profound his schemes. He would not merit Han Li's attention in the face of overwhelming power. In the third volume, chapter 336, the Lord of the Five Colors suddenly chuckled and inquired with utmost politeness, "Since you can stand here, it seems you are no ordinary person. May I ask if you are an acquaintance of Yuju? If so, you are hardly an outsider. Please, step inside for a discussion." This remark took the young man beside him by surprise, revealing a hint of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted, though a trace of mockery played at the corners of his lips. "Years ago, I studied under Mo Ju Run. Your daughter-in-law is, in fact, my senior apprentice sister, so she is not a stranger. However, before we entangle ourselves in relationships, shouldn't we first address the matter of the Mo family's demise?" The shocking realization of Mo Ju marrying the son of an enemy left Han Li utterly disheartened, prompting thoughts of action. "You are a remnant of the Mo family," the young man exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. The Lord of the Five Colors also displayed surprise, but his expression quickly darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. His robes billowed as if stirred by an invisible wind, and an overwhelming aura was suddenly unleashed. "Since you are a traitor of the Mo family, do not expect to leave here alive. Surrender your life," he declared with a voice that brooked no opposition. With a powerful step forward, his hair and beard flared as the stone ground beneath him bore the clear imprints of his feet, a testament to his extraordinary inner strength. The young man, witnessing this, silently began to sidestep, preparing to support his father's actions. Han Li observed the movements of the father and son with an impassive expression, raising a hand without a word. With a sharp sound, several palm-sized crimson fireballs, exuding an intense heat, materialized in his grasp. Seeing this, the advancing Lord of the Five Colors froze in his tracks. "A cultivator," he uttered, disbelief etched across his features. The young man beside him also stood in shock. Han Li had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. With a slight curve of his fingers, he prepared to launch the fireballs to eliminate both adversaries. Just then, Mo Yuju, who had been tightly holding a small girl, suddenly revealed a resolute expression and stepped in front of Han Li. "No, I will not allow you to kill the father of my child. If you must, then take both of us," she declared, her face pale, yet resolute. Witnessing this, Han Li furrowed his brow as the fireballs in his hand swelled to the size of bowls, radiating an even more intense heat. Despite her tragic demeanor, Mo Yuju stood her ground defiantly. "This esteemed immortal, have you perhaps made a mistake? Our Five Colors sect," the young man, moved by Mo Yuju's selfless act, hastily sought to invoke his powerful backing. However, before he could finish, Han Li coldly interjected, "Silence. In this place, the conversation between you two father and son is unwelcome. I am well aware that you are associated with the Spirit Beast Mountain, yet to me, it matters not. Should I hear either of you utter another word of nonsense, I shall promptly annihilate your entire household." Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed crimson, yearning to retaliate yet daunted. He cast a desperate glance towards his father. The master of the Five-Colored Gate, though maintaining a semblance of calm, was perceptibly unsettled, a fact that did not escape the notice of his son, causing his heart to plummet. "Give me a reason not to slay you. This is revenge for your Mu family. And it was Feng Wu who personally approached me regarding this matter," Han Li stated coolly to Mo Yuju. "Feng Wu is still alive. That is splendid news. I have been deeply concerned for her," Mo Yuju exclaimed, her face brightening at Han Li's words. "Not only is Feng Wu alive, but Kai Huan and my fourth master's wife are also doing well. However, I am gravely disappointed in you at present. You have but a moment to convince me, or I shall still take their lives." Han Li declared, dismissing the fireball that had been suspended in the air, its presence vanishing entirely, his tone chillingly indifferent. Seeing Han Li retract his aggressive stance, both the father and son of the five-colored gate breathed a sigh of relief. At least their lives were spared for the time being. They were acutely aware of Han Li's formidable wrath and knew that he would not heed Mo Yuju's explanations. The terror of cultivators was a reality they comprehended far better than ordinary mortals, leaving them with no inclination to resist. Mo Yuju, too, relaxed her expression and, after a moment's contemplation, murmured, "Brother Han, I sincerely thank you for coming all this way to avenge my family, considering my father's sake. However, I wish to inquire about your reasons for seeking vengeance against my husband. They have not harmed a single member of the Mu family. They merely issued an order. Moreover, that order was not theirs to command, but rather instigated by others higher up. As for who those individuals are, as a fellow cultivator, you should have a clearer understanding than I." Upon hearing Mo Yuju's words, Han Li paused in slight astonishment, contemplating her statement. How could he be unaware of what she described? The true culprits behind the destruction of the Mu family were undoubtedly the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. However, such adversaries were beyond Han Li's current capacity to confront. Furthermore, he did not consider his relationship with the Mu family strong enough to warrant such a formidable enmity. Ultimately, he was merely retaliating against the five-colored gate out of respect for past ties. Initially, this action bore no ill intent. After all, regardless of their innocence, the father and son had participated in the Mu family's demise. Yet now, with Mo Yuju emerging as a member of the so-called enemy, this was a development Han Li had not anticipated. He could only lament the whims of fate, given that even members of the Mu family held differing opinions. Han Li naturally would not engage in an endeavor that would yield no gratitude. After some contemplation, he softened his demeanor and slowly replied, "Sister, you have a valid point. Nevertheless, it remains that this father and son duo acted as accomplices. Killing them would not be unjust. Moreover, upon learning of my affiliation with the Mo family, their expressions turned murderous, casting doubt upon their claims of innocence." As Han Li spoke, a frost returned to his demeanor, causing the master of the Five Colors sect and the young man to pale, their previous bravado replaced by trepidation. However, now that the matter involved my senior sister, and given the differing opinions among the sisters, I had no desire to play the villain. I shall leave the resolution to you both. I hope you can persuade Feng Wu. After uttering these words, Han Li subtly conveyed the whereabouts of Mo Feng Wu and Mo Kai Huan to her through sound transmission. The master of the Five Colors sect and the young man, realizing that this cultivator had abandoned his intent to eliminate them, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The master of the Five Colors sect, with a forced smile, stepped forward in an attempt to curry favor with Han Li. Yet, Han Li's icy gaze swept over him, freezing him in place, rendering him hesitant to advance further. "I know not what means you employed to wed my senior sister to your son, nor do I intend to dwell on matters that have already come to pass. However, I expect you to treat her well from now on, otherwise." Han Li's words trailed off, yet the implied threat was unmistakable to all present. "Junior brother Han, you misunderstand." Mo Yuju urgently sought to defend them, but her words were swiftly interrupted by the elder. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I will ensure my son treats Yuju well and will not allow her to suffer any grievances." The master of the Five Colors sect was astute enough to recognize that Han Li sought only a promise, not an explanation. Thus, he offered his assurance with great sincerity. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. Mo Yuju, upon hearing this, felt gratitude well up within her. After a moment's hesitation, she gently handed over the sleeping little girl cradled in her arms. "Junior brother Han, I know you have ascended to a realm of great power. This is my daughter. Yingming, please hold her. It would be a good fortune to share in the blessings of a brother's celestial aura." Mo Yuju spoke softly. Taken aback by her words, Han Li allowed a slight smile to grace his features, accepting the child without hesitation and gazing down at her. What a visage of innocence! Her delicate features and fair complexion, though still quite young, hinted at a future resemblance to Mo Yuju. The little girl, perhaps wearied from a day of frolic, remained blissfully asleep, a sweet smile adorning her cherubic face, suppressing the urge to pinch the chubby cheeks. Han Li let out a gentle sigh and retrieved a piece of translucent jade from his storage pouch, delicately placing it in the girl's embrace. He then returned the child along with the jade to Mo Yuju. Although this spiritual jade was not an extraordinary treasure, It possessed the qualities of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to pests, an enduring memento for her. After several battles, Hanli had amassed a trove of spoils, including various magical artifacts and rare treasures, with this spiritual jade being among them. The updates have resumed. I have adjusted well these past few days and feel much rejuvenated. Let us all strive to continue this endeavor, and I encourage everyone to show their support. Volume 3, Chapter 337, The Hidden Hand, The Soul of Melody. The events of this evening are not to be divulged to anyone from the Spirit Beast Mountain. You and your son are not the type to be loose-lipped, are you? Hanli suddenly raised his head, his voice icy as he addressed the master of the Five Colors sect. The elder's heart quivered, and a look of deep humility washed over his face as he repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to speak of it. Hanli remained silent, fixating his gaze upon the master for a moment longer, until he noticed the elder's forehead beginning to glisten with cold sweat. Only then did he break into a smile. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. As the elder stood in shock, he felt a hand lightly pat his shoulder, causing him to stiffen and slowly turn his head. Indeed, it was Hanli, standing behind him with an expression of indifference. Is there anything else you wish to command? Esteemed immortal? I shall certainly comply, the master of the Five Colors sect said, feigning a nervous smile. It's nothing. I merely wish to extend a greeting. Hanli replied, his demeanor unchanged. A greeting? The elder was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Hanli's intent. However, recalling something, his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly checked his own body, finding nothing amiss, which allowed him to finally relax. At this moment, Hanli, without further words, summoned the spirit wind boat and, with a flash, stood upon the artifact. After casting a lingering glance at the elder and the young man, he let out a cold chuckle and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. This left the elder and his son in a state of bewilderment, alongside the intricately complex expression of the ink jade pearl. Standing atop the artifact, Hanli faced the wind, a hint of scorn curling at the corner of his lips. Just moments prior, the master of the Five Colors sect had fervently insisted that he would not let anyone from Spirit Beast Mountain know of his arrival. Yet, Hanli discerned a hint of insincerity in the elder's demeanor. Thus, Hanli resolved not to allow such a cunning individual to harbor resentment towards him in the shadows, even if he was merely a mortal. Consequently, he had stealthily approached from behind and implanted a heartworm within him. This peculiar creature was slender as a hair, nearly invisible to the naked eye, detectable only by spiritual awareness. Once it entered the human body through the skin, it would cling to the blood vessels and slowly wriggle towards the heart. After 1 or 2 years, the afflicted individual would begin to experience heart pain and sleepless nights, with symptoms progressively worsening. In a few months' time, they would succumb to heart failure, appearing no different from a natural death due to myocardial angina. Even high-level cultivators investigating the matter would discern no abnormalities. After such a passage of time, they would hardly connect the death to Hanli's actions this evening, allowing him to extricate himself from any blame with ease. This insidious creature was a prize Hanli had obtained from a slain demonic disciple. Initially unaware of its nature, he later sought identification and learned of its origin and purpose. It was now perfectly suited for the master of the Five Colors sect. In this manner, he could avoid appearing as a villain before the ink jade pearl, while also fulfilling his promise to Mo Fengwu. He mused with a sense of pride. Before this moment, even if the other party were to divulge the events of tonight to the individuals of Spirit Beast Mountain, Hanli remained unconcerned. After all, he had not inflicted any harm upon the father and son duo this evening, and it was likely that the people of Spirit Beast Mountain would not trouble him over such trivial matters. As for the son of the Five-Colored Gate Master, he seemed to be a decent fellow. Hanli hoped that Mo Yuju and he would find happiness together in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli stepped onto the Divine Wind Boat and surged westward toward Jiyuan City. He needed to seize the moment to address the peculiar transformation of Chu Han. Although he was uncertain of the exact nature of Chu Han's predicament, he could not afford to leave it unattended. 100 miles west of Jiyuan City lay a vast expanse of towering mountains and dense forests, rumored to be inhabited by venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, thus rarely traversed by any soul. This likely explained why Chu Han had sought refuge in such an isolated area following the transformation. Hanli hovered in the sky, silently observing the dark silhouettes of the mountains below. After a brief moment, he reached into his storage pouch and summoned the soul-guiding bell into his hand. He cradled it in his palm and gradually infused it with spiritual energy. In no time, the bell emitted a soft white glow and began to levitate. With a swift gesture, Hanli performed a spell and sent the bell soaring, uttering a few incantations. The soul-guiding bell trembled slightly before issuing a clear chime and darting off in a specific direction. A faint smile graced Han Li's face as he followed closely behind on the divine wind boat. With a trace of Chu Han's blood mixed into the bell during its crafting, he could effortlessly locate Chu Han's hiding place. Of course, the bell could not stray too far. If it were to be 1,000 miles apart, Han Li would be left helpless and merely staring blankly. However, the bell's current response indicated that Chu Han was indeed concealed nearby, much to Han Li's delight. The small bell flew straight for 20 to 30 miles before suddenly descending at an angle. Realizing he had found his target, Han Li quickened his pace and grasped the bell in his hand. A layer of green light enveloped the bell, concealing its white glow. From Sun Ergo's words, Han Li understood that the transformed Chu Han could sense the presence of the soul-guiding bell, and thus it was imperative to obscure the bell's aura to avoid alarming him. Silently landing on a small hill, Han Li began to survey his surroundings. Though the night was dark, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could still make out some shapes, and he headed directly toward the location where the bell had originally descended. Approaching a large pile of rocks at the mountain's summit, Han Li moved with utter silence, like a ghost in the night. Consequently, when he eventually laid eyes on Chu Han, he was taken aback. Chu Han remained blissfully unaware, seated upon a massive boulder, legs crossed in meditation, seemingly engaged in refining his energy. Hiding behind a rock, Han Li observed Chu Han with great astonishment, for he sensed a significant presence of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Han, indicative of a cultivation level between the 5th and 6th layers of Qi refinement. This revelation left Han Li utterly astounded. He distinctly recalled that the former Zhang Tai had been incapable of cultivating the Changchun technique, likely due to a lack of spiritual roots. Wait a moment. The inability to cultivate the eternal spring technique does not imply that Zhang Tai lacks a spiritual root. It merely indicates that he does not possess a wood attribute spiritual root. Could it be that Chu Han possesses a different kind of spiritual root? Han Li pondered with a dawning realization. Such coincidences truly exist in the world. Two rare individuals among mortals, both with dual spiritual roots, unexpectedly became disciples of that Dr. Mo. Han Li found this hard to believe, yet soon reflected, how unfortunate indeed, due to the differing attributes of their spiritual roots. He and Zhang Tai had arrived at entirely divergent outcomes. If only the attribute he lacked were the wood attribute, Han Li shuddered at the thought of his own fate. Yet, how could Chu Han be cultivating the fundamental techniques of spiritual power? Han Li seemed to grasp something, a slight frown creasing his brow, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, yet he remained hidden, silently observing Chu Han as he practiced. After a meal's worth of time, Chu Han opened his eyes, slowly rising to his feet and stretching his limbs. His gaze was astoundingly lively, almost as if he possessed true consciousness. However, Han Li, witnessing this, felt no joy. Instead, his expression darkened, hinting at an underlying menace. Today's progress is commendable. It appears that in 3 to 4 months, I shall no longer need to fear that mortal wielding the artifact that restrains this body. Chu Han mused, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Just as a smile began to form on Chu Han's face, a cold voice interrupted from the side. It seems you are quite pleased with this body. Who? Chu Han's expression changed dramatically as he quickly turned towards the source of the voice, his face etched with wariness. At that moment, Han Li emerged from behind a rock, his face devoid of emotion, radiating an icy aura. Who are you? Ah, you are a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon seeing Han Li, Chu Han first questioned him, but then, realizing he could not gauge Han Li's level of cultivation, fear crept across his countenance. That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. Who are you? And why have you occupied this body? Know that this body belongs to my friend, which I entrusted to my subordinate for safekeeping. You have invaded it for so many years without a word. Do you not owe me an explanation? Han Li stated, his tone unyielding. This body is yours. Chu Han displayed a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, his eyes darting about, as if contemplating some nefarious scheme. Observing this, Han Li let out a cold laugh, suddenly raising his hand to reveal the soul-guiding bell, enveloped in a blue glow. What are you planning to do? At the sight of Han Li's action, Chu Han reacted like a startled rabbit, leaping back several paces, alarm evident on his face. Although he had sensed the presence of the soul-guiding bell before, he was unaware of its true form and that it was specifically an artifact designed to restrain this body. He instinctively believed Han Li was merely brandishing a random artifact in preparation for an attack. Volume 3, Chapter 338, Coercion. Han Li disregarded Chu Han's furious reaction, dispersing the blue light surrounding the bell, then flicking it lightly with his finger. With a thud, Chu Han, who had intended to escape, fell to the ground. A life-bound artifact. What you hold in your hand is the fated artifact of this body. The spirit of Chu expressed fear, exclaiming, "You should be aware. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to thoroughly divulge your origins. I am quite curious as to how you have come to occupy this body, for is it not a known fact that cultivators cannot usurp the vessels of mortals?" Han Li replied with an unruffled demeanor, his tone as indifferent as if he were engaging in casual conversation with a friend. However, upon hearing this, Chu could not help but shiver. It is well known that those who seize control of another's body are despised in the realm of cultivation. While it may not lead to outright extermination, they certainly do not receive any semblance of goodwill. Han Li's unusually calm expression only heightened Chu's anxiety, prompting a flurry of thoughts regarding his escape. Forgive my transgression, fellow cultivator. I was once a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, but my physical form was destroyed in a conflict with my enemies, which compelled me to inhabit this body, Chu explained with a forced smile after rising to his feet. Is that so? Han Li responded coolly. In truth, he felt a twinge of surprise upon learning that Chu had once been a Foundation establishment practitioner. Yet Chu, oblivious to Han Li's thoughts, perceived his indifference and felt a surge of trepidation, hastily adding, "Although my cultivation has fallen to the lower ranks of Qi refinement, I still possess some artifacts and spirit stones. Should you choose not to pursue this matter, I would be willing to offer them to you." This statement was delivered with an air of subservience, clearly indicative of his understanding of the necessity to lower oneself when under another's roof. However, Han Li disregarded Chu's tempting proposal and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly inquired, "Are you a practitioner of the seven sects?" His question seemed casual yet deliberate, as he was aware that practitioners of the Foundation establishment stage were scarce outside the seven sects, although some prominent cultivation families, such as the Yin clan, did exist. The seven sects, indeed. I am a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain. Might you also be a practitioner of the seven sects? Chu replied, maintaining a facade of composure, though Han Li detected a flicker of panic in his eyes, igniting Han Li's suspicions. "Ah, a fellow from Spirit Beast Mountain. I wonder how the esteemed Miss Han Yunji is faring?" Han Li asked with a gentle smile. "I am truly sorry, but due to my years of seclusion in cultivation, I have little impression of the younger disciples," Chu responded, momentarily taken aback before offering a forced chuckle, his words lacking sincerity. "Unacquainted? Then, might you name a few individuals among your disciples that I may know? I am acquainted with many from Spirit Beast Mountain. Perhaps I recognize some." Han Li continued his probing with an unperturbed demeanor. Chu's face betrayed a growing anxiety, and his eyes began to dart around, revealing an increasingly restless disposition. Observing Chu's stammering and hesitance, Han Li's expression turned cold, his demeanor chilling. "Fellow cultivator, you have truly disappointed me. It appears you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead," Han Li stated bluntly, his body advancing forward with a sudden movement before swiftly returning. Chu stood frozen in place, yet a binding talisman had been affixed to his chest, leaving him no opportunity to react. His countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Fellow cultivator, what is the meaning of this? Matters can be amicably discussed. This talisman, when employed against mere mortals, can render their bodies utterly rigid, even preventing them from uttering a single word. However, when confronted with practitioners possessing a modicum of spiritual power, its efficacy diminishes. While it can still immobilize those of lesser cultivation, their ability to speak and express various emotions remains unimpeded." At this moment, Han Li paid no heed to the outcries of the individual before him. Instead, he withdrew a pitch-black bowl from his storage pouch. Upon its emergence, a chilling aura permeated the air, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet significantly. Then, a cacophony of wailing and howling erupted from the bowl, accompanied by an eerie black mist that enveloped it, enhancing the ominous presence of this artifact. This was none other than the soul-gathering bowl, which Han Li had recently acquired. Cradling the artifact in one hand, he cast a cold glance at his adversary before expressionlessly advancing a few steps towards Chu Han. The latter, fixated on the bowl's unsettling manifestation, initially displayed a look of confusion. Yet, as recollection struck, his demeanor abruptly shifted to one of anxiety. And he unnaturally inquired, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to employ the soul refinement technique?" As the word soul refinement technique escaped his lips, an expression of profound terror flickered in his eyes. This notorious spell, feared and evaded throughout the cultivation world, was even invoked in curses exchanged among practitioners. Typically, within every sect and prominent family, there exists individuals dedicated to mastering this technique, renowned for its brutal efficacy in punishing traitors. It is said that those who practice this art can extract the essence of a person's soul, subjecting it to torment through specialized spells. The agony inflicted directly upon the soul is such that even the strongest will would falter under its relentless pressure. Furthermore, the more potent the practitioner's soul, the more intense the suffering endured, rendering it a subject of dread for all cultivators. Rumors concerning the soul refinement technique abound in the cultivation realm, with the most widespread belief being that practitioners must cultivate a soul artifact closely linked to their own essence. Only by wielding this artifact can they unleash the soul refinement technique, subjecting their victims' souls to a fate worse than death. The form of this soul artifact remains largely unseen by outsiders, yet it is commonly described by practitioners as suffused with ominous energy and spectral essence, closely resembling the soul-gathering bowl that now house the souls of countless practitioners. Thus, the manifestation accompanying the bowl's unveiling, coupled with Han Li's earlier threats, led Chu Han to mistakenly believe that Han Li possessed the terrifying soul refinement technique. It is no wonder he thought this. Anyone contemplating the torment of a person's soul would instinctively associate it with this spell, leading to overwhelming dread. Upon hearing Chu Han's words, Han Li maintained an impassive expression, though he felt a flicker of surprise within. To be honest, he had not intended to intimidate his opponent with the soul refinement technique. Instead, he merely sought to inflict some discomfort upon Chu Han's essence using the bowl's chilling aura. However, the fact that this individual now feared him as a practitioner of the soul refinement technique sparked a notion within Han Li, prompting him to leverage this misunderstanding to his advantage. "I shall ask you once more," he inquired, "what is your true origin? And why do you impersonate a practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain?" Han Li did not respond to the other party's inquiry regarding the use of the soul refinement technique. Instead, he coldly posed another question. This evasive tactic only served to deepen the individual's conviction, causing his expression to turn grim. Though his lips quivered as if to speak, he remained silent. Observing this, Han Li ceased his idle chatter and softly recited an incantation, the meaning of which eluded even him, before unceremoniously presenting the soul-gathering bowl before the man's face. In the past, even a foundational stage cultivator like Han Li would shudder upon contact with the chilling aura emanating from the bowl. Now, as the realm had devolved to the chi refinement stage for Chu Han, he was even less capable of withstanding it. The moment the bowl was placed before him, Chu Han felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, as though his very soul were on the verge of freezing, akin to being pierced by 1,000 steel needles deep within his essence. In mere moments, he could no longer endure the agony, letting out a harrowing scream as the muscles in his face contorted grotesquely. "Do not be hasty. I have yet to officially cast my spell. The suffering then will be 100-fold greater." Han Li's ethereal words suddenly resonated in his ears. 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Chu Han was nearly overwhelmed by terror, nearly fainting. The pain he was currently experiencing was already unbearable, and the prospect of enduring 100 times that agony would surely obliterate his soul. This was undoubtedly the fabled soul refinement technique. Having tasted torment, Chu Han no longer harbored doubts. Thus, upon witnessing Han Li preparing to weave his spell once more, he hastily changed his tone. "Friend, please show mercy. I will speak. Might you first retract the soul vessel and refrain from invoking the soul refinement technique?" The chill from the bowl had penetrated him so deeply that even his voice had transformed. Had he not possessed some spiritual power for protection, coupled with Chu Han's inherently robust physique, he would have been rendered completely immobile. If you had recognized the situation sooner, you could have spared yourself this suffering. Han Li displayed an expression of mockery, seemingly casually retracting the bowl. However, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, for even had Chu Han not spoken, Han Li would soon have put the soul-gathering bowl away himself, as the bowl's chilling aura was becoming increasingly unbearable for him to hold. Seeing Han Li genuinely stow what he perceived to be the soul vessel, Chu Han exhaled deeply. Do not even entertain the thought of deceiving me with falsehoods. I possess the means to discern the truth of your words. I trust you are not foolish enough to risk your very soul for any secret. Han Li's voice was icy. This remark caused Chu Han to tremble involuntarily, his face paling at the memory of the torment he had just endured. As the month drew to a close, I found myself needing to shamelessly solicit some monthly votes. Alas, one must strive to provide for their family. Volume 3. Chapter 339. Astonishment. Do not presume to label yourself as a loose cultivator. Such words I cannot believe, even without thought. Han Li interrupted the other's speech, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Chu Han could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that he had truly not given up hope of persuading Han Li. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Chu Han weakly spoke. As you suspect, my identity is indeed somewhat special. I am not a cultivator from the state of you. Upon hearing the first words from his interlocutor, Han Li's expression subtly shifted, and he felt a surge of astonishment within. I am actually a disciple of the spirit-controlling sect from the heavenly capital kingdom, here to travel through you. Chu Han said slowly. The spirit-controlling sect of the demon path. Han Li could not help but narrow his eyes, emitting a sharp glint akin to blades. Indeed, I arrived in your esteemed land several years ago, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by a powerful cultivator from your nation, which led to the destruction of my physical form, resulting in my current predicament, Chu Han explained, a look of helplessness adorning his face as he recounted the destruction of his body. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li raised an eyebrow and inquired, Your body was destroyed 5 or 6 years ago, correct? His tone was exceedingly calm. Chu Han, failing to discern the implication behind Han Li's words, answered honestly, Yes. During the years you have occupied this body, have you considered returning? Han Li queried, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Of course, I have thought about it. But you know too little about our demon path, Chu Han replied, his face revealing a deep sense of resignation. What is the situation? While I possess some knowledge of the demon path, it is merely fragments of hearsay, Han Li candidly admitted. In our demon path, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. The strength dictates the right to power. In my previous standing within the spirit-controlling sect, I was not insignificant. I had a beautiful companion and several subservient disciples. Yet now, having significantly diminished in cultivation, do you believe these possessions would still belong to me upon my return? It is highly likely that my former peers, who covet my position, would conspire against me, Chu Han explained with a cold smirk. Listening intently, Han Li furrowed his brow but refrained from comment. Chu Han continued, It is due to the abrupt decline in my cultivation from the act of seizing a body that I am now in this state. However, I am confident that if I seclude myself for 30 to 40 years in cultivation, I shall restore my former prowess and return openly. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly hide in this desolate place? Chu Han's words brimmed with resentment. So, you have been lurking near Jiyuan City all this while, without encountering any other cultivators? Han Li's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unperturbed. No, you are the first cultivator from you that I have encountered since seizing this body, he replied, his complexion not particularly favorable. Why did you not say this from the beginning and instead masquerade as a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain? Han Li pressed on without easing his scrutiny. Is it not because you suspected that I might be a cultivator from the 7 sects, which could pose a threat to me? Chu Han replied somewhat sheepishly. At this, Han Li suddenly chuckled. Is this your true sentiment? He asked amicably. Yet his demeanor sent chills down Chu Han's spine. Indeed, do you harbor any grievances? He cautiously inquired, a hint of unease creeping into his expression. I have heard it said that the most deceitful lies are those that are 7 parts true and 3 parts false. I wonder, how much of what you just said holds any truth? Han Li fixed his gaze upon Chu Han's eyes, articulating each word with deliberation. Hee, you are overly suspicious. My friend, every word I spoke was indeed the truth, Chu Han replied. Chu Han was acutely aware that his actions were ill-advised, yet the thought of the repercussions of honesty compelled him to endure the situation with grim determination. Thus, he decided to divulge a piece of information. The 6 factions of the demonic path have infiltrated our realm of you. This implies that we are now adversarial forces, and as such, I am disinclined to further interrogate you for secrets. I shall extract your primordial spirit and extinguish you forthwith, to save time. Han Li declared with a stern countenance and a sinister tone. The moment these words escaped his lips, the unfortunate individual, who had just suffered a setback, turned ashen. Infiltrated, are you? How is that possible? The time has not yet come. His words, spoken in desperation, drained the color from his face, revealing a look of regret. Han Li, however, was taken aback. You are aware of this matter? It seems I have underestimated you. Yet, regardless of your former esteemed position within the Yuling sect, you are merely a qi refining stage cultivator now. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With his brows furrowed and a fierce glare, Han Li continued. Subsequently, Han Li flipped his palm, and the soul-gathering bowl reappeared in his grasp, casting an ominous chill in the air once more. To Han Li's astonishment, Chu Huan did not exhibit fear. Instead, his eyes fixated on the bowl, his expression revealing a peculiar emotion. Observing this, Han Li felt a twinge of unease. He possessed no knowledge of soul-refining techniques. His intent was merely to intimidate. Should the other party choose death over confession, Han Li would have no choice but to obliterate Chu Huan's body along with his own. However, he had recently acquired a blood sacrifice secret technique that contained some methods for soul extraction, though he regrettably had not yet had the opportunity to practice it. As Han Li pondered these matters, Chu Huan let out a deep sigh and suddenly spoke. Indeed, I harbor certain secrets, which are intimately tied to the life and death of your 7 factions. But how can you assure me that if I reveal the truth, you will spare my life? The likelihood of meeting a tragic end through soul refinement remains high. At the mention of soul refinement, his features involuntarily twitched. Upon hearing the gravity of Chu Huan's words, Han Li rubbed his nose and waved his hand to stow the bowl once more. What assurance do you seek? If it is reasonable, I may consider acquiescing, he replied, his demeanor unchanged, seemingly dismissing Chu Huan's bravado. I do not place faith in ordinary oaths. However, I am aware that when practicing soul refinement, it is most taboo to swear an oath using a soul vessel. Should one violate such an oath, they would likely suffer a backlash from the soul refinement technique, leading to a most wretched demise. I demand that you swear upon a soul vessel that after I reveal the truth, should you still resort to violence, the vessel will shatter, and you will endure the agony of soul refinement. Chu Huan stated without hesitation. Very well, I agree. Han Li responded without a trace of hesitation, though inwardly he scoffed at the absurdity. He then retrieved the soul-gathering bowl and, as instructed, uttered an oath laden with venom. Observing Han Li's swift and decisive oath, Chu Huan felt a flicker of doubt, sensing that something was amiss. I have sworn my toxic oath. You do not intend to propose any further conditions, do you? Han Li maintained an impassive expression, deliberately concealing the intricacies of his intentions, feigning displeasure. Of course not. I am well aware of the fate that befalls those who are excessively greedy. However, before revealing the secret, my friend, it is imperative that you first inform us of the current circumstances of our demonic sect and your 7 sects. I am unaware if this information is outdated. Chu Han was indeed momentarily distracted, forcing a smile as he explained. A flicker of hesitation passed across Han Li's face. Yet he gradually provided a brief overview of the present situation regarding the 7 sects and the demonic sect. Chu Han listened intently. But when he heard that a great battle was to commence in a little over a month, a trace of derision appeared on his face. This did not escape Han Li's keen observation as he attentively noted the other's expression. After absorbing the information, Chu Han pondered for a moment before speaking. However, his opening words left Han Li momentarily stunned. If you would heed my advice, there is no need for you to rush to the 7 sects' main camp. 4. At this moment, the 7 sects and their allied forces from the 2 other nations have likely suffered a significant defeat. Your journey would merely lead to your demise. He spoke with an odd expression. Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged. He merely regarded Chu Han with a cold gaze, listening to his subsequent explanations. The practitioner from the Yuling sect, observing Han Li's composure, felt a mix of admiration and growing apprehension towards him, yet continued to expound. You may be unaware, but Ling Beast Mountain has maintained a covert connection with our Yuling sect since its establishment. The recent feigned rebellion, if I am not mistaken, was a smokescreen orchestrated by our 6 sects, specifically designed to await the arrival of the other 2 nations' practitioners, enabling us to capture all 3 nations' practitioners in one fell swoop. I trust that after this battle, our demonic sects will dominate multiple nations. He unveiled a chilling secret that sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Smokescreen? Is such an action not rather superfluous? Ling Beast Mountain has openly declared its relationship with your Yuling sect. Would it not have been better if it had remained silent? Han Li remarked, his face contorting with shock. Do you truly believe that the other 6 sects are oblivious to Ling Beast Mountain's origins? Understand that among your 7 sects, aside from Ling Beast Mountain, which is a branch of our Yuling sect, the most powerful, the Yin Yu sect, shares deep ties with our 6 sections. However, the Yin Yu sect severed its connection with the He Huan sect centuries ago, aiming to establish itself independently. The representative from the Yuling sect uttered yet another astonishing revelation. Chapter 3, Section 340. The Trap. Even so, sacrificing other practitioners to protect Ling Beast Mountain is one thing, but to have 2 core formation stage practitioners perish in that orchestrated attack is utterly unacceptable, Han Li said, his brows furrowed as he spoke slowly, unwilling to easily accept this notion. Without the casualties of core formation stage practitioners, how could the other 6 sects be so readily convinced? Chu Han retorted with a cold laugh. Surprised by his insinuation, Han Li regarded Chu Han with a newfound curiosity. To my knowledge, our demonic sects possess 2 or 3 methods capable of forcibly elevating foundation establishment stage practitioners to the approximate level of core formation. Of course, each of these techniques bears significant flaws, as any practitioner who employs them is destined for a shattered meridian and inevitable death soon thereafter, with their enhanced abilities being tragically fleeting. However, this brief interval should suffice to elude the vigilance of the other 6 sections. After all, a surprise assault does not necessitate an extensive performance. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, finding himself 3 parts convinced. One can easily envision that while the 7 sects and the allied cultivators from the other 2 nations were setting up their grand formations to confront the 6 demonic sects, the cunning demons, already privy to the allies' every arrangement, would readily rend asunder the formations of the 7 sects with a strike from Spirit Beast Mountain. In such a scenario, the allied forces of the 7 sects, devoid of the protection of their grand formation, would undoubtedly be no match for the 6 demonic sections. Even if what you say is true, the time for a decisive battle has not yet arrived. If I were to convey a warning, I could potentially turn the tide. Why then should I flee? Han Li pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with reluctance as he posed the question. Do you truly believe that we, the demonic sects, will adhere to the agreed-upon time for the decisive battle? It is worth noting that, according to the original plan, there was already a strategy in place to confound our adversaries, striking them at a moment of temporal disarray. Although I cannot specify the exact timing, I estimate that within a few days, we will launch a sudden assault on your encampment. After all, this is precisely when you are at your most complacent, with your forces still far from complete. Do you think there remains sufficient time to relay your message to the battlefield and convince those in higher echelons of your claims? The speaker's lips curled in a smirk, clearly reveling in the misfortune of others. At this juncture, Han Li's expression shifted, and a flicker of concern crept into his heart. Should the 7 sects truly face defeat, his own circumstances would become dire. He would either remain in the Yu Kingdom, pursued by the demonic sects, or be forced to flee to foreign lands, perpetually on the run. Alternatively, he might have no choice but to repair the teleportation array and commence a new journey of cultivation in an unfamiliar realm. It appears you possess an intimate understanding of the demonic sect's plans, suggesting your status is not trifling. Fear not, I have no interest in probing into your true identity. I merely wish to inquire once more, after all you have stated, do you possess any evidence? Surely, you do not expect me to place my complete trust in mere words. Han Li pondered briefly before asking with gravity. At Han Li's pointed inquiry, the cultivator from the Ling Yu sect was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. In my dire straits, I have lost even my original body. Do you truly believe I could retain any evidence? In truth, if you possess a modicum of patience and wait a few more days, I am certain you will hear whispers of the impending battle, the cultivator asserted with an air of conviction. Upon hearing this, Han Li merely scoffed. If your body has perished, how then did your soul escape? Given that you were not slain on the spot, I refuse to believe you did not secure your vital artifacts and possessions elsewhere, Han Li stated coldly, his words striking true and momentarily freezing the smirk from Chu Han's face. Indeed, it seems I cannot deceive you, my friend. I do possess a jade tablet containing correspondence between our sect and Spirit Beast Mountain. In truth, my journey to the Yu Kingdom years ago was to convey this very message, though I did not anticipate being exposed by you, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features. Upon hearing the acknowledgement, Han Li let out a silent sigh. The individual's true age remained a mystery, yet their cunning was undeniably profound, Caution was evidently warranted. Where is this item located? Subsequently, Han Li inquired without reservation, his gaze sweeping across the figure before him. The storage bag containing the jade slips is not on my person. I left it in a nearby cave. Would you like me to accompany you to retrieve it? At this moment, Chu Han appeared remarkably cooperative. Not on your person? Han Li's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of skepticism. You are aware that my current body is, in fact, a zombie's form. Although it possesses greater resilience than that of an ordinary person, it has simultaneously lost a substantial portion of its sensory perception. I genuinely fear that if I were to carry the storage bag on me, it might be inadvertently lost without my realization. Thus, I typically leave the storage bag at my residence. This reluctant justification, spoken by the individual, left Han Li momentarily silent. He meticulously searched the figure, and upon confirming that nothing was found, he coldly inquired, "Where is the cave? I shall go and retrieve it." Observing Han Li's cautious demeanor, Chu Han could only sullenly divulge the location. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly preparing to depart. However, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "How did you come to inhabit this body? Although this form lacks a soul and primordial spirit, thus avoiding the troubles of possession. It is not a shell of a cultivator." Han Li was genuinely curious. "I do not know." The response from the other party caused Han Li's expression to darken. Yet, before he could voice another inquiry, the individual hastily elaborated, "I truly do not understand what transpired. When I arrived at Jiyuan City in a severely injured state, I was utterly incapacitated and had no choice but to hastily extricate my primordial spirit. I searched everywhere for a cultivator to possess, but I encountered none in the vicinity. Just as despair settled in, I stumbled upon this body devoid of a primordial spirit. Desperate, I decided to attempt inhabiting it, and to my astonishment, I found myself unscathed. This discovery left me utterly amazed." At this juncture, the cultivator from the Yuling sect wore an expression of incredulity. Han Li fell silent, casting a glance at the individual before returning to his side and affixing 2 more calming talismans onto Chu Han, after which he vanished into the darkness. Standing in place, Chu Han wore a troubled visage, but shortly after Han Li's departure, a glint of peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Following the directions provided, Han Li accurately located the cave. The entrance appeared rather modest. He raised a hand, releasing a moonstone from his storage bag, which floated above him, illuminating the surroundings. Then, surveying the darkened cave entrance, he pondered briefly before summoning a white phosphorus shield and a turtle shell artifact to shield himself, cautiously venturing into the cave. As anticipated, the cave was not particularly spacious. After traversing 7 or 8 zhang, he discerned a mountain wall obstructing his path, indicating he had reached the cave's depths. Han Li's keen gaze scanned the area, and upon finding nothing amiss, he lowered his gaze to the ground. According to the other party, the storage bag was said to be trapped beneath a large piece of bluestone, which should be relatively easy to locate. Indeed, a mere 2 paces away, there loomed a dark, towering mass that bore an uncanny resemblance to stone. Without further contemplation, Han Li approached, utilizing the gentle white glow of the moonstone to scrutinize the object before him. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This was no mere stone, but rather a towering heap of white bones, atop which lay remnants of flesh, faintly exuding a metallic scent of blood. In his astonishment, Han Li focused intently and discerned that these bones belonged to ferocious beasts, such as tigers and leopards, bearing marks of gnawing teeth, as if they had been savagely chewed upon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Li's thoughts shifted urgently, and he sought to retreat. Yet it was too late. A shadow darted forth from an unknown direction, colliding forcefully with Han Li's white phosphorus shield. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged through him, propelling both shield and man backward to crash against the cave wall, nearly rendering Han Li unconscious from the impact. What kind of creature was this? Amidst the intense pain, a mix of fear and fury surged within him. However, before he could even fall from the wall, the shadow leaped again, charging toward him. In a state of panic, Han Li hastily brandished 2 defensive artifacts in front of him. A resounding clang echoed, surprising him. This time, no immense force met him, but the white phosphorus shield, which had stood resolute, shattered cleanly into 2 halves, clattering to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle nearly caused Han Li to bite his own tongue in disbelief. How could this be? The white phosphorus shield, crafted from the highest grade of materials, had endured countless battles, suffering only a minor perforation recently. Now, It lay in ruin at the hands of a monstrous entity, a fact that was utterly inconceivable to him. In the dim light of the moonstone above, Han Li caught a fleeting glimpse of the creature's form, which was exceedingly peculiar. It was not large, standing only about 10 feet high, with a slender neck supporting a diminutive head. Yet, two glowing orbs the size of fists flickered with a chilling light, coldly fixated upon him. Most alarming to Han Li were the creature's forelimbs, which resembled two ominous, blackened blades, eliciting profound shock within him. This creature wielded weapons. What sort of cutting edge was so sharp that it could cleave through the white phosphorus shield? These thoughts flitted through Han Li's mind as he swayed, propelling himself like an arrow toward the cave's exit. It was no jest, entangled with such a fearsome beast in this confined space. Even a multitude of lives would be insufficient. Escape was imperative for his survival. As Han Li's form darted forward, the creature silently pursued, its speed astonishingly swift. The cave's limited expanse allowed both Han Li and the creature to burst forth, creating two gusts of wind in their wake. As Han Li emerged from the cave, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, and a beam of white light burst forth from his palm, revealing the pristine divine wind boat hovering in the air before him. He intended to command the vessel to ascend into the skies. Since the magical artifact could not withstand the onslaught of the demonic creature, he resolved to create distance and obliterate it with his artifact. However, due to a slight delay in unleashing the artifact, a shadow flickered before him, and the creature swiftly positioned itself between Han Li and the divine wind boat. Its blade-like forelimbs clashing against one another, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. Not only was this creature formidable, but it also possessed a degree of intelligence, complicating matters significantly. Yet, upon exiting the dark cave, the moonlight illuminated the creature before him, revealing a massive gray-black mantis, exuding an eerie gray aura. Han Li took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and momentarily blurred his figure, conjuring 5 or 6 identical phantoms that charged straight toward the colossal mantis. Han Li was confident that even at full speed with his smoke and mist steps, he could surpass a mere beast's obstruction. The mantis's eyes glimmered with green light, and it too conjured several indistinct shadows to counter Han Li's phantoms. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. With several soft thuds, his phantoms were shattered by the mantis's forelimbs, leaving his true form to endure a strike from the remaining turtle shell artifact. The impact sent him hurtling back to his original position, leaving a deep gash upon the shell. Han Li, pale-faced, glanced at the wound on the shell, swallowing hard. It was evident that this artifact could withstand only a few more strikes before Han Li could devise a strategy. The mantis emitted a sharp sound as its pair of several foot-long gray wings unfurled, producing a buzzing sound as the creature gracefully floated into the air. Witnessing this, Han Li lamented. How could he have forgotten that mantises are insects capable of flight? This development would surely render the creature's speed even more astonishing. For the first time, Han Li felt a twinge of doubt about his own agility. Nevertheless, he hastily cast various supportive spells, including lightness techniques, upon himself, and with a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch. A flurry of golden, black, and red magical lights burst forth simultaneously. He aimed to strike first and seize the advantage. However, the mantis did not wait for Han Li to launch his magical assault. As soon as it ascended, it vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear above Han Li, aiming a fierce strike at his head, poised to cleave him in two. At this moment, Han Li remained remarkably calm. He too shifted his shoulders, creating a flurry of afterimages before disappearing from his spot. Yet, the dozen or so magical artifacts, including the golden flea mother blade, spiraled around him, simultaneously launching toward the demonic creature, intent on dismembering it with a barrage of blades. A series of delicate sounds echoed as the colossal mantis wielded its dual sides with an imperceptible speed, creating an enormous protective barrier. Upon the slightest contact with the magical artifacts, 3 golden blades and a fiery trident were instantly shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground like specks of luminous dust. Witnessing this scene, Han Li, who had rushed aboard the divine wind vessel, felt a profound pang of anguish. He hurriedly summoned the remaining artifacts back, and they swiftly turned to return. Yet, the giant mantis was relentless. With a subtle crossing of its forelimbs, it lunged forward, transforming into a dark streak that rapidly pursued the artifacts. Without hesitation, it unleashed a flurry of strikes. severing 2 more golden blades into several pieces that fell to the dust. Han Li felt a visceral ache in his heart. Although this set of golden mantis blades was not among the finest of high-tier artifacts, it was remarkable for being a complete set, exceptionally convenient for everyday use, and had accompanied him for many years, forging a bond of sentiment. To think that today it might face utter destruction was devastating. Fortunately, the pair of prized black dragons remained intact, sparing him the loss of at least one. This was a small consolation amidst the misfortune. However, gazing at the mantis creature that was fixated on him, Han Li found it difficult to feel fortunate. Without an effective means to combat this beast, not only would he risk losing the remaining artifacts, but his very life would also be in jeopardy. With this thought, Han Li unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, causing the divine wind vessel to tremble slightly before soaring into the sky like a beam of white light. He could scarcely believe that a mere beast could keep pace with the vessel's speed. Yet, after soaring through the air for only a brief moment, he found himself reconsidering, realizing the limitations of his perspective. As he raced ahead, he periodically glanced back, launching fireballs to obstruct the relentless pursuit of the mantis. The situation was utterly bewildering. This creature not only attacked with astonishing ferocity, but also possessed an incredible speed that made Han Li's vessel appear sluggish by comparison. He felt a wave of frustration, firmly convinced that this beast was far superior to the white spider he had encountered in the underground cavern. This massive mantis was either a peak 4th-tier beast or a legendary 5th-tier creature, capable of rivaling early-stage core formation entities. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down Han Li's spine, compelling him to unleash fireballs with even greater urgency to stave off the beast's relentless advance. Though each fireball was effortlessly cleaved in two, they at least momentarily slowed the creature, buying precious time for the divine wind vessel. However, Han Li was acutely aware that if this continued, being caught was merely a matter of time. He could not allow this stalemate to persist. Thus, while maneuvering the vessel and casting fireballs, he hastily reached into his storage pouch, seeking any artifacts that might prove useful at this critical juncture. Suddenly, his consciousness alighted upon something remarkably soft, sparking an idea within him. Thus, after surveying the environment below, Han Li abruptly pressed his foot down on the divine wind vessel, causing it to soar diagonally toward the dense jungle beneath him. Simultaneously, he rummaged through his storage bag and indiscriminately summoned 7 or 8 ordinary magic instruments, casting them forth without hesitation. Alongside, 4 or 5 puppet soldiers were also released amidst a burst of white light, sending forth a barrage of blinding arrows of light towards the pursuing beast. This frenzied assault momentarily diverted the enormous mantis, which flailed its arms in defense, though it quickly reduced the magic instruments and puppets to mere fragments. However, when it attempted to locate Han Li, the area below was eerily silent. Han Li had vanished without a trace amid the sea of trees. The beast's green eyes flickered uncertainly as it slowly descended to a lower altitude, circling the nearby dense forest, seemingly intent on uncovering Han Li's whereabouts. Behind a large tree in the jungle below, Han Li gazed solemnly at the massive mantis hovering above, a hint of tension evident in his expression. At that moment, he was draped in a cloak-like veil that completely masked his presence. This ethereal fabric, obtained from Xian Lu during his battle with the white spider, had initially been intended to deceive Han Li, but it ultimately cost its original owner their life. The veil not only concealed fluctuations in spiritual energy, but also effectively obscured any trace of human scent. Now, in his predicament, Han Li resorted to using this artifact, hoping that the beast's intelligence was limited and that it would depart after a fruitless search. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he clutched a solidified blood spirit diamond in one hand. Although this item possessed astonishing speed and formidable lethality, having witnessed the mantis's incredible swiftness, Han Li lacked confidence in using it against the creature. Thus, he merely held it as a precaution. As night fell, another chapter awaited, but it would be delayed. Cough, my speed is indeed turtle-like. Chapter 342, Astonishment and Doubt under Han Li's breathless scrutiny. The giant mantis flew back and forth over a radius of several miles before suddenly darting directly toward his hiding spot. Han Li's expression turned ashen. With an icy glare, he gripped the blood spirit diamond tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into it until the gem began to radiate warmth. With an impassive gaze fixed on the descending beast, Han Li resolved to release the magic artifact only when it was within closer proximity. This would enhance his chances of inflicting damage or even slaying the creature. Of course, this decision would exponentially heighten the risk, yet Han Li was beyond concern at that moment. 50 zhong, 40 zhong, 30 zhong, his heart raced violently, prompting him to take a deep breath as he prepared to unleash the blood spirit diamond. Yet, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly dumbfounded. The mantis, upon reaching a distance of 20 zhong above Han Li's head, abruptly spiraled and veered off toward another location not far from him. After a few mournful roars from the beast, the gigantic mantis unexpectedly lifted a massive wild boar with its forelimbs and soared back into the forest, retracing its path without hesitation. As the silhouette of the monstrous creature gradually faded from view, Han Li let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground, disregarding the decorum expected of a cultivator. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Had he not intended to strike from a close distance, he would have undoubtedly met the same fate as that wild boar, becoming a meal for the beast. His survival this time was nothing short of sheer luck. Han Li quietly rejoiced, for the first time realizing that perhaps his fortune was not entirely bad. After calming his mind, he recalled the root of all this turmoil, the practitioner from the spirit control sect who had taken over Chu Han's body, and a surge of anger ignited within him. It was apparent that the letter he had found in the cave was a trap set by that individual. Despite his utmost caution, he had fallen victim to the cunning of his opponent, nearly losing his life in the process. Very well, now that I am still alive, you shall witness the consequences. Han Li muttered bitterly to himself as he rested. In his mind, the fact that Chu Han had affixed 3 calming talismans upon him meant he could not possibly escape with his own cultivation level. Once he returned, he would easily take the life of his adversary. Feeling his physical and spiritual strength returning, Han Li immediately took to the air on his flying vessel, heading back in the same direction. However, this time, he dared not fly high and brazenly, but instead maintained a cautious altitude just a dozen feet above the ground, fearful of attracting the creature's attention again. As he returned, the chilling night breeze washed over him, dousing much of his seething anger and clearing his mind considerably. He began to reevaluate the sequence of his interactions with Chu Han. Upon reflecting on the actions and words of the spirit control sect practitioner, as well as the terrifying mantis, Han Li began to doubt the individual's original identity as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Given the presence of such a formidable insect beast within a mere 100 miles of Jiyuan City, it was evident that it could not be wild. Furthermore, considering the practitioner's affiliation with the spirit control sect, it was highly probable that the gigantic mantis was a tamed spirit beast of his. Such a fearsome spirit beast was beyond Han Li's imagination to be controlled by a foundation establishment cultivator. In his view, this mantis could easily contend with 3 or 4 late foundation establishment cultivators. Its power was utterly extraordinary. Could it be that Chu Han's original identity was not merely that of a foundation establishment cultivator, but rather that of a core formation cultivator? The thought startled Han Li. As he neared the original small hill, he found himself halting midair, lost in contemplation. How could a core formation cultivator end up in such a tragic state, with their body destroyed and their soul out of their body? One must understand that even if they encountered a fellow core formation cultivator, they should have been able to escape, unless they had stumbled upon an ancient being of the nascent soul stage from the kingdom of Yu. However, the nascent soul cultivators from the 7 sects had long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs, and it seemed that only 2 or 3 remained outside of the kingdom of Yu. Even during the recent confrontations between the demon path and the 7 sects, Han Li had not heard of any nascent soul-level cultivators taking action. This rendered it difficult for him to imagine the cataclysmic chaos that would ensue should such individuals engage in battle. However, Han Li felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding these nascent soul cultivators who merely observed the skirmishes of lower-level practitioners with detached indifference, privately chiding them on several occasions. What schemes could such high-level cultivators be concocting? Was it truly coincidental that this individual, likely at the core formation stage, encountered one of those ancient monsters? Han Li pondered with a sense of apprehension. If the entity that had usurped Chu Han's body was indeed a core formation cultivator, then it would explain how he was privy to so many secrets surrounding the demonic incursion and possessed a formidable spirit beast like the mantis demon. After a thorough contemplation, Han Li had to concede that the likelihood of Chu Han being a core formation cultivator was as high as 60 to 70%. causing him to break into a cold sweat and display an expression of peculiar astonishment. There was a blend of fear and a hint of exhilaration. Could it be that the opponent was merely feigning weakness, playing the fool while toying with him? Han Li fervently contemplated the extent of this worst-case scenario. No, the opponent was certainly not pretending to be weak. After a moment of introspection, he arrived at a firm conclusion. Without a doubt, the entity had indeed occupied Chu Han's body only a few years prior. Consequently, any profound cultivation he had possessed would have been rendered moot, as he had previously stated. Even if his primordial spirit remained intact, allowing him to cultivate without the limitations of bottlenecks, his current level of power was indeed reflective of what it ought to be. Moreover, Han Li discerned that the opponent could no longer control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, such a formidable bodyguard would not have been kept at a distance. It was worth noting that Han Li was currently at his weakest, most in need of robust protection, which had driven him to deceive himself into that cave. Hoping that the out-of-control giant mantis would eliminate him, Han Li, with his sharp intellect, quickly pieced together the truth of the situation, which emboldened him considerably. This was not a matter of taking advantage of another's peril. Rather, he was acutely aware that he had forged a bitter enmity with this practitioner of the spirit control sect. Should the opponent escape his grasp, once restored to the strength of a core formation cultivator, he would undoubtedly seek to obliterate him. Therefore, he could not allow this individual to leave alive. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Han Li no longer hesitated and activated the magical artifact beneath his feet, soaring towards the small hillock. In the blink of an eye, he reached the summit and immediately spotted Chu Han, who remained obediently in place, several talismans still intact upon his person. A wave of elation washed over Han Li as he descended from a distance of several dozen zhang, both hands gripping a magical artifact. Upon witnessing Han Li descend from the heavens, Chu Han's face registered shock, seemingly taken aback by Han Li's unexpected survival. He forced a smile, his lips moving as if to utter something. However, Han Li took only a few steps forward before, without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand, unleashing two streaks of dark energy that shrieked as they surged forth. Having resolved to eradicate his opponent entirely, Han Li had no desire to engage in any verbal sparring with one who was on the brink of death. Witnessing the fierce onslaught of the dark energy, Chu Han's expression shifted dramatically. Just as Han Li anticipated the opponent's imminent disintegration, Chu Han unexpectedly swayed his body and leapt several zhang to evade the incoming attack. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the vow you made?" exclaimed the practitioner from the Yuling sect, his voice tinged with desperation. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a ruthless assault upon encountering Han Li. Han Li, however, paid no heed to Chu Han's words. His gaze fixated on the three spirit-binding talismans affixed to Chu Han's body, hardly believing his eyes. How could the opponent move without removing the talismans? Han Li was consumed with suspicion. Yet, now was not the time for inquiries or entanglements. With a cold snort, he pointed decisively at the dark energy, which instantly expanded several times in size, transforming into two thick beams of dark light that darted towards the opponent. He had resolved that even if it meant sacrificing Chu Han's lifeless form, he would annihilate every remnant of this core formation cultivator's soul. Chu Han seemed to sense Han Li's relentless intent, and as the dark energy bore down upon him, he desperately opened his mouth, releasing a beam of green light that miraculously intercepted the full force of the dark energy's strike. Chapter 343. The Green Radiance Sword. What is this? Witnessing the opponent successfully block his full-force attack, Han Li was taken aback, his focus drawn to the green light. Before him appeared a small sword, merely a few inches in length, shimmering with a vibrant green hue and glimmering with flowing light. "A magical artifact," Han Li exclaimed, his expression shifting. The fact that the opponent, with only the cultivation of the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, could withstand his dark energy with such an object was astonishing. This revelation filled Han Li with both surprise and delight. He was astonished that the opponent possessed a magical artifact for protection, complicating matters, yet elated at the prospect of acquiring this treasure should he defeat the opponent. He now firmly believed that the opponent had indeed been a core formation cultivator in the past. With this realization, Han Li directed the dark energy to continue its fierce assault while simultaneously retrieving the soul-guiding bell into his hand. The reason he had not employed this artifact earlier was that he believed the opponent had already been restrained by the spirit-binding talismans, deeming it unnecessary. However, It now appeared imperative to use this life-bound artifact to re-establish control over the opponent. Upon seeing Han Li produce the soul-guiding bell, a flicker of panic crossed Chu Han's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. He abruptly struck his abdomen and, opening his mouth, expelled a green elixir. As this item emerged, it radiated a soft green light that enveloped his entire form. At that moment, the soul-guiding bell in Han Li's hand began to chime resonantly, as he sought to render the opponent incapacitated, unable to retaliate in the slightest. However, after a series of chimes, Chu Han stood unharmed, showing no signs of being affected. Observing this scene, Han Li's demeanor grew solemn. It was evident that the glow emitted by the green elixir had shielded Chu Han, rendering his soul-guiding bell ineffective. Upon contemplating this, Han Li, with a grim expression, stowed away the small bell after it yielded no effect even after he struck it twice. However, he swiftly waved his hands, releasing over 10 puppets enveloped in radiant white light. These were the last remaining second-tier puppets he possessed. Should they be destroyed, he would be left only with his less effective homemade puppets. Consequently, Han Li resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. As soon as the puppets emerged, under his command, beams of light and arrows surged forth with tremendous force. Witnessing such a formidable assault, Chu Han displayed a mix of shock and fury. He hurriedly cast several spells towards the green pill, causing it to spin rapidly and emit a brilliant green glow. Instantly, various colors of light intertwined, resulting in a dazzling explosion. Chu Han was jolted back several feet by the impact, but astonishingly managed to withstand the full brunt of the attack, leaving Han Li utterly astounded. How could a cultivator at the 5th or 6th layer of the Qi refining stage endure the full force of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner's assault? This was indeed astonishing. Yet, recalling that Chu Han was originally a core formation cultivator with a few lethal techniques, it did not seem so peculiar after all. Han Li's thoughts were in turmoil. At that moment, Chu Han, having successfully defended against Han Li's onslaught with his 2 remaining tricks, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. His mind raced as he began to formulate suitable words to persuade Han Li to cease this reckless assault, aware that his meager reservoir of magical energy could not sustain such a battle. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Han Li, after a moment of hesitation, rummaged through his storage bag and suddenly raised his hand, a blinding red light flashing momentarily from his palm. Chu Han was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, the floating green pill before him erupted, and an agonizing tearing pain surged from the depths of his primordial spirit, causing him to cry out and collapse to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. The green light that had enveloped Chu Han vanished without a trace following the pill's explosion, and the unimpeded beams of light and arrows immediately overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the green sword, bereft of its master's control, swiftly diminished in power, succumbing to Han Li's dragon-like force, appearing on the verge of collapse. Seeing this unfold, Han Li was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that his bold strike would prove so effective. The reason he refrained from using the blood spirit drill to directly assault Chu Han's heart or head was due to his uncertainty regarding the vulnerability of Chu Han's body, which bore the characteristics of a zombie. Would those areas still be considered vital? Perhaps it would only result in serious injury rather than a fatal blow. Therefore, it seemed wiser to target the most perilous aspect, the green pill. Yet, he never expected that upon its destruction, Chu Han would encounter such dire consequences. Evidently, the green pill was intricately linked to Chu Han's primordial spirit. No wonder he had displayed such a countenance when initially deploying this object against Han Li. Could it possibly be the golden pill he had refined during his core formation stage? Han Li speculated with a hint of mischief. At that moment, the onslaught of the puppets came to an abrupt halt with a mere wave of Han Li's hand. He then peered intently across the expanse. Once the radiant light faded, he discerned a charred corpse lying on the ground, surprisingly not reduced to ashes by the assault, which was indeed unexpected. Could it be that the zombie body of Chu Han was unlike that of an ordinary human? Han Li regarded the lifeless form, contemplating for a moment before refraining from approaching it immediately. Instead, he sliced the air with one hand, causing 5 or 6 fireballs, each the size of a fist, to materialize above. With a gentle exhalation of the word go, the fireballs shot forth like arrows towards the corpse. With a series of muffled thuds, under Han Li's cold gaze, the charred body ignited fiercely. Just as the flames roared to life, a small, egg-sized emerald orb suddenly burst forth from the inferno, fleeing at an astonishing speed to the side. Witnessing this, Han Li's expression turned frigid. He swiftly vanished, reappearing behind the glowing orb. With a lightning-quick motion, he reached out, his hand radiating a brilliant white light. The orb emitted a shrill cry as it was crushed between his fingers, imbued with his spiritual energy. Subsequently, Han Li swayed back to Chu Hun's side, casually flicking his sleeve, causing the flames engulfing Chu Hun to vanish without a trace. A mere illusion from a core formation cultivator, easily unraveled, Han Li remarked with a hint of cold amusement as he gazed down at the ashen Chu Hun. He then meticulously examined Chu Hun's injuries. To his astonishment, apart from being thoroughly charred on the surface, the internal organs and bones remained intact. This delighted Han Li immensely. Though he recognized Chu Hun as nothing more than a hollow shell, he had inadvertently begun to view it as a loyal subordinate. If it could be restored to its former self, he would be most pleased. Moreover, he had a plan in mind that required Chu Hun's involvement. Thus, Han Li produced the soul-guiding bell and lightly struck it, causing the previously prostrate Chu Hun to stand upright, its eyes opening to reveal a vacant stare. Han Li nodded. Despite some superficial wounds, with its formidable regenerative abilities as a zombie, it should recover swiftly. His gaze then shifted to the floating green, glowing small sword. Now devoid of its master, it lay utterly motionless. Han Li first employed his black dragon to gradually press it downwards, then cautiously attempted to penetrate its essence with his consciousness, only to be unceremoniously repelled. It seemed to be true, as the legends foretold. Without the cultivation of core formation, one could not wield any unclaimed magical artifact. Han Li mused with some frustration. For now, this treasure could only be admired from a distance. Nevertheless, Han Li remained deeply intrigued by the artifact. After a series of careful attempts, he finally succeeded in securing it in his grasp, examining it with great interest. The short sword measured merely 1.5 inches in length. Without the infusion of its master's spiritual energy, its brilliance had diminished considerably. Yet it emanated a faint, chilling aura, enhancing its remarkable beauty. On the blade of this sword, 2 small ancient characters were intricately engraved. Han Li, upon inspecting them closely, couldn't help but softly utter the words. He cherished this green radiant sword, playing with it for a while before reluctantly placing it into his storage pouch. After all, this was the first magical artifact he had ever obtained. Subsequently, Han Li glanced around once more to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything. It was then that the faint green light shimmering on the ground caught his attention. Upon closer examination, he discovered that it consisted of fragments of a green elixir. Shattered by the blood spirit drill, though broken, its radiance remained undiminished, leaving him quite astonished. He bent down and gently collected the shards. Although he was uncertain of their purpose, he could not bring himself to disregard them. He speculated that these fragments might be connected to the golden elixir of cultivators in the core formation stage. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 344, The Great Formation Destroys the Demons, Han Li did not delve deeply into the scattered particles, but instead searched the vicinity, ensuring there was truly nothing left behind before contemplating the task of dealing with the enormous mantis. He had no intention of letting this beast escape. After all, aside from its other attributes, its forelimbs were undoubtedly rare materials for artifact crafting in the realm of cultivation. As for the notion of capturing and taming this formidable creature, Han Li quickly dismissed it. He understood that any beast capable of being controlled by cultivators had undoubtedly been subjected to restrictions and gradual domestication from a young age. To claim a powerful spirit beast that one had not raised as one's own was nothing short of a daydream. Consider the cultivators of the spirit control sect, who, having lost their bodies, transformed into different entities, found themselves unable to command the giant mantis. Otherwise, once such a beast was fully tamed, it would remain loyal for a lifetime, far more devoted than any human. Regarding the matter of informing the coalition of the 7 sects, Han Li pondered but remained uncertain of the veracity of the claims made by the spirit control sect's cultivators. Therefore, he decided to linger here for a few more days, waiting to ascertain the situation. After all, he was quite swift, and even with a slight delay, he would still arrive at the 7 sects main camp in due time. Thus, Han Li spent a day quietly setting up the reversed 5 elements great formation in the dense forest not far from the cave. This time, he did not merely hastily arrange a part of the formation as he had done during the palace battle. Instead, he meticulously completed the entire formation. rendering its power incomparable to before. During this period, he once again observed the giant mantis venturing out to hunt. This time, it returned with a massive black tiger, which left Hanli marveling for quite some time. It was worth noting that this was the first time he had encountered such a black tiger. Clearly not an ordinary beast. Regrettably, such a rare creature found itself as mere sustenance for the giant mantis. After preparing thoroughly, Hanli stealthily entered the cave around midday. However, within moments, he swiftly emerged, stepping onto the divine wind vessel, racing towards the direction of the formation. The shadow trailing closely behind him was, of course, the giant mantis he had startled. As Hanli emerged from the cave, he found himself swiftly enveloped by the confines of the grand formation. The mantis beast, though possessed of a modicum of intelligence, remained oblivious to the intricacies of such formations and unwittingly fell into Hanli's trap, becoming ensnared within the array. Over the next 2 days, Hanli allowed the enormous mantis to frantically dart about within the chaotic confines of the 5 elements reversal formation, effectively exploiting the illusory capabilities of the array to confine the creature within a few acres. It was only after the beast had grown weary and sought respite that Hanli unleashed a multitude of puppets to incessantly harass it from outside the formation, denying it even a moment's rest. This mantis beast belonged to a category known for its exceptional offensive capabilities but relatively weak defenses, compelling it to continuously wield its 2 scythe-like arms for protection. Consequently, within merely half a day, the creature could no longer endure, suffering hits from the puppets. Although the injuries were minor, it was evident that its stamina had been nearly depleted. During this time, Hanli had also rotated the spiritual stones powering the puppets several times. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Hanli brandished a yellow-handled talisman dagger, and under the cover of the puppet's assaults, he plunged it into the mantis's head, delivering a fatal blow within the formation. With great excitement, Hanli approached the fallen beast and retrieved his silver greatsword, deftly severing its exceptionally sharp forelimbs. With high hopes, he began to explore the mantis's abdomen, yearning for it to be a 5th-tier beast, which would yield an extraordinarily precious inner core. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Hanli's face, quickly followed by a perplexed expression. As he withdrew his hand from the corpse, he discovered several oval-shaped objects, all of uniform size, pale white and streaked with blood. Beast eggs, Hanli muttered to himself in disbelief. Even in his confusion, he could not mistake these for the inner cores of the beast. Yet, his astonishment did not cease there, as he extracted 7 or 8 more from the mantis's belly, bringing the total to over a dozen. Gazing at these egg-sized objects, Hanli could not help but smile broadly. This was indeed an unexpected fortune. However, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow, pressing a finger against one of the white eggs and closing his eyes to sense its essence. Before long, Hanli's expression soured. This egg bore no trace of life. Evidently, a dead egg. Such occurrences were not uncommon among magical beasts. After all, they were not ordinary insects or beasts, and producing offspring was not an easy feat. With a gloomy demeanor, Hanli examined the remaining eggs one by one. Indeed, they were all lifeless, which left him feeling quite disheartened. In a fit of frustration, Hanli contemplated incinerating the eggs, but after a moment of hesitation, he instead produced a jade box to carefully store them. This giant mantis was no ordinary beast. Even if the eggs were dead, they might still possess some hidden utility, he thought, unwilling to part with them so easily. After removing a pair of gray wings from the mantis, Hanli reduced the beast's corpse to ashes and flew towards the cave. Although the hope was slim, he still wished to see if there were any other treasures to be uncovered. Upon entering the cave and conducting a thorough inspection, Hanli was astonished. In the corner of the cave, he discovered a skeletal figure cloaked in gray robes, with an intact storage pouch secured at its waist. Cradling the storage pouch in his hands, Hanli's heart raced with excitement. It was evident to him that this skeleton belonged to a disciple of the Yuling sect, who had evidently failed to secure the pouch before his spirit departed. This revelation brought Hanli a mix of joy and astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the Yuling sect disciple had succumbed to his grievous injuries, his physical form disintegrating before he could attend to his final affairs. In a hurried frenzy, he had only managed to wrap the green radiant sword and condense a portion of his spiritual energy into a green orb before hastily exiting with his spirit. After all, delay would mean the demise of both his spirit and body. Naturally, Hanli was immensely curious about the storage pouch belonging to this core formation cultivator. He suppressed his overwhelming excitement and delved his consciousness into the pouch, meticulously examining its contents. However, after thoroughly scanning the pouch with his divine sense, Hanli nearly succumbed to frustration. To his dismay, the expansive storage pouch contained nothing but an array of jars and vials. The majority inscribed with the names of various beasts or insects' food, utterly useless to him. A smaller portion was slightly more promising, comprising an assortment of insect specimens, each labeled with the corresponding insect's name. To Han Li's astonishment, many of the insects contained within the vials were still alive, demonstrating remarkable vitality despite years of neglect. As for the high-level talismans, urgently needed magical artifacts, and talismanic treasures that Han Li had hoped to find, there was not a single one within the pouch, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. Fortunately, he eventually discovered a green jade slip at the very bottom of the storage pouch. The contents within the slip captivated him greatly. It detailed the Yuling sect disciples' insights into cultivating extraordinary insects, introducing over 1,000 species previously unknown to Han Li, along with methods for nurturing and controlling these insects. What intrigued him most was the ranking system the disciple had devised based on the insect's formidable abilities. Among them was the giant mantis, which, despite its gray appearance, was referred to as the golden-backed demon mantis, leaving Han Li puzzled and blinking in disbelief. Yet, this imposing mantis was only ranked 73rd among the myriad of extraordinary insects, with 72 other species deemed even more formidable, a revelation that left Han Li, who had witnessed the prowess of the golden-backed demon mantis, utterly astonished. After immersing himself in the jade slip for a considerable time, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, pondering deeply before he began to compare the insect specimens he possessed with those described within the slip. However, the more he examined them, the more dissatisfied he became. While the specific uses of these insects remained a mystery, he could not help but question the validity of their rankings. Astonishingly, only 2 of the insects ranked within the top 100, and they were scarcely clinging to the tail end of the list. Most of them are typically in the 200 to 300 range. Han Li was unaware that if his complaints were heard by those cultivators from the spirit control sect, they would undoubtedly berate him vehemently. Collecting such extraordinary insects is no simple task. Not to mention 100, even the top 300 or 400 are exceedingly rare species, acquired only through hundreds of years of painstaking effort and fierce competition. Finally finished this chapter. Off to sleep now. Volume 3. Chapter 345. The Old Man and the Bell Sound. After inspecting the items within the storage pouch, Han Li unceremoniously transferred everything into his own pouch, which he then shattered with a flurry of swords. Although this pouch was evidently superior to his own, Han Li dared not carry it carelessly, fearing there might be markings he could not discern. Following another day's rest, feeling that enough time had passed, Han Li, along with Chu Han, altered their course towards the Huangfeng Valley, opting not to head to the 7 sects' main camp. Han Li reasoned that if any disturbances had occurred at the camp, the various sects would surely be the first to receive word. It would be wiser to first gauge the situation within the valley. If all was well, he could always hurry to the camp later. Thus, after flying for 5 or 6 days without incident, Han Li arrived at the Taiyuan mountain range. He did not disturb anyone, instead slipping back into his own cave abode. Upon entering, he quickly reactivated the external array, feeling considerably relieved. After all, it was his own territory, and thus secure. Without delay, Han Li made his way to the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring. Indeed, 2 spider eggs had hatched successfully, and within the spring floated 2 fist-sized white spiders. Though small in stature, they were remarkably translucent, clearly not of ordinary ilk. The moment the 2 little spiders spotted Han Li, they darted towards him as white flashes. Initially startled, Han Li soon realized what was happening and did not retreat. Consequently, the 2 spiders landed on his shoulders, playfully scuttling about as if they were longtime companions. Han Li smiled gently, pleased to see that the blood oath he had imposed had indeed taken effect. These little spiders regarded him as a parent, hence their affectionate demeanor. Delighted, Han Li curiously lifted one of the white spiders from his shoulder and placed it in his palm for a closer inspection. While spiders typically evoke feelings of revulsion and ugliness, this particular one was entirely immaculate and luminous, truly a sight to behold, evoking an irresistible fondness. What astonished Han Li the most was the palpable spiritual energy emanating from the little spider, which appeared to be at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage, a veritable low-level demon beast of the 1st rank. It seemed that its potential was indeed remarkable. Interestingly, the white spider was listed among those extraordinary insects, known as the blood jade spider, ranking just over 100. Although not as formidable as the golden-backed demon mantis, it was nonetheless a rare variety. Hanli played with the two little spiders for a while before placing them into a leather pouch to carry with him. He was uncertain when he would return next, so it was only natural to bring them along for gradual training. Afterwards, Hanli entered his bedroom and pulled out a small box from beneath his bed. Inside the box were several storage bags filled with various talismans, from which he casually selected 2 to take with him. Having nearly exhausted his previous stock of talismans, he needed to replenish his supplies. After sorting out these matters, Hanli left the spirit of Chu Han in his cave abode and boldly set off towards Huangfeng Valley. Perhaps due to most cultivators heading to the 7 sects encampment, he encountered only a few scattered Qi refining disciples along the way. He casually stopped one of them to inquire about the situation in the valley. Fortunately, he received no adverse news, which eased his mind a little. However, knowing that the person was merely a Qi refining disciple, Hanli did not relent. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way directly to the 100 Herbs Garden, confident that the elderly gentleman in the foundation establishment stage would have more accurate information. Shortly after, Hanli arrived above the 100 Herbs Garden, but was obstructed by a hazy formation. He had long returned the token that granted him access to the formation to the elderly man, and thus could not enter freely. Having witnessed the formidable power of the reversed 5 elements formation, the simplicity of this illusionary array seemed trivial to Hanli. Nevertheless, he did not attempt to force his way through. Instead, he retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his possession, murmured a few incantations, and transformed it into a flash of fire, casting it into the swirling white mist below. Before long, the mist began to churn, revealing a passage approximately a foot wide. Upon seeing this, Hanli chuckled softly and gracefully descended. At the end of the passage lay the center of the 100 Herbs Garden, where 2 figures awaited his arrival. "Brother Ma, it has been quite some time." Hanli greeted one of them with a smile. The person was none other than the owner of the 100 Herbs Garden, the elderly gentleman. "Humph. Although we haven't met, you certainly know how to bring trouble my way," the elderly man retorted, rolling his eyes. "Haha. Is it possible that you're dissatisfied with such a well-behaved disciple like Miss Xiao?" Hanli responded nonchalantly, flashing a smile at the other individual. The other person, a young woman, blushed slightly and respectfully bowed to Hanli, expressing her gratitude. "Xiao Chuier pays her respects to Uncle Master Han. Thank you for your great kindness." She was the granddaughter of the old gentleman. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the elderly man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to say something, Hanli interjected. "Brother Ma, I have urgent matters to discuss, and it is of great importance." Hanli's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Noticing Hanli's solemnity, the elderly man furrowed his brow and instructed the young woman beside him. "You stand at the entrance and keep watch while your Uncle Master Han and I discuss some matters." "Yes, Master," the girl replied respectfully. Then without further ado, she walked towards the entrance. Xiao Chuiyer's obedient behavior evidently pleased the old man, who even displayed a hint of doting affection in his eyes. Hanli, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although this senior brother Ma claimed to be troubled by Hanli, he clearly harbored a deep fondness for Xiao Chuier. What a facade of dignity he maintained. The old man led Hanli into the living room, where they each took a seat before he casually inquired, "Junior brother, are you not stationed at the main camp near the border? What brings you here to pose questions? If there is something significant, do share." The senior brother Ma wore a nonchalant expression. "Well, it's a lengthy story," Hanli sighed, managing a bitter smile. After years of acquaintance with the old man, Hanli understood that despite his sharp tongue, he had a genuinely kind heart. Thus, he recounted his encounter with the Yuling sect cultivator upon his return, albeit briefly glossing over the specifics of their confrontation, focusing instead on the potential that Ling Beast Mountain might be an insider for the demonic faction. The old man's indifferent demeanor was completely shattered as he absorbed Hanli's words. After a prolonged silence, he slowly asked, "Junior Han, you annihilated the primordial spirit of a core formation cultivator? And Ling Beast Mountain may be a pawn of the demonic path?" His expression was one of disbelief, as if he were hearing a fantastical tale. Seeing his reaction, Hanli wore a pained expression. It was no wonder the old man reacted this way. Who would readily accept such news? Nevertheless, Hanli furrowed his brows and replied, It is precisely because I am uncertain about the veracity of this information that I wish to return to the valley to ascertain if there were any whispers from the main camp. If not, I would feel more at ease proceeding. In front of the old man, Han Li had nothing to hide, naturally displaying his profound concern for his own life. There is nothing. The reports from the front are merely requests for the transportation of large quantities of spiritual stones and supplies. There are no adverse messages. Everything appears normal. The old man stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Han Li exhaled softly, rubbing his nose as he murmured, "If that is the case. I have been thoroughly played by that fellow. Should I vent my frustrations with 3 hearty curses, or should I laugh thrice in celebration of the camp's tranquility?" No sooner had he spoken than a resounding tolling of bells erupted from the direction of the council hall. Both the old man and Han Li exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The bell tolled for a full cup of tea's duration before finally ceasing. The old man's face turned grim. After taking a deep breath, he said in a grave tone, "It rang 81 times. It seems your information is likely true, and the situation is indeed dire. Let us go and see what is amiss. It may not even be related to my news." Han Li remained silent for a moment before responding flatly, "Umph. That would be peculiar. If there hadn't been a great defeat at the front, why would the bell of calamity toll 81 times? The old man scoffed. As they both exited the house, Xiao Chui'er, who had been waiting by the gate, also heard the series of booming bells and cast a worried glance at the old man. The old man furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene, and after a few steps approached the girl, softly uttering a few words, which restored her composure. He then beckoned to Han Li, and together they soared into the sky on their spiritual vessels, heading directly towards the Grand Assembly Hall. Along the way, Han Li observed numerous cultivators flying in the same direction, most of whom were merely disciples at the Qi refinement stage, indicating a significant decline in the valley's overall strength. Surely, if the demonic forces were to launch an attack, even with the protective formation of the sect, it would not withstand for long. The 2 men, their faces shadowed with concern, remained silent until they arrived before the massive stone hall. There, they found over 1,000 cultivators gathered at the entrance, but were halted by the guards, who only permitted those at the foundation establishment stage and above to enter for discussions. Han Li and the old man, possessing sufficient credentials, quietly made their way inside amidst the complex gazes of others. Upon entering the assembly hall, Han Li was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of a chaotic scene akin to ants on a hot pan, nearly 100 cultivators stood in complete silence, all respectfully focused on the individual seated at the head of the table. This person was not the nominal leader of Huangfeng Valley, Zhong Lingdao, who stood humbly to the side. Instead, it was an elderly man clad in splendid robes, his hair and beard completely white. His face was sallow, with small eyes that appeared dim and lifeless, presenting an exceedingly unattractive visage. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, upon laying eyes on this figure, Han Li felt a jolt in his heart, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. What could this mean? Han Li pondered in astonishment. Upon noticing Han Li and the old man entering, the elder merely cast a fleeting glance their way. However, that single gaze sent a chill through Han Li, overwhelming him with discomfort, as though all his hidden secrets had been laid bare, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Your soul cultivation seems commendable. You must have practiced some technique for honing the soul, the elder remarked, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes after scrutinizing Han Li. The latter, upon hearing these words, was engulfed by a mix of dread and disbelief. What astonished him further was the complete absence of any spiritual energy emanating from the elder, suggesting a profound disparity in their realms of cultivation, a phenomenon he had never experienced even with the likes of Li Huayuan and other core formation cultivators. Han Li's mind raced as he contemplated this revelation, casting aside any lingering anger and instead responding with utmost respect. "Esteemed elder, I have indeed practiced a technique related to the soul. Your insight is truly remarkable." Han Li silently praised the elder. Hearing Han Li's response, the elder smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. Han Li and the old man instinctively positioned themselves among the crowd. After an interval roughly equivalent to the time it takes to consume a meal, more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators arrived. It was then that Zhong Lingdao respectfully addressed the elder, saying, "Ancestor, all the foundation establishment cultivators in the valley have gathered. However, Master Huang is currently at Tianshi Peak and may not return immediately. The elder, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow, but soon resumed his usual demeanor, instructing, "If he has not arrived, then so be it. Time is of the essence. We shall not wait for him. Let us commence." "Indeed, as you say, ancestor." Zhongling obediently echoed the sentiments expressed. The elder in splendid attire chuckled softly, remaining silent. "Esteemed brothers, allow me to introduce to you the revered Linghu ancestor, whom you have all heard of for so long. The ancestor reached the nascent soul stage 3 centuries ago and is the sole supreme elder of our sect. Our sect now faces an unprecedented threat of annihilation. I shall now yield the floor to the ancestor to orchestrate our affairs." After delivering these perfunctory remarks, Zhongling gracefully withdrew to the side. The assembly, though most had surmised the identity of the elder in splendid attire, erupted in a flurry of whispers upon hearing these words, casting curious glances at the venerable Linghu ancestor. He was the only nascent soul practitioner in Huangfeng Valley in nearly a millennium, reportedly nearing 8 centuries of age, and was affectionately regarded as the ageless sage of Huangfeng Valley. Noticing the ensuing commotion, the Linghu ancestor lightly cleared his throat, and the hall fell into immediate silence. Who would dare disregard the dignity of this esteemed figure? Since you have all heard the alarming dragon bell, I shall dispense with superfluous words. The coalition of 7 sects has suffered a catastrophic defeat ahead. Our practitioners have sustained heavy casualties. Although we have managed to establish a makeshift camp along the second line of defense, our failure is now inevitable. As these words escaped the elder's lips, the expressions of the many practitioners within the hall transformed dramatically. Han Li and the old man exchanged a complex glance, left speechless. "Ancestor, how can this be? Is the day of our decisive battle against the demonic path not yet upon us? There remains over a month." A middle-aged practitioner could no longer contain himself and interjected. "It is precisely because those at the front shared your naivete that they fell victim to the ambush and were routed." The elder's countenance darkened as he reprimanded without reservation, leaving the middle-aged man flushed with embarrassment, bowing respectfully before hastily retreating. Witnessing this, the remaining practitioners understood the gravity of the moment, and although doubts lingered in their minds, they settled into a respectful silence, eager to hear what the Linghu ancestor would impart next. In truth, the failure in this great battle cannot solely be attributed to the leaders at the forefront lacking caution against the enemy's deceit. Rather, there has been a traitor among our 7 sections. Those from Spirit Beast Mountain, in a moment of vulnerability while their faction was on guard, surreptitiously opened the outer array, allowing the demonic forces to infiltrate, resulting in this great defeat. The elder's visage betrayed a hint of fury. Upon hearing the elder's words, the practitioners finally grasped the situation, erupting into vehement denunciations of the practitioners from Spirit Beast Mountain, and chaos ensued once more. "Enough. What purpose does lamentation serve now? The adversary's prowess surpasses ours. We must humbly concede. Our foremost priority is to avert the annihilation of our sect. It is crucial to understand that the remaining forces ahead can only afford us 2 or 3 days at most. We must evacuate the kingdom of you without delay," declared the Linghu ancestor with remarkable composure. "Evacuate the kingdom of you?" The moment those words were uttered, the hall descended into a profound silence, no one daring to speak, as if the very notion had stunned them. For these practitioners, born and raised in the kingdom of you, the idea of leaving was utterly inconceivable. They were momentarily rendered speechless. "What? Are you reluctant?" the elder remarked, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. "Old ancestor, it is rare to see you and other esteemed Yuaning elders take action, yet you are unable to repel the forces of the demonic path?" Finally, a hesitant young man in his 30s inquired. "Of course we can. If we old fellows unite our strengths, we could easily annihilate the demonic cultivators opposing you." The elder responded without hesitation. "But, old ancestor, do not forget that the 6 sects of the demonic path have gained such a formidable reputation for a reason. They surely possess numerous Yuaning cultivators. We have clashed with their seasoned warriors several times before, and the outcome has always left us at a disadvantage. Consequently, they compelled us to swear an oath, forbidding us from personally engaging in this grand conflict. This battle must remain confined to the realm of the Jedon cultivators." The elder sighed, revealing a startling secret. It dawned on Han Li below why he had yet to witness any Yuan-ing-level cultivators participating in the battle. "If we do not relocate, the entire Huangfeng Valley will be encircled and captured, and due to my oath, I shall be unable to intervene in their rescue. Thus, I have resolved that our entire sect must depart from the kingdom of you. Moreover, not only we, but the other 5 sects will also advance and retreat together. In a new environment, we can rebuild our strength and, when the time is right, reclaim the kingdom of you. The elder spoke with a cold smile, clearly unperturbed by the prospect of abandoning their homeland. Witnessing the elder's resolute stance, the others, despite harboring differing opinions, dared not voice them, instead choosing to heed the elder's directives. While most matters can be addressed, there is one perilous task that requires a volunteer, the elder suddenly proclaimed, leaving the assembly in astonishment. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of this statement. I shall designate those individuals to accompany me to the rear hall. The rest will remain here to discuss evacuation arrangements with Master Zhong. With that, he stood, his expression impassive as he approached the crowd, leaving them in a state of shock. You, and you, the elder stated without reservation, pointing at a significant number of attendees, including Han Li and the little old man. After selecting the individuals, he made his way to the rear hall, feeling a sense of unease. Han Li and the others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow obediently. In the rear hall, the elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Han Li and the other dozens of cultivators enter, he maintained his stoic demeanor and stated, I have assessed all of you. Either you possess commendable talent or cultivate unique techniques. Thus, you shall be the seeds for our sect's resurgence. You now have half a day to gather your belongings, as you will be departing immediately under the guidance of Huang Shizhi. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and some voiced their bewilderment. Old ancestor, did you not say that the forces of the demonic path would not breach our defenses for another 2 days? Why the haste? Humph. While it is true that they require 2 days to breach the front lines, do you think they will allow us to slip away unnoticed? They have already dispatched others to circumvent the defenses and launch a long-distance assault on our sections. It is estimated that their mission is not to eliminate the various factions, but merely to obstruct our smooth retreat. Therefore, we must abandon those outside to buy you time for withdrawal. However, should you dare to disclose this situation to those outside while you are gathering your belongings, causing chaos during the retreat, I shall personally take action to cleanse the ranks. The voice of the elder in splendid robes was chilling, sending a shiver down the spines of the assembled cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and the others dared not voice any dissent, responding in respectful agreement before hastily departing to gather their belongings. On the way back, Han Li and the elderly man parted ways midway, both burdened with heavy thoughts. Given the distance to Han Li's cave abode, he activated his spirit wind vessel to fly at full speed, eager to arrive sooner. At this moment, Han Li's heart was a tumult of emotions. If he followed the words of the venerable Li Hu and retreated to another country, his life would surely be spared, and he would be valued by the higher-ups due to the shortage of manpower. Yet, he also realized that in the future, he would be entangled in mundane affairs as he would need to rebuild the Yellow Maple Valley and establish a territory in the new nation. As one of the few remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, he would undoubtedly have to devote himself to numerous trivial matters, leaving little time for further cultivation. By the time everything settled and the 6 factions re-established themselves, he would likely have missed the opportunity to advance to the core formation stage, a fate he was unwilling to accept. However, if he fled now, Han Li was uncertain whether he remained under the watchful gaze of that ancient monster's divine sense. A slight misstep could reveal his actions, and as a deserter, he would surely find himself without a place to bury his remains. Regret surged within Han Li. Had he known matters would deteriorate to such an extent, he would have preferred to escape to another land immediately rather than return. With no alternative, Han Li arrived at his cave abode. Upon entering, he first retrieved the storage bags containing talismans hidden beneath his bedroom bed, tucking them into his robe. Next, he headed to the storage room to collect the remaining rare medicinal herbs. Finally, he moved to the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring, where he dismantled the entire chamber, concealing the Spirit Eye Spring. Since it was impossible to relocate this spiritual object, Han Li wished to prevent it from falling into the hands of demonic practitioners. After completing these tasks, Han Li conducted a thorough inspection of the abode. Satisfied that nothing was overlooked, he then summoned Chu Han, bringing forth the first set of the inverted 5-element Great Formations flags and formations, carefully placing them into his storage bag. Upon seeing the cave entrance revealed after the formation's disappearance, Han Li raised his brows and suddenly unleashed 2 beams of dark light. spending Emil's time to obliterate the entire small mountain, the collapsed rocks thoroughly burying the cave abode. Subsequently, he released the spirit wind vessel, with Chu-Han spiraling in the air for a moment before ascending into the sky. When Han Li returned to the discussion hall, many others had already arrived. He left Chu-Han outside and entered alone. To his surprise, in addition to the several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, there were also hundreds of Qi refinement disciples present in the hall. Did they intend to evacuate together as well? Han Li pondered with a hint of confusion. As his eyes brightened, he suddenly spotted the old man and Xiao Chui'er standing together, engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions exceedingly grave. Observing this scene, Han Li approached without hesitation. Master Han. Xiao Chui'er respectfully greeted him upon his arrival. Han Li smiled and nodded, then turned to the old man, inquiring softly, "What is the situation? Are these Qi refinement disciples accompanying us?" Indeed, these individuals possess either exceptional talents or hold special statuses. They cannot be easily abandoned. My disciple also falls into the category of extraordinary talent, the old man replied casually, yet a hint of pride surfaced when he mentioned Xiao Chui'er. This elicited a slight amusement in Han Li. After some time, Ancestor Linghu and a formidable middle-aged man finally made their appearance. "We have just received news that traces of demonic cultivators have been detected nearby. You must depart immediately and follow the arrangements of young Master Huang from here on. I will ensure that the remaining individuals in the valley distract the enemy," Ancestor Linghu stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the others were taken aback. The demonic forces were advancing with alarming speed. The middle-aged man beside Ancestor Linghu coldly interjected, "Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. With so many of you accompanying me in this retreat, I have but one requirement. You must adhere to my commands without question. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors and dealt with accordingly. Now, let us depart at once." His decisiveness was truly striking. After delivering these succinct orders, he bowed respectfully to the elder beside him and was the first to stride out of the grand hall. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit like a swarm. Thus, a grand procession of hundreds took to the skies, soaring swiftly northeastward. After several hours, the entire group exited the Taiwa mountain range and accelerated their pace. Han Li stood at the forefront on his divine wind boat, and seeing that it could accommodate others, the old man unceremoniously pulled Xiao Chui'er aboard, leaving Han Li to offer a quiet chuckle, unable to voice any objections. Xiao Chui'er, intrigued by the figure of Chu-Han trailing behind Han Li, fixated her large eyes upon him, observing with great interest. However, the old man, sensing a hint of Chu-Han's background, posed a few inquiries before ceasing further questions on the matter. As the group flew over 100 miles from the Taiwa mountain range, a blinding white light suddenly shot from behind, swiftly soaring over the heads of numerous cultivators before landing in the hands of Master Huang at the front of the group. It was a gleaming white sword, with a jade slip embedded in it. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately, and he gestured for the entire procession to halt. He then removed the jade slip and casually tossed the small sword into the air, which transformed back into a beam of white light, retracing its path. Master Huang extended his consciousness into the jade slip for a closer examination, but moments later, he withdrew with a troubled expression, promptly lowering his head in contemplation. Clearly confronted with a daunting situation, all Foundation establishment cultivators stepped forward. "There has been a shift in circumstances, and I need to rearrange the tasks," the middle-aged man stated, his face grim as he suddenly turned around. The words left Han Li and the others momentarily stunned, but after exchanging glances, they obediently advanced on their flying tools, while Xiao Chui'er promptly leaped off the divine wind boat. "Master Uncle, what has transpired?" Upon observing the middle-aged man receiving messages via flying swords, it was evident that he was not alone. "Our ancestor has sent word. No sooner had we departed than the forces of the demonic path arrived. They seem to be aware of our retreat plan. Now, they have split into two factions. One is containing Huangfeng Valley while the other pursues us. Therefore, to ensure the safe escape of the main group, I require a contingent among you to divert their attention," the cold voice of Master Uncle Huang declared. Hearing his words, a chill ran through the hearts of the others. They were not fools. This task of holding back the enemy was evidently a perilous one. Despite most of their eyes darting away in hesitation, Master Uncle Huang unceremoniously pointed out over 20 foundation building cultivators. Unfortunately, Han Li found himself among them. While the old man managed to evade the selection, The faces of those chosen turned ashen, yet none voiced any objections. With a wave of his arm, Master Uncle Huang signaled for the others to continue their swift departure, leaving Han Li and the others feeling isolated. Time is of the essence. I understand that most of you are skeptical about this diversion task, but I do not ask you to engage the approaching enemies directly. I only require you to launch a surprise attack to draw their attention and provide a slight cover for the main group, the middle-aged man said, his tone softening. He then produced over 20 green jade slips from his person. Familiarize yourselves with the maps within these slips, then destroy them. If we become separated later, we can regroup at the locations indicated on the maps. After uttering these words, he raised his hand, and a flurry of green light shot forth, each person finding a slip hovering before them. Upon hearing Master Uncle Huang's words, the expressions of the others improved significantly. Since they wouldn't be facing the demonic path cultivators head-on, their chances of survival were considerably increased. Thus, everyone grasped the jade slips, diligently memorizing the maps contained within. Although Han Li held the slip in his hand, he merely skimmed through it, not committing it to memory. This opportunity to remain behind and confront the enemy was a rare chance for him to escape. For the sake of his future advancement to the core formation stage, he was unwilling to remain entangled with Huangfeng Valley indefinitely. Note on the previous chapter, apologies. After several nights of sleeplessness, my health has taken a toll, and I developed a fever last night. In my haze, I neglected to clarify the matter regarding Chu Han, but it has since been rectified. If anyone is interested, feel free to revisit the previous chapter. Volume 3, Chapter 348. The Art of Heavenly Fire. Seeing everyone shatter their jade slips, Master Uncle Huang displayed a satisfied expression. Then, with a flash of yellow light in his hand, a small banner, about a foot in length, materialized. The banner was entirely snow white but emanated a yellow glow, obscuring the intricate embroidery upon it. I shall shroud the movements of my esteemed disciples with the wind and cloud banner, and when the enemy arrives, we shall launch a surprise attack. After uttering these words, Master Huang gently waved the small banner in his hand, and an abundance of milky white mist erupted forth, swiftly coalescing into a massive cloud spanning several dozen feet, enveloping Han Li and the others within its embrace. The foundation-building cultivators, awestruck and exhilarated, were taken aback by the cloud's density. Yet, curiously, they found their vision unimpaired amidst the mist, rendering it an exceptional hiding place. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's incantation, the enormous cloud rapidly ascended into the sky, merging seamlessly with the surrounding white clouds, indistinguishable from one another. Han Li could not help but marvel at this. Although his own magical artifact, the azure fire miasma, could also conjure thick fog, it paled in comparison to the wind and cloud banner. Not only was its range limited, but it could only be utilized for personal concealment. Should any comrades venture into his azure fire miasma, they would surely find themselves poisoned. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Han Li cast a glance at Master Huang, who, seated in the midst of the fog, had closed his eyes in meditation, remaining utterly still. Flanking him were two other foundation-building cultivators, standing vigilantly as protectors. Han Li paused for a moment, but soon comprehended the intent behind their actions. Master Huang was employing his spiritual sense to scout for enemy movements. With the formidable spiritual awareness characteristic of a core formation cultivator, he could sense disturbances within a radius of 100 miles. Recognizing this, Han Li also settled into a meditative state aboard the divine wind vessel, aware that the impending battle would be fraught with peril. Meanwhile, Chu Han remained motionless behind him, embodying the role of a loyal servant. After approximately an hour, the middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes, his voice icy as he declared, "The enemy has arrived. We have veered approximately 2 miles off course. We must position ourselves above their inevitable path." Having finished his statement, he took flight, leading the mist without so much as a word of warning. The others, ensconced within the cloud, dared not detach themselves from the mist, channeling their full magical energy to keep pace with Master Huang. Noticing this, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. Along the journey, he retrieved a silver giant sword and tossed it to Chu Han. Though uncertain of its utility, any increase in combat strength would be advantageous. This is it. The enemy approaches swiftly. Everyone prepare. Moments later, the colossal cloud hovered above the so-called inevitable route, and Master Huang issued his commands without hesitation. Instantly, everyone brandished their magical artifacts, fervently casting defensive spells upon themselves, a myriad of colorful lights flickering among them. Han Li produced 2 round orbs, one crimson and the other azure, and gently nudged them together. With a muffled explosion, a dense cloud of azure and crimson smoke erupted from the orbs, quickly enveloping Han Li and transforming into a massive cloud several feet in diameter, rendering his figure completely invisible within the mist. Han Li had ingeniously utilized the azure fire miasma to create a protective shroud of fog, leaving his nearby comrades in astonishment, perplexed by his intentions. Han Li had no inclination to regard his fellow disciples. Instead, one hand clutched a turtle shell artifact while the other grasped an ordinary blue flying dagger. Neglecting to draw out the more potent Wulong, Han Li was acutely aware of his intentions. For him, the less ostentatious the attacking artifact, the better. Only thus could he avoid being targeted by formidable foes after launching a surprise attack, thus facilitating his escape. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, yet there was still no sign of the enemy. This state of affairs left most individuals feeling anxious and impatient, casting curious glances toward the elder Huang. The robust middle-aged man was equally perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly declared, "Everyone, do not fret. I shall once again employ my divine sense to search the surroundings." Upon uttering these words, he seated himself once more. However, before he could truly commence his endeavors, a thunderous roar echoed from above, initially sporadic, but quickly crescendoing into a cacophony that reverberated throughout the heavens. Startled, all turned their gazes skyward, and what met their eyes rendered the disciples of Huang Feng Valley utterly aghast. The sky had transformed into a vivid crimson expanse, with all clouds morphing into deep red flames, ceaselessly swirling like molten lava, creating inverted bubbles that threatened to burst. The tremendous din they heard was, in fact, the sound of these bubbles rupturing. "What is this?" One person beside Han Li exclaimed in horror. "Be cautious. This is an intermediate high-level spell, the art of celestial fire. Each droplet of lava that falls is equivalent to a strike from a foundational stage cultivator. If one cannot withstand it, they shall be reduced to ashes." The speaker was indeed Elder Huang, his expression grim. It was evident that while they had aimed to ambush others, they themselves had become the victims of an ambush. "Then let us flee. I have no desire to confront this head-on," another individual exclaimed in panic. With that, the flying artifact beneath him shimmered, and he attempted to flee at great speed. But it was too late. The spell had already taken form, and escape from its range was impossible. "Everyone, listen to my command. Let us form a united protective barrier," Elder Huang ordered with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Upon hearing the elder's directive, the others hurriedly complied, joining forces to conjure a vast protective dome bathed in blue light. Almost instantaneously, as the barrier formed, the intermediate high-level spell unleashed its fury. A droplet of deep crimson lava, roughly the size of a foot, plummeted toward Han Li and the others below. Yet, the freshly conjured barrier effortlessly deflected the blow. However, this was merely the beginning. An onslaught of lava droplets began to fall like rain. Although most missed their mark, a significant number struck the barrier, erupting into a dazzling display of red and blue sparks. At first, the group felt adequately fortified, but as the rate of lava descent quickened and its density increased, Han Li and the others began to exhaust their spiritual energy, soon finding themselves overwhelmed. The blue light of the barrier gradually began to wane. Fortunately, this spell arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the protective shield teetered on the brink of collapse, the celestial fire technique unexpectedly concluded, and the blazing clouds vanished without a trace. This left the people of Huangfeng Valley in a state of ecstatic surprise. However, their expressions of joy were abruptly frozen. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 100 cultivators had silently appeared around them, encircling them with mocking gazes, clad in the attire of the 6 demonic sections. The members of Huangfeng Valley were filled with shock and fury. Yet, this group consisted solely of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, with no presence of Golden Core stage practitioners, which allowed the people of Huangfeng Valley to breathe a sigh of relief. Although their own spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, the presence of a Golden Core stage cultivator on their side reassured them against any potential threat. "How did you discover our whereabouts? My wind and cloud banner can surely conceal us from your spiritual perception." Elder Huang's expression darkened as he sternly inquired. "I can provide you with that answer." A languid, alluring voice drifted down from the heavens, causing Elder Huang's heart to shudder as he quickly looked up. He beheld a man and a woman descending from above. The man had a head of white hair and a gaunt frame, appearing as though he could be blown away by a mere gust of wind. The woman, in contrast, was as enchanting as a flower, with a slender waist and ample hips, every movement captivating the soul. As Han Li cast a cursory glance at the pair, he inwardly lamented the dire situation of encountering two golden core stage cultivators simultaneously. Red Skull? Upon seeing the duo, Elder Huang's pupils constricted sharply as he solemnly inquired. Before awaiting a response, he abruptly waved the wind and cloud banner, causing the white mist to dissipate, revealing Han Li and the others. For Elder Huang, facing formidable adversaries meant he could no longer concern himself with his disciples, including Han Li. Haha, I never expected our esteemed friend to recognize us as a couple. How unfair this is. You know the origins of us, yet we remain strangers to you. However, we've heard tales of a cold individual from Huangfeng Valley possessing a treasure called the Wind and Cloud Banner. How intriguing. Might it be you? The alluring woman spoke with a smile, exuding an air of friendliness. Yet, witnessing her bewitching laughter, Elder Huang's expression turned frigid as he glared at her in silence. Truly lacking in charm. Let us eliminate him. Observing Elder Huang's demeanor, the woman pouted slightly, her expression suddenly shifting. Very well, since my junior sister desires his life, I shall gladly oblige. The skeletal figure chuckled ominously. At that moment, Han Li and the others heard Elder Huang's transmission resonating in their ears. Once we make our move, we must break through immediately. Escape as many as you can. Elder Huang's voice was devoid of any emotion. We're still in a precarious situation. We cannot endure this night. We can only resume our writing tomorrow after recovering. As the third volume, chapter 349, titled Fleeing from Yuan Wu, echoed, the wind and cloud banner in Elder Huang's hands suddenly emitted a blinding yellow light, which then pulsated and exploded outward. Suddenly, a denser and more expansive veil of white mist erupted from the banner, enveloping both friend and foe alike in an instant. Seeking death. Within the fog, the furious roar of a skeletal figure mingled with the seductive laughter of a beautiful woman, tinged with rage. Shortly thereafter, the sound of massive impacts echoed through the mist, indicating that Master Huang had engaged in battle with the two golden core cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and his companions would not let this opportunity to escape slip away. Almost simultaneously with the reappearance of the fog, the cultivators from Huangfeng Valley hastily took to their flying vessels and scattered in flight. Han Li, relying on the swiftness of his divine wind boat, ascended into the sky. This direction harbored the greatest density of cultivators, yet their magical prowess was evidently weaker compared to those in other directions, leading Han Li to deem this route as the most suitable for a breakout. However, few shared Han Li's sentiment. Most of his fellow disciples chose to retreat towards the paths with fewer interceptors, causing Han Li to shake his head in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, taking advantage of the chaos, Han Li surged past several individuals, reaching the edge of the encirclement. Here, the mist had thinned considerably, allowing the demonic cultivators to vaguely perceive Han Li's rushing figure. Yet, due to the azure fire miasma, all they saw was a swirling mass of crimson and azure fog, momentarily stunning them. In an instant, three nearby demonic cultivators raised their hands in unison, unleashing a beam of golden light, three streaks of yellow radiance, and a vast expanse of black mist, all converging towards Han Li. Han Li snorted softly and pointed at the tortoiseshell artifact before him, which instantly expanded several-fold to meet the incoming assault. Simultaneously, he infused more spiritual energy into the artifact, causing the divine wind boat to accelerate further, increasing its speed by a third. He had firmly resolved that this was not the time for protracted combat. He would rather expend more magical energy to hasten his escape than risk being trapped by encroaching enemies. Moreover, he had great faith in the tortoiseshell artifact, as its durability surpassed even that of the white phosphorus shield. As Han Li's thoughts raced, the tortoiseshell artifact collided with the golden light and yellow streaks, successfully repelling them. However, the remaining mass of black mist proved to be exceptionally cunning. It suddenly split into two, bypassing the tortoiseshell artifact, and slid past its sides. Although this delayed it slightly, it still managed to reach Han Li's side, transforming into a massive ghostly head several yards in size, lunging fiercely toward him on the divine wind boat. Seeing this, Han Li felt no fear. Rather, a cold smile crept across his face. With a swift motion of one hand, he unleashed over 100 fireballs, instantly shredding the ghostly head into fragments. Now, Han Li was well-versed in dealing with such rudimentary, demonic techniques. Seizing the opportunity, he darted through the disintegrating ghostly form and swiftly broke free from the encirclement, leaving the demonic cultivators behind. Unwilling to concede defeat, the trio of pursuers immediately summoned their flying vessels and hastily chased after him, shouting in dismay. Han Li, however, paid them no heed and continued to soar forward. Just as he had anticipated, the divine wind boat indeed proved to be a rare gem among flying artifacts. Initially, he could still hear the curses of his pursuers, but soon their voices dwindled into silence. At last, after racing for several moments, there was no one in sight behind him. Upon glancing back at this scene, Han Li, still wary, continued to fly for a while longer before slowing his pace to survey his surroundings. Then, with a deft motion of his toes, he directed the divine wind vessel downward at great speed. Han Li was not in the best of conditions. Having consumed a significant portion of his mana while forming a protective shield, coupled with the recent frantic dash, he was in dire need of recuperation. Otherwise, encountering a formidable adversary would spell trouble. As Han Li contemplated this, he descended onto a desolate mountain and withdrew the toxic mist of the azure fire poison, seeking a concealed spot beneath a massive boulder to sit cross-legged. Subsequently, he retrieved a mid-tier blue spirit stone from his storage pouch and commenced the replenishment of his mana. Meanwhile, Chu Han stood vigil by his side, keeping watch. Not long after Han Li settled down, a hurried red light streaked through the sky, fleeing in panic, pursued closely by 5 or 6 dark and greenish silhouettes. They sped past him, clearly another fortunate soul breaking free from the encirclement. However, Han Li paid little heed to the commotion. Instead, he gently closed his eyes and delved into a profound state of tranquility, understanding that only by emptying his mind could his mana recover more swiftly. Time passed unmeasured before Han Li opened his eyes, finding that his depleted mana had regained a substantial portion. Although he felt sufficiently restored, he was reluctant to linger any longer. Observing the waning daylight, he noted that dusk was approaching, an opportune moment to slip away under the cover of night. Yet, Han Li did not rush to depart. Instead, he slowly extended his spiritual awareness to conduct a thorough search. Indeed, the demonic cultivators were absent nearby. They had likely been routed after their ambush was thwarted and had pursued the main force. Reflecting on this, Han Li shook his head. Given the strength of the enemy, the main force was likely in grave peril. He refrained from dwelling on such thoughts and released the divine wind vessel, setting his course towards the direction of the Yuanwu kingdom, accompanied by Chu Han as they ascended into the skies. Although many cultivators from Yuanwu had perished in the conflict with the Yu kingdom, the 6 demonic sects would be preoccupied with assimilating the Yu kingdom's cultivation realm for several months. Thus Yuanwu remained relatively safe for the time being. Han Li had no intention of heading to any assembly point to pursue the main force of Huangfeng Valley. That fleeing group may well have already been pursued by demonic forces. Venturing there now would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, he had initially harbored thoughts of seizing this opportunity to seek a different location for cultivation. Following the retreat of Huangfeng Valley into another country would likely lead to a fate no better than that of a mere high-ranking steward, a life Han Li was unwilling to accept. If his instincts were correct, even if the demonic forces consumed several nations, they would eventually consolidate their power to confront the righteous alliance. At that juncture, the entire southern region would be devoid of peace, which was fundamentally at odds with Han Li's desire for quiet cultivation. For now, he intended to take refuge in the Yuanwu kingdom, assess whether the teleportation array could be repaired, and ascertain the broader situation. Should the circumstances prove dire, he planned to utilize that array to escape to another location, evading the current conflict. As Han Li silently contemplated these matters, the divine wind vessel transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon. 2 days later, Han Li took a substantial detour and finally appeared in the skies above the border between the Yu kingdom and the Yuanwu kingdom. He cast a backward glance at the mountainous terrain of the Yu kingdom, letting out a soft sigh, before he and his companion, Chu Han, soared into the Yuanwu kingdom. Unbeknownst to Han Li, shortly after he entered the Yuanwu kingdom, a group of several dozen demonic cultivators also arrived in this vicinity and established a base. They were specifically tasked with guarding the extensive border, ensuring that any Yu Kingdom cultivators attempting to escape into the Yuanwu Kingdom would be intercepted mid-journey. Once Han Li entered the lower realms of the Yuanwu Kingdom, he summoned his flying artifact and made a beeline for Jinma City. After flying for 3 to 4 days, he finally spotted the hillocks to the west of Jinma City. After carefully scanning from the heights, he eventually located the residence of Qi Yunxiao and began his descent. As Han Li leaped from his small vessel and surveyed the surroundings, a chill ran down his spine. The 7 or 8 stone houses he had once known were now in disarray, with debris and bamboo scattered everywhere, having been largely destroyed. The protective formation laid out by Qi Yunxiao had evidently been forcefully breached. With a grim expression, Han Li flipped his palm and activated a magical artifact before making his way toward the mostly collapsed building. Although the scene appeared to be an aftermath of a previous event, caution was still warranted. Approaching the house, Han Li meticulously searched each room and discovered a long-decayed corpse within one of the nearly obliterated stone houses. Holding his nose, he scrutinized the head for what seemed an eternity, his brows knitting tightly together. The deceased was not Qi Yunxiao, but rather the loyal servant who managed his shop. Fortunately, no other bodies were found in the remaining houses, allowing Han Li to exhale with a slight sense of relief. Just as Han Li completed his search, a sudden chill swept over him. With a few flickers of movement, he returned to the Shinfeng boat and lifted his gaze towards the southern sky. There, amidst the numerous hillocks to the south, 2 beams of azure light abruptly shot forth, hurtling towards him. Moments later, they arrived not far from Han Li, and as the brilliance faded, revealed an elderly man and a youth. The elderly gentleman bore an unremarkable visage, with elongated eyes and a goat-like beard. Marking him as a foundation-building cultivator, his face a mask of suspicion. The younger man, in his 20s, was rather handsome but possessed a fierce glare, his eyes brimming with malice, though he was merely a chi-refining cultivator. Han Li regarded the two without a flicker of emotion, choosing silence. Yet, he was acutely aware that these individuals were likely deeply connected to the destruction of Qi Yunxiao's residence. As expected, the young man, unable to contain himself, barked a question, "Who are you, and what connection do you have with that Qi fellow?" In response, Han Li merely cast him a cold glance before redirecting his focus towards the elderly man, clearly recognizing him as the one truly in command here. Based on his cultivation level, the youth felt an overwhelming rage as he perceived Han Li's utter disdain. Although he was aware that Han Li was merely a foundational stage cultivator, his family was among the most illustrious clans in the Yuanwu Kingdom. He had never endured such treatment. Moreover, due to the circumstances surrounding Qi Yunxiao, his heart burned with indignation. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to unleash the magical artifact in his possession. However, as soon as his arm moved, an elderly man beside him seized his arm. "Hold on. We do not yet know this person's background. Even if you intend to strike, it is prudent to inquire first," the elder stated calmly. Yet, after uttering these words, he cast a puzzled glance at the specter behind Han Li. He was unable to sense any life force emanating from it. Yet there was a palpable fluctuation of spiritual energy, which left him somewhat perplexed. Han Li, upon hearing the elder's words, narrowed his eyes slightly. This elder, also a mid-foundational stage cultivator, evidently recognized Han Li's formidable nature and harbored a trace of caution. "Did you cause the destruction of this place?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "What is your relationship with Qi Yunxiao? Are you from the Qi family?" The elder retorted, avoiding an answer to Han Li's inquiry. Han Li furrowed his brow, realizing that the other party was unlikely to respond truthfully, thus requiring a shift in his approach. "It seems neither of us wishes to divulge information. How about this? I ask a question, and you respond, and then you may ask me a question in return. This way, we can save time," Han Li suggested. Raising an eyebrow, the elder hesitated, but after a moment of contemplation, he readily agreed. "Since it was your proposal, you may inquire first." Han Li replied with a dispassionate tone. "Are you from the Qi family?" Upon hearing this, the elder wasted no time in posing his question. "No," Han Li answered without hesitation. The resoluteness in his voice startled both the elder and the youth, who exchanged dubious glances. "Is Qi Yunxiao alive or dead?" Han Li queried in a leisurely manner. "He is still alive," the elder responded after a brief moment of hesitation. Upon hearing the word alive, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. "What is your relationship with Qi Yunxiao?" the elder asked with a measure of seriousness. "It is somewhat transactional," Han Li replied coldly. "Transactional?" A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. Where is Qi Yunxiao currently located? Han Li seemed to ask casually, yet his heart was deeply concerned. I cannot disclose that information. The elder immediately refused without a second thought. Then allow me to pose another question. Why did you attack Qi Yunxiao? Han Li inquired, maintaining his composure. He killed a member of our Fu family. Does he not deserve to die? The youth interjected with a sneer. The elder frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Yet he chose not to voice any objections. Fu family. Upon hearing this, Han Li was reminded of the qi refining cultivators who had perished at his hands while trying to save Exine Ruyan, and his heart surged with murderous intent. I see. However, it appears that only the two of you are present here. Should a formidable figure from the Qi family arrive, how will you contend with them? Han Li asked casually, concealing any signs of agitation. How could the Qi family oppose us merely because of an outsider? Is it not sufficient for us to be here? Just the two of us? The young man spoke with a hint of arrogance upon hearing Han Li's words. So, it seems that only the two of you are present. Han Li's voice suddenly grew somber. What do you mean by that? The young man's expression darkened in anger. Ready to retort, but an elder nearby sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly interjected. However, it was already too late. Han Li abruptly waved his hands, and two streaks of dark light shot towards the young man. Then, with a single motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a dozen white lights burst forth, transforming into several puppet beasts and soldiers in an instant. As soon as these puppets appeared, beams of light shot forth in a frenzied assault. The elder, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror. Without hesitation, he flashed forward to shield the young man, raising a hand to summon a copper coin-shaped talisman that rapidly expanded to the size of a table, standing guard before them. Instantly, various colors of light erupted against the talisman, creating a cacophony of explosions that forced the elder to stagger backward in fury. Yet at that moment, a scream erupted from the young man behind him, causing the elder's heart to tremble in alarm as he turned to look. However, he barely managed to twist his head halfway when he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and darkness enveloped him, plunging him into oblivion. As the elder's headless body crumpled to the ground, Han Li's figure materialized from the air behind him, his ring finger emanating a faint glow from the transparent thread artifact. Earlier, Han Li had cleverly diverted the elder's attention with the overwhelming assault of the dark light and puppets, while he employed the misty step to traverse over 20 feet in mere moments, positioning himself behind them and effortlessly severing their heads with the thread. This entire encounter was astonishingly effortless for Han Li, practically a breeze. It is somewhat amusing to note that battles among Foundation establishment cultivators often devolve into such absurdity, as the low-tier elemental shields are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of top-tier artifacts. Moreover, invoking higher-grade protective barriers is time-consuming and lacks the instantaneous charms needed. Even if available, they come at exorbitant prices. Thus, most practitioners resort to defensive artifacts for protection, rarely employing full-body shields, as they deem them to be utterly superfluous. This oversight, however, presented Han Li with ample opportunities. Many of the demonic cultivators who perished during the border skirmishes met their untimely demise in a similarly inscrutable manner. Reflecting on this, Han Li noticed that his methods bore a striking resemblance to the lethal techniques of the blood servants of the Black Shaman sect, both striking like lightning and aiming for a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, such tactics could only be utilized when the enemy was grounded. Otherwise, he would have little to fear among Foundation establishment cultivators. As Han Li contemplated this, he shook his head in regret. He approached the headless corpse, rummaging through their storage pouches. After a brief examination with his divine sense, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Although there were 2 or 3 top-tier artifacts, they were rather mundane, offering little value to him. However, the copper coin artifact appeared to be a rare defensive tool. As Han Li contemplated this, he waved at the restored copper coin artifact, which promptly soared from the ground into his hand. Delighted, he admired it for a moment before casually tossing 2 small fireballs, incinerating the 2 corpses into ashes. Then, accompanied by Chu Han, he circled the vicinity in the air before ascending into the sky. This time, he headed straight for the small mountain where Exine Ruyan resided, hoping that her dwelling was sufficiently concealed and had not fallen victim to the same sinister fate. A few hours later, Han Li arrived at the nameless mountain where Exine Ruyan lived. Upon seeing the mist still shrouding the mountain in its entirety, he felt a surge of joy. After a moment's reflection, he refrained from descending recklessly, instead pausing at mid-slope. He retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his robe, whispered a few words, and cast it downwards. The fiery glow emitted by the talisman flickered briefly before vanishing, but simultaneously, thick clouds of mist billowed up, swiftly enveloping Han Li's figure. Suddenly, he found himself in a vast forest, surrounded by towering trees that loomed over him like giants, making him feel as small as an ant. He was momentarily startled, but remained still, knowing that Exionrian would soon receive the signal from the talisman and would likely grant him entry. Indeed, moments later, the towering trees around him transformed like illusions back into dense fog, and the swirling mist ahead revealed a passage approximately 10 feet high. Without hesitation, Han Li urged the divine wind boat forward, entering the passage alongside Chu Han. It was quite lengthy, and after flying 60 to 70 feet, he finally caught a glimpse of the exit, his spirit lifting in anticipation. However, just as he was 6 or 7 feet from the exit, a somewhat hoarse female voice called out, "Senior Han, who is the person behind you? You should not bring strangers here." Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled softly and quickly clarified, "Miss Exine, you misunderstand. The person behind me is not a living being, but merely a corpse I have refined. You may discern its identity with a simple probe of your spiritual sense." After saying this, he halted his advance, allowing Exionrian to ascertain Chu Han's true nature. Indeed, moments later, Exionrian's voice rang out again. "It was my misunderstanding. Senior Han, please enter." There was a hint of apology in her tone, but Han Li smiled nonchalantly, activating the divine wind boat and gliding out of the passage. As he emerged, the familiar sight of the bamboo cottage appeared before him, illuminating his surroundings. In front of the cottages stood 2 women, Exionrian and her lovely maid. Both were clad in pristine white garments, with Exionrian dressed as a modest matron, which momentarily left Han Li in a state of astonishment. "The widow Exion greets Senior Han," she said gracefully, stepping forward with a light bow. However, her haggard appearance raised Han Li's suspicions. "Miss Exion, there is no need for such formalities." Han Li, filled with questions, exchanged a few polite remarks. At that moment, a young maidservant, standing behind Exionrian, approached and greeted Han Li with a respectful bow. Absently, Han Li nodded in response. It was evident that Exionrian had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with him at that moment. With a forced smile, she led Han Li into a larger bamboo house. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback. Directly facing the door was a wooden table, upon which rested a pitch-black spirit tablet inscribed with the words "Husband Qi Yunxiao." In front of the tablet stood a small incense burner with several candles lit, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Realizing the significance of this sight, Han Li was profoundly shocked. Qi Yunxiao had passed away, which was utterly unexpected. After a moment of astonishment, he sighed softly, stepped forward to take a bundle of incense candles from the table, lit them, bowed twice, and then placed them into the burner. "Miss Exion, what has transpired?" After paying his respects, Han Li turned and inquired gently. "This is a long story, Senior Han. Please follow me to another room, and I will explain everything," Exionrian replied, her eyes reddening, her voice weak. The Exionrian he remembered, sharp and capable, was nowhere to be found. She appeared to be a delicate woman deserving of sympathy. Han Li could only nod silently in response. Thus, he followed Exionrian into the adjacent room and took a seat. The young maidservant efficiently prepared a pot of tea and poured a cup for him. After savoring a sip of the fragrant tea, Han Li set down the cup and spoke solemnly. "I never imagined that merely a few months apart would lead to such misfortune for Taoist Qi. Fate can indeed be cruel. By the way, I am unaware of when you and Taoist Qi became husband and wife. Had I known, I would have surely sent a congratulatory gift in advance." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Exionrian revealed a bitter smile. Before she could respond, the charming maidservant behind her interjected, "Senior, my lady voluntarily chose to remain a widow after young Master Qi's demise." This revelation left Han Li utterly astonished, prompting him to gaze at Exionrian in disbelief. "Xiaomei speaks the truth. I indeed chose to remain a widow for Qi Yunxiao," Exionrian confirmed slowly, meeting Han Li's incredulous stare with a nod. At this, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. "I owe a great debt of gratitude to young Master Qi, who saved my life on several occasions. I would have eventually married him had he lived. I am merely fulfilling my obligation now," Exionrian said, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, maintaining her composure. Hearing this, Han Li felt it was inappropriate to comment further. Subsequently, Exine Rian recounted the circumstances surrounding Qi Yunxiao's tragic fate. It turned out that shortly after Han Li's departure, Qi Yunxiao and Exine Rian had been cautious about venturing outside, adhering to Han Li's earlier advice. However, 2 months later, due to her urgent need for a rare material for her array studies, Exine Rian found herself compelled to visit a nearby marketplace. As a result, this matter inadvertently came to the attention of Qi Yunxiao, who was wholeheartedly pursuing Exine Rian. Naturally, he took it upon himself to handle the situation on her behalf. However, he never anticipated that the cultivators whom Han Li had dispatched to rescue Exine Rian were, in fact, disciples of one of the largest immortal families in the Yuanwu kingdom, the Fu family. With so many direct descendants mysteriously missing, the Fu family was bound to conduct a thorough investigation. Consequently, after wandering in the vicinity for a month or two, Fu family cultivators encountered the unexpectedly emerging Qi Yunxiao. Had Qi Yunxiao possessed a more astute mind and extensive experience, he might have navigated this predicament without tangible evidence against him. Unfortunately, his naivety proved to be his downfall. When queried with a few relevant questions, he became flustered, arousing the suspicions of the Fu family members, who promptly sought to subdue him and take him back for further interrogation. Qi Yunxiao, of course, refused to surrender, relying on his formidable magical devices to escape from several Fu family Qi refinement cultivators and quickly returned to his residence. This chain of events inevitably led Qi Yunxiao into mortal peril. The Fu family's cultivators soon tracked him to his abode, only to be met with a fierce array of defenses that claimed the lives of over a dozen of their number. In a fit of rage and desperation, the Fu family dispatched a formidable golden core expert. After a fierce assault lasting half a day, this expert managed to breach the outer defenses. Yet, to their astonishment, Qi Yunxiao, sensing the impending danger, swiftly laid down a more potent illusionary array behind the initial one, momentarily ensnaring the golden core cultivator, allowing him a fleeting opportunity to flee. Of course, the other Fu family cultivators would not allow him to escape so easily. Although Qi Yunxiao managed to evade their encirclement thanks to the remnants of his array, his loyal servant perished in the fray, and he himself sustained severe injuries. Upon reaching Exine Rian's residence, he breathed his last. Meanwhile, the Fu family remained oblivious, furiously continuing their search for Qi Yunxiao and leaving individuals to surveil his residence day and night. This ultimately led to the incident where Han Li eliminated the 2 Fu family cultivators, a seasoned elder and a young one. After hearing Exine Rian's account, Han Li felt a pang of melancholy. Although he could not yet consider Qi Yunxiao a close friend, he was indeed a commendable individual. It was truly disheartening to realize that he had met his demise so swiftly. Such is the unpredictability of life. Elder Han, you are here regarding the ancient teleportation array, correct? After recounting the events, Exine Rian suddenly inquired with unsettling calmness. Oh, this matter is not urgent, she added, which elicited an awkward expression from Han Li. After all, it was hardly the appropriate time to discuss such topics, given the recent death of her betrothed. The teleportation array is nearly repaired, with just 1 more month. It will be fully completed. Exine Rian, seemingly aware of Han Li's discomfort, continued speaking at her own pace. Really? Han Li's spirits lifted, and a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, not only will I restore the teleportation array completely, but I also have 2 items to present to you. Elder Han, Exine Rian stated matter-of-factly, promptly retrieving 2 jade boxes from her storage pouch and placing them on the table. What are these? Han Li was truly taken aback. A look of astonishment etched upon his face. Within the 2 jade boxes lay my husband's cloud sky heart and his collection of refining literature in one, while the other contained all my painstaking efforts and formations and a plethora of books on the subject. I sincerely hope that the esteemed elder can accept these items, Exine Rian stated calmly. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's heart trembled slightly. After casting a glance at the 2 jade boxes, he fixed his gaze on Exine Rian with an unchanging expression and inquired, "What does Miss Exine mean by this? Why bestow such invaluable items upon me? If there is something to discuss, Miss Rian may speak freely." His tone bore a hint of coldness. "I wish to receive but a promise from you, esteemed elder." In exchange for these gifts, Exine Rian replied, unwavering in her gaze, her face revealing a hint of determination. "What promise?" Han Li asked, his voice low, though he had an inkling of her intentions. "If one day, esteemed elder, you truly achieve the core formation stage, I hope you will eradicate the Fu family on behalf of my husband and me, ensuring their complete disappearance from the Yuanwu kingdom. Xian Rian's voice was as frigid as ancient ice, and even Han Li felt a shiver at the bitterness contained within her words. Not immediately agreeing or refusing, Han Li furrowed his brows in contemplation, pondering the pros and cons of the proposition. To be candid, he was reluctant to acquiesce to such a request. The arts of formations and refining were, to him at present, akin to a superfluous burden, unless he succeeded in core formation. He simply lacked the time to delve into such studies. Moreover, he was loath to provoke a formidable cultivation family, let alone possess the capability to do so. I understand this request may be excessive for you, esteemed elder, but I truly have no other recourse, Xian Rian said with a sorrowful smile, her complexion paling. The reason my brother Qi met his demise at the hands of the Fu family was due to the turmoil I instigated. If I do not avenge my husband in this lifetime, I shall have no face to meet him in the afterlife. Her voice was laced with a plaintive plea. Upon hearing her mention of death, Han Li's brows involuntarily raised, as if he suddenly recalled something important. He abruptly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Xian Rian's visage closely, causing her to be momentarily taken aback. You do not appear well. Allow me to examine your pulse, Han Li stated unexpectedly, his tone leaving no room for argument. A flicker of surprise crossed Xian Rian's eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, she obediently extended a jade wrist to him. Han Li unceremoniously placed 2 fingers upon it, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her body. After a while, Han Li's expression turned grim. Are you aware that your meridians are all withered? At this rate, you will meet your demise within 2 years, he said coldly, withdrawing his fingers. In response to Han Li's pronouncement, Xian Rian smiled softly. I am indeed aware. I am not ignorant of my own condition. My constitution is that of a dragon's roar. Though I am trapped in a female form, the essence of a male resides within me. If I were to forcibly cultivate, my lifespan and meridians would gradually misalign and wither away. That I have survived to this day is indeed a stroke of fortune. Initially, I exerted considerable effort to uncover an ancient remedy, believing it would cure my affliction, yet I ultimately failed, squandering the precious spiritual herbs that Brother Qi had sought for me in vain. A hint of self-mockery flickered across Xian Rian's countenance. Miss. The maid behind Xian Rian could not help but exclaim in sorrow. It's nothing, Xiaomei. I can meet Brother Qi below sooner than expected. I could not wish for more. Xian Rian consoled her attendant with a demeanor that belied her true feelings. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression softened, and for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of pity for her plight. Alas, he too was powerless against Xian Rian's peculiar malady and could only watch as she withered away in the days to come. Since Senior Han is aware of this matter, he should comprehend why Rian has taken such actions. Although you are but a foundation-building cultivator, you are the only person I know, alongside Brother Qi, who might assist us in avenging this grievance. I do not require any oaths from you, merely a promise, for only then can I depart in peace. Xian Rian's expression returned to normal as she casually broached the subject of vengeance once more. Han Li rubbed his nose with one hand, feeling quite conflicted. But after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Brother Qi is also from a family of cultivators, is he not? Surely the Qi family would assist in avenging you? The Qi family? Humph. They are merely an ordinary family within the Yuanwu kingdom. How could they dare to offend the Fu family? Moreover, Brother Qi is an exiled disciple from the Qi family, so they are even less inclined to concern themselves with this matter. As for my knowledge, it all stems from an unnamed master of formations among wandering cultivators, but that extraordinary individual has long since passed. Xian Rian seemed to grasp the implication of Han Li's words and softly recounted the backgrounds of Qi Yunxiao and herself. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, realizing that he truly was her only option. Very well, I shall grant Miss Xian a promise. However, I will only act when my abilities are sufficient. This opportunity may never present itself again. Do you not regret it? After deep contemplation, Han Li inhaled deeply and spoke in a solemn tone. That is sufficient. As long as you can provide me with a glimmer of hope, I am grateful. I thank you in advance, Senior Han. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, Xian Rian's face broke into a radiant smile, illuminating her beauty. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by her dazzling visage, but soon shook his head, brusquely sweeping his sleeve across the table, causing 2 boxes to vanish without a trace, stored within his spatial pouch. Since it will take a month to restore the teleportation array, I shall return to disturb you in a month, then. For now, I bid you farewell. Han Li rose, speaking calmly. During this interlude, he indeed had matters to attend to. I humbly see you off, senior. Xian Ruyan said respectfully, not pressing him to stay any longer. Thus, Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, soared from the small mountain, directing his flight towards the bustling market of the Tianqing sect. The day after, Han Li appeared near the market and casually retrieved a cloak from his storage bag to conceal his face, thus boldly entering the marketplace alongside Chu Han. As he strolled along the bustling streets, he was taken aback by the throngs of fellow cultivators around him. The number of practitioners engaging in trade was at least several times greater than during his last visit, and everyone seemed to be in a hurry, including a notable presence of rare Foundation establishment cultivators within the market. After contemplating this phenomenon momentarily, a thoughtful expression flickered in his eyes, but he soon dismissed it from his mind and made his way directly to the shop, where he had previously sought assistance in crafting magical artifacts. He possessed some materials that he wished to forge into usable artifacts to enhance his own capabilities. The shop remained in its original location, and the imposing sign hung there just as he remembered. With a slight smile, Han Li pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, the scene within caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The small shop was occupied by 5 or 6 individuals, either standing or seated. Upon noticing Han Li's entrance, they couldn't help but glance in his direction. Unfazed, Han Li cast a cold sweep of his gaze across the room, and those practitioners at the qi refining stage, sensing his Foundation establishment cultivation, immediately lowered their heads in deference. Yet, among them was a fierce-looking man seated in a chair, who defiantly met Han Li's gaze. He too was a Foundation establishment cultivator, albeit at the initial stage, and unwilling to appear weak in front of others. Han Li paid no heed to these individuals and approached the store clerk, a robust man named Dahe, who was engaged in conversation with 2 others. Is shopkeeper Su in? Han Li inquired calmly. The burly man displayed a look of skepticism. With a soft sigh, Han Li produced a pair of Wulong Diao and waved them before him. This man had indeed assisted in crafting these artifacts and could not possibly fail to recognize them. Ah, it is you, esteemed senior. Allow me to fetch my master right away, the man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he recognized the artifacts. And he hurriedly excused himself to head towards the back of the shop. The revelation that Han Li was an acquaintance of the shop owner astonished the other patrons, who exchanged surprised glances, yet none dared to intrude upon Han Li's presence. Before long, the white-haired shopkeeper Su emerged from the back, his face beaming with delight. After all, Han Li had left behind a considerable amount of rare materials during his last visit, earning him a warm welcome from the elder. Esteemed senior, it is truly an honor to have you return to my humble shop. Are you planning to forge artifacts again? Su inquired eagerly after a brief exchange of pleasantries, his face brimming with anticipation. Han Li offered a faint smile, deliberately surveying the other cultivators present. Su quickly grasped the implication and, with an air of confusion, invited Han Li to the back courtyard for a private discussion, enthusiastically leading the way. Witnessing this, the other patrons hesitated to speak, though the fierce man let out a dissatisfied snort. He, too, sought to refine weapons at this establishment, yet the disparity in treatment between him and Han Li, both being foundation-building cultivators, ignited a profound ire within him. Upon hearing the heavy-set man's cold grunt, Han Li cast a frigid glance at him. It is worth noting that the number of cultivators who had perished at Han Li's hands was quite considerable, and he had unwittingly exuded an aura of slaughter that was absent in ordinary cultivators. This single gaze plunged the burly man into a state of icy dread. His entire being chilled, and fear was unmistakably etched upon his face. Observing the change in the man's countenance, Han Li chose to disregard him, instead proceeding with Chu Han into the rear courtyard of the shop. At that moment, Dahe, displaying remarkable cleverness, approached the others to offer apologies and concocted a casual explanation to quell the dissatisfaction of the other patrons. Senior, have you brought your own materials again? Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han enter the courtyard, shopkeeper Su, somewhat taken aback, cast a curious glance at Chu Han before eagerly inquiring of Han Li. Haha, indeed. Han Li replied with a faint smile, casually retrieving a storage bag filled with materials from his person. He aimed the bag's opening towards the ground and gently released its contents. A brilliant white light illuminating the area as the materials, remnants of a white spider and a mantis, scattered across the floor. These are Shopkeeper Sue bent down to pick up a lower limb of the white spider, scrutinizing it closely, a look of puzzlement emerging on his face. Clearly, although the elder was a master in weapon refinement, he lacked familiarity with these rare and peculiar creatures. Thus, despite recognizing the extraordinary nature of the materials, he remained utterly perplexed. Noticing his confusion, Han Li smiled and began to elucidate. Most of these materials are derived from the exoskeleton and limbs of a white spider monster, while others are from the forelimbs and wings of a colossal mantis. Both are 4th-level demon beasts, with the latter being an exceptionally formidable 4th-level pinnacle beast. I hope you can make good use of these materials, as considerable effort was expended to procure them. Materials from 4th-level demon beasts. Shopkeeper Sue exclaimed in astonishment, only to be swiftly engulfed in elation. It is well known that encountering materials from 4th-level beasts is exceedingly rare, let alone those from beasts of 2nd level or above. Indeed, Shopkeeper Sue. However, for this weapon refinement, I have some specific requests that I hope you can accommodate. Only upon fulfilling these requirements will I entrust these materials to you for refinement. The remuneration will adhere to the previous arrangement, allowing you to retain a portion of the materials for the costs of crafting the weapon, Han Li stated with remarkable composure. Rest assured, Senior, whatever your requests may be, I, the humble old man, shall undoubtedly comply. To have the opportunity to personally refine such top-tier materials, I can finally say my dedication to the craft of weapon refinement has not been in vain. Shopkeeper Sue exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he gently caressed a massive mantis limb. Upon witnessing such an expression of reluctance towards the release, Han Li felt a tinge of surprise. Yet his heart became increasingly reassured. He gently addressed the elder, saying, the magical artifact I request for refinement is rather unique. Firstly, it would be ideal if the spider's limbs could be crafted into a set of offensive magical instruments. An hour later, Han Li and Chu Han exited the blacksmith shop. He had arranged with the shopkeeper Sue to first examine the materials, allowing for contemplation on the refinement methods, with Han Li to return the following day to deliver the materials for formal crafting. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li decided to explore the marketplace thoroughly. From the elder's words, he had finally confirmed his suspicions. News of the devastating defeat suffered by the cultivators of the Yu and Liang nations had reached the Yuanwu kingdom. Consequently, both the immortal families and independent cultivators within Yuanwu were engulfed in a sense of unrest, each harboring a foreboding premonition of impending turmoil. As a result, numerous cultivators flocked to the marketplace, exchanging rare and precious items for necessities to bolster their strength in preparation for the looming catastrophe. Within just a few days, reports of exquisite magical artifacts and elixirs emerging in various marketplaces across Yuanwu spread like wildfire, drawing in even more cultivators eager to seize the opportunity, thus creating a bustling atmosphere in all marketplaces. Recognizing the opportunity before him, Han Li was determined not to let it slip away. With this thought, he began to meander through the various shops. Indeed, the abundance of remarkable items had noticeably increased, with several top-tier magical artifacts making an unexpected appearance. Much to Han Li's astonishment, although typical top-tier artifacts no longer captivated him, he recalled that during his last visit, such items were exceedingly rare. After a brief exploration, Han Li acquired a few rare herbs he had not previously encountered and decided to move on. He then set his sights on the Stardust Pavilion located at the heart of the marketplace. With previous experiences in trading at the marketplace, Han Li understood that to truly procure exceptional items, one should seek out the larger, more powerful establishments. Only they possessed the means to acquire such rare treasures. He reminisced about his visit to the Wanjin Pavilion in the Huangfeng Valley Marketplace, where he had discovered numerous exquisite items. With this mindset, Han Li and Chu Han entered the grand Stardust Pavilion of the Tianqing sect, an imposing edifice towering several dozen feet high. Upon entering the hall, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The first floor was bustling with 2 to 3 dozen cultivators gathered around several counters, engaged in animated discussions with attendants clad in red garments, none of whom spared a glance at Han Li. Scratching the back of his head, he glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor and slowly approached one of the counters, feigning nonchalance. At this particular counter, 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators were present. One was incessantly flipping a white formation flag, conversing in hushed tones with an attendant, seemingly dissatisfied with something. The individual from the Stardust Pavilion maintained a facade of joviality, seemingly unperturbed, while incessantly offering explanations. However, Upon the arrival of Han Li and his companion Chu Han, the group of cultivators promptly fell silent. It was evident that they harbored significant wariness towards unfamiliar practitioners. The cultivator grasping the formation flag hastily produced several dozen spirit stones from his person, handing them to the attendant, and swiftly departed with a set of formation flags alongside the other two. Han Li cast a perplexed glance at their retreating figures, feeling a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the attendant politely addressed Han Li. "Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize. This is the first floor, and I fear there are no items suitable for your needs. If you truly wish to make purchases, I kindly suggest ascending to the third floor or higher, where we cater specifically to advanced cultivators." Taken aback for a brief moment, Han Li quickly regained his composure and inquired nonchalantly, "How many floors does your Stardust Pavilion comprise? Please enlighten me." The attendant displayed a hint of surprise but respectfully replied, "Of course, esteemed senior. Since this is your first visit to our Stardust Pavilion, it is only fitting that I provide you with an introduction. Our establishment consists of 9 floors. The first 7 are open to the public, while the last 2 are restricted to outsiders. Among the first 7 floors, the first to 3rd cater to low-level cultivators in the Qi refining stage. The 4th to 6th serve high-level cultivators like yourself, and the 7th is exclusively for those in the core formation stage." After succinctly outlining the structure of the pavilion, the attendant observed Han Li nodding in understanding. Without hesitation, Han Li made his way toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were progressively smaller, yet adorned with increasingly exquisite and elegant decor. It became apparent that the higher the level, the more precious the items for sale. Lost in thought, Han Li bypassed the 2nd and 3rd floors altogether, proceeding directly to the 5th floor. As he intended to ascend to the 6th floor, he was halted by a red-clad attendant stationed at the staircase. "Esteemed guest, per our pavilion's regulations, access to the 6th floor requires the approval of the manager on the 5th floor," the handsome attendant stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Despite being merely a Qi refining stage cultivator, he showed no trepidation towards Han Li, who was at the foundation establishment stage. Furrowing his brow, but refraining from anger, Han Li complied and entered the hall of the 5th floor. Although modest in size, the hall was attended by several young and beautiful maidens. Upon his entry, he noticed a man and a woman engaged in light-hearted conversation. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, of unremarkable appearance, while the woman, in her 40s, exuded the grace of a noble lady, suggesting she had been a rare beauty in her youth. Both were foundation establishment cultivators, with the middle-aged woman surprisingly possessing late-stage foundation establishment prowess, which elicited a jolt of surprise from Han Li. "Fellow Taoist, is there anything I can assist you with?" the middle-aged woman inquired, turning to him with a charming smile, her voice melodious and pleasant to the ears. "I seek to purchase some genuine treasures, whether they be magical artifacts or talismans. Might you have such items available?" Han Li replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the noblewoman. Upon hearing Han Li's somewhat audacious tone, the man cast a surprised glance in his direction. "Ah, if you seek rare treasures, dear friend, you have indeed come to the right place. As long as you can offer something of value, we shall ensure that you leave utterly satisfied," the middle-aged woman remarked, her laughter as enchanting as that of a youthful maiden. "How fortuitous, for this esteemed friend also desires to acquire rare treasures. Please, allow me a moment to present our offerings for your perusal," she continued with a beaming smile. Turning slightly, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she commanded, "Zilian, serve tea to our distinguished guests." "Yes, madam," replied a maid, standing respectfully behind her. The woman then gracefully exited, while the maid cheerfully poured a cup of fragrant tea for both Han Li and the man. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 354, titled Madame Lawn, Han Li and the man found themselves seated on opposite sides of an octagonal table. They exchanged a few glances, yet neither seemed inclined to initiate conversation. Those who ventured here to procure items were not inclined to engage in camaraderie with strangers, as such familiarity could only invite hostility. However, the man across from Han Li could not help but cast curious glances at the figure, Chu Han, who lingered at the staircase, not entering the hall. With his discerning eye, he quickly discerned Chu Han's identity as a corpse cultivator, and the aura emanating from him sparked considerable intrigue. After all, the animated corpses crafted by cultivators were typically mere laborers possessing immense strength, devoid of any magical essence. The man suppressed his urge to inquire further, wary of Han Li, who, like him, was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. As Han Li savored his tea, the woman finally returned to the hall. This time, she was accompanied by two towering, robust men, devoid of any magical energy, their expressions remarkably vacant, lifelike puppets. Each held a large tray, covered with crimson silk, suggesting that these were the treasures the proprietress had mentioned. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Han Li's eyes. He had attempted to pierce through the silk with his spiritual sense to discern the contents beneath, only to find it thwarted by the unassuming fabric, which left him somewhat astonished. He glanced sideways at the man across from him, who bore a similar expression of astonishment, indicating they had both undertaken the same inquiry. The middle-aged woman approached Han Li and his companion, smiling before she spoke. I am already acquainted with the esteemed Fan Daoist here, but I have yet to learn the name of this gentleman. She continued, I am surnamed Lan. You may address me as Madame Lan. Her self-introduction was unpretentious and familiar. Observing this, Han Li felt compelled to respond, albeit somewhat reluctantly, I am surnamed Han. Thereafter, he lapsed into silence, adopting a demeanor that suggested he preferred not to engage in further dialogue. Madame Lan, however, seemed unperturbed by his aloofness, for it was not uncommon for cultivators visiting this establishment to exhibit a similar facade of indifference, something she had long since grown accustomed to. With a gentle smile, the lady gestured to a hulking puppet behind her, who promptly stepped forward. Lady Lan then delicately extended her slender jade finger, pulling aside a crimson silk to reveal several items upon a tray. Both Han Li and the man opposite him, of the Fan clan, simultaneously exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, their focus sharpening on the objects displayed. Among the tray's contents were a long sword, a short dagger, an array of throwing darts and circular rings, as well as a suit of pitch-black armor. Each item gleamed with an unmistakable aura of rarity and power. Upon discerning the artifacts, Han Li and the man reacted differently. The Fan clan cultivator fixed his gaze on the tray, his eyes revealing a hint of intoxication. Meanwhile, Han Li, after a brief glance, promptly averted his gaze, feigning indifference, which caught Lady Lan by surprise, prompting her to observe him more closely. The item, known as the Frost Crystal Blade, was crafted from the rarest of materials, mystic crystal and icy jade, boasting formidable offensive capabilities and an unusual chilling aura that could sap the strength of adversaries during combat, marking it as a premium artifact of the highest caliber. The lady gracefully lifted a translucent short blade from the tray, introducing it with an air of calm. As she waved the artifact slightly, an immediate wave of frigid air enveloped the room, causing the several maidens, still in their chi refinement stage, to shudder involuntarily. May I have a closer look at this blade? The Fan clan man inquired, a flicker of excitement evident in his tone. The lady smiled softly, without a hint of hesitation, and handed the blade over, casting a subtle glance at Han Li. Yet, Han Li maintained his composure, his attention fixated on the empty teacup in his hand, showing no sign of interest in the artifact, which disappointed Lady Lan somewhat. Very well. I shall take this Frost Crystal Blade. Pray tell, how many spirit stones does it require? At that moment, the Fan clan man, who had been toying with the short blade, spoke up loudly. Lady Lan appeared taken aback by his words. Are you not inclined to examine the other items? She inquired, her demeanor composed. That is unnecessary. I am acutely aware that the subsequent items may indeed be superior. However, my purse is rather light, and I fear I can only afford this blade. Even if the others are exquisite, I am unable to pursue them. Thus it is better not to look and be tempted. The Fan clan cultivator spoke candidly, with a touch of wit, eliciting a soft giggle from the lady as she covered her mouth. This Frost Crystal Blade is priced at 800 spirit stones. Once you provide the stones, dear friend, it shall be yours, Lady Lan stated, her tone measured and assured. Very well, please verify these spirit stones to ensure their accuracy. The Fan clan man replied with great willingness, producing a storage pouch and spilling its contents onto the table, instantly creating a colorful mound of spirit stones. Lady Lan glanced over the assortment with a subtle smile curving her lips. How could I doubt you, esteemed friend? There is no need for verification. Upon concluding her statement, she produced her own storage pouch and effortlessly absorbed all the spirit stones within it. This gesture from Lady Lan left the Fan clan cultivator with a favorable impression, and he departed with a friendly farewell. Observing this scene, Han Li remained expressionless, internally sneering several times. What does it mean to say there is no need for investigation? Wasn't the faint spiritual sense enveloping the spirit stone just moments ago evident? Clearly, This Lady Lan's spiritual awareness is far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator, capable of discerning the number of spirit stones in an instant without detection, which is why she feigned such a clever remark. Han Li mocked inwardly. Lady Lan remained oblivious to the fact that her little ruse had been seen through by Han Li. After smilingly bidding farewell to the man surnamed Fan as he descended the stairs, her gaze returned to Han Li. Friend Han seems rather disinterested in these items. Are these magical tools not to your liking? Lady Lan inquired with a gentle smile. Curiously, although she was aware that the person before her was of a lower cultivation level, she inexplicably sensed a strange danger emanating from Han Li, prompting her to speak to him with much more tact, instinctively cautious not to offend him further. While the quality of these magical tools is indeed commendable, the ones I seek are somewhat unique and must align with my cultivation methods. Furthermore, I am interested not only in magical tools and talismans, but also in some rarer items. Han Li replied with remarkable calmness. Oh, if friend Han has such specific requests, you could have mentioned it earlier. I had thought you were like that friend Fan, open to any kind of magical tool, Lady Lan replied with a bemused smile. As long as you are willing to pay the price, our Stardust Pavilion can provide you with everything you desire. The woman spoke with great confidence. Upon hearing this, Han Li let out a dry chuckle without further comment and directly inquired, since you have mentioned this, I will be straightforward. I would like to know if your esteemed pavilion has any recipes for foundation building pills for sale. Alternatively, a complete set of magical tools would also suffice, ideally with as many items in the set as possible. Upon hearing Han Li's request, the woman's expression slightly shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. Your request is indeed rather unusual. Had it been half a month ago, I might have found it quite challenging. However, our pavilion has recently acquired 2 recipes and a complete set of top-tier magical tools. Nevertheless, these items come at a steep price, one that is beyond my authority to negotiate. You will need to ascend to the 6th floor for further discussion, Lady Lan said. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Han Li as she spoke slowly. Am I allowed to go to the 6th floor? Han Li inquired, seemingly anticipating her response. Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Of course, you may go. However, according to regulations, I must first verify your qualifications, Lady Lan replied with a light laugh, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What qualifications? Han Li asked indifferently. Quite simple. If you possess over 1,000 spirit stones or equivalent items for exchange, that will suffice, the woman stated with a sudden seriousness. Is this enough? Without hesitation, Han Li produced a storage bag filled with spirit stones and tossed it to the woman. He had long surpassed 1,000 spirit stones, likely possessing close to 2,000 low-tier ones. Lady Lan accepted the storage bag, briefly scanning its contents with her spiritual sense before nodding and returning it. Friend Han, please follow me. I will personally escort you to the 6th floor. After uttering these words, the woman turned her back and walked towards the stairway. Upon witnessing this, Han Li silently followed suit. The young attendant in red stationed at the stairway immediately stepped aside, allowing Lady Lan to pass. Han Li followed closely behind her as they ascended to the 6th floor of the Stardust Pavilion. Let me share a few words with everyone. Recently, some group leaders of the mortal community have reported that a few readers, unable to join the fully occupied mortal QQ groups, resorted to spamming and cursing in the private spaces of the group leaders. This has truly left us speechless. If you are unable to enter one group, please feel free to try another. There is no need to resort to such extreme measures. After all, these group leaders are voluntarily managing the group numbers for the community. Let us all be considerate and not make things difficult for them. All right, I'll leave it at that. It's time for me to sleep. Volume 3. Chapter 355. The Crimson Thread Escape Needle. To be honest, Han Li was quite curious about the manager of the 6th floor. The Lady Lan on the 5th floor was already at the late stage of foundation establishment. Could the manager of the 6th floor possibly be a senior at the core formation stage? Han Li felt a flicker of anticipation. Standing behind Lady Lan, Han Li was momentarily taken aback as he gazed upon the young girl before him, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed quite plainly, possessing merely delicate features, at most of above-average looks. Yet, it was astonishing to discover that the manager of the 6th floor was such an ordinary mortal girl devoid of any magical prowess, which was utterly unexpected for Han Li. Particularly noteworthy was the girl's immediate delight upon seeing Lady Lan. She rushed over, grasping Lady Lan's arm, and affectionately called out Annie Lan repeatedly, completely ignoring Han Li, which left him somewhat disheartened. All right, sure, we have a guest here, Lady Lan remarked, though the affectionate tone in her voice was unmistakable to anyone listening. A guest? The girl finally cast a nonchalant glance at Han Li, her expression indifferent. Yes, this Taoist Han has come to purchase a recipe for pills, as well as the set of magical tools we received last time. I have brought him to the 6th floor to be attended to. I must return downstairs. Perhaps there will be other guests arriving on the 5th floor, Lady Lan said with a tender affection. I see. Then you must come up and keep me company when you have some free time. Annie Lan, the girl said somewhat reluctantly. Lady Lan smiled kindly in response, and with the girl watching, she descended the stairs. What kind of pill recipe do you seek? The girl finally turned her gaze toward Han Li, speaking coldly. I have several recipes here, but only 2 are suitable for the foundation establishment stage, and their prices are exorbitant. They cannot be obtained for merely a few hundred spirit stones. Upon hearing her tone, Han Li did not become angry. Instead, he smiled. As long as the recipe is genuine, the price is not an issue. His words carried an unusual confidence, causing the girl to pause momentarily and regard him with a more serious gaze. Please wait a moment. I will have someone bring the recipes and that set of magical tools, the girl said, her expression softening. After all, a generous-looking guest was indeed welcome. She produced a small bronze bell from her possession and, after a few rhythmic shakes, casually leaned against a wooden chair and sat down, showing no inclination to invite Han Li to join her. Han Li, somewhat astonished yet unperturbed, drew a chair closer and sat down beside the young woman, separated only by a modest wooden table. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly at his action. Although her expression bore a hint of displeasure, she ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Moments later, a young female cultivator entered, carrying 2 jade boxes, one large and one small. Just place them here, the young woman instructed, pointing to the table beside her with an impassive demeanor. Yes, miss. The cultivator replied respectfully, setting the jade boxes on the table before retreating gracefully. Witnessing the deference the cultivator showed to the seemingly ordinary young woman sparked a flicker of surprise in Han Li's eyes. The recipes and artifacts are right here. Feel free to examine them at your leisure. Should you find them satisfactory, I shall then disclose the prices, the young woman said, gently nudging the smaller jade box towards Han Li. With her invitation, Han Li felt no need for further formality. He reached out and took the smaller box into his hands, lifting the lid to reveal 2 jade slips, one red and one white. He grasped the slips and, closing his eyes, gradually immersed his consciousness within them. Noticing Han Li examining the contents of the jade slips, the young woman produced a pristine silk book, engrossing herself in its pages with an air of nonchalance. After a brief interval, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, his features betraying a contemplative expression. Among the 2 recipes, one was an ancient formula for the gathering spirit pill provided by Lei Wankai, which was of little use to him now. The other was a recipe for a pill known as the True Essence pill, the required herbs for which, albeit needing to be somewhat aged, were relatively easy to procure, making it a fitting choice for him. However, the price of this recipe would likely be several times that of the gathering spirit pill formula. For Han Li was acutely aware of the disparity in value between ancient formulas and ordinary ones within the realm of cultivation. With this in mind, Han Li calmly returned both jade slips to the box and picked up the larger one, opening its lid. What lay inside took him by surprise. A collection of 13 radiant red needles, each merely an inch in length, yet glowing with a vibrant light as if imbued with flowing luminescence. Flying needle artifacts? Han Li muttered in astonishment. Although Han Li had seen many artifacts, this type of flying needle was entirely new to him. He had never witnessed anyone wielding such a creation, igniting his curiosity. The young woman, noticing Han Li's murmurs, glanced up at him with a fleeting look of displeasure before resuming her impassive examination of the silk book. At that moment, Han Li was intently examining one of the red needles between his fingers, oblivious to the young woman's expression. Even if he had noticed, he would have likely disregarded her haughty demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing exceedingly solemn. Although Han Li had never encountered other needle-type magical instruments, he had often heard ominous and malicious rumors regarding flying needle artifacts. It was said that while the offensive power of flying needle instruments was somewhat inferior to that of conventional magical artifacts, their diminutive size and swift flight made them the ultimate weapon for stealthy ambushes. Consequently, many cultivators referred to flying needle artifacts as shadow instruments, and their reputation within the realm of cultivation was indeed formidable. However, due to their small size, The materials required for their crafting were particularly unique, and the difficulty of their creation was several times greater than that of other magical artifacts. Such instruments were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Even those cultivators fortunate enough to possess flying needle artifacts regarded them as trump cards, reluctant to disclose their existence to outsiders. Thus, Han Li was utterly astonished to suddenly find 13 of them before him. "Excuse me, young lady, does this set of flying needles have a name?" Han Li inquired, masking his excitement with a calm demeanor. "Scarlet thread escape needles," the young girl replied, setting down her book with an air of nonchalance. "Very well. I shall take this set of flying needles along with the formula for that true essence pill," Han Li declared without hesitation. "Really? You truly wish to acquire this set of magical instruments?" The girl's face displayed a peculiar expression, her disbelief evident. "What? Does your esteemed establishment find some flaw in this set of artifacts, or do you simply not wish to sell them?" Han Li raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. "You misunderstand. Although this set of scarlet thread escape needles is exceedingly precious, it is not something we at the Stardust Pavilion covet. I inquired merely to inform you in advance that this set of flying needles differs significantly from conventional artifact sets. They do not possess a mother-child distinction. To manipulate them, one must simultaneously summon all 13 needles. Otherwise, they cannot be activated," the girl stated coldly, casting a frosty glance at Han Li. "Simultaneously summon?" Upon hearing this, Han Li experienced a moment of revelation. No wonder this rare set of flying needles had yet to be purchased. It was due to such stringent mental constraints. Indeed, originally, Aunt Blue had her sights set on this set of artifacts as well, but since she could only control 8 or 9 with her consciousness, she abandoned the idea. The girl continued without a hint of a smile. 13, you say?" Han Li chuckled softly, suddenly extending a hand toward the remaining flying needles within the box. Instantly, a flash of red light erupted as all the needles floated into the air. They transformed into a multitude of nearly invisible red threads, darting around Han Li at great speed, momentarily weaving into a delicate red net. Witnessing this spectacle, the girl's mouth fell agape, and for the first time, astonishment graced her features. Han Li then waved his hand, causing the threads to return to the jade box, revealing the needles once more. "I believe it is now permissible to purchase this magical instrument, is it not?" Han Li inquired, his expression unfaltering. "Since you are capable of using it, of course. Including the formula for the true essence pill, the total comes to 4,000 spirit stones," the girl replied, her demeanor returning to its usual seriousness. "For 1,000 spirit stones." Han Li regarded the girl, rubbing his nose. The price was indeed higher than he had anticipated. "The price for the Dan formula is 1,500. While the flying needle is 2,500. The young girl quoted without hesitation. To be frank, for 1,000 spirit stones did not seem exorbitant in her eyes. For both items were rare treasures within the realm of cultivation. Were it not for the current downfall of the demonic sects against the allied forces of the three nations, such items would likely never be offered for sale. At this moment, Han Li suddenly straightened his posture, a serious expression washing over his face as he inquired, "May I ask how your esteemed establishment acquires Millennium Spirit herbs?" 15 minutes later, Han Li emerged from the Stardust Pavilion with an unhurried demeanor. He glanced back at the towering edifice, a hint of a mysterious smile playing upon his lips, before striding away. Within his storage bag, the set of red thread escape needles and the jade slip containing the Dan formula resided quietly. Earlier, after casually inquiring about the price of Millennium Spirit herbs, he had refrained from presenting any spiritual herbs to the girl. Instead, he had produced 2 revitalizing pills, which contained the essence of Millennium Spirit herbs, and handed them to her. Han Li distinctly remembered how the previously aloof girl transformed into a fervent enthusiast upon realizing the remarkable effects of the revitalizing pills. The stark contrast in her demeanor left him quite astonished. Shortly thereafter, the girl summoned an alchemist from the Stardust Pavilion to personally authenticate the widely rumored, yet rarely concocted pills. Upon confirmation that these 2 pills were indeed revitalizing pills with genuine effects, the girl immediately called upon the esteemed Lady Blue, who was on the 5th level, in a state of utmost excitement. After a brief exchange of whispers between the 2 women, Han Li negotiated for the Dan formula and the magical artifact at the cost of 2 revitalizing pills and 1,000 spirit stones. Reflecting on the transaction now, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. The allure of eternal beauty is truly irresistible for women, an enticement they cannot easily resist. Even Lady Blue, a shrewd and powerful cultivator, displayed eyes filled with the same fervor as the young girl upon hearing of Han Li's possession of revitalizing pills. This revelation granted Han Li a profound understanding of women's concern for their appearance. However, this also led to a price for the revitalizing pills that exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had thought they might only fetch a maximum of 2,000 spirit stones, but the eagerness of both women left him quite satisfied, and he naturally refrained from haggling. It was fortunate that the proprietors of the establishment were two women. Had it been a male manager, Han Li would likely have been offered a mere fraction of spirit stones. After the transaction, the now somewhat composed Lady Blue could no longer contain her curiosity regarding the origin of the pills. Han Li casually dismissed her inquiry with a vague remark that he had acquired them by chance. As he departed from the Stardust Pavilion, a sense of reluctance filled his heart. He understood that the Stardust Pavilion, with its ease in procuring such rare items as the red thread escape needles and the Dan formula, undoubtedly possessed even more precious treasures. Alas, he could no longer exchange any more pills or spiritual herbs. The risks of exposing wealth were all too apparent to Han Li. With a tinge of regret, Han Li sought out an inn within the market, a place for cultivators to rest, and settled in. The remainder of his time was spent in meditation and cultivation, preparing to consult with the shopkeeper Su the following day to craft a magical artifact. On the following morning, Han Li arrived at the alchemy shop as promised. The shopkeeper, Su, had been waiting with eager anticipation. Upon seeing Han Li enter, he immediately greeted him excitedly and beckoned him to the backyard. Han Li smiled faintly and obliged. Stepping inside, after more than half a month, Han Li finally emerged from the shop. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, he now bore a countenance shrouded in gloom, as though beset by a profound sense of disappointment. Behind him, the shopkeeper Su followed closely, his face a mask of shame, murmuring incessantly in Han Li's wake. With a sigh, Han Li felt somewhat relieved, and he exchanged a few cordial words with Su before slowly making his way out of the market, leaving the old man in a state of bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, Han Li exited the confines of the market's restrictions and summoned his flying vessel towards the nameless hill where Exinrian awaited him. Standing atop the divine wind boat, Han Li's expression darkened once more, weighed down by the string of failures in his recent alchemical endeavors. He had grossly overestimated Su's skill in crafting, resulting in the ruin of most of his precious materials, yielding only a single set of magical artifacts. Tragically, the materials from the mantis beast, which he held in high regard, had been completely destroyed during the process. Regret gnawed Han Li, and he felt a fleeting impulse to unleash his crafted artifacts in a vengeful strike against Su. Yet, out of consideration for the old man's evident remorse, he refrained from acting on such thoughts. Even as he departed, he offered Su a few comforting words in a gentle tone. With a sigh, Han Li patted his storage pouch, summoning 5 pristine flying daggers that spiraled around him. Observing this complete set of artifacts fashioned from the legs of a white spider, his spirits lifted just a tad. Despite having lost 3 legs in the crafting process and failing to realize his vision of armor made from spider shells, he was relieved that the mantis materials had not met the same disastrous fate. Perhaps this could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. He mused with a wry smile. From this experience, Han Li gleaned a valuable lesson. The rarer and more precious the materials, the greater the craftsmanship required. After all, the previous endeavor with the ink serpent had yielded far more success. As he soared through the skies, he wore a contemplative expression. Days later, Han Li reappeared above the nameless hill. This time, even before he could activate the transmission talisman, the mist enveloping the formation parted to grant him passage. Han Li smiled, realizing that Exinrian had likely been awaiting his return as the agreed-upon date approached. A short while later, Han Li settled into a chair within the bamboo cottage, facing Exinrian, who wore a serene smile, clad in simple attire. "Senior Han, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Just yesterday, I completed the repairs on the ancient teleportation formation. By following the blueprint, you can restore it to its former functionality," Exinrian stated calmly, producing a jade slip and handing it to Han Li. For her, the challenge of restoring an ancient teleportation formation had been rewarding, and she now felt a sense of joy at her success. Han Li extended his hand to accept the jade slip, an overwhelming joy swelling within him, and a rare smile, unguarded, graced his face. Although he did not intend to utilize the ancient teleportation array immediately, it undoubtedly served as a contingency plan worth considering. He immersed his consciousness into the slip and, as expected, discovered a complete method for repairing the ancient teleportation array along with detailed steps for the restoration. "Thank you, Miss Exine." Han Li expressed his gratitude sincerely, without indulging in lengthy words of thanks, before carefully storing the jade slip away. "It is nothing. I have a personal interest in the ancient teleportation array as well," Exine Rian replied with a faint smile. However, as if recalling something, she produced a small storage pouch and handed it to him, saying slowly, "I may have only a year or two left to live. These are a few sets of formation flags and discs that I crafted alongside Brother Qi, since I will no longer have use for them. I hope they may be of some assistance to you in your future cultivation." Upon receiving such a generous gift from Exine Rian, spoken so casually, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then gazed deeply at her. After a moment of silence, he rose and accepted the storage pouch with both hands, solemnly stating, "Though I, Han Li, am not a benevolent gentleman nor a chivalrous hero, I vow once more to you, Miss Exine, that should my powers grow significantly, I shall annihilate the Fu family, ensuring their permanent removal from the cultivation world." At this moment, Han Li spoke with the utmost sincerity. Exine Rian smiled upon hearing this. She understood that the purpose of her grand gift had been achieved. The more reluctant a person like Han Li was to make promises, the more he would value the oaths he had earnestly spoken. "If you have no pressing matters, Senior, you may stay at my humble abode for a few more days," Exine Rian remarked, her expression remaining composed. "I would very much like to discuss the art of formations with you." 3 days later, Han Li soared from the unnamed mountain on his flying vessel, heading directly toward the nearby gathering place for cultivators, by Qi Mountain. There, itinerant cultivators and those from cultivation families frequently convened, exchanging tidbits of information from the cultivation world and, of course, seizing opportunities to trade goods. Han Li's objective was to glean insights into the current dire state of the cultivation realm in the Yu Kingdom and to ascertain whether the 7 sects had any chance of resurgence. Only by acquiring this information could Han Li decisively formulate his next plan. The date for the next gathering was swiftly approaching. Bai Qi Mountain was not far from the unnamed mountain where Exine Rian resided, and she and Qi Yunxiao had attended several gatherings in the past. Naturally, such local assemblies primarily attracted Qi refining stage cultivators, with very few foundation establishment cultivators in attendance. A day later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Bai Qi Mountain. The mountain was indeed quite substantial, comprising 3 peaks of varying sizes, with the western peak being the most formidable and tallest, serving as the assembly point for numerous cultivators. Han Li, transformed into a streak of white light, ascended directly towards the summit of this peak. Volume 3, Chapter 357, Bai Qi Mountain. The western peak of Bai Qi Mountain was larger than Han Li had anticipated. Atop the peak, not only stands an ancient temple, but also numerous stone pavilions of varying sizes, where several cultivators have gathered for lengthy discussions. Outside these pavilions and the temple, a few practitioners meander about, suggesting that some eager attendees have arrived early for the Bai Qi Mountain gathering. Han Li, after surveying the summit for a while, circled above before descending into a secluded corner of the peak. Accompanied by Chu Han, Han Li casually approached several nearby stone pavilions. With his formidable spiritual sense, he quickly discerned the conversations within the pavilions. One pavilion caught his attention, where 4 cultivators were engaged in animated discourse regarding the conflict between the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom and the forces of the demonic path. Han Li's spirits surged upon overhearing this, prompting him to approach without hesitation. The recent devastating defeat against the demonic path has forced the 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom to flee their homeland. And even our Yuan Wu and Zijin nations are now facing impending calamity. It remains to be seen whether the demonic path will strike Yuan Wu first or attack Zijin, lamented a pale-faced middle-aged man. Indeed, while the last battle significantly weakened the 6 sects, the cultivators from our 2 nations who intervened suffered losses of 50 to 60%. This time, the Tianxing sect and other celestial sects will undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits, added a young man in his 20s, reveling in the misfortune. Upon hearing the youth's remarks, 2 of the older men remained stoic, showing no reaction, while the middle-aged man who had initially spoken wore a bitter smile, as if about to voice further thoughts. Just then, another voice interjected. "It is likely that while the Tianxing sect and other major sects are in disarray, our scattered cultivators and families will find life even more challenging. Those of the demonic path adhere to a philosophy of the survival of the fittest, Thus, we shall not enjoy the current ease for long, Hanli remarked, approaching casually but echoing the middle-aged man's earlier sentiments. The four cultivators were startled to hear an outsider nearby and promptly fell silent. However, upon realizing Han Li's cultivation level was indiscernible, unease flickered across their faces, and they all rose to respectfully salute him. The middle-aged man hastily sought to defend the youth, saying, "Esteemed senior, my young nephew was merely speaking offhandedly and holds no disrespect towards the sections. Please do not take offense." They had mistakenly regarded Han Li as a high-level practitioner from one of the sects of the Yuanwu kingdom. The young man displayed a similar anxiety. "Oh, please don't misunderstand, dear friends. I am merely a wandering cultivator myself. I only made a casual comment," Han Li replied with a gentle smile, reassuring them. Upon hearing this, the group relaxed. Although they remained uncertain of Han Li's true identity, it was clear that he bore no intention of pursuing their earlier careless words. Thus, amidst their respectful greetings, Han Li seated himself at the stone table within the pavilion. "It is an honor for us juniors to have you here, esteemed senior. However, given your level of cultivation, what brings you to partake in such a gathering?" inquired the elder with the deepest cultivation, his demeanor somewhat restrained. It is hardly surprising that this individual is so astonished, for gatherings of this nature, particularly in a place like Baichi Mountain, typically fail to attract cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Higher-tier cultivators, when seeking to exchange ideas, would naturally convene at more elevated assemblies. Recently, I have been practicing in a desolate mountain not far from here. However, upon hearing the news of our cultivators' significant defeat in Yu country, I sensed that the realm of cultivation was on the brink of monumental upheaval, prompting me to emerge and seek information. Do any of you esteemed friends possess recent news regarding the demonic path or Yu country? Han Li inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the four individuals exchanged glances for a moment, before three of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards a lean, elderly man. When it comes to being well-informed, none surpasses Brother Ding. After all, the Ding family has numerous secular enterprises directly operating within Yu country. The ruddy-faced elder chuckled awkwardly and remarked with a light tone. The other two nodded in agreement, which caused a glimmer of intrigue to flicker in Han Li's eyes. Noticing this, the Ding elder's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and he reluctantly stated, "Indeed, our kin within Yu country have recently relayed some of the latest developments back to the family. Originally, these pieces of information were not intended for dissemination outside our clan, but since you are all esteemed friends of mine, and this venerable elder wishes to know more, I shall share a few insights. However, I kindly request that you do not divulge this information lightly." Upon hearing the Ding elder's words, the other three felt a surge of excitement and promptly agreed. Han Li also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, the elder cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. "A few days ago, we received news that Yu country is currently in a state of turmoil. Although the demonic path has decimated the coalition of the six sects, many retreating cultivators from the six sects have yet to leave Yu country. Instead, they are leveraging the terrain to continuously launch assaults against the forces of the demonic path. It is said that several core formation stage cultivators have also remained, which has made matters rather challenging for the demonic path. After all, core formation cultivators are not easily dealt with. Moreover, the six sects have established roots in Yu country for many years, maintaining a considerable latent influence, making it quite arduous for the demonic path to take over the cultivation community there. As for the cultivation families within Yu country, they now exhibit three distinct attitudes. One faction, witnessing the defeat of the six sects, has swiftly turned their allegiance, willingly submitting to the demonic path's six sections. Another faction, fearing retribution from the demonic path due to their close ties with the six sects, has chosen to withdraw from Yu country entirely, mirroring the actions of the six sects. The final group remains in a state of observation, preparing to assess the situation further before making a decision. Regarding the strongholds occupied by the seven sects for years, it is reported that, aside from the Tsanyua sect and the Great Sword sect, which have yet to be breached by the demonic path's six sects, the remaining four have been completely overtaken. However, the spoils of war are said to be minimal, as most precious items have been evacuated by disciples of the six sects. In my view, as long as the demonic path cannot stabilize Yu country, they will not launch attacks against our realm or the Zijin. After all, no matter how numerous their forces, having seized two small nations and a medium-sized one, they may struggle to manage their resources effectively. Thus, They currently find themselves at a loss regarding the persistent disruptions caused by the cultivators of the six sects. The elder articulated these insights slowly, revealing some of his own perspectives. Brother Ding, how long do you estimate the demonic path will afford us respite? Can our various sects still withstand their onslaught? The elderly man with a ruddy face could not resist interjecting. This is difficult to articulate. After all, what I know is merely superficial information. The true situation, I fear, is only known to the higher-ups of each faction. The elder shook his head and cast a furtive glance at Han Li, clearly still believing him to be a practitioner from some sect within their nation, which caused him to speak somewhat evasively. Subsequently, the elder seemed disinclined to pursue this line of questioning further and suddenly recounted a startling incident that took Han Li by surprise. This time, the six factions of the Yu Kingdom, having retreated in haste, collectively resorted to a strategy akin to a lizard shedding its tail. They took only their most promising disciples, leaving many others in the dark and ultimately sacrificed. Among them, it was said that the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley were the most ruthless. To ensure the safe escape of their truly loyal elite, they sacrificed 2 batches of disciples, nearly all the practitioners outside of Huangfeng Valley's evacuation. Remarkable tactics indeed. Though the elder spoke nonchalantly, Han Li felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his expression subtly shifting. Fortunately, no one dared to fixate on him, allowing his unusual demeanor to go unnoticed. Ding, my friend, you mentioned that Huangfeng Valley sacrificed 2 batches of disciples. What transpired? Han Li inquired, suppressing his astonishment and maintaining a calm facade. Since you have asked, I shall recount the matter truthfully, the elder replied with a hint of mirth. It is said that upon receiving news of their defeat, the high-ranking officials of the Yu Kingdom devised a cunning ruse akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. They first sent a batch of disciples to retreat, secretly leaking this information to the spies of the demonic faction, claiming these disciples were the elite of Huangfeng Valley, and that they were transporting vast amounts of spiritual stones and other treasures. This diversion fully captivated the pursuing demonic forces. Meanwhile, they left behind another group of uninformed disciples to utilize the Great Formation and confront the remaining demonic practitioners. With these 2 batches of disciples drawing the enemy's complete attention, the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley then allowed their truly loyal elite to retreat, taking with them the sect's millennia of accumulated wealth from the opposite direction. It is said that although the number of those who safely retreated from Huangfeng Valley was the least, they had the easiest journey among the 6 factions. In contrast, the remaining 5 factions, while concentrating their forces to withdraw, were gradually caught by the pursuers and engaged in several fierce battles, losing many treasures to the demonic faction. This incident, having outsmarted the demonic faction, has since spread widely throughout the cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom, the elder recounted with gravity. Oh, so that is what transpired. Those abandoned disciples of Huangfeng Valley were indeed rather foolish, Han Li remarked, his demeanor unchanged, speaking slowly and quietly. Thus, it seems the Yu Kingdom is indeed in considerable chaos. Han Li suddenly chuckled. This seemingly cryptic remark left the other 4 feeling perplexed, and they could only offer dry smiles in response. Please, my fellow Taoists, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave to explore elsewhere, Han Li said amicably as he stood up. Senior, feel free. Safe travels. The 4 individuals hastily and respectfully watched Han Li depart. With a casual wave of his hand, he called out to Chu Han, who had been standing outside, and made his way towards another stone pavilion. 2 hours later, Han Li found himself at the edge of a mountain peak, deep in contemplation. He had just inquired with several groups of cultivators about the current state of the cultivation world in the Kingdom of Yu. The conclusion was that the situation could only be described as chaotic. Under these circumstances, he had 2 paths to choose from. One was to fly away on his flying artifact, leaving the Kingdom of Yu and seeking a more suitable location to continue his cultivation. The other was to find a way to repair the ancient teleportation array, taking a gamble on where it might transport him. After all, such a costly ancient teleportation array could not have been built underground without reason. It surely led to some distant location. At first glance, the first option seemed much more prudent. However, upon closer reflection, Han Li realized that this choice was not without its drawbacks. To the east and west of the Kingdom of Yu lay the demonic stronghold of Tianluo and the righteous alliance of Fengdu, leaving him only the options of heading north or south, although fleeing north through Yuanwu would lead him through several smaller nations. It was clear that the cultivation worlds of these nations would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the demons or the righteous alliance. Some of these countries had already become puppets of the two major factions, embroiled in a long-standing struggle for power. Otherwise, the borders between Tianluo and Fengdu would not have been so rarely contested. These nations could easily become battlegrounds for the demons and the righteous alliance, and Hanli could not afford to linger. Yet, if he dared to traverse several countries and continued north, he would ultimately reach the far northern region of Tiannan, where he would encounter the vast and perilous sea, known for being impossible for even immortals to cross. This sea was not only murky and boundless, but it also supported very few species of fish, the few that did survive being as ferocious as high-level terrestrial beasts. Even a cultivator at the core formation stage would find themselves in grave danger if they fell into its depths. Attempting to fly over this sea was an exercise in futility. Once, a powerful being at the nascent soul stage, driven by curiosity about what lay at the end of this sea, prepared thoroughly and flew along its expanse for over a year, only to be met with endless water, with not a single place to land in sight. At that point, he found himself with only half of his medicinal pills and spirit stones remaining. In such a dire situation, he had no choice but to return empty-handed, without a means to replenish his spiritual energy. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be doomed to perish in the depths of the sea. Hanli certainly would not entertain the fanciful notion of crossing the ocean. Thus, he was left to consider the south. To the south of the Kingdom of Yu, beyond the countries of Zijin and a few others, lay a tightly knit alliance known as the Nine Nations Alliance, composed of 9 major countries. This alliance was formed under the leadership of the Nine Nations cultivation world to combat a powerful and deranged adversary, the invading army of the Mulan tribe, composed of sorcerers. Speaking of the Mulan tribe and their sorcerers naturally brings to mind the adjacent Mulan grasslands, inhabited by the Mulan people. The Mulan people stand in stark contrast to the people of the Yu and Yuanwu nations, who belong to the Yin ethnicity. They are a quintessential nomadic tribe, characterized by their indomitable spirit and a fierce love for martial arts. On the vast Mulan grasslands, they have formed thousands of tribes, varying in size from a few tens of thousands to millions of members. Within these nomadic tribes, there exists a class of practitioners, whom the Mulan do not refer to as cultivators, but rather as fashi. Generally speaking, these fashi are not vastly different from ordinary cultivators. The distinctions in their realms and fundamental techniques bear remarkable similarities. The only notable difference is that, prior to reaching the stage of forming their core, these fashi place little emphasis on external artifacts or talismans. Instead, they dedicate themselves to mastering the elemental arts, even integrating some indigenous secret techniques from the grasslands to develop more formidable and enigmatic spells, culminating in their own unique school of magic known as Ling Shu. With these exceptionally sharp Ling Shu, the Mulan fashi can even contend with cultivators of equal rank, often gaining the upper hand. However, as the number of Mulan fashi increased, the demand for spiritual veins and spirit stones surged, gradually outstripping the meager resources available on the Mulan grasslands, which are notoriously deficient in cultivation resources. Thus, at some point, the Mulan fashi began to cast their eyes upon the Nine Nations, which boasted richer resources and abundant spiritual energy. They commenced frequent raids on these countries, seizing spiritual veins and mines, elements that cultivators hold dear as vital to their existence. The cultivators of the Nine Nations, unwilling to relinquish these resources to what they deemed wild practitioners, found themselves embroiled in a bloody conflict of spells. Initially, the Nine Nations fought independently against the united forces of the Mulan, only to suffer a devastating defeat, losing a significant portion of their territory and resources. Recognizing the strength of their adversary, the Nine Nations cultivators quickly learned from their mistakes, forming the Nine Nations Alliance and resorting to cunning tactics to gradually vanquish the Mulan fashi and reclaim their lost lands. However, the Mulan fashi, having tasted victory, were far from willing to concede. Over the ensuing endless years, they remained entangled in a bitter struggle with the cultivators of the Nine Nations. The escalating death toll deepened the animosity between the two factions, spilling over into the secular world and transforming the Yin and Mulan peoples into sworn enemies. Today, while the Mulan dare not set foot within the territory of the Nine Nations, the same is true for the Yin people, who are equally unwelcome within 100 miles of the Mulan grasslands. As for the exact number of Mulan people, this remains a mystery. for the sheer vastness of the Mulan grasslands conceals many tribes that are intricately entwined with the Nine Nations conflict, representing only a fraction of the whole. Although the Mulan grasslands may not stretch into an unfathomable abyss like the Black Demon Sea, the Mulan have long passed down the tradition that traversing from one end of the grassland to the other requires a tribe to endure 5 full cycles of spring and autumn. Furthermore, the Mulan grasslands are merely a self-designation. On the opposite side lies the true nemesis of the Mulan, the Tuyu people. The nomadic tribes, living in harmony with the vast grasslands, refer to this immense expanse as the Tianlan Prairie, venerating the legendary Tianlan beast as their guardian deity across generations. Despite sharing the same nomadic lifestyle and inhabiting the same land, these two ethnic groups have, without any apparent reason, naturally descended into a deadly rivalry. Consequently, countless generations of warriors and cultivators from both factions have engaged in relentless conflict. Every century, a grand battle inevitably unfolds in the very heart of the prairie. Countless mortal warriors clash upon the ground, while thousands of cultivators duel in the skies above. Ultimately, it is the aerial battles that dictate the outcome of these fierce confrontations. Han Li gleaned this knowledge from various ancient texts and oral histories. It is said that on the opposite end of the Mulan Prairie lies an enormous empire of incredible magnitude, purportedly larger than the combined territories of the entire southern region. Such rumors were difficult for Han Li to fathom. He struggled to conceive of a nation 10 times larger than the entire southern expanse. Naturally, this information bore no relevance to Han Li's current plans. It was merely a fleeting thought that intruded upon his mind. Upon dismissing these distracting notions, he concluded that the 6 factions, upon their retreat, would not linger in nearby nations but would undoubtedly redirect their course towards the alliance of 9 nations. Given the frequent skirmishes and occasional grand conflicts between the 9 nations cultivation community and the Mulan tribe, the support from the 6 factions would surely be welcomed with open arms. However, the specific nation within the 9 that they would settle in, as well as the nature of the spiritual veins they would acquire, still depended on the prowess of the 6 factions. Thus, it appeared that unless he returned to the Huangfeng Valley to continue as mere fodder, venturing south beyond the southern region was not an option. Though he had long been aware of these matters, contemplating them anew still caused him considerable distress. It seemed that the only viable course of action was to repair the ancient teleportation array. Should it be successfully restored, he could then deliberate on whether to actually make the journey. If the destination proved unsatisfactory, he could simply return. Yet, a modicum of risk was inevitable. Han Li mused with a wry smile. With his mind made up, Han Li silently soared away from the mountain peak on his flying vessel. Meanwhile, those cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, who had previously conversed with him, were perplexed by his absence when the assembly at Baichi commenced. Han Li first visited the Tianqing sect's market, gathering the necessary materials to repair the ancient teleportation array according to his list, before hastening towards the Yu Kingdom. This time, Han Li did not enter the Yu Kingdom through the usual route. Instead, he took a circuitous approach, stealthily entering from a remote border shared between the Yuanwu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom. Presently, the Yu Kingdom was under the dominion of demonic forces, and he could not afford to be pursued the moment he stepped into perilous territory. Unbeknownst to Han Li, his caution inadvertently allowed him to evade a looming crisis. As the majority of the Yu Kingdom's borders were under constant surveillance by the demonic sections, had he recklessly returned via the original path, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to their watchful eyes. A desperate escape was almost inevitable. Presently, Han Li had successfully entered the lands of the Yu Kingdom, traveling cautiously through desolate areas. Remarkably, he reached the vicinity of the ancient teleportation array located near the Spirit Stone mine without encountering any danger. At that moment, the mine had fallen under the control of the demonic sections. From a distance, Han Li cautiously observed disciples clad in green and white attire. Judging by the green ghostly emblem and the pink peach blossom insignia on their sleeves, they appeared to be practitioners from the Ghost Spirit sect and the Hahuan sect. Realizing the identity of the demonic occupiers of the mine, Han Li stealthily withdrew and discovered a hidden underground entrance nearby, which he then infiltrated. He swiftly located the cave that had been sealed off and, after shattering the rubble with his magical tools, he beheld the dilapidated ancient teleportation array once more. A sigh of relief escaped his lips upon confirming its existence. In the following days, Han Li employed a newly acquired set of illusionary formation flags to thoroughly conceal the hidden entrance. Subsequently, he arranged a protective formation around the cave, housing the ancient teleportation array using improved flags and discs from the inverted 5 elements array. With this setup, even if the demonic practitioners discovered his presence, he would have ample time to escape unscathed. Thus, unburdened by worries, Hanli commenced the restoration of the teleportation array. The Jade Slip had clearly stated that the repair process was an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Even a slight misalignment of an inconspicuous rune could lead to catastrophic failure of the entire array. Hence, Hanli's progress was painstakingly slow. After a full 7 days, he had managed to repair only a fraction of the array. At that moment, a significant problem arose. He had completely exhausted his previously acquired materials. Caught off guard, Hanli stared blankly. Although he had purchased more repair materials than the list indicated, he had failed to account for the possibility of errors during the restoration process, which led to a considerable amount of waste. Furthermore, he was neither a specialized weapon craftsman nor an array master. Consequently, due to his inadequate skills, he had squandered a substantial portion of the materials during the repair. As a result, he found himself in dire need. With a soft sigh, Hanli realized he would need to venture out once more. However, he recalled that a few days' journey to the east of the spirit mine lay a modest market established by a certain cultivation family. Although it was small, he could procure materials such as iron mother and crystal jade there. After all, the core of the teleportation array remained intact, requiring only some ordinary materials for its completion. His only concern was whether this market still existed amidst the current chaos of the cultivation world. He dreaded the thought of arriving only to find it had vanished. After careful consideration, Hanli decided to set out that night, taking advantage of the darkness to leave the underground cave and fly towards the market. He had resolved that if the market had indeed ceased to exist, he would merely return to the Yuanwu Kingdom market. The ancient teleportation array could not be left half repaired. To ensure his safety, Hanli planned to travel by night and find a concealed place to rest during the day, thereby minimizing the risks involved. Under the shroud of darkness, Hanli traversed eastward throughout the night. As dawn began to break, he commenced his search for a suitable place to alight. However, just as he gazed downward, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned his head to fixate on a particular direction. He sensed an urgent presence approaching, and it appeared to be more than one individual. Without hesitation, Hanli activated the divine wind vessel beneath him, descending sharply and vanishing into the night. Once he had concealed himself and retracted his spiritual energy, a blinding white light shot forth silently like lightning. Following this radiant flash was a massive cloud of crimson mist, filled with anguished wails that relentlessly pursued. A short distance behind, a pinkish aurora emerged, emitting a faint melodic sound, equally intent on the chase. Concealed within the forest, Hanli was oblivious to the white light ahead and the pink clouds behind, but he distinctly recognized the sinister blood mist. Was that not the protective magic of the ghost spirit sect's young master? Could it truly be him? The thought of the young master's formidable prowess and the suffering he had endured darkened Hanli's expression, just as he anticipated that the pursuers would swiftly flee overhead. The white light ahead suddenly hesitated, its brilliance dimming as it came to a halt, revealing a white-clad woman standing upon a flying sword. She was tall and cloaked, and upon revealing herself, she coldly addressed her pursuers, "Young ones, do you truly wish to court death by relentlessly pursuing us?" Her voice was chilling. Yet upon reaching Hanli's ears, it nearly sent him leaping several feet into the air. Was that not the voice of Nangongwan? To his astonishment, this was indeed her. Although their exchanges had been few, as the first woman in Hanli's life, her voice and visage were deeply etched in his memory. Yet, there was a slight rasp in her tone that left him uncertain. At this moment of shock, the pursuing blood mist and the pink aurora seemed momentarily deterred by the masked woman's words, halting a dozen or so yards away. Gradually, the blood mist and aurora dissipated, revealing their occupants. Emerging from the crimson fog was indeed the ghost spirit sect's young master, Wang Chan. While the ethereal figures that appeared from the pink light left Hanli utterly astounded. The man was the enchanting figure he had encountered at Yinling Fortress, strikingly beautiful even for a male, while the woman was none other than Dong Xianer, who had been missing for several days and was presumed to have fallen into the clutches of dark forces. Dong Xianer exuded an air of cold composure. Her former seductive allure seemingly vanished, replaced by an aura of dignified grace. Even more astonishing to Hanli was her cultivation, which had risen from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. Observing Dong Xin'er standing alongside the captivating man, Han Li's brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, the young master of the ghost spirit sect and the alluring man exchanged hesitant glances with the masked woman, their expressions betraying uncertainty despite having recently endured a fierce confrontation with a foundational level master from the ghost spirit sect, rendering them seemingly unable to defend themselves. However, this woman had already claimed the lives of countless cultivators at the foundational stage during the siege of the Hidden Moon sect. If her adversaries were to launch a desperate strike, dragging both herself and her opponent into a mutual demise, it would be an unjust fate indeed. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to take the initiative. Observing their hesitation, the flamboyant and enigmatic man smiled and addressed the masked woman, saying, in days past, "If Senior Nangong had uttered such words, my brother Wang and I would have retreated at once. However, in the present circumstances, even with my intention to spare you for the sake of the Hidden Moon sect and the Harmony sect, my brother from the Ghost Spirit sect would not let this matter rest." The charming man spoke with an air of familiarity, as if they were all allies. Yet he unceremoniously thrust the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect forward as a shield. Hearing this, Wang Chan's heart ignited with fury. Yet, being a person who concealed his emotions well, he merely cast a cold glance at the man before responding nonchalantly. "I have heard that within the esoteric arts of the Harmony sect, there exists a technique known as the profound moon absorption, which allows a male practitioner to forcibly draw a portion of a woman's primal essence through shared cultivation, though the amount may be limited. Given your venerable cultivation at the foundational stage, it is likely that this young Master Tian could break through from mid to late foundation establishment, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Wang Chan's words, the flamboyant man's countenance shifted noticeably. He had never anticipated that his relentless pursuit of this woman would be so easily discerned by Wang Chan, igniting a surge of embarrassment and anger within him. Meanwhile, the masked woman glared with indignation, her silver teeth clenched as she retorted, "Birds of a feather, seeking death." With that, she raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of blinding white sword light that surged forward. Both Wang Chan and the flamboyant man were taken aback, their bodies enveloped in blood mist and radiant light as they instinctively prepared to retreat. "Apologies. We had guests in the afternoon, causing a delay, so I must continue to burn the midnight oil to complete this chapter for everyone." Volume 3, Chapter 360, A Midway Abduction. Dong Xianyuan, standing alongside the strange man, was also enveloped by the radiant light, prompting the three of them to swiftly retreat. The wrathful strike from a foundational stage cultivator was not something they could withstand. The expansive white sword light, under the masked woman's command, pursued them for several paces before vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the woman atop the magical artifact swayed precariously, appearing as though she might tumble off at any moment. Witnessing this, both the flamboyant man and the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect rejoiced, shifting from retreat to advance. Conley, observing from below, felt a change in his expression. Without hesitation, he tapped his storage bag, and 13 red-threaded escape needles leapt into his grasp, which he held firmly. Even amidst the peril, Conley could not bear to see Nangong Wanxiang meet an untimely end. After all, despite his selfishness and aloof demeanor, he was not entirely devoid of kinship or compassion. Furthermore, he was confident that, while he might not currently match the young masters of the Ghost Spirit sect, he could certainly escape should he choose to flee. As Hanli raised his hand, intending to unleash the flying needles to rescue the masked woman, the situation in the sky took a sudden turn, resulting in a dramatic change. The masked woman, who had been unsteady on her feet, suddenly steadied herself as Wang Chan and his companions approached. A glint of cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Wang Chan and the striking man, upon witnessing this, were filled with horror, instantly realizing they had fallen into a trap. However, it was too late for them to retreat. The woman raised her hands, and countless sword energies surged forth, enveloping the three in blinding white light. Observing this scene, Hanli felt a sense of relief, and his grip on the magical artifact loosened slightly. At that moment, the entire sky was illuminated in a grayish-white hue by the woman's sword light, and amidst the blood mist and rosy glow, which swayed precariously like a small boat in tumultuous waves, there remained a stubborn resilience. Particularly, the striking man and Dong Xianyuan, amid the rosy light, shot forth beams of azure and crimson, managing to counter the ferocious assault of the sword light. This development caused Han Li to furrow his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he silently vanished from his position. Meanwhile, the masked woman was filled with anxiety. Although she had successfully trapped these two disciples of the demonic path, the intensity of the current attack proved unexpectedly insufficient to subdue the three. Not long ago, she had engaged in a fierce battle with a Jet-on-stage cultivator of the demonic path, and after depleting her magical energy, she had nearly perished alongside her opponent. Although she had managed to escape the encirclement, her injuries were severe and alarming. Worse still, the treasured artifact, closely linked to her primordial spirit, had suffered significant damage during the battle, rendering it unusable for the time being. With pursuers in hot pursuit, she had no choice but to employ a secret technique that drained her vitality, forcibly extracting a portion of her inner potential to unleash a trace of spiritual power for her escape. However, to her astonishment, while she had managed to shake off most of the demonic practitioners, these three possessed remarkable skills and relentlessly pursued her. Thus, she was left with no option but to find a way to eliminate them. Otherwise, once the effects of her secret technique wore off, even a Jet-on-stage cultivator like herself would be at their mercy. The reason she chose to halt at this location was that her spiritual sense had detected the presence of another cultivator nearby. Although she did not know who this individual was, it was evident that they bore no trace of the demonic energy associated with the sixth sex of the demonic path. Furthermore, this person appeared to be a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, likely an ally from one of the other five sects rather than a member of a prominent cultivation family. Thus, believing that the situation could not worsen, she fled to this spot, harboring the hope of dragging this cultivator into her predicament, thinking it might offer a chance for a turn of events. However, to her dismay, this individual's spiritual sense was surprisingly keen, and they had stealthily concealed themselves, displaying a clear intent to avoid trouble. Consequently, the masked woman was forced to confront her adversaries alone, which caused her considerable frustration towards this person. Just when matters seemed dire, another unexpected twist emerged. The three demonic practitioners exhibited remarkable tenacity and possessed extraordinarily powerful defensive artifacts. With the residual spiritual energy at her disposal, she found herself unable to vanquish her foes. The advanced talismans and formidable magical artifacts she possessed had long since been depleted in the relentless battles of previous days. Now, she felt the last remnants of her spiritual power waning, causing her heart to plummet. On the other side, Wang Chan and his companions, who were struggling against the oppressive sword light that bore down upon them like a mountain, noticed that the blinding radiance was gradually thinning before ultimately dissipating entirely. This left the three momentarily stunned, only to soon witness the masked woman standing numbly atop her artifact, her eyes devoid of life and her body trembling slightly in a manner that evoked pity. After exchanging a glance filled with astonishment, Wang Chan and the striking young man felt a surge of hope. However, the recent hardships they had endured made them hesitate, reluctant to act impulsively. At that moment, a beam of white light shot upwards, swift as lightning, and in an instant, it reached the masked woman. Within that luminous glow, a figure appeared, swiftly encircling her waist before veering back down the same path from whence it came. This sight ignited a furious rage in Wang Chan and the enchanting young man. How could they allow such a prize to be snatched from under their noses? Without a moment's thought, they unleashed their escape techniques and pursued the retreating light. Yet, Dong Xian'er, instead of joining the chase, remained rooted in place, her expression one of uncertainty. The figure struck her as eerily familiar, causing her to hesitate. In the blink of an eye, the white light descended into a dense thicket, where it coalesced to reveal an unremarkable young man, who held the masked woman tightly in his grasp, gazing up at the approaching Wang Chan and his companion with an impassive countenance. The masked woman, however, struggled weakly against him, her eyes filled with indignation as if scolding him for something. Yet, the young man paid her no heed. "It was you. It was you." Recognizing the man's face, both Wang Chan and the striking young man exclaimed in unison. They had identified the unexpected assailant, Han Li. After a brief exchange of astonished glances, they cast aside their hesitation and unleashed their powers, charging toward him. Wang Chan's blood mist surged dramatically, quickly enveloping a space of 20 to 30 feet, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood. Meanwhile, the striking young man let out a cold laugh, producing a jade flute that, with a slight flourish, emitted a melodious sound. In response, his body transformed into a radiant pink peacock, soaring toward Han Li, with him closely trailing behind. As the two advanced with ferocious intent, a flicker of panic crossed Han Li's features. Suddenly, he stamped his foot on the small boat beneath him, which erupted in radiant white light, trembling as if ready to launch itself. At that moment, the formidable onslaught from Wang Chan and his companion reached above Han Li, completely sealing off his escape route. They could even clearly see that the previously struggling masked woman had abruptly stilled, her bright eyes filled with despair. This revelation brought a sense of relief to both men. It seemed that the golden elixir stage female cultivator was utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Yet, amidst the panic, Han Li's expression abruptly transformed, a peculiar smile gracing his countenance. Witnessing this unsettling expression, the two prodigious disciples of the demonic path felt a jolt of alarm in their hearts. Suddenly, the scenery before them shifted, and Han Li along with the masked woman vanished like a fleeting breeze, replaced by two massive boulders standing before them. This sight compelled Wang Chan and the striking young man to hastily halt their escape techniques, casting bewildered glances around them. The ensuing view caused their faces to pale. The surroundings were no longer a mere woodland, but a vast expanse filled with towering stone pillars, revealing that they were ensnared within an illusionary formation. Fury surged within Wang Chan and the handsome youth, though the illusion was not particularly formidable and could be dispelled with relative ease. It was sufficient for Han Li to abscond with their quarry. This deepened their animosity towards Han Li, intensifying their hatred to the core. Brother Wang, let us swiftly break this formation. Do not forget, my disciple Sister Dong is still outside. With her cultivation, she should be able to stall the opponent for a moment. The handsome youth suddenly recalled, a cold smirk appearing on his face as he addressed Wang Chan. Indeed, I almost overlooked that matter. However, that girl, if I recall correctly, was also a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Would she truly intervene? Wang Chan said, momentarily brightening but with a hint of skepticism. Hearing this, the handsome youth displayed uncertainty. Responding hesitantly, she should be willing to assist. After all, Dong Xianer holds a significant position in my Hawan sect, far surpassing her status as an ordinary disciple in Huangfeng Valley. Moreover, my father has been quite generous towards her. At that moment, Han Li, half embracing the masked woman, stood suspended in midair upon the divine wind vessel, while Dong Xianer, radiating a glow, positioned herself before him. Sister Dong, must we resort to violence? Han Li sighed deeply, a note of resignation in his voice. Han Li, unless your abilities surpass mine, passage is impossible. I have long been curious about your capabilities. Why my master, Hong Fu, insists that I marry you. Dong Xianer replied impassively, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes as she gazed at the unconscious masked woman nestled in Han Li's arms. Moreover, this individual is a core formation practitioner of the moon concealing sect. Do you truly believe I would allow you to take her away so easily? As Dong Xianer's brows began to furrow ominously, Han Li resolved not to engage in further pleasantries or reminiscences. After all, the simple illusion he hastily crafted with array flags could hardly confine the two young masters of the ghost spirit sect for long. With this thought, Han Li's expression darkened. In that case, Miss Dong, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon uttering these words, Han Li bellowed, raising one hand as two streaks of dark light and 5 beams of white light erupted simultaneously, while a turtle shell artifact materialized before him as a protective barrier. Additionally, 4 puppet beasts emerged from his sides, opening their mouths wide to unleash 4 beams of light as thick as bowls. It was evident that he intended to unleash his full might from the very outset, showing no inclination for mercy. Witnessing the ferocity of Han Li's assault, Dong Xianer's expression shifted dramatically. However, with a decisive bite of her silver teeth, she raised a delicate jade hand, summoning forth a pink gauze scarf. As radiant red light surged from her hands, intertwining with the scarf to form a resplendent crimson barrier enveloping her entirely. Dong Xianer was certain that, even against Han Li's most ferocious assaults, this formidable shield, born of the fusion between the Fire Phoenix scarf and her arcane prowess, could not be breached. Yet, just as Dong Xianer brimming with confidence, the divine wind vessel beneath Han Li emitted a flash of white light, causing both him and the artifact to swiftly dart past Dong Xianer's side. The aggressive offensive artifacts, momentarily feigning an attack, pivoted and followed the white light in hasty retreat. Remarkably, Han Li evaded confrontation entirely and vanished in an instant. This unexpected turn left Dong Xinier utterly astonished, her face flushing with indignation. As her fury surged and she prepared to pursue Han Li, the 4 beams of light from the puppet beasts had already launched their assault. Consequently, Dong Xinier had no choice but to wait for the beams to pass before hastily retracting her barrier. While Han Li had already maneuvered the divine wind vessel into a distant black speck, rapidly fading from sight. Naturally, Dong Xinier refused to accept being so thoroughly toyed with by Han Li. Relying on her remarkable evasion techniques, she disregarded the 4 puppet beasts and surged forward in pursuit. However, after a brief interval, the distant black point flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. With a countenance marked by fury, Dong Xinier searched the vicinity for a while, yet found not a single clue. Reluctantly, she had to concede defeat in her pursuit of Han Li and returned along her original path, dispirited. At that moment, Han Li, clutching the masked woman, had hidden himself amidst a mound of loosened earth. He was enveloped by a yellow barrier that kept the surrounding soil at bay, remarkably devoid of any suffocating sensation, truly wondrous. Han Li himself had not anticipated that this lower-tier talisman he had crafted would prove useful one day. It seemed prudent to carry all his talismans with him after all. Moments later, sensing that Dong Xinier had departed into the skies, he did not immediately reveal himself, but cautiously confirmed with his spiritual perception before leaping from the earth mound and soaring away without hesitation. Several hours later, Han Li, still cradling the masked woman, emerged within a desiccated tree hollow. The owner of the tree hollow, a massive gray bear, had been ruthlessly dismembered by Han Li outside. As he gently set the masked woman down, he reached out to grasp one of her delicate wrists, carefully channeling his spiritual energy into her, hoping to assess her condition. However, Han Li soon found himself regretting this impulsive action, for scarcely had his spiritual energy begun to seep into her body when a powerful suction emanated from her, causing his energy to surge forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. Alarmed, he attempted to release his grip, yet his hand seemed glued to hers, refusing to part. In desperation, he tried to assist with his other hand, only to find it ensnared as well upon contact with her body. Thus, the outpouring of his internal magical power doubled in intensity. Han Li was struck with terror as he felt his magical energy and the essence cultivated through arduous training being forcefully siphoned away by the masked woman, and the pull only intensified. Panic enveloped him. His hands were firmly bound, and he dared not repeat the mistakes of the past by attempting to kick her with his feet. He was utterly at a loss. Helplessly, Han Li could only watch as his cultivation level plummeted from mid-foundation establishment to early stage, and then from early stage to the level of chi refinement. Heartbroken, he could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted, collapsing atop the masked woman. How fragrant, how soft. A fleeting thought of sensuality crossed Han Li's mind just before he lost consciousness. Thus, within the silence of the cavern, a man and a woman lay entangled in a passionate embrace, both oblivious to the world around them, as Han Li's spiritual energy continued to flow steadily into her body. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Han Li gradually regained consciousness. Yet, as he opened his hazy eyes, he beheld an extraordinarily graceful figure standing at the cave's entrance. Gazing outward, momentarily stunned, he soon felt a severe headache. Struggling to suppress a groan, he recalled the events leading to his fainting, and in alarm, he hastily probed within himself with his spiritual sense. The result sent his heart plummeting. His cultivation had not only regressed to the realm of chi refinement, but it appeared to be at the 3rd or 4th layer of chi refinement, leaving him utterly thunderstruck and frozen in disbelief. "You are awake?" The exquisite figure did not turn around, but inquired softly. "Nangong Wan, what has happened? I kindly saved you, yet why has my power been siphoned away?" Han Li, shaken from his stupor, spoke with a countenance darkened by distress. "Nangong Wan, do you know my cousin?" The woman finally turned, revealing her exquisite face. Having removed the headpiece that concealed her beauty, Han Li was taken aback. Although her appearance bore a resemblance, about 60 to 70%, to the youthful Nangong Wan, the woman possessed a delicate oval face and gracefully arched brows, exuding an uncommonly sweet charm, unmistakably identifying her as a stranger. "Who are you? How is this possible? I distinctly heard those of the demonic path refer to you as Senior Nangong." Han Li murmured in confusion, completely flustered. However, his pallor deepened, rendering him speechless. He finally discerned that this woman's voice did indeed differ from Nangong Wan's, possessing a slightly husky quality. Initially, he had presumed that Nangong Wan's voice had changed due to severe injuries. Yet, this momentary oversight had led to a grievous misunderstanding. Not only had he rescued the wrong person, but his years of cultivation had been entirely drained by this woman. Over a decade of painstaking effort had been utterly obliterated. The more Han Li contemplated, the more he felt unfortunate and despondent, his face a canvas of alternating shades of red and white. "Are you Han Li from Huangfeng Valley?" The female cultivator, who claimed to be the cousin of Nangong Wan, smiled upon seeing Han Li's appearance and uttered a phrase that left him momentarily stunned. "How did you know my name?" Han Li managed to ask, forcing himself to remain composed. He had discerned that the woman did not harbor any intention to harm him, which alleviated his anxiety and prompted him to recall the cultivation method of the 3 transformations of the primordial essence, allowing him to regain his calm. "My sister and I share a bond akin to that of sisters. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Your matters have been disclosed to me by my sister," the woman stated with an expression devoid of discernible emotion. Han Li fell silent, pondering her words. "Do you know what my first thought was upon learning this? I wanted to rush to Huangfeng Valley and slice you into pieces, feeding your remains to the dogs." Her eyes flashed with a chilling light, and her words suddenly brimmed with murderous intent, causing Han Li's complexion to shift. In the 3rd volume, chapter 362, Nangong Ping, though appearing gentle, spoke with a frigid demeanor that pierced Han Li's heart. Has the esteemed elder changed her mind? Han Li exhaled, uttering a statement that took the woman by surprise. "It seems you are not entirely devoid of merit. At least you possess some intellect," she replied with an impassive tone. "If you truly wished to kill me, I doubt I would have the opportunity to open my eyes again," Han Li remarked with a faint smile, maintaining his usual demeanor. "My name is Nangong Ping. There is no need for such formalities as calling me esteemed elder, as if I were exceedingly aged," she said, turning her head without any change in expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li paused briefly, internally scoffing. Having reached the core formation stage, by mortal standards, isn't she an old woman? Despite the indignation brewing within him due to the depletion of his true essence at her hands, he could only mutter a few curses under his breath, constrained by the precariousness of his situation. "Although you mistook me for my sister yesterday and intervened to save me, I must acknowledge that you are my benefactor, Han Li. Furthermore, I inadvertently absorbed some of your true essence to stabilize my injuries, a favor I, Nangong Ping, shall repay," she stated, her back turned to him, speaking leisurely. "Very well, since you are indeed the cousin of Nangong Wan, I shall accept my misfortune," Han Li said with a furrowed brow, resigned. Subsequently, he stretched his limbs and stood up. With 2 resounding slaps echoing in the air, Han Li found himself spinning around unexpectedly, nearly collapsing once more. "You dare to touch my body without my permission yesterday." Nangong Ping's voice grew cold as she reprimanded him, her cheeks betraying a hint of crimson at the memory of the previous night's events. However, her expression quickly reverted to one of frostiness. Han Li, stunned into silence, could only stare at Nangong Ping, bewildered by the turn of events. In the realm of male-female interactions, attempting to reason with a female cultivator in the core formation stage is undoubtedly an endeavor fraught with peril. A mere exchange of words could provoke her to retaliate with a slap. At this moment, he is akin to a piece of meat upon the chopping block, vulnerable to whatever fate she chooses to bestow upon him. Moreover, he sensed that her hostility towards him might not solely stem from their previous encounter, but rather from a desire to teach him a lesson, perhaps to avenge the grievances of Nangong Wan. Contemplating this possibility, Han Li restrained the simmering anger within him, gently touching his slightly swollen cheek, and chose to remain silent. Observing Han Li's prudent silence, Nangong Ping displayed a hint of surprise. Just as Han Li had anticipated, she had been prepared to retaliate should he have dared to dispute yesterday's incident. However, with his taciturn demeanor, she found herself devoid of an excuse to act further. Thus, she let out a cold snort and bluntly stated, "Since I have already struck you, it is time to discuss how to repay your great kindness. I offer you 2 options. First, I can provide you with a considerable amount of spirit stones, enough to leave you astonished, compensating for your losses in cultivation and the favor of your timely rescue. Second, you may accompany me to catch up with our sect's retreating forces. Once our 6 sects have stabilized, I will concoct some spirit pills for you and arrange for a young female disciple of our sect to cultivate with you." facilitating your swift return to your former cultivation level. Given the severity of your true essence loss, you will not encounter any bottlenecks in your rebuilding. I surmise that with a span of 10 to 20 years, you should be able to regain your previous state. Of course, during this time, should I be in a favorable mood, I might even impart some of our sect's secret techniques to you. It is worth noting that our moon concealment sect is far from the hodgepodge that is your yellow Maple Valley. We possess many secret arts that are not disclosed to outsiders, the wonders of which are beyond imagination. The technique I employed yesterday to absorb your cultivation is but one of them. After delivering these words with an air of pride, Nangong Ping fixed her gaze upon Han Li, awaiting his decision. Yet, Han Li found himself momentarily dazed. The disparity between the two propositions was glaring. One merely offered spirit stones as compensation, while the other promised not only restoration of his cultivation, but also a dual cultivation partner along with the potential transmission of secret techniques. The more he pondered, the more it seemed that she was deliberately steering him towards the second option. This struck him as rather peculiar. Could it be that she had laid some kind of trap for him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he hesitated and glanced at Nangong Ping. In her eyes, he perceived a flicker of complex emotions, perhaps a hint of anticipation mingled with anxiety. This revelation startled him, leaving him even more perplexed. He vigorously rubbed his nose, crossed his arms, and propped his chin on his right hand, deep in contemplation. Time slipped by, and a full incense stick burned down without Han Li uttering a word. However, Nangong Ping could no longer contain her impatience, raising an eyebrow and urging with slightly parted lips, "Well, have you made your decision yet?" Her countenance was one of evident irritation. Upon hearing the urging voice, Han Li lifted his head, gazing thoughtfully at the other party before slowly articulating, after careful consideration, "I shall choose the first condition. Senior, all I require is a few spirit stones. I will find a way to restore my cultivation myself, so there is no need for you to worry." Han Li's expression was rather indifferent. Upon hearing Han Li's decision, Nangong Ping appeared momentarily taken aback, revealing a rather peculiar expression. She scrutinized Han Li's face for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand, tossing over a crimson storage bag. "The spirit stones are within, along with some commonly used materials, all sent together," she stated in a somewhat icy tone. Han Li paid little heed to her demeanor, unceremoniously grasping the storage bag and delving his consciousness inside for a glance. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the sight of dozens of mid-tier spirit stones, along with various miscellaneous materials, still astonished him. Suddenly, a flicker of joy crossed Han Li's face as he eagerly inquired, "Senior, do you possess any more of the Yuan Jade? Might you spare a few more for your junior?" His words elicited a flicker of surprise in the woman's eyes. However, after a moment of silence as she rummaged through her belongings, she tossed a few pieces of white jade in his direction, which Han Li accepted with great delight. With this, the materials needed for him to repair the teleportation array were already gathered without the need for further searching. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Nangong Ping said coldly, her gaze fixed upon Han Li's actions, devoid of expression. "Oh, there is nothing else to trouble you with," Han Li replied, his demeanor suddenly serious as he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ping let out a soft snort and turned to leave the cave. However, as she reached the entrance, she turned her head back and calmly remarked, "Han Li, with such a choice, I cannot tell if you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be clever." After uttering these words, a sword flew from her sleeve, and in a flash of white, she was upon it. Just then, Han Li's languid voice reached her ears from behind, "Senior, do not forget to send my regards to Nangong Wan." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ping's figure paused momentarily, but she soon transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky from the cave entrance, leaving her response ambiguous at best. Witnessing this scene, Han Li could only manage a wry smile, rubbing his nose as he plopped back down onto the ground, staring blankly at the cave entrance. Lost in thought, to this day, he could not comprehend how his entire cultivation could have been siphoned away by this woman. Was the technique of the moon concealing sect truly that domineering? Was it not even more bizarre than the blood sacrifices of the Black Fiend cult? Nevertheless, Han Li speculated that such a technique for absorbing one's cultivation must undoubtedly come with numerous restrictions and flaws. Otherwise, the practitioners of the moon concealing sect would have long since been feared and eradicated in the realm of cultivation. Interestingly, Han Li's conjecture bore some truth. The reason Nangong Ping could absorb his true essence was largely due to a fortuitous coincidence. After employing her secret technique, her own true essence had already suffered significant depletion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her cultivation would certainly decline, although she could still maintain the level of the core formation stage. The decades of arduous cultivation had undoubtedly taken their toll. After the efficacy of her secret technique faded, she feared falling into the hands of the two dark practitioners, which compelled her to activate the reincarnation true art of her cultivation method. Once this technique was invoked, any external force attempting to probe her body with spiritual power would be forcibly ensnared by the spiraling true essence within her, draining the intruder's true essence completely. Had she not awakened in time and halted the technique, it is likely that Han Li would have lost even the last remnants of his cultivation. Of course, this peculiar technique had extremely stringent conditions for its use. Firstly, it required the practitioner to be in a state of significant true essence depletion to invoke it. Secondly, if, after a period of employing this technique, no external true essence was available to replenish her own losses, the practitioner would face complete self-destruction due to the contraction of their true essence, rendering it a quasi-suicidal form of cultivation. Most frustratingly, while this technique could absorb others' true essence, it could only restore the practitioner's prior losses and could not enhance their magical prowess in any manner. Before long, Han Li exited the tree hollow and took to the skies on his flying device. However, this time he was far more cautious on his return journey. He kept his consciousness fully extended, ready to conceal himself at the slightest indication of danger. Given his current level of cultivation, encountering even a single cultivator could prove exceedingly perilous. Thus, he traversed the path with heightened vigilance, ultimately taking nearly half again as long to return to the underground cavern. Upon entering the inverted 5 elements formation, he finally exhaled in relief. The spectral figure remained seated at the edge of the teleportation array, motionless, mirroring the posture he had left it in, which brought a smile to Han Li's face. He understood that restoring his cultivation would not be an endeavor completed in just 3 or 4 years, so he was not in a rush to consume medicinal pills or meditate. Instead, he dedicated himself to the meticulous repair of the ancient teleportation array. Given his current circumstances, attempting to journey to distant lands in the chaotic realm of cultivation was fraught with peril. He could only hope that once the ancient teleportation array was restored, it would indeed function as intended. Despite his diminished cultivation, it did not hinder his repair work. After 6 or 7 days of relentless effort, he completed all the necessary repairs. Gazing at the restored ancient teleportation array, even someone as composed as Han Li could not suppress a surge of excitement. The next step he needed to undertake was the most critical, one that would determine his success or failure. He needed to test whether the corresponding teleportation array at the other end still existed intact. If that array were similarly damaged or had long since ceased to exist, then the ancient teleportation array would remain unusable, leaving him with no choice but to abandon any thoughts of teleportation and seek alternative routes. With this in mind, Han Li carefully placed several low-grade spirit stones around the teleportation array. Once the final spirit stone was set in place, he promptly stepped back a few paces, holding his breath in anticipation. Before him stood an ancient array, constructed countless years ago, which suddenly resonated with a low hum. A flash of yellow light erupted from its surface, only to quickly fade away like a fleeting dream. Han Li's heart sank. Could it be that the other end of this ancient teleportation array was indeed abandoned? Had all his previous efforts been in vain? Disappointment washed over his face, yet undeterred. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace around the array, a contemplative expression taking shape upon his features. Suddenly, he halted, furrowing his brows as if a thought had struck him. Bending down, he extracted a low-grade spirit stone that he had just placed within the array. Upon inspection, Han Li gasped. The stone was devoid of any spiritual energy, its once vibrant essence now a mere shell. A flicker of realization crossed his face, quickly followed by a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he retrieved several gleaming mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and exchanged them for the depleted low-grade ones. If his conjecture was accurate, the teleportation array was not inoperable. Rather, it was simply the inadequacy of the low-grade stones that rendered it inert. As the last stone was replaced, the array emitted a deep, resonating hum, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy, with a blinding yellow light shooting forth from its center, piercing through the cave's ceiling. Astonishingly, the prohibitive barriers of the inverted 5 elements array failed to impede its passage. Witnessing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but a sudden realization turned his face pale. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from above the cave. Even with the array's protection, Han Li felt the ground tremble beneath him. His expression grew tense, and he hastily beckoned to the nearby Chu Han, moving to the edge of the teleportation array. Yet, a hint of hesitation clouded his demeanor. He was uncertain of what lay beyond the array. Initially, he had intended to ascertain the nature of the other side and any potential dangers before deciding whether to remain there. However, now that the ancient teleportation array had been revealed, venturing forth would likely mean a one-way trip. Just as Han Li grappled with his indecision, a deafening crash resounded nearby, startling him into looking up. The cave's ceiling had been forcefully torn open by some artifact, and blinding sunlight flooded in, illuminating the interior with stark clarity. Outside the exposed cave, a large group of demonic cultivators hovered in the air, equally astonished as they gazed at Han Li and the glowing ancient teleportation array. "You again?" A voice, filled with fury and surprise, emerged from the throng of cultivators. Moments later, 3 figures darted forth from the crowd. The one in the center, adorned with a silver mask, was none other than Wang Chan, the young master of the ghost spirit sect. Flanking him were 2 peculiar individuals, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and deep wrinkles, and a youthful boy with pearly white teeth and rosy lips. The Li brothers who had appeared at Yinling Fortress. The ancient teleportation array. Upon seeing the glowing object, the Li brothers exchanged looks of astonishment, their voices rising in excited exclamation. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chan was initially taken aback, but soon, a wave of ecstasy washed over him as he inquired. "The 2 elders did not misjudge, did they? Is it truly that artifact?" His voice trembled with excitement. He was acutely aware of what a complete ancient teleportation array meant for a sect. The elder among the Li brothers chuckled, poised to respond, but his expression abruptly shifted, and he barked fiercely. "This is bad. The brat intends to activate the teleportation array. Seize him at once." As he spoke, the elder unleashed a stream of black energy aimed straight at Han Li. He understood that there was a certain delay from the activation of the teleportation array to the actual transmission. In that brief interval, he believed he could eliminate this youthful adversary multiple times over. Yet, as his artifacts surged into the cave, it erupted in brilliance, and a vibrant 5-colored barrier instantly countered the dark energy. At this sight, the elder was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Everyone, attack together. This brat has set up a formation. We must dismantle it immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late." Upon hearing the elder's command, the demonic cultivators behind him awakened from their stupor, promptly summoning various magical artifacts. Even the younger Li brother and Wang Chan joined in, unleashing their own treasures to strike downward with ferocity. Han Li's simplified 5 elements reversal array was merely a temporary formation, and with 2 core formation cultivators and such a multitude assaulting it, the 5-colored barrier began to waver, displaying signs of instability. At that moment, Han Li stood in the center of the teleportation array, holding a token-like artifact aloft, his eyes tightly shut as he murmured incantations, seemingly oblivious to the onslaught from the demonic cultivators. The Great Translocation Order. The elder, upon recognizing the shape of the token in Han Li's hand, bellowed in frustration. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of black threads that surged toward the barrier below. The array emitted several mournful cries before ultimately collapsing under the weight of this final assault. The vibrant barrier shattered, with no obstruction left. An array of bizarre lights surged toward Han Li with great ferocity. At that moment, Han Li's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and he uttered 2 chilling words, teleportation. Instantly, a golden light flared, and the figures of Han Li and Chu Han vanished within the radiance. All attacks struck nothingness. The demonic cultivators stood frozen above the cavern, dumbfounded. Wang Chan and the Li brothers were expressions of deep consternation. None possessed the Great Translocation Order, rendering them incapable of pursuing Han Li. Moments later, the golden light from the teleportation array flickered and vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Wang Chan and his companions were consumed by fury. They understood that Han Li had undoubtedly destroyed the teleportation array on the other side, ensuring that even if they obtained the Great Translocation Order, they would no longer be able to utilize this ancient teleportation array. Yet, harboring resentment, Wang Chan remained unwilling to accept defeat. He leveraged his position as a young sect leader to assign several cultivators to guard this location day and night. Fearing that the elusive Han Li might repair the teleportation array and return, the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect resolved to capture him alive. Intent on repaying the immense grievances caused by Han Li's repeated disruptions of his plans. However, soon after, as the forces of the demonic path expanded their reach, this young master embarked on a campaign of conquest, swiftly relegating the matter to the recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, the realm of celestial cultivation in Tian Nen remained mired in chaos, lacking Han Li's presence. In the ensuing years, to counter the formidable alliance of the demonic path and the righteous path, the remaining nations finally united, forming the Heavenly Path Society, establishing a tripartite balance of power. Each faction possessed roughly equal strength, leading to incessant warfare, with no resolution in sight for the immediate future. The 6 sects of cultivators, having fled to foreign lands, eventually settled within the 9 Nations Alliance. Due to disputes over spiritual veins and mineral resources, they reignited conflicts with local sects in a bid to secure their livelihoods. Naturally, should the Mulan clan's sorcerers invade the 9 nations, they would be compelled to contribute their might, losing the leisurely existence they once enjoyed in the Yu Kingdom. Consequently, many foundational cultivators and even a few nascent soul masters from the 6 sects perished in their struggles against the sorcerers. Han Li's master, Li Huayuan, met his end in a fierce battle over a decade later. Nevertheless, the new generation of cultivators within the 6 sects rapidly matured, with some foundational practitioners finally breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 364, titled Isolated Island, Grand Vessel, Han Li awoke with a heavy sensation. After he and Chu Han commenced their teleportation amidst the yellow light, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped him. Yet the timely emanation of a soft blue light from the great teleportation token alleviated the weight upon him. However, he felt his internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting into the token. Han Li, having anticipated this, remained remarkably composed. Such occurrences had been detailed in the texts regarding the great teleportation token. In a fleeting moment, the artifact ceased its absorption of spiritual energy, and the yellow light dissipated, revealing that he and Chu Han had arrived in a pitch-black locale. The dimness obscured his surroundings, yet the profound silence suggested the absence of others. Allowing Han Li to relax slightly, he lifted a leg to exit the formation, but as soon as he stepped out, a wave of dizziness struck him, causing his legs to buckle beneath him, nearly inducing nausea. Han Li recognized this discomfort as a consequence of long-distance teleportation, exacerbated by his relatively low cultivation level. Disregarding his malaise, he promptly commanded Chu Han to destroy the teleportation array. Chu Han, with an impassive expression, unsheathed the silver greatsword Han Li had provided and relentlessly hacked at one corner of the array until it lay in ruins. Observing this, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief. He remained seated on the ground for a moment, resting until he became accustomed to the surrounding darkness. At this moment, he faintly sensed that he was in what seemed to be an abandoned chamber, engulfed in darkness and permeated by a strong odor of decay. Casually, he reached down with his hand and felt a thick layer of dust on the ground. However, this only served to reassure Han Li, for at least there appeared to be no immediate danger. After a while, as the discomfort subsided, he gradually pushed himself up with one hand. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a moonstone from his storage pouch, illuminating the room with clarity. Indeed, as he had surmised, this place was a long-deserted stone chamber, completely devoid of any furnishings, save for a stone door that lay before him. Han Li glanced back at the damaged teleportation array, hesitating for a moment before striding towards the stone door and applying a gentle push. To his astonishment, the door yielded easily to his touch. Han Li's expression turned to one of surprise as he beheld a long, blue stone staircase that extended upward, its length indeterminate. The staircase was similarly coated in dust, indicating it had not been traversed for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li shook his head in self-deprecation and began to ascend the staircase slowly, with the persistent presence of Chu Han closely following him. The staircase appeared lengthy, yet after rounding a corner, Han Li soon spotted the exit. It was obstructed by a massive boulder sealing the circular opening. Frowning at the sight, Han Li promptly commanded Chu Han, break it apart. Upon delivering his command, Han Li stepped back. Chu Han advanced with a determined stride. Raising the silver sword in his hand, and effortlessly cleaving the boulder into several pieces as if it were mere tofu. Suddenly, brilliant sunlight streamed in from outside, accompanied by a refreshing, slightly damp breeze. Hanli took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Since his arrival through the teleportation, having detected the unusual odor in the air, he had refrained from breathing, remaining in a state of suspended respiration. At last, he could finally breathe freely. Yet, he was puzzled by the slightly humid, faintly briny quality of the air, which was quite different from any atmosphere he had previously encountered. With this curiosity lingering in his mind, Hanli walked a few paces past Chu Hun, squinting against the bright sun as he surveyed his surroundings. The scene that greeted him left him momentarily speechless. Before him lay an expanse of azure waters, seemingly boundless as far as the eye could see. Hanli stood in astonishment for quite some time, eventually regaining his composure. Could this truly be the legendary ocean? He mused internally, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Previously, the largest body of water he had encountered was merely a wide river in Lanzhou, measuring several dozen zhang across. Such an expansive, limitless sea had only been a subject of rare mention in books. Now, witnessing it firsthand was a profoundly different experience, leaving him genuinely astounded. After gazing into the distance for a while, he lowered his gaze to consider his current position, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Perched upon a lofty precipice, he beheld the vast expanse of the sea just beyond the rocky shore, where colossal waves relentlessly crashed against the stones. Observing this scene, Hanli stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. The hue of the water starkly contrasted with the legendary boundless ocean, resembling instead the ordinary color of the sea as described in books. It appeared he had indeed traversed to Tiannan, though he remained uncertain of the specific coastal region. However, geographical names held little significance for him. After all, beyond Tiannan, he was utterly lost, unfamiliar with any paths. After this reflection, Hanli refrained from immediately soaring away on his flying apparatus. Instead, he closed his eyes and gradually released his spiritual sense, searching for the presence of any cultivators nearby. After a brief tea's worth of time, he withdrew his senses, a peculiar expression forming on his face. Without uttering a word, he summoned the spirit wind boat, instantly ascending to its surface, and then soared skyward without a hint of concealment. Upon reaching an altitude of several dozen zhang, Hanli paused the spirit wind boat, standing at the forefront of the artifact, gazing around. In every direction, he beheld a uniform deep blue luminescence. The undulating waves dazzled his eyes. Directly below him lay a solitary island, spanning several li in circumference. The cliff from which he had emerged was merely a protruding stone hill upon this isolated isle. Hanli rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a wry smile. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Although the surroundings appeared devoid of peril, he could hardly cultivate on this island, for the spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce. Even the cultivation of spiritual herbs required a location rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, the precious green liquid he dripped would yield lifeless spiritual grass by the following day. Moreover, the more precious and spiritually rich the herbs, the higher their demands for spiritual energy, a realization that left Hanli feeling quite helpless. Navigating the spirit wind boat, Hanli circled the island, ultimately confirming that no coastlines or other islands were in sight. Apart from stones, trees, and a few small snakes, there were no living creatures on this island. With a resigned sigh, he returned to the cave. Upon entering, Hanli wasted no time and promptly fell into a deep slumber at the cave's entrance. After several days and nights of relentless repair work, he was utterly fatigued. All troubles could wait until he awoke refreshed and invigorated. Thus, under the vigilant protection of Chu Han, Hanli enjoyed a sweet slumber for an entire day and night. However, upon awakening, he found himself once more atop the stone hill, gazing intently at the sea. Time passed unmeasured as he remained lost in thought. Eventually, with an impassive expression, Hanli summoned his artifact and descended from the mountain's peak. There, at the base of the cliff, he selected a similarly sized rock to seal the cave's entrance once more. Following that, he and Chu Hun circled the area for a while before determining the direction of the setting sun, resolutely flying away without looking back. Hanli surmised that since someone had established a teleportation array on this island, it must be indicative of nearby islands or land. After all, who would be so foolish as to construct such an expensive ancient teleportation array upon a mere isolated isle? Certainly, Hanli was unaware of which direction was correct. However, He had resolved to fly in this direction for a few days and nights. If he encountered no traces of cultivators or mortals, he would then change course and begin anew. While this method might seem exceedingly foolish, it was the only option available to Han Li on this unfamiliar sea. After all, his storage bag was replete with spiritual stones, alleviating any concerns he had regarding the supply of spiritual energy. Perhaps fortune smiled upon Han Li today. After only half a day's flight, he spotted a colossal ship upon the ocean's surface. His heart surged with joy, for engaging with mortals was decidedly preferable to negotiating with cultivators. Yet, Han Li found it peculiar that this immense vessel bore an unusual appearance, lacking both a mast and a sail. At the bow of the ship, several enormous fish, unlike any he had ever encountered, propelled the vessel forward at great speed. Although these behemoths boasted formidable physiques and were adorned with sharp teeth, Han Li could sense that they bore no trace of spiritual energy. They were not any kind of sea creature. Otherwise, he would not have dared to approach the massive ship so brazenly. From a distance, Han Li observed the gargantuan fish, then ascended above the ship, circling twice before gazing down upon it. It was evident that the crew had noticed his arrival, as a cacophony of shouts erupted, and a throng of individuals, numbering 200 to 300, surged forth from the cabin, filling the ship's bow. Upon seeing Han Li hovering in midair, the crowd displayed expressions of awe, bowing respectfully in his direction. While Han Li was momentarily taken aback, a middle-aged man adorned in the finest attire stepped forward, his demeanor tense as he uttered a few words, then stood with hands clasped, seemingly awaiting Han Li's command. Han Li rubbed his nose and chuckled wryly, for he understood not a single word spoken. The language barrier posed a significant obstacle, leaving him in a state of vexation. Noticing that Han Li remained silent, the middle-aged man appeared increasingly flustered, hastily speaking again. Although Han Li could not comprehend the words, it was clear that the man was attempting to explain something to him. Furrowing his brow, Han Li pondered briefly before suddenly addressing the crowd in plain Tiannan dialect. "Is there anyone here who understands my words? If so, please step forward and interpret for me." Upon uttering this, Han Li scanned the crowd below. The middle-aged man wore a perplexed expression, evidently unaware of Han Li's intent, and the others appeared equally bewildered. With a resigned sigh, Han Li switched to several ancient dialects he had learned for the sake of mastering intricate incantations, repeating his request in each. When he finally spoke in one particular dialect, an elderly man with gray hair exhibited a flicker of recognition. Seeing this, Han Li's heart leapt with joy, and he pointed eagerly at the old man. "Good sir, do you understand my words?" Han Li spoke slowly in the ancient tongue, for he was not accustomed to such language and felt rather unpracticed. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the elder hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped to the side of the middle-aged man, responding respectfully in the ancient dialect. "I am Wang Chongqing. In my youth, I indeed studied this celestial language. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed immortal has?" Seeing that the elder truly comprehended the ancient tongue, a subtle smile graced Han Li's face. Suddenly, he flickered and stood before the elder, startling both him and the middle-aged man. "You must have noticed that I am not fluent in the local dialect. Please inform them that I am merely passing through, seeking some information. And there is no need for alarm," Han Li said gently. He had thoroughly scanned the giant vessel with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with mere mortals, devoid of any cultivators. This revelation allowed him to feel at ease. After speaking, Han Li paid no mind to the elder's murmured explanations to the middle-aged man. Instead, he gestured towards the celestial winds above, summoning a pristine artifact that gradually descended to the bow of the ship, carrying Chu Han. Following Han Li's command, Chu Han emerged, while the small boat quickly shrank into a beam of white light, flying into Han Li's hand and being stored in his storage pouch. Once these tasks were completed, Han Li cast a sidelong glance. He noted that the mortals on the ship, while still maintaining a respectful demeanor, exhibited no signs of astonishment. This indicated that they were likely accustomed to the methods of cultivators, suggesting that either the people aboard were not ordinary folk or that there were many cultivators in this area who did not mind being seen by mortals. Han Li pondered this thoughtfully. At that moment, the elder relayed Han Li's words to the middle-aged man. Initially taken aback, the middle-aged man's expression soon transformed into one of delight, and he began to excitedly speak a torrent of words to Han Li, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Observing the man's fervent expression, Han Li felt a momentary surprise and turned his gaze towards the elder. The elder, understanding Han Li's intent, quickly stepped forward to explain. Esteemed immortal, this gentleman, Mr. Gu, is the owner of this vessel. He wishes to invite you to reside on Kuashing Island, offering to cover all expenses and provisions for your cultivation. Kuashing Island? Han Li mused, stroking his chin with a non-committal expression. Witnessing Han Li's indifferent demeanor, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and he launched into another series of excited words. From his animated expressions, Han Li inferred that he was likely reiterating his invitation to Kuashing Island. Thus, without waiting for the elder's translation, Han Li waved his hand dismissively and said, "Please inform the owner that I am new to this region and not well acquainted with its circumstances, so I cannot hastily agree to anything. I would like to understand more about the situation before deciding whether to visit Kuashing Island. Furthermore, I do not comprehend your language, and I hope he will allow me to remain aboard this vessel for a few days so that the elder may teach me some local dialects and customs." Upon hearing this, the elder did not dare to delay and promptly conveyed Han Li's message to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man distinctly displayed a tinge of disappointment on his face, yet he still respectfully bowed to Han Li. He then shouted a few commands to those behind him, prompting everyone to hurriedly retreat back into the ship's cabin. After exchanging a few words with the elder, he also stepped backward and left. Consequently, only the elder and Han Li remained at the bow of the ship. Observing this, the elder smiled and addressed Han Li, "Esteemed immortal master, Lord Gu has acquiesced to your request and has even prepared a room for you. Please, accompany me." Han Li, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded indifferently in agreement. Thus, the elder, referred to as Wang Chongqing, led the way, with Han Li and Chu Han following closely behind as they entered the cabin. What a vast space! This was Han Li's immediate impression upon entering the cabin. The interior was a labyrinth of corridors, with an indeterminate number of rooms. During his passage, Han Li encountered several mortals, all of whom regarded him with awe and instinctively made way for him. After navigating a few turns with the elder, Han Li and Chu Han arrived before a larger wooden door. Without hesitation, Wang Chongqing pushed it open and stepped aside, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li did not stand on ceremony, entering the room with Chu Han closely behind, and began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, this room was quite commendable. Not only was it spacious, but it also lacked any stifling atmosphere. However, what intrigued Han Li the most was a peculiar small tree planted in a flower pot in one corner of the room. This tree had a single, straight trunk with no branches, adorned with palm-sized triangular leaves. Furthermore, the entire tree shimmered with a silvery sheen, almost as if it were crafted from pure silver. Gazing at this tree, Han Li expressed a sense of curiosity. Evidently, the immortal master had never encountered this silver horn tree before. This tree was indeed a rarity. Its splendid appearance, coupled with its ability to purify the air in enclosed spaces, made it a precious treasure for those traveling by sea. Even someone as affluent as our Lord could only procure 3 or 4 of them. Upon noticing the surprise in Han Li's eyes, the elder respectfully elaborated on the tree's significance. Han Li merely smiled faintly in response, understanding the elder's intent to curry favor with his lord. Han Li instructed Chu Han to stand guard at the door and seated himself on a chair within the room, while Wang Chongqing stood somewhat awkwardly before him, hesitant to take a seat. Observing the elder's discomfort, Han Li chuckled warmly and said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need for such formality. Please, sit and converse with me. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing repeatedly expressed his reluctance, appearing quite flustered. Noticing this, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly and decided not to press the issue further. After a brief pause for thought, he directly inquired, as a newly arrived cultivator, "Might you be able to provide me with an overview of the local terrain and customs? Additionally, if you could share more about the affairs of our fellow cultivators, I would be most grateful." Han Li spoke these words with an utterly serene demeanor. Wang Chongqing pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Since the immortal master has journeyed from afar to this place, it is only fitting that you are aware this is indeed the domain of the chaotic Star Sea, specifically the southwestern corner. In the vicinity, there are 3 prominent islands, Tailstar Island, Kuashing Island, and Songqing Island, along with numerous other smaller isles, all inhabited by both immortals and mortals alike. The customs of our people here are quite akin to those in other maritime realms. Each island is presided over by a master, an immortal of the highest magical prowess, who is tasked with the guardianship of the isle. Should other immortals choose to reside on the island and undertake specific roles, The island master will bestow upon them a certain allocation of spirit stones annually to aid in their cultivation. However, they must adhere to the commands of the island master. Conversely, those who wish to dwell on the island yet are disinclined to assume any responsibilities must forfeit a stipulated amount of spirit stones to the island master each year, thereby gaining the right to remain. At this juncture, Wang Changqing paused, a hint of envy illuminating his countenance, revealing an undeniable yearning for the life of the cultivators.